The boys were about to leave the rest area as they had no serious injuries. While healers attended to any minor injuries and administered pills to restore their mana veins, Ren and his friends observed the battles of students from other years with some interest. But, a slightly mocking one. "Look at them," commented Min, pointing to a pair of second-year students who were facing each other with iron-rank beasts using rather basic techniques. "They're a bit worse than our irons." Taro nodded, distractedly chewing an energy bar instead of pills since he had no more combats today. "It's normal. Most keep their beasts at iron until 3rd or 4th year, fear of ruining their cultivation before mastering the basics." "Exactly," confirmed Lu, who had joined them as he also awaited his group's individual combats. "Normally there are always fewer than 5 students who dominate the competitions, they do it almost for free by luck, since having family techniques for their specific beasts and reaching bronze before the others is a huge advantage." "Like Klein and Jean, I suppose," deduced Ren, his mushrooms pulsing softly as he observed a second-year student executing an inefficient defensive ability. It fared poorly against the attacker's elemental advantage. "That must be another reason for their arrogance," huffed Min, "although I suppose it's been knocked down several notches with the defeats they've received." "I'm counting on you to lower another 10 points off Klein's ego," grind his brain. After finishing the treatment, the boys moved to a different arena to watch higher-level battles. The combats continued. 4th-year battles showed a somewhat superior level, with more bronze-rank beasts and much more practiced techniques. But they weren't very far from the first-year battles of this year. "Those at least are more fun to watch," pointed out Min, genuinely interested in a confrontation between a tamer with a bronze 2 superior fire lizard and another with a bronze 1 ice snake. As they walked toward the student food area, Min continued in an excellent mood, clearly still satisfied for having finally been able to show his water figure technique. "By the way," he said casually, changing the subject, "why didn't you hit the girls? I mean, thanks for giving me more time to shine, but if you had knocked out Larissa like you did with Jean instead of covering her eyes." Taro slightly choked on his drink at the thought of Ren hitting the poor girl, but his curiosity for the answer was evident in his eyes. "Or Maria," continued Min, "you could have prevented her from using her armadillo if you had knocked her out from the beginning. And Leora, well, I had already cancelled her with my incredible and phenomenal technique, but still, you were very gentle with them, weren't you?" Ren considered the question for just a second. "They're tough," insisted Min, "surely they wouldn't hate you for a little knockout. Among themselves they don't fear damage that much either, like when Larissa left Leora unconscious in their confrontation not long ago, remember? My father once told me that a girl should never be hit if it can be avoided," Ren finally responded, his tone casual but with a hint of respect for paternal advice. "Something about being popular, gentlemen, and about men's pride." He paused briefly before adding, "I don't fully understand it, but my father is usually right about many things so." Min and Taro exchanged glances, amusement in their expressions. "Well, if that makes you popular, maybe we should also try this gentleman's pride thing," joked Min, giving Taro an elbow nudge that provoked another smile from the boy. Ren took advantage of the pause to change the subject. "By the way, I've been thinking about sending a letter to my parents. Have either of you sent one?" Both Min and Taro shook their heads. "I've never sent a letter," admitted Min, "although I've heard that my uncles and other noble adults use them occasionally for urgent communications. They always complain about how expensive they are." "Same in my family," added Taro. "Letters are for business." "I really should ask the girls," murmured Ren, more to himself than to his friends. "Maybe they know more about how they work." They continued observing battles of senior students, especially impressed by confrontations from 5th year and above, where control and strategy reached levels from which they could learn a trick or two. Finally, the announcement they were waiting for resonated through the arenas. Individual combats of the first group will begin shortly, Ren Patender against Klein Goldcrest. Present yourselves in Arena 1 in 5 minutes. The moment had arrived. The expectation was noticeable as both competitors entered the arena from opposite ends. The crowd's murmurs grew to a steady hum of excitement as the 2 first years took their positions. Among the audience, opinions were divided, but the majority still favored Klein. The general consensus was that, despite the surprising tournament results so far from Ren's group, a bronze golden lion was still superior to the supposedly iron beasts of the new, double not so double, tamer of the rare and unexpectedly strong Hydra. What very few understood was that Ren actually possessed a bronze-level beast. It wasn't skepticism from others, simply, Ren had never found it necessary or important to make everyone see it. Explaining why his fungus was bronze rank would have been complicated, and the reduced size of his fungus core wouldn't help, given the general perception that core size determined a beast's real rank. This collective ignorance was precisely the reason why many believed Klein's roar would be devastating against the supposed iron beasts of the newly generated double tamer, even if there were two of them. For his part, Ren wasn't particularly concerned about the roar, the effect of which worked much better on opponents of lower rank. Which he was not. The phantom claws and the slight abyssal sensation he had perceived in Klein represented a much greater threat in his book. Klein would have considerable enhancements thanks to his superior lion, and his beast wouldn't be easy to take down if launched at Ren in a direct confrontation. Ideally, Ren would seek to get close enough to connect a precise blow to the Goldcrest's face, similar to their first confrontation. But it was evident that Klein wouldn't make the same mistake twice when he took as his initial position the edge of the demarcated area. Lin positioned herself between the two, her professional expression hiding any personal preference. Her crane's feathers ruffled slightly in the arena breeze as she prepared to begin the match. This combat will determine who advances to the finals of the first group, she announced. The rules remain the same. Are you ready? Both nodded, their expressions reflecting different types of determination. In Klein, a cold and anxious fury, in Ren, an analytical tranquility that had come to characterize him. Begin. Klein didn't roar immediately as many expected. Instead, he fully invoked his golden lion, materializing the majestic creature at his side. The feline, slightly larger than in its previous rank, stood as a living shield between Ren and its tamer. Only then, when his beast was fully manifested, did Klein order the roar. The sound reverberated throughout the arena, more powerful when coming directly from the lion than when Klein channeled it through his own throat. The concussive wave of sound made the air itself vibrate, causing several spectators to cover their ears. Ren fused with his hydra while the roar, to the surprise of many, barely seemed to affect him. He was fully prepared. His numerous thin light veins pulsed intensely as he invoked his characteristic long claws, preparing to face the lion in direct combat. Simultaneously, Klein directed his lion to attack. Only when he found himself in trouble or if the mushroom boy got too close would he cancel the invocation. It was the most uncomfortable situation Ren could face, directly combating the beast while its tamer remained at a safe distance. However, it wasn't an impossible scenario. What followed left a large part of the audience open-mouthed. Far from being dominated by the muscular beast, Ren kept the confrontation perfectly balanced. His movements were more fluid, faster, each attack and defense calculated to avoid being caught by the rival beast. "Impossible," exclaimed someone from the stands. "He's matching a bronze lion in direct combat." The explanation, invisible to most, was quite simple. The lion, as a fully invoked creature, possessed more brute strength than it could transfer to Klein when they were fused. However, Ren's unique combination, his muscles, skeleton, and skin fused with those of the Hydra, and all that enhanced by the ring, allowed him to access the true power of the bronze rank. And it wasn't the limited power of a human with bronze enhancements, it was equal to the full manifestation of a beast of that rank. Ren himself was a beast. He and the lion were truly evenly matched in strength. The lion attacked with claws and fangs, each movement charged with a force that could shatter ordinary skulls. Ren responded with equal ferocity, his light claws seeking vulnerable points in the feline's anatomy. Each impact generated flashes of light, creating a spectacular display of power that had the audience enthralled. From the upper stands, several figures also observed intensely. Among them, Julius Dravenholm had completely abandoned his facade of diplomatic boredom, leaning forward with genuine fascination. "The boy has too much strength, or he really has the ring, or his little spore evolution is much more than we thought, he murmured. Not just a rare variation, perhaps it's the correct path. Beside him, Selphora Ashenway maintained her imperturbable expression, though a gleam had appeared in her eyes. An unusual technique of double manifestation, she commented. Particularly in someone so young. In the arena, the battle continued to intensify. Klein, seeing that his beast wasn't achieving the expected advantage, began channeling more energy toward the lion, reinforcing each attack with a more abundant amount of mana. The lion responded with stronger vigor, its movements becoming faster, heavier. The golden fur bristled as its muscles bulged. And a new movement negated Ren's distance advantage. "The lion is using the phantom claw," exclaimed someone from the stands. The energy surged through the air, and the swipe finally connected, grazing Ren's armored shoulder and leaving 3 superficial, but painful, impact furrows. But Ren didn't cower from the pain. Instead of retreating, he took advantage of the momentary pause after the heavy attack to launch a counterattack, his light claws partially penetrating the almost golden skin of the lion and leaving a cut on its maw. The beast roared in surprise and pain, retreating momentarily before regrouping for another assault. The battle between Ren and the lion kept the audience completely absorbed. The clash of light against yellow gold created a mesmerizing spectacle. Yet Klein was not at all happy with the situation, so he channeled even more mana toward his beast, his eyes glowing as he established a deeper connection. The lion roared, its mane undulating as if touched by an invisible wind. The beast now attacked with more power. The lion's phantom claws partially penetrated Ren's defenses, leaving glowing traces with each swipe. This new dynamic changed the rhythm of the combat. Ren's long light claws now felt very short. Every time he tried to get close, the feline responded with a phantom attack that forced him to dodge and lose distance. Although the blows didn't cause mortal damage thanks to the Hydra armor, the accumulation of impacts began to take its toll. Small cuts and cracks appeared in Ren's translucent armor, showing that the defense wasn't impenetrable. But Klein, observing from his safe position, also began showing signs of anxiety. Despite his lion's new distance advantage, Ren was still keeping the combat balanced. His strategy wasn't working as effectively as he had hoped. Ren, for his part, faced an increasingly worrying dilemma. Each attempt to close the distance with the lion consumed precious energy. He needed a change in strategy. His mushrooms pulsed intensely as he deeply analyzed each of the lion's movements. There was a pattern, subtle but identifiable, in the way the beast attacked and repositioned itself. An opportunity he could exploit. Ren waited patiently. When the precise moment came, he launched forward with a burst of speed that surprised those who hadn't observed his previous combats. The lion responded exactly as Ren had anticipated, launching a frontal attack with its phantom claws. Instead of dodging, Ren accepted the impact directly, allowing the claws to partially penetrate his defense while continuing his advance. He had achieved the perfect advantage. His light claws headed straight for the lion's throat, a blow that would weaken it considerably or, if not well defended by the mane, potentially end the combat. But Klein, recognizing the danger, executed his planned maneuver. He made the lion return to his body in a beam of light, instantly fusing with the beast just before Ren's claws could connect. He didn't stop there. Immediately afterward, he re-invoked the lion, materializing it to run again to meet Ren. Klein couldn't contain a satisfied laugh at seeing his strategy had worked. Surprised, he provoked, his voice loaded with newfound arrogance. "We can do this all day." Ren didn't respond verbally, but his mushrooms pulsed with a rhythm that his friends would have recognized as controlled irritation. The tactic was intelligent, he had to admit. Klein had found a way to neutralize his advantage in close combat. The pattern repeated several more times. Ren tried to approach, using increasingly elaborate tactics to get close to the lion or Klein. But on each occasion, just when he seemed about to connect a decisive blow, Klein withdrew his beast and re-invoked it to return Ren almost to his starting point. Ren had taken advantage of each opportunity to get closer to Klein, but the invocation was very fast and came right after his attacks. Because of this, he had only advanced a few meters toward Klein. From the stands, Min couldn't contain his frustration. "That's cheating," he exclaimed, though no one except Taro and Lu seemed to pay him any attention. "Technically it's within the rules," replied Lu, although he also frowned at the tactic. "But it definitely feels very unfair if someone does that repeatedly against you. If Ren keeps attacking the lion, he'll run out of energy before reaching Klein," observed Min, biting his lip with concern. "But he can't turn his back to the lion either," added Taro, anxious. And indeed, with each new attempt, Ren's armor appeared more damaged. Cracks spread across the translucent surface, and small fragments occasionally broke away with each powerful impact resisted. Klein was elated to be finally winning with a genius strat against the damned rotten boy in front of everyone. His honor would be recovered in front of his brother. Perceiving this growing advantage, he concentrated on his working strategy, maximizing mana efficiency. His lion attacked with greater aggression from a distance, but remained less active when close, forcing Ren to weaken his defenses further. Each time Ren managed to get closer, the annoying cycle repeated. The distance between Ren and Klein had been reduced considerably thanks to persistent advances, but it still seemed insurmountable given the strategy being used. It was then that Ren made a decision. His light veins pulsed intensely as he opened his mana-charged eyes wider, concentrating to the maximum. When he sighed and clenched his fists, there was a cold clarity in his gaze that made even Klein feel a pang of unease. Ren initiated what seemed to be another approach attempt. The lion responded with all it had, trying to keep the status quo forcefully and reflecting its tamer's unease. It launched a powerful phantom attack while maintaining its position. This time, however, Ren didn't adjust his trajectory from the beginning and launched himself forward. His chest armor finally broke after taking the hit, but he ended up getting close enough to seriously threaten the beast without compromising too much of his energy. As expected, when Ren finally was about to connect a blow, Klein withdrew his lion again, fusing it with his body. It was the moment Ren had been waiting for. Instead of stopping or showing frustration, Ren smiled. His light claws shone with greater intensity and, with a powerful and fluid movement that no one had expected, he projected them forward. The light, phantom claws, traversed the space separating the combatants. Klein, completely unprepared for this distance attack, barely had time to register what was happening before the claws caused small cuts on his nose and chin. They weren't serious wounds, but the shock was considerable. The projected attack had traveled much further than anyone would have believed possible from a first-year student. Unlike Klein's phantom claws, which barely reached 3 meters, these covered approximately 15 meters before barely connecting with their target and dispersing. A collective gasp ran through the stands as spectators processed what they had just witnessed. Ren's light claws, until now considered exclusively short-range weapons, had been launched at a distance 5 times greater than Klein's phantom claws. "I didn't calculate well the distance I could launch them," murmured Ren, loudly enough for Klein to hear. The smile on his face suggested that, while the comment was sincere, the result had been more than satisfactory. Ren couldn't hear well through his earplugs, but he didn't need to hear to understand the curses of his opponent or that face. Klein brought a hand to that same face, his face, touching the small cuts incredulously. The blood on his fingers confirmed this wasn't an illusion. He had been hit directly despite his careful distancing strategy. "Incredible," exclaimed a 6th-year student. "Hattender has shown a variation of the phantom claw technique much better than the original with a beast that wasn't known to have it. This completely changes the combat distance dynamic again." From her surveillance position, Lin couldn't help a smile of pride. There was a theory that many mana techniques weren't entirely dependent on the development or type of beasts. But using them before certain ranks seemed to be too difficult for children of low rank. Few had managed to copy techniques of other beasts with theirs at higher ranks. But copying them at the same or lower rank, with a beast not specialized in the ability like the lion and with a much greater performance. A true genius. "How," began Klein, genuinely disconcerted. That shouldn't be possible. Abilities are. Ren didn't respond. He hadn't heard. Instead, he adopted a new offensive posture, his light claws shining again while his light veins and mana-saturated eyes pulsed once more with a rhythm suggesting deep concentration. The message was clear, the battle for supremacy of the longest attack distance had a new leader. And as Klein frantically reconsidered his strategy, a certainty settled among all present: the boy with luminescent mushrooms, again, had more surprises stored than anyone could have imagined. Taking advantage of the moment of shock, Ren took a firm step forward and launched another attack with his projected claws. Klein, completely paralyzed by surprise, had no time to react. The light claws traversed the space between them in an instant, cutting Klein's chest while he remained fused with his lion. The impact was more severe than Ren had intended, thinking Klein would invoke the lion in front of him on time. The fabric of Klein's uniform tore, and crimson lines began to spread rapidly from the cuts. The Goldcrest fell to his knees, his face contorted in an expression of genuine pain. Lin, observing the gravity of the situation, immediately advanced to stop the combat. Her hand was already raised to make the signal that would call the healers. But then, something unexpected happened. Klein raised his head and let out a roar that shook the entire arena. It wasn't the normal bellow of his lion, it was something more primitive, more visceral. His features began to change even more, becoming more feline. His eyes acquired an unnatural verticality, and the characteristic gold of his beast darkened to an amber hue that bordered on purple. Most surprising was that the wound on his chest began to visibly close, replaced by lion fur. The blood stopped flowing, and the edges of the cuts began to fill in, golden hair sprouting where there had been torn flesh moments before. Klein slowly stood up, his gaze fixed on the ground, an unsettling energy emanating from his figure. The air around him seemed to waver, as if distorted by intense heat. Ren observed him with growing concern. His mushrooms pulsed frantically as he detected the subtle but unmistakable abyssal energy manifesting again. The mana pattern in Klein's body was transforming, adopting configurations that contradicted the natural laws of the world's energy flow. From his seat in the upper stands, Cassian Goldcrest leaned forward, his expression showing amazement and alarm. He couldn't feel the abyssal energy, but the power increase he was witnessing far exceeded the 10% that a simple initial adaptation potion should provide. It was approaching 50%, a level he hadn't remotely anticipated. Understanding struck Ren like lightning. Thanks to his enhanced perception and the knowledge accumulated in his world mushroom about mana patterns, he could glimpse what would happen if that anomalous flow continued to expand. Without thinking twice, he began running toward Klein. "Stop," he shouted, quickly approaching. "Don't be an idiot. If you continue like this, you're going to alter your beast into something it doesn't want to become." Klein responded with another roar, more powerful than the previous one. His lips moved, forming words that Ren couldn't hear clearly due to the plugs he had placed in his ears before combat. Ren quickly removed them, trying to better understand what Klein was trying to say. The action seemed to further enrage Klein upon seeing the earplugs. His mana visibly darkened, black spots appearing in the gold of his aura. "Nobody listens to me," complained Klein, his voice full of rage and a deep sadness that surprised Ren. "They only hear what they expect to hear. Goldcrest this, Goldcrest that." He raised his gaze, his eyes now completely feline, but with a painful humanity still visible in them. "They lied to me, nobody cares about my renown, neither Luna nor your damn luck and ridiculous power. I'm alone. My real needs, nobody, not my friends, not my brother, not my father really listens to them. It's all about pretending for a sliver of recognition." The mana around Klein darkened even more, acquiring an almost purple tone at certain points. The transformation of internal mana was progressing at an alarming rate. "The problem," responded Ren, maintaining his close distance without retreating, "is that I've only heard you say nonsense until now." The words seemed to hit Klein like a physical whiplash. He roared again, this time consciously channeling the dark power to amplify the attack. The sound wave hit Ren directly, whose now unprotected ears began to bleed from the intensity. The world became silent for Ren, the roar leaving a persistent buzz that drowned out all other sounds and caused partial paralysis in his body. But despite the pain and effect, he remained firm in his place, his eyes fixed on Klein's face. "But what you just said, though I hadn't got it first. What you said just now wasn't nonsense," shouted Ren, not sure how loudly he was speaking due to the damage to his ears. "I did hear you, though not with my ears. But I read your lips and your expression." Klein seemed momentarily disconcerted, the flow of dark mana faltering briefly. "It hurts so much, I never wanted this, you traitor brother," quoted Ren, repeating the words that Klein had initially muttered, when he believed no one had heard him. A flash of vulnerability crossed Klein's transformed face. But then, the pain of the transformation returned with renewed intensity, extending not only in his body but in his mana core and his soul. The Tamer's connection, the black mana began to emanate from him like visible mist. Ren understood there was no time for subtleties. Channeling his own energy, he intensified the glow of his veins, retracting the light claws, creating a luminous counterpoint to the darkness that enveloped Klein. "I don't like you," he declared with brutal frankness. "You're a pretentious rich kid who thinks the world owes him something." The dark mana undulated, responding to the provocation. "But," continued Ren, his voice acquiring a softer tone, "I can't refuse to listen to the first non-half-witted thing you've said." He extended his hands. "So I'll do everything in my power and free you from this." His eyes shone with maximum intensity as Ren deeply analyzed the corrupt mana pattern flowing through Klein. There was a structure in that chaos, a twisted but recognizable design for someone with his special perception. Klein, feeling the pain intensify, roared involuntarily, but Ren resisted, gritting his teeth. Identifying the nodal point where the corruption originated, Ren gathered his energy. It wasn't the devastating beam he had used on desperate occasions, it was a more controlled version, specifically calibrated for this purpose. Ren released the beam, directing it precisely toward the core of the corrupt energy in Klein's body. The impact was immediate and spectacular. The golden light of the beam seemed to absorb the darkness, neutralizing it as it expanded through Klein's mana system. For a moment, the Goldcrest stood with his expression frozen in a mixture of surprise and, perhaps, relief. Then, the light faded, and Klein collapsed, unconscious but free from the corrupting influence. Absolute silence fell over the arena as everyone processed what they had just witnessed. The powerful light had been something more than a genius's technique. Lin cautiously advanced, first checking Klein's condition before approaching Ren. "What just happened?" she asked quietly, with concern. Ren, still affected by the damage to his ears, could barely distinguish her words. But the question in her eyes was clear. His beast was getting out of control, he responded simply, with exhaustion but also satisfaction at having intervened in time. "I managed to counteract it." Lin studied Ren with an indecipherable expression as healers quickly entered the arena. Part of her wanted to press for more explanations, but the condition of both combatants made it evident that those questions should wait. Ren was about to faint, so first. "Victory for Ren Patender," she finally announced, her voice resonating throughout the stadium. The applause was enthusiastic but tinged with confusion. The spectators hadn't fully understood what they had just witnessed, only that it had been extraordinary and completely unexpected. Ren staggered, but Lin caught him with her body, keeping him upright with a bit of cheating to preserve the winner's honor. Julius had risen to his feet. "Abyssal energy," he murmured, low enough that only Selphra could hear him. "In a first-year student again. A Goldcrest, no less." In the honor box, the leader's silence increased the tension. Julius Dravenholm, Selphra Ashenway, and Sirius Starweaver had observed the manifestation of abyssal energy with expressions of horror that gradually transformed into fury. Their gazes simultaneously converged on Cassian Goldcrest, who, perceiving the danger, tried to discreetly rise from his seat. "Sit down," ordered Selphra, her voice soft but charged with an authority that chilled the blood. It wasn't a request. Carson, quickly evaluating his situation, understood that trying to flee would be futile. He was surrounded by three of the most powerful individuals in the world, each capable of neutralizing him. His face adopted a barely credible mask of innocence. Is something wrong? Julius leaned toward him, his usual diplomatic calm replaced by an intimidating intensity. This is too much, even for you people. You've crossed a line that should never have been crossed. Doing that to the boy you intended to promise for my daughter, added Sirius, his normally monotonous voice now vibrant with indignation, even if he is from your own family. Carson maintained his composure, though a drop of sweat slid down his temple. I have no idea what you're suggesting, he responded with feigned indifference. I only saw an anxious boy whose energy went out of control during combat. It happens all the time. The agreement ends here, Sirius declared categorically. I will not allow. That's not for you to decide, interrupted Carson, recovering part of his characteristic arrogance. It's not what we agreed upon with the Night faction of the Star Weavers. Your Celestial Dawn faction has no power over that decision. A cold smile formed on his lips. And Klein can still become a gold student, as planned and agreed. Julius let out a laugh devoid of humor. Do you really believe we'll let you keep doing whatever you want in this school after this? Carson reclined in his seat, his confidence apparently unshakable. Of course you will. You can't ignore my father because you can't deal with the consequences. And if you do something to me, he'll send all the troops. Simple as that. Sirius and Julius clenched their fists and jaws. They hated to admit he was right, they couldn't start a civil war now. However, what happened next was so fast that few could follow it. Selphira Ashenway disappeared from her seat and instantly reappeared in front of Carson, her fist connecting with the young Goldcrest's face with a force that completely contradicted her delicate appearance. Only Carson's partial and rapid transformation, with his face acquiring leonine features, prevented the blow from taking his head off. Even so, blood flowed profusely from his now terrible face, broken sharp teeth, nose and lips. He made an aggressive face to Selphira but didn't dare to move. Take him to confinement first, ordered Selphira with a chilling calm. And contact the leader of the Goldcrests. Immediately. As the guards who rushed at her signal escorted a bleeding but surprisingly silent Carson, he only murmured, You'll regret this. Julius approached Selphira as they followed the guards taking Carson away. Are you sure about this? He asked quietly. The implications could be. No, admitted Selphira with unexpected frankness. But we can't let everything pass without showing resistance. Even though the idiot Dragarian isn't here when he's needed, we have to stand up to bullies or they'll completely get out of control. A slight smile appeared on her lips. As that boy in the arena just taught us. Her expression became serious again. Gather those who can support us for the meeting. And make sure the Goldcrest boy is also protected. We don't know how the father will react to this incident against his family's honor and name. Ren awoke in the infirmary, disoriented, with a slight headache and a still persistent buzzing in his ears. The first thing he saw was Min's concerned face leaning over him, his hands wrapped in a bluish aura as he helped the auxiliary healer with the synergy of his two beasts. The healer appeared surprised to be losing in efficiency to a 10-year-old boy. Finally, exclaimed Min, his relief evident. Hurry, we have to go. What? Began Ren, his voice hoarse. Luna and Larissa are fighting, explained Min, intensifying the healing flow of his two beasts. And it's probably spectacular. Taro, who had been waiting patiently to one side, approached. I want to go see too. The winner will face you in the first group final, after all. Ren slowly sat up, the memories of his combat with Klein gradually returning. Is Klein okay? Where is he? I need to tell him not to worry about that thing that was hurting him. Lu, who had been observing from the entrance, intervened. They took him away after healing him, but he seemed to be fine. But you should worry more about yourself and not about him. Although not completely satisfied with the response, Ren nodded resignedly. He would have to look for Klein later. For now, there was another battle to witness, one that would determine his next opponent. "Let's go," he said, rising with Taro's help. "I don't want to miss this combat." As the four headed toward the arena, Ren couldn't help feeling that something significant had changed. The battle between Larissa and Luna had already reached its climax when Ren and his friends arrived at the stands. The stadium vibrated with the energy of spectators completely absorbed in the confrontation between the two nobles. Larissa moved laterally with grace, each movement was perfect as her mineral spear traced arcs in the air. The mineral fairy and wind links gave her that characteristic fluidity she had demonstrated in previous combats. "I can do this," thought Larissa, keeping her breathing controlled despite the effort. She had defeated Leora, who controlled the formidable will-o-wisp. She had beaten Luna in the team battle. Her logic dictated that this confrontation would follow the same pattern. But something had changed in Luna. The Starweaver moved with a freedom and aggressiveness that Larissa hadn't seen in her before. Her Shadow Wolf, instead of being partially fused as it had been during the team combats, manifested fully at her side, independent but perfectly synchronized with her movements. Luna didn't need to protect anyone this time. She didn't have to divide her attention or calculate escape routes for her companions. All her concentration, all her strength, was dedicated to a single objective. And to complicate matters further, Luna's habitual self-control seemed to have cracked. Since Sirius had to hastily withdraw from the box, for reasons Larissa didn't understand, her expression had acquired a fierce intensity. "You seem different," commented Larissa during a brief moment when both caught their breath. "Did something happen?" Luna didn't respond verbally. Instead, a moment later, she disappeared along with her wolf in the shadows. Larissa barely had time to reinforce her mineral defense before Luna reappeared to her left, launching a kick that almost penetrated her guard in the part where she had no mineral armor. Simultaneously, the wolf emerged from a different shadow, attacking from below and making it impossible to defend completely. "It's much more annoying when she uses the wolf independently," Larissa complained, avoiding being completely caught by the creature's jaws but receiving small cuts from the teeth on her leg. "It's like fighting against a second coordinated attacker." The strategy was devastatingly effective. Luna executed spatial jumps while her wolf moved through the shadows with equal fluidity, creating an attack pattern that her individual defense couldn't completely contain. "I underestimated you," admitted Larissa, her voice barely audible as she executed her own spatial jump to gain distance. Luna appeared almost immediately beside her, her eyes fixed on Larissa with a disturbing intensity. "Grave mistake," she simply responded. Larissa's links provided her with considerable speed and reaction enhancements even if not manifested, but even with that boost, she found herself at a disadvantage. The combination of Luna's Shadow Wolf and Light Feline, though the latter wasn't manifested either, gave her a speed superior to Larissa's that became increasingly evident as the combat progressed. Larissa frantically analyzed her options while countering another dual attack. Her usual strategy of solid defense combined with precise counterattacks was failing against Luna's superior mobility and reaction. She needed to change her approach. "Her attacks are fast but follow a pattern," she observed, noticing how the wolf always attacked from the opposite side to Luna, maximizing the division of attention required to defend. "If I could predict her next move." Instead of trying to defend on all fronts simultaneously, she could sacrifice some protection to ensure an effective counterattack, as she had done in the team battle or as Ren had done against Klein. The two were getting tired and could no longer use mana to jump so frequently, so it was the perfect moment. The next time Luna appeared, Larissa was prepared. She deliberately reinforced her defense to the point of being a bit heavy, leaving a calculated opening in her left flank and even projected her light to manipulate the position of the available shadows. As anticipated, the wolf emerged precisely at that point, its jaws closing around her leg. The pain was sharp but bearable thanks to the mineral protection. The important thing was that she now had the wolf momentarily immobilized and that Luna's attack shouldn't hurt too much from the other side. With a fast movement, she directed her spear straight at the creature's head. "Got you," she exclaimed, certain that the wolf, trapped in physical form and vulnerable, couldn't evade the impact. What she didn't expect was the smile that appeared on her cousin's face. "No," Luna responded softly. "I've got you." At the last instant, just when the spear was about to connect with the wolf, Luna appeared directly in front of Larissa, taking the weapon with both hands. Her eyes, now inches from Larissa's, shone with challenging fury. Larissa tried to free her spear, but Luna held it firmly. "Where's the wolf?" she managed to ask, suddenly aware that the creature was no longer biting her leg. Luna's smile widened. "Behind you." Before Larissa could channel enough mana to jump again, she felt a chill run down her spine. Luna had deliberately created a shadow in front of her to change the area Larissa thought was safe. The wolf emerged from the projected shadow, attacking directly from behind. "I'm sorry," Luna murmured in Larissa's ear. Larissa fell to her knees from the intense pain. Her back complaining about being, again, the target that the princess didn't seem so good at covering, even with the links gifted by Ren. Lin, who had attentively observed the combat from her position, advanced to the center of the arena. "Victory for Luna Starweaver," she announced, her voice resonating throughout the stadium. The applause was immediate and enthusiastic. It had been an extraordinary demonstration of strategy and speed, a combat that many thought would end differently based on previous battles and worthy of being counted as part of one of the best tournaments. "Good match," offered Luna when they had finished, stopping the bleeding on Larissa's back, extending her hand in a gesture of respect and friendship. Larissa accepted the gesture. "Good strategy," she acknowledged. "I never anticipated you would use my own light by projecting your shadow against me." "Being attentive to the position of shadows is already natural for me," responded Luna, almost all of her previous annoyance vanished. Night extended over the academy while urgent meetings took place. Julius, moving with the efficiency that characterized him, had summoned his most trusted brothers. Victor, the oldest of his brothers, had arrived with the speed that his position in the defensive forces allowed him. Arturo, the middle brother, had presented himself shortly after, marking the gravity of the situation, as it was quite uncommon given his tight schedule. "Are you completely sure?" asked Victor, his deep voice resonating in the private chamber. Julius nodded. "Abyssal energy in the kid Klein Goldcrest. This goes beyond the usual transgressions with spies," commented Arturo, his fingers gently drumming on the table. "It's a blatant violation of the agreements established after the last war." Near them, Selphira had organized her own emergency council. Representatives of families allied to the Ashenways, their expressions varying between indignation and political calculation. "We need to present a united front," declared Selphira, her voice soft but unbreakable. "What happened today cannot go without a response." "And the leader of the Goldcrests?" asked an elderly man, his penetrating eyes fixed on Selphira. "What has been his reaction?" As if answering his question, the doors opened to make way for a breathless messenger. After making a hasty bow, he delivered a sealed scroll to Selphira. "Response from the main Goldcrest residence, Lady Ashenway," he formally informed. Selphira broke the seal, her eyes quickly scanning the lines written in the elegant calligraphy characteristic of the Goldcrest patriarch. Her expression remained impassive, though a slight tensing at the corner of her lips momentarily betrayed her reaction. "He will arrive in 3 days, she finally announced, rolling up the scroll again. The dawn of the following day brought great expectation to every corner of the academy. The stadium was packed beyond its normal capacity. Students from all years crowded in the stands. Late academy years professors, who normally showed little interest in first-year competitions, had heard the rumors and now occupied the last positions. Ren completed his final preparations. Min and Taro accompanied him, offering words of encouragement with attempts to lighten the tension. "Remember," insisted Min, "don't undress like the day we found you with her in the room. You'll be in front of many people," added Taro. "You should wait until after the tournament." Ren rolled his eyes, but despite the silly jokes, he was grateful for his friend's support. His mind, however, was already partially focused on the way he would face the upcoming combat. Not far away, in her own preparation space, Luna was also getting ready. Her maids Mayo and Matilda dressed her with methodical movements, each adjustment to her battle uniform made with the efficiency of those who have turned preparation into ritual. Leora and Larissa, accompanied by Maria, discussed the best possible strategies to give Luna the best chance. But after Klein's defeat and Ren's new discovered techniques and speed, morale was low. Despite everything, Luna gave Mayo the crumpled letter she usually carried in her pocket after caressing it for a moment, afraid of breaking it, and said nothing, but the determination in her eyes was not that of someone who had yet accepted her defeat. "The final of the first group of the individual tournament is about to begin," announced Yang. Luna Starweaver against Ren Patender, in what promises to be an exciting confrontation. The two finalists emerged from opposite ends of the arena, advancing with firm steps toward the center where Lin awaited them. The contrast between them was notable, Luna with her innate aristocratic grace, each movement elegant and measured, Ren with his pragmatic simplicity, the mushrooms in his hair softly pulsing with their own light. "Both have demonstrated exceptional capabilities throughout the tournament," declared Lin as they positioned themselves before her. In the upper boxes, Sirius Starweaver observed with a neutral but attentive expression. Those who knew him would have said it was unusual to see him so focused on a simple school tournament, but his daughter's presence in the final had altered his demeanor. Luna, normally indifferent to others' opinions, couldn't help casting furtive glances toward where her father was located. "The rules remain the same," continued Lin. "Victory by incapacitation, displacement, or surrender. There is no time limit." She looked alternately at both contenders. "Are you ready?" Luna nodded, a slight smile on her lips as her shadow wolf began to partially manifest over her skin. For a second, she looked toward Ren, noticing his calm expression and the way his mushrooms glowed with a constant and serene rhythm. His face looked so relaxed, as if he were going to a simple practice and not a final exam, thought Luna. That irritating face, and cute at the same time. Irritated with herself for that last thought, she frowned and lowered her gaze slightly. "Ready," confirmed Ren as he prepared to fuse with his Hydra. Lin stepped back, aware that she was about to witness a combat she would remember for a long time. "Begin." Neither of them immediately launched into attack. Instead, they began to circle slowly, studying each other. Until Luna was the first to move. The shadows beneath her feet seemed to take on a life of their own, extending like tentacles over the arena. Ren, for his part, activated his Hydra, his body covered with that now familiar translucent armor that reflected the inner light born from the combination of his fungus roots and the ring. The light veins began to visibly pulse under his skin. When Luna executed her first jump between shadows, disappearing in a blink to reappear behind Ren, she encountered a surprise. The place where the shadow should form was flooded with light. Ren's luminous veins had intensified their glow precisely at that point, eliminating the darkness necessary to complete the jump. Luna appeared several meters from her target, right in front of Ren. "So soon with," she began, but interrupted herself upon seeing the slight smile on Ren's face and that he hadn't launched into attack. "Shadows hide from light," explained Ren. Luna narrowed her eyes, irritation forming within her. "Why didn't you attack me directly?" she asked, maintaining her composure. "I hope you're not underestimating me and avoiding hitting me like Leora and Larissa." "I'm not going to hit you," interrupted Ren with a determining decision. "You're not using the cat I gave you either, beyond the enhancements. So a handicap for me too isn't bad." Luna narrowed her eyes, her brow furrowed at what she perceived as an insult. She became irritated and with a fluid movement, her wolf completely separated from her, materializing as an independent entity. "You don't need to make things easier for me by separating from your beast," added Ren. Luna attacked again, this time from a lateral shadow. Her claws, reinforced with shadow energy, sought Ren's flank. Simultaneously, the wolf emerged from another shadow, attacking from the opposite direction. Or that would have been the case. Ren had anticipated this tactic. Instead of trying to hit the two targets, he used light to direct the shadows to join precisely at the points where Luna and her wolf emerged. The impact to their own heads was considerable, but Luna managed to stay on her feet, quickly absorbing her beast into her body to negate most of the inertia. Then she retreated, jumping toward another shadow while rubbing her forehead. However, Ren changed the jump again with extreme precision, projecting light exactly where Luna was trying to go to show her he was in control. "He's tracking my mana," realized Luna, not just the shadows but the mana flow betrayed her. The light manipulated by Ren had rendered her transportation technique practically useless. Determined not to surrender, she directed her wolf to jump once more to distract Ren while she circled to the right. The shadow beast jumped. "I warn you for the last time," said Ren just as Luna approached, "that your wolf is at a disadvantage against me." As if to demonstrate, he manipulated the shadows once more and launched a phantom light claw that cut the ground centimeters from where the wolf had appeared, destroying the surface but clearly missing on purpose. "Poochie!" exclaimed Luna, realizing that the wolf could have been eliminated. "A hand-to-hand battle would be a bit less unfair," continued Ren. Ren changed his strategy. Instead of continuing to cancel individual attacks, he began to emit pulses of light that expanded in concentric waves from his position. The light waves momentarily transformed the battlefield, altering all shadows simultaneously. Luna was forced to forget about jumping, unable to predict where the new shadows would appear after each pulse. Hand to hand. Luna pressed her lips together, visibly frustrated. She had never faced someone capable of manipulating her environment against her more than she and her team could. For the first time since obtaining her beast, she felt that her special ability was being truly countered. She let out a short laugh, almost incredulous. "Didn't you just say you weren't going to hit me? What are we doing here?" "I won't," assured Ren. "I'm just going to stop the flow in your belly." Luna's face immediately reddened. Instinctively, she covered her abdomen with both hands, stepping back. "Pervert," she exclaimed, with a mixture of indignation and embarrassment. "What? That doesn't make sense." "I'm not," protested Ren, visibly alarmed by the accusation. "I already did it with Larissa, ask her and you'll see it's a valid way to take you down." From the stands, Larissa blushed violently as she remembered the moment, averting her gaze from the curious onlookers who turned toward her. In the upper box, Sirius Starweaver clenched his fists tightly, his normally impassive expression transforming into a mask of fury. Luna evaluated her options. Continuing with her usual strategy would be useless against Ren's light manipulation. Although Ren's idea and declaration frightened her, only one viable alternative remained. "Fine," she finally murmured. "But don't think I'm going to let you touch me or win." Luna reabsorbed her shadow wolf, fusing completely with the beast and acquiring ears and tail. She launched herself at Ren with everything she had, her speed increased by an impressive 90%. But to her surprise and frustration, Ren proved to be even faster, with a 120% increase thanks to his combination of beasts. The exchange that followed demonstrated the difference not only in speed but in all enhancements including perception and, even more elevated, strength. Every time Luna attacked, Ren had already anticipated the movement by covering himself, dodging, and closing in. Every time she tried to touch him, her reflexes were one step behind. Soon she found herself in serious trouble, barely able to follow Ren's movements as he clearly sought to bring his playful hands to her abdomen. With a particularly fast movement, Ren finally achieved his goal. Almost. Luna dodged most of the hand but felt two fingers passing her coverage and pressing lightly on her navel, touching her for just an instant, but enough for a strange sensation to course through her body. Immediately, she noticed that the connection with one of her shadow claws had been cut. Panic invaded her for an instant, but was quickly replaced by the acute awareness that Ren had touched her abdomen. Her face reddened again, this time more intensely. Don't do that," she exclaimed, stepping back several paces as if she had received an electric shock. From the stands, Min, Taro, and Lu simultaneously hit their foreheads. They had believed that Ren's warning about canceling the flow in her abdomen was simply a way of naming a combat technique or even a joke. Player Patender strikes again, muttered Min with resignation. In the honor box, Sirius Starweaver had stood up, a vein visibly pulsing at his temple. Only the discreet intervention of one of his advisors, who whispered something in his ear, prevented him from taking more drastic measures. What have you done to me?" asked Luna, noticing the absence of her left claw. "I temporarily blocked the mana flow to one of your arms," explained Ren, oblivious to Luna's true discomfort. "It's only temporary, but when I cancel all your flow it will be like losing the connection with the beast when it's eliminated." Luna tried to restore the connection, but the blockage was effective. She was at a more clear disadvantage now. Even so, she wasn't willing to surrender. "Don't think you've won because of this," she declared, a renewed determination shining in her eyes. "I have more resources than just shadow jumps." Luna evaluated her options. Her father was watching. She couldn't afford a humiliating defeat. She decided to risk everything in one last attack. "Let's see if you can handle this, Patender," she murmured, concentrating all the shadow energy of her wolf in her right arm and legs. She launched forward with an explosion of speed that surprised even Ren. Her right claw, charged with an unprecedented density of shadows, sought the uncovered parts of Ren's chest. Ren reacted by instinct, deflecting the attack with a desperate movement in which he invoked his light claws that he hadn't intended to use at the last moment. The intense clash of energies sent a small mana wave to the stands. However, Ren concentrated on reaching Luna's abdomen in the next instant. But Luna was already executing her next move. Taking advantage of Ren's distraction in controlling the shadows, she had jumped to Ren's blind spot and was now launching a direct blow toward his side. Ren tried to dodge but Luna stretched and reconfigured her claw, making it bigger at the last moment to reach him. The impact connected perfectly with Ren's unprotected side, cutting him superficially and making him retreat several meters. For the first time in the combat, he seemed genuinely surprised by the power of the attack. "Surprised?" asked Luna, a small smile forming on her lips as she launched herself against Ren again. "I'm not just a shadow jumper." Ren rose fast, an expression of respect appearing on his face. "I never thought you were," he responded. "But I'm not just a defensive or pacifist tamer either." Luna's claws were inches from their target when Ren, anticipating the movement, spun with superhuman speed. His eyes, bright with concentrated mana, had detected the mana deformation this time. Ren seemed to have gone back on his word not to hit her when he dodged, turned his body, and his hand headed for Luna's head. However, instead of hitting, Ren simply covered Luna's eyes. And hugged her. Luna tried to break free with an elbow to Ren's torso that ended up generating a lot of empathy from Larissa. Ren entangled Luna with Lin's techniques and finally brought his other hand to the girl's abdomen. Sirius was foaming at the mouth. Luna fell to her knees, her breathing labored. "I think that's all," said Lin, advancing to the center of the arena with an amused smile. "Victory for Ren Patender," she proclaimed, her voice resonating in the now silent stadium. Luna raised her gaze toward Ren, who was offering his hand to help her up. She thought again about the hug, turned red, and thought he would mock her or her reaction, but she was surprised to find no arrogance in his expression, just simple respect. "You were great," said Ren sincerely. "It hurt a lot to receive your shadow claw, you surprised me with that last move." Luna hesitated a moment before accepting his hand. How do you do it?" she asked quietly, so only he could hear her. "How do you so sincerely believe everything you say?" "Believe what I say," repeated Ren. "I'm not sure if I understand the question, but maybe the right answer is, because my parents were always honest with me." Luna thought for a moment and then nodded slowly. For some reason, defeat didn't feel as bitter as she had anticipated. "Next time," murmured Luna as she released Ren's hand, "fight normally and don't touch my belly." But there was something in her tone, a slight hesitation, that contradicted the severity of her words. Ren blinked, bewildered. "I don't understand why you prefer me to hit you," it hurts, you know. Just don't do it. Luna cut him off, a traitorous blush coloring her cheeks. Then, lowering her voice, she added, "You're immune to social hints, impressive and interesting, patented." "What did you say I am?" asked Ren, confused. Before Ren could insist, Luna quickly moved away toward the exit, leaving him confused in the middle of the arena while applause resonated throughout the stadium. Ren stood staring at the empty space for a moment, his mushrooms pulsing with a rhythm that seemed thoughtful, before continuing his way to where his friends were waiting to celebrate. As they both headed toward the exit, Luna couldn't help looking toward the box where her father was no longer there. Sirius Starweaver observed from the shadows with an evaluative expression. His eyes briefly rested on the figure of the boy with luminescent mushrooms before sighing and heading toward where the other noble leaders were discussing slightly more urgent matters. "Don't think it's over," he murmured to himself, an idea slowly forming in his mind. The battle between Klein and Ren had felt like a more intense final. The first group final against Luna had been a bit more controlled, but what few commented on was that while the first group had captured all the attention more than expected, the second group had also been completely dominated by the Greywing boys. Min and Lu, implementing revolutionary tactics as double Tamers, had swept through their opponents in ways so effective they were almost anticlimactic. Min had defeated all his contenders by becoming invisible and then launching a powerful water strike that knocked them out of the arena in a matter of seconds. Lu, for his part, had perfected his technique to charge a devastating sound attack from the edge of the arena before his opponents could get close to him. "Why doesn't anyone talk about them?" repeated a fourth-year student observing the results tables. "Because their battles are ridiculously brief," answered another with a sigh. "They have too much advantage. There's no tension, no drama, just one hit and it's over." The Group 2 final had matched Lu against Min, generating great expectations among spectators. Two underdogs with such advantageous abilities promised a spectacle worth watching. However, the reality was very different. When Min activated his invisibility and launched himself against Lu, the latter simply used his sonar to locate him with millimetric accuracy. A single, devastating sound attack was enough to neutralize Min, ending the battle in less than 4 seconds. The audience applauded politely, but general disappointment was evident. The potential confrontation between two innovative techniques had been reduced to a moment of anticlimax again. The sound attack was too powerful. "Victory for Lu Shiwang, winner of the second group," announced Yang, while the audience exchanged bewildered glances. "You didn't have to finish me so quickly," protested Min as they headed to the arena for the grand final. "You didn't even let me show my new aquatic figures technique." Lu shrugged. "It was our group's final. I wasn't going to hold back." "Even so," insisted Min, "you could have let the audience enjoy a bit more. Now everyone's talking only about Ren and the first group." Taro, walking beside them, tried to mediate. "Come on, Min. The important thing is that Greywing has dominated both groups. No one can deny our talent now." Min frowned, clearly not convinced. "I guess now I'll have to support Ren with more enthusiasm against you," he declared, looking at Lu with feigned indignation. The last battle didn't take long to start since Ren and Lu had no significant injuries. "The first-year final promises to be interesting," commented a professor. "Sound against light. Several jumpers and children of high nobility got beaten. I wonder what the following years will be like when we have to teach these kids with such rare elements in the same year." Another nodded. "I hope it's indeed interesting. I want to see a good battle to close the tournament, not another anticlimax. I was told the first years were showing good moments, but I only saw quick formalities. Perhaps we should have arrived at this arena a few days earlier." The arena was completely full when the time came for the final battle. "The grand final of the first-year individual tournament," announced Lin, her voice resonating throughout the stadium. "Ren Patender vs. Lu Shiwang." Both competitors advanced toward the arena. Lu maintained a serene expression, confident in the effectiveness of his now fast-charging sound technique. Ren, for his part, was taking an unusual running position, like a sprinter about to shoot out. Lu was suddenly not so confident anymore and swallowed hard upon noticing Ren's posture. His technique required at least 3 seconds of charging to reach its maximum power, and Ren's position suggested he planned to eliminate him before those precious seconds. Lu moved away as far as possible. "The final rules are the same," explained Lin, studying both competitors. "Are you ready?" Both nodded. The tension was such that everyone fell silent. "Begin." What followed happened so quickly that many spectators could barely follow it. Ren shot out with an explosion of speed that surprised even those familiar with his capabilities. Lu, understanding that he wouldn't have the necessary 3 seconds, tried to launch a poorly formed sound attack. The energy wave, visibly unstable, advanced toward Ren, who fired his phantom light claws forward. The claws collided with the sound and mana attack, dispersing it as if it were mist. The next second, Ren was already in front of Lu, smiling mischievously, his hand grabbing his friend's mouth to prevent any attempt at sound. Lu, sweating profusely, looked at Ren with both surprise and resignation. With a simple push, Ren made Lu fall backward outside the arena's boundary, ending the combat without a single real blow. The stadium fell silent for an instant, processing what had just happened, a final even faster than all the previous battles. "Victory for Ren Patender," declared Lin, raising her voice above the clamor of the crowd. "Undisputed champion of first-year battle week." Min jumped in his seat, shouting enthusiastically while Taro applauded with a smile of pride. Greywing, the wing of the supposedly mediocre, had completely dominated the tournament in all categories. Ren helped Lu get up, offering a hand that he accepted with a smile of resignation. "I couldn't even charge the attack, you damned monster," commented Lu, shaking the dust from his uniform. "You know that's your weak point now," replied Ren. 3 seconds is a long time in many battles. Practice until you can do it instantly." "Yes, yes. Next time I'll reduce the charging time," promised Lu, nodding with determination. As both headed toward the exit, the applause continued. The semester had ended on a spectacular note for the Grey Wing. Ren, however, was already thinking about what would come next. They would have just one free day before beginning the next school cycle. One day to try to contacting his parents. "I understand," Ren replied, a subtle disappointment in his tone. Lin seemed to consider something for a moment, tapping her finger against her arm. "I don't know much about the postal system, but I know Leora regularly sends information to Selfra. You could ask her." The mushrooms in Ren's hair pulsed with renewed interest. "I will. Thank you. Enjoy your last days of rest," Lin added with a hint of mischief in her voice. "We'll start the new training regimen at the beginning of the semester." Ren and the boys audibly gulped, their faces paling simultaneously. Lin smiled briefly before walking away, presumably to attend to her duties with the closure of the battle week. Taro observed Ren attentively, his eyes reflecting concern and admiration. "Are you planning to send them part of your earnings?" "Everything I can," Ren confirmed, his expression determined, a fire burning behind his eyes. "Helping them is my main goal." The 3 friends exchanged glances, understanding once again that there was much more to Ren than anyone could see at first glance. The Light Claw champion's priorities remained firmly anchored to his humble origins. Ren considered the best way to locate Leora. According to Lin, the Ashen Way would have information about sending letters, something that had become his immediate priority. "Where do you think we could find her?" asked Taro, who had decided to accompany him. "I'm not sure," Ren admitted. "Maybe in Ren." The familiar voice interrupted his thoughts. Turning around, he saw Leora entering the arena's restroom alongside Larissa. Their elegant uniforms, still pristine despite the school rigors, contrasted sharply with the Grey Wing team's more unkempt attire. A few steps behind, almost hidden behind a column, Luna observed them with evident shyness, clearly still not daring to look directly at Ren. "We were just looking for you," Larissa commented with a smile that softened her aristocratic features. We wanted to formally congratulate you on your victories. The final battles were impressive, Leora added, looking alternately at Ren and Lu. Although the last one was surprisingly brief. Lu shrugged with a resigned smile. You can't win if you can't even blink before this monster is on top of you. Congratulations to both of you, anyway, Larissa said. We knew that Ren's and Greywing's level was exceptional, but surpassing all first-year students. Ren noticed that Mayo and Matilda accompanied Luna at a distance, the former giggling while observing her mistress, the latter giving her a discreet knock on the head to make her behave. Have you seen Julius, Selphora, or any of the other VIPs? Maria asked cautiously. The boys shook their heads in unison. They all seemed to still be meeting since the incident with Klein, Larissa deduced, her brow furrowing slightly. Apparently, even Sirius quickly withdrew at the end of your battle with Luna. What about Klein? Ren couldn't help asking, remembering the dark mana he had neutralized. They haven't released him yet, Leora responded, slightly lowering her voice and leaning closer. The air around her briefly flickered with heat from her will-o-wisp. They must have him under observation, wherever he is. There was a brief uncomfortable silence that Ren decided to break with his original query. Lin told me that you might know about sending letters, he said, addressing Leora. I need to contact my parents. All three girls reacted, even Luna momentarily seeming to forget her embarrassment. Letters? Larissa was the first to ask. It's not very common for people without businesses, most simply visit Anne. She stopped, reconsidering what she was about to say. Well, I suppose it depends on the circumstances. Generally, they're private services that the heavy users build, Larissa explained in more detail. I'd like to help you, but mine is too bureaucratic since it's from the castle. Luna touched something in her pocket, a crumpled letter, but still didn't dare to speak. What exactly do you need it for? Maria asked. I want to send some crystals, a message, and 2 potions to my parents, Ren explained frankly. Leora and Larissa exchanged worried glances. You shouldn't send the potions, Leora warned, her tone unusually serious. Trusting someone to transport them would be very risky, even for me. I agree, Larissa added, nodding. Even 1,000,000 crystals isn't much, but a potion is too valuable, hundreds or thousands of times more, and there would be too many interested in stealing them. Ren swallowed as he realized he had greatly underestimated the value of those potions. He tried to forget about that to concentrate and nodded, accepting the advice. Then I'll take them myself at the end of the year, if it's just the crystals and the message. How much does a service like that cost? It depends on the amount and distance, Leora responded, tapping her chin thoughtfully. How much are you planning to send, and where to? Everything I have for now, Ren said without hesitation. Around 500,000 crystals. My parents live in the outskirts, about 7 or 8 hours of travel. The expressions of surprise were general, even more among his friends who knew about his earnings. Everything? Min asked, genuinely astonished. Wouldn't it be better to keep something for next semester? I want them to recover the house, Ren responded simply. I already have cultivation materials for the next 3 months, and I'll receive more money tomorrow with the end-of-month report. Leora seemed to calculate mentally. A large package could take about 5 bronze glow crystals, but I'd prefer to send much smaller crystals, Ren interjected. My parents probably won't be able to easily exchange those of high value. Leora looked thoughtful, clearly reconsidering the plan. For so many small crystals, we'd practically need a cart, she murmured, putting a hand to her chin. Is there any way to do it? Ren insisted, leaning forward slightly. Leora finally smiled, her confidence returning. Actually, I think I can help you, she said. Tomorrow they'll let us out to the city for half a day. We could go place the order then. To the city? The mushrooms in Ren's hair pulsed with renewed interest. It's traditional after the tournament, Lu explained, his night bat perched on his head. A small break before the next semester begins. They give us 8 hours to go out or receive visitors. Ren hadn't known this. But his parents wouldn't have been able to come anyway, having to work. I know someone who could manage the shipment, Leora continued, bringing him back to the present. She's a merchant who works for my family. I believe I can ask her for a favor. I would appreciate that very much, Ren responded sincerely. Then it's decided, Leora concluded with a smile. We'll meet tomorrow at the main entrance first thing in the morning to go to the city together. Ren noticed that Luna was still avoiding his gaze, her hand clutching something in her pocket. Are you coming tomorrow? Leora asked Larissa. Of course, the Dravenholm responded, her mineral fairy briefly shimmering in the air around her. I wouldn't miss the opportunity to leave the walls, even if just for a few hours. When Larissa accepted Leora's proposal, Luna seemed to want to join them. She took a small step forward, but suddenly a snake appeared at her feet, startling everyone. The black reptile carried a letter in its mouth, which it delivered directly to Luna. Everyone stared at her. Luna's face turned completely red as she took the new message. She quickly removed the crumpled letter from her pocket, handed it to Mayo, and before anyone could say anything, she merged with the shadows and disappeared. What just happened? Min asked, completely bewildered, his water snake coiling anxiously around his wrist. Leora and Larissa seemed equally confused, exchanging puzzled glances. Mayo held the crumpled letter that Luna had been keeping, apparently replaced by the new one. With a mischievous smile, she looked at the group. Want to know what it says? She asked, waving the paper. But first I should warn you that it contains cursed words. You might vomit or feel too disgusted reading it. Everyone swallowed nervously at the warning. Larissa seemed particularly interested, eyeing the paper with untamed curiosity. She was about to ask to see it when. She's lying, Ren said calmly, his mana-enhanced eyes detecting the falsehood and exaggeration. Larissa, who had been distracted by the situation, activated her mana eyes to verify what Ren was saying. He's right, she confirmed, the golden glow fading from her irises. Mayo giggled, her eyes twinkling with mischief. You caught me. Regardless, Ren continued, his tone serious, it's Luna's private matter, and we shouldn't read it if she doesn't want to share it. My mother always says that people's secrets should be respected. Taro rolled his eyes but nodded in agreement. I suppose you're right, he conceded. Indeed, your mother is right, Larissa acknowledged, though it was evident that curiosity hadn't completely disappeared from her gaze. The boys calmed down after a few seconds when Mayo finally tucked the crumpled paper away. Min moved closer to Ren. Are you seriously planning to send everything you have? He asked in a low voice, his expression concerned. Ren nodded, determined. That's why I came here in the first place, he responded. Not just to become stronger, but to make sure I pay back their investment. A half-smile appeared on Min's face. You really are different from other kids, aren't you? Ren sighed. Now I have something to do, although I don't love the idea. Going to see Finch and getting a cart for the crystals. You don't need to worry about carrying all that, Leora quickly interjected. You don't need to withdraw small crystals. The merchant I'll introduce you to is very popular and will surely be able to exchange them for your parents even if you give her higher denominations. She'll transport everything without issues. Ren nodded, grateful for the suggestion. That's more convenient. I'll just go get my savings then. The boys followed him as he headed toward the Academy Bank, while Mayo caressed the mysterious letter in her pocket with a mischievous smile on her lips. Finch and Theodore had had a hellish day. The tournament bets and corresponding payouts had generated endless lines. The small banking office had never seen such activity, with euphoric or depressed students, auxiliary teachers and professors depending on the outcome of their wagers. Which appeared to have been the result of many highly improbable situations throughout the week. Another day serving the rich and their whims, Finch sighed dramatically while adjusting his immaculate mustache with a small mirror. Isn't it tragic, Theodore? The white mouse, resting on the counter, nodded solemnly while nibbling on a cookie, its whiskers trembling with each bite. And the worst part, Finch continued with a tragic grimace, we missed the grand spectacle. Our mushroom magnate apparently gave an extraordinary exhibition. The entire academy talking about it, and we couldn't catch a glimpse to update your book. Theodore stopped chewing and dropped his cookie, apparently sharing his owner's disappointment. His tiny paws clutched at his chest in theatrical despair. Such is the fate of simple bank workers, exclaimed Finch, pressing a hand to his forehead. Doomed to count the profits of great deeds without ever witnessing them. The sound of the door interrupted his theatrical monologue. Finch turned with the speed of someone expecting an important client, and his expression transformed instantly. But look who honors us with his presence, he exclaimed, his voice rising several octaves. The mycological magnate himself. The Emperor of Spores. The Baron of Luminescent Fungi. Ren entered calmly, followed by his friends. The mushrooms in his hair pulsed with their usual serene rhythm, completely accustomed to Finch's grandiloquence. Good afternoon, Mr. Finch, he greeted politely. Oh, such modesty. Finch leaned dramatically over the counter. The undisputed champion of the tournament speaks to us as if we were equals. Did you hear that, Theodore? What humility! What nobility! The mouse nodded vigorously, standing on its hind legs atop the discarded cookie and raising its tiny arms as if also wanting to show its admiration. You've surely come to deposit your tournament winnings, haven't you? Finch continued, rubbing his hands together enthusiastically. Young Master Min told us about your incredible findings in the collection outing and your processed hide sales being the reason for the high deposits in recent weeks. And now the tournament prize. Perhaps you made a good bet on yourself? You must be close to $1 million after that. Finch quickly pulled out the savings book, opening it with a flourish. 545,000 crystals so far, he sang as he flipped through the pages. The highest figure of any first-year student in academy history. A true financial prodigy. Theodore had taken out a small calculator and seemed to be doing calculations with his tiny paws, as enthusiastic as his owner. Actually. Ren began, but Finch continued his monologue. With the tournament prize and your constant earnings, we'll finally break the $1 million barrier tomorrow when they give you the report. Finch closed the book with a dramatic thud. It will be a historic moment. Theodore and I have been practicing our calligraphy for weeks to write that glorious 7-digit figure. Mr. Finch, Ren tried again, his mushrooms pulsing more insistently. Imagine the possibilities. You could buy several carts with that amount. Or invest in a mushroom plantation. Or hire an army of collecting children for your secret vein. Mr. Finch, I've come to make a withdrawal. Silence fell over the office like a stone slab. Finch's smile froze on his face. A withdrawal, he repeated, as if the word were foreign to him. Yes, I need to withdraw funds. How much exactly? Finch asked, his voice dropping several octaves. Everything. Theodore, who was drinking water from a tiny glass, spat the liquid in a perfect arc. His beady eyes widened to comical proportions. Everything, stuttered Finch, clutching his chest. Did you say, everything? Everything, Ren confirmed calmly. Finch staggered dramatically, clutching the counter to keep from falling. His meticulously trimmed mustache seemed to droop with his spirits. Theodore. The smelling salts. Quickly. Finch exclaimed with a choked voice, his face paling dramatically. The mouse frantically scurried across the counter, bringing a tiny flask that Finch opened with trembling fingers. He inhaled deeply, his eyes watering from the sharp scent. Everything, he repeated, as if hoping he had misheard. All 545,000. Down to the last crystal. Yes, Ren nodded calmly. I don't know how much they'll charge me to send money to my parents, so I'd rather have a margin. Your parents? Finch exclaimed, momentarily recovering his dramatic flair. His eyes widened behind his spectacles as he clutched his chest. Of course. The young magnate honoring those who gave him life. What a noble gesture. Though his expression darkened again immediately, his mustache drooping visibly. But still, everything. The worst setback in the history of our banking relationship. He pulled out a handkerchief and wiped an imaginary tear. And just when we were so close to the million. I'll recover it soon, Ren assured him, his tone matter-of-fact. Min giggled at Finch's theatrics. Finch now opened the register with the slowness of someone handling a sacred object, his fingers caressing each page reverently. 545,000, he murmured sadly as he began to write, each stroke of his pen seeming to cause him physical pain. A young fortune slipping through our fingers. At that precise moment, the door opened again and an administrative assistant entered with a stack of papers. The young man, dressed in the Academy's auxiliary's formal uniform, seemed completely oblivious to the drama unfolding before him. Finch, this year will make the tournament deposits automatic, to avoid last year's lost prize problem, he announced, placing the documents on the counter. I need your signature to confirm you got the deposits. Finch absent-mindedly flipped through the papers, but his expression suddenly changed upon reaching a particular page. His eyes grew enormously behind his glasses, looking alternately at the paper and at Ren. His mustache twitched with poorly concealed agitation. Thank you, he finally said to the assistant, signing quickly with a flourish that belied his inner turmoil. You may leave. Once the assistant departed, Finch attempted to maintain a neutral expression, but his acting when not being dramatic left much to be desired. He was sweating profusely, his forehead glistening under the office lights, and kept casting furtive glances at the newly arrived document. So, 545,000, he muttered, avoiding looking directly at Ren, his voice unnaturally high. He's acting weirder than usual, Lou observed. I bet the tournament prize just arrived in Ren's account based on what that auxiliary said. Absolutely not. Finch exclaimed with too much vehemence, his hands flailing. Nothing has arrived. Everything is exactly the same and the magnate's account will be brutally destroyed as requested. Theodore, however, nodded from behind the counter when Lou spoke, pointing at the paper with his tiny paws and making emphatic gestures. Theodore, I was trying to save some of the magnate's savings. Finch shrieked, scandalized. His meticulously groomed mustache seemed to bristle with indignation. Traitor. After all these years. The mouse shrugged, as if saying, truth above all. How much is the prize, Mr. Finch? Ren asked calmly. Finch deflated like a punctured balloon, slumping against the counter. 166,000 crystals, he finally admitted, the words clearly painful for him to pronounce. Which would raise your total to 711,000. His eyes briefly lit up with desperate hope. But you don't have to withdraw at all. Think about what could happen if you have an emergency and you're at zero. Just don't revert all the way to a blank account, please. Ren considered the new information. In that case, I'll withdraw 611,000, he decided. And I'll leave 100,000 for any eventuality. Finch let out a small moan, as if each extra crystal withdrawn caused him physical pain. Theodore patted his hand consolingly, though the mouse's eyes betrayed a hint of amusement. How would you like the withdrawal? Finch asked in a weak voice, pulling out his ledger with trembling hands. 6 bronze glow crystals, 10 gold-sized, and 10 silver-sized, Ren specified, his tone businesslike. Theodore. Finch called with a tragic voice that echoed through the small office. Help me nearly empty the magnate's coffers. What a black day for the financial history of the Academy. The mouse jumped to the safe, giving Ren a look that seemed to say, forgive him, he's always been like this. Its tiny paws worked with surprising strength and efficiency as it began arranging crystals of various sizes near Finch. While Finch counted the crystals with theatrical gestures, as if each one were an old friend he was bidding farewell to, he continued muttering under his breath. So much work. So many hours of calculations. So many dreams of seeing that glorious 7-digit figure. All for nothing. Finally, he placed the crystals in a bag that he handed to Ren with the solemnity of someone delivering the ashes of a loved one. 611,000, he announced with a broken voice. And 100,000 that will remain, lonely and sad, waiting for the return of their brothers. I'll recover them soon, Ren promised, carefully storing the bag. The weight felt substantial in his hands, a physical manifestation of his months of effort. That's what you said last time. Finch protested, throwing his hands up dramatically. And look at me now. On the verge of collapse. Theodore rolled his eyes so ostensibly that everyone noticed even though they were completely black. Thank you, Mr. Finch. Thank you, Theodore, Ren bid farewell with a small bow. Come back soon. Finch exclaimed, recovering some of his enthusiasm, his mustache perking up slightly. And bring your report tomorrow. Theodore and I will be here, crying over the empty records. As Ren and his friends left, they could hear Finch theatrically sobbing. 611,000, Theodore. The worst setback in history. We'll have to readjust all our student wealth ranking charts. Min could no longer contain himself and burst into laughter once they were outside. That guy should dedicate himself to theater, he commented, wiping away a tear of laughter. I've never seen anyone so dramatic about someone else's money. I think he truly enjoys his job, Taro observed with a smile. Ren nodded with amusement. The mana tells me he enjoys making others laugh. As they headed toward their dormitory, the weight of the crystals in his bag reminded him of his purpose. Tomorrow, at last, he could send his parents the fruits of his first 6 months of effort. From the bank window, Finch watched them leave, his expression as melancholic as Theodore's. You don't understand, Theodore, he sighed dramatically. We were so close to 1 million. So close. The mouse gave him consoling pats on the hand before returning to his cookie. Director Ignatius massaged his temples while listening to Wei's detailed report on recent experimental methods. His office, normally a haven of academic tranquility, seemed to have become the center of a storm of unforeseen events. So the living tunnel method should be paid for at once, he commented, examining the documents Wei had presented. His fingers traced the detailed diagrams and notations. Wei nodded, excitement in his eyes. Precisely. Patender even added explanations to a much more efficient mana absorption method. It already worked 20 times with no poisoning and was explained with great detail. His companion's beetle evolved exactly when he predicted it would, many days earlier than expected, and remember, not as a great excavator, but as a living tunnel. And you want to incentivize him to release more data with the corresponding 100,000 crystals, Ignatius murmured, making notations in a registry bound in good leather. For commoners, 1 million is announced for new cultivation methods, Wei continued, his voice taking on a more formal tone. But many get upset when they realize that amount is divided from silver 2 according to the rank achieved. Even so, I want him to understand that, so he gives us deeper methods soon instead of many superficial bronze rank methods, most of which will never be used. The detailed payment for a cultivation method was 100,000 for bronze 1, 200,000 for bronze 2, 300,000 for silver 1, 400,000 for silver 2, 500,000 for silver 3, and 1 million for gold 1, although the last 2 methods were rarely sold to the school. Considering that only silver 2 is a useful and complete method to register in a restricted access book, added Ignatius, stroking his beard thoughtfully. Just quickly reaching bronze 1 is something I'm not sure if the contributors will be happy for us to purchase. I've worked with the boy for weeks recording his theories, Wei admitted with uncharacteristic humility, his normally authoritative demeanor softened. And I must say his confidence is unsettling. It's as if he has access to information that the rest of us don't. If we don't act in good faith now and don't incentivize him. The door opened without warning, interrupting the conversation. Selphira Ashenway entered with the serene authority that characterized her, not bothering to announce her presence. Speaking of the prodigy child, I suppose I heard correctly, she commented, taking a seat without waiting for an invitation. Lady Ashenway, Ignatius greeted with a respectful nod, his back straightening involuntarily in her presence. We were just discussing the reward for that very boy regarding the new method he discovered to obtain the bronze rank living tunnel for the first time in recorded history. A minor matter compared to what I believe he will achieve later, according to my predictions and based on my collected information, she dismissed with an elegant gesture. But I come for a more immediate and substantial matter. I will make a deposit on behalf of my granddaughter to young Patender's name. Wei and Ignatius exchanged surprised glances. A deposit? Ignatius inquired cautiously, his fingers steepling together on his desk. 1.5 million crystals, Selphra announced as casually as one might comment on the weather. And I expect the Academy's usual duplication system to be applied. Ignatius nearly choked on his own saliva. The irregularities kept growing with that kid. Lady Ashenway, he began diplomatically, choosing his words carefully, conferring an extra 100,000 to a student for a minor but verified discovery is one thing. But duplicating an amount of such magnitude, which may not be the school's duty, would turn the heads of some contributors, she completed with a smile that didn't reach her eyes. But I am one of the greatest contributors. Wei appeared fascinated by the turn of events in favor of the boy, momentarily forgetting his foreign position in the conversation. My granddaughter has a particular interest in this young man, Selphra continued, her voice maintaining its measured calm. And I have an interest in incentivizing him to see her favorably while also pleasing my granddaughter. It's as simple as that. Ignatius released a resigned sigh, the disappointment on the weight of decades of academic politics being worthless against Selphra evident in the slump of his shoulders. It seems young Patender has a special talent for securing allies. First Lin, then Zhao, Julius, you, and now even the stubborn Wei. Some of them have even benefited greatly. I haven't had such luck, he confessed with a hint of humor. Perhaps I should try to be on his good side as well before it's too late. A short knock on the door. After receiving permission the door opened again, and Jessie entered with a folder tucked under her arm. Director, I was asked to deliver the final report of purchases and sales for the semester, she announced, placing the documents on the desk. The hides processed using the Patender Boys method have generated record income for the first year. Ignatius opened the folder, and his eyebrows rose visibly as he scanned the pages. It seems luck continues to smile on the boy, he murmured, turning the pages with growing amazement. And on those around him. Selphra allowed herself a small smile, the subtle curve of her lips betraying satisfaction. So, is it decided about doubling the deposit? Ignatius closed the folder with a sigh of surrender. As always, Lady Ashenway, your wishes are among the Academy's priorities. The following morning dawned bright and clear, perfect for the traditional outing to the city. Ren stood at the main entrance, signing the pass that would allow him to leave the Academy grounds for 8 hours. Lin waited patiently, supervising the process. As the designated tutor for this group's excursion, her responsibility was to ensure that everything proceeded smoothly. Remember, she warned the gathered students, her voice carrying an authoritative edge, you have until 4 o'clock to finish your personal affairs. 1 hour before that, we'll meet in the central plaza to return together. But I'll be watching you. Ren nodded, carefully storing his pass in one of his uniform pockets. Around him, Taro and Min excitedly discussed the food places they planned to visit, while Leora, Larissa, Matilda, and Maria waited to one side. Their beasts remained dormant, but an aura of anticipation surrounded the group. Luna isn't coming? Ren asked, noticing the Starweaver's absence. She couldn't come because of another commitment, she only took Mayo with her, Matilda responded with a shrug, her hands smoothing her immaculate uniform. She asked me to tell her how the visit went for you all. Lou bid farewell to the group, explaining that his parents had visited him this semester break. They said that from this year on, they would always make the 3-hour journey, he commented with a smile, his night bat briefly materializing on his shoulder. It seems it will become a family tradition. People do that? Taro asked, surprised. I didn't know there was a family visitation day in the middle of the year. It's quite common for newcomers not to know unless older siblings attended one of the best schools, Lou explained, his expression softening. Most schools don't allow outings, but those at the center of the city's most guarded area, like this one, permit it with company. Min nodded, considering the information. I suppose I could separate from the group later and make a quick visit home then. I'll stick with Ren, Taro decided, his loyal nature evident in his steady gaze. My family lives 4 hours away, too far for such a short free time. Ren sighed, thinking that in his case, it was double that distance. The place where his parents struggled daily seemed a world away from the gleaming city center. Once all the formalities were completed, the group headed toward the academy gates. For Ren, it was the first time he would leave the grounds since his arrival. The city spread before them, much larger and more imposing than Ren remembered seeing upon his arrival. Buildings of stone, shimmering minerals, and magical wood rose on both sides of cobbled streets. Merchants hawked their wares from colorful stalls, and elegant carriages transited between hurried pedestrians. The air was filled with the sense of exotic foods, magical reagents, and the indefinable energy of countless tamers and their beasts. This way, Leora indicated, taking the lead with the confidence of someone who perfectly knows the territory. Her will-o-wisp briefly flickered around her fingers as she gestured. I know exactly where to go. After a 20-minute walk through increasingly elegant streets, they arrived at an imposing building whose facade boasted fine details in silver and crystals. An ornate sign identified the establishment as Pegasus Commerce, Specialized Transport and Trade. Is this a cart shop? Min asked, impressed by the evident luxury. It's much more than that, Leora responded with a knowing smile. It's the most exclusive and discreet private distribution service in the entire city. Upon entering, they were greeted by an interior even more luxurious than the exterior. Tapestries of shimmering fabrics resembling silk decorated the walls, displaying detailed maps of the bronze and silver rings. The furniture was clearly of the highest quality, with rich woods inlaid with precious metals and magical crystals. Several elegantly dressed clients conversed in hushed tones with uniformed attendants. No one paid them immediate attention, despite the presence of Leora and Larissa. After a few minutes of waiting, Min began to grow impatient, his foot tapping rhythmically against the polished floor. Didn't they know you here? He murmured. Patience, Leora replied with aristocratic calm, her eyes surveying the room. This is how these places operate. Immediate service before allowing clients to appreciate the luxury would be vulgar. Finally, a middle-aged employee approached, observing them with professional attention. His eyes settled on Leora, and a spark of recognition appeared in his expression. He bowed elegantly. Miss Ashenway, he inquired. It's been some time since your last visit. Do you wish to rent a new small flying beast dedicated to carrying your messages? My studies keep me busy, and no, the celestial swallow continues to work well with my grandmother, she responded with lightness, then gestured toward Ren. Today I'm accompanying a friend who requires your services. The employee quickly evaluated Ren, his eyes briefly pausing on the luminescent mushrooms, a fleeting look of pity crossing his features before his professional mask returned. Of course, we will attend to anyone you call your friend, he finally nodded, straightening his posture. If you'll allow me, I'll escort you to our VIP room while I inform Madame Alicia of your presence. As they followed the employee through a side door, Larissa leaned toward Ren, her voice dropping to a discreet whisper. Alicia is the most influential merchant in the transport sector, she explained. If anyone outside the castle service can guarantee a secure shipment, it's her. The VIP room turned out to be an elegant yet cozy space, with comfortable armchairs and a low table where refreshments and small cakes were quickly served. The air was perfumed with subtle magical incense that seemed to both relax and sharpen the mind simultaneously. Madam will attend to you shortly, the employee announced before discreetly withdrawing, the door closing silently behind him. Ren observed the opulence surrounding him thoughtfully. For a boy from the outskirts, this level of luxury wasn't fully comprehended. The delicate teacups alone probably cost more than what his parents earned in a year without him knowing. But he hadn't come to be impressed, he had come to fulfill a vital mission. The crystals in his bag weighed both physically and symbolically. Soon, if everything went according to plan, that weight would transform into security and well-being for his parents. While they waited in the VIP room, the door opened to reveal a middle-aged woman with elegant bearing and a perspicacious gaze. She wore an impeccable business suit in turquoise tones, and her hair was pulled back in a perfect bun. Miss Ashenway. What an unexpected pleasure, the woman greeted with a respectful bow. It's been several months since your last commission. Madam Alicia, Leora responded with a nod. I appreciate you receiving us with so little notice. The owner of Pegasus directed her attention to Larissa, recognizing her as well with another bow. And Miss Dravenholm. It is an honor to have two distinguished ladies at the same time. Her inquisitive eyes finally settled on Ren, studying the luminescent mushrooms with particular interest. And these young people are our friends from the academy, Leora explained, gesturing gracefully. Especially Ren Patender, who requires your services. Min, noticing the woman's evaluating look, couldn't contain himself. Are you underestimating Ren because of his mushrooms? He asked without any tact. Alicia smiled at the direct question, her eyes half closing with unexpected warmth. Not at all, young man. In fact. She approached an elegant golden cage resting on a side table. Inside, a tiny white canary perched, its feathers gleaming with an unnatural pearlescence. Along with the weak plant, the red slug, the blue spikes, and other beasts considered unfortunate or for the poor, this small canary is a creature many would consider insufficient, she explained in a serene voice. This isn't my beast, of course. I possess a Pegasus that I cultivated at the same academy you now attend. The canary hopped onto her finger when she opened the cage, emitting a melodious trill that seemed to carry farther than natural sound should. But this small creature of little power has immense utility in my business, she continued, letting the bird hop between her fingers. I perfectly understand that the value of things isn't always in their destructive power. She delicately closed the cage, directing a meaningful look at Ren. If this young man is a friend of two such distinguished young ladies as those accompanying him, then he surely has more value than what appears on the surface. Alicia took a seat across from them, adopting a more professional posture. The subtle change in her demeanor transformed the atmosphere from social to business in an instant. Let's be direct, she proposed, folding her hands neatly on her lap. How can I help you, young Patender? I'll do so if it's within my capabilities. Ren nodded, internally grateful for her practical approach. I need to send a cart with many small crystals to the outskirts of the city. I'd like to know the cost. The woman arched an eyebrow, evaluating him with interest. Is this payment for some urgent business with commoner workers? Immediately she waved a hand, dismissing her own question. There's no need to answer. Privacy is part of our service. What amount are we considering? At least 500,000 crystals, Ren responded without hesitation. Alicia showed no surprise, maintaining her professionalism. Normally, our fee is 5% to ensure the amount in case of theft or contingency. She paused, glancing briefly at Leora. But being a friend of Miss Ashenway, we can reduce it to 1%, with full guarantee. Ren considered the offer. In that case, it will be 600,000 crystals. Perfect, Alicia nodded, making a quick note in a small leather-bound book that appeared in her hand. 600,000 crystals, with a fee of 6,000. Total, 606,000. Ren handed over the bag with the crystals he had withdrawn from the bank. The weight of responsibility lifted from his shoulders as the bag changed hands. Alicia counted them discreetly, confirming the amount. I'll acquire the small crystals and prepare the shipment immediately, she assured, her voice carrying absolute confidence. By tomorrow at the latest, it will be at the location you indicate. Ren described the address and his parents' names for delivery, his voice softening slightly when mentioning his family home. May I ask about the birds? Taro intervened when everything had been settled, pointing to the canary. How exactly does your business work with them? Madame Alicia smiled, apparently pleased by the interest. She stroked the beast gently, eliciting another melodious trill from the canary. We rent beasts from different tamers to send messages, she explained, her eyes lighting up with passion for her work. They can be conspicuous like this canary, or birds difficult to detect, even some with special abilities. The price varies depending on the contract time, the required abilities, and the type of beast. She settled more comfortably in her seat, clearly enjoying sharing some details of her business. Some clients request a monthly service for occasional letters. Others require constant service, like at the castle, where some tamers rent their beasts 24 hours a day, every day, for a considerably higher fee. And how does the monthly letter delivery work? Asked Ren, suddenly interested, leaning forward slightly. It's quite simple, Alicia responded. We provide the paper and ink, you write your message, and we take care of the rest. We can send a letter along with your crystal shipment, and establish a regular service if you want to. Ren nodded thoughtfully. I'd like to send a letter with the crystals then. Of course, Alicia smiled. The paper and ink for one letter would normally be 100 crystals, but we'll consider it a courtesy in this case. Taro, who had been mentally calculating, asked, and a monthly service with a bird within the city range. 1,000 crystals per month for one letter, Alicia responded promptly. Complete delivery and response guarantee. Ren exchanged a glance with Taro. That service interests me as well. Excellent, Alicia rose with elegance. I'll prepare the necessary papers. Meanwhile, would you like to write the first letter now? We have a private desk available. As they followed Madame Alicia to another room, Ren felt a profound relief washing over him. Finally, after so many months, he would be able to communicate properly with his parents and send them the help they so desperately needed. The free day before the new semester's start was proving much more productive than he had anticipated. In the city territories under Goldcrest influence, unusual agitation coursed through the mansions of noble families. Messengers and messenger birds crossed the sky at all hours, carrying urgent orders and summons. The call had been clear: present themselves with their best combat units before Carson Goldcrest, the undisputed leader of the Golden Lion family. A double tamer of a supreme Golden Lion at Gold 3 level and also a superior Golden Armor Spirit at Gold 2 level as his second beast, Carson was one of the most powerful and feared tamers on the continent. In the great hall of his main fortress, nobles from various allied families gathered, their faces tense as they listened to the Goldcrest Patriarch's words. Our enemies are not satisfied with their territories, Carson declared, his deep voice resonating in the stone chamber. Golden energy rippled across his skin as he spoke, his lion partially manifesting in response to his emotions. The Ashenways and the Dravenholms conspire against us, threatening an internal war that would shatter the fragile balance of power. Murmurs of indignation ran through the hall. A middle-aged noble with a scar cutting across his face stepped forward to address the Goldcrest leader. Are the reports from the Academy guards true? Did Selphira Ashenway assault and imprison your heir? Carson nodded gravely, his own golden lion briefly flaring around him, casting ominous shadows on the stone walls. My son was attacked without provocation while visiting his brother during the final exam in the academy. A blatant belittling of our authority, an aggression that we cannot allow to go without an appropriate response. His voice deepened, resonating throughout the chamber. Or do you all want to let them believe we are cowards? We will not be crushed like the Star Weavers, exclaimed another noble, raising his fist. Those present nodded vigorously, unaware that it had been precisely the Goldcrests who, some years earlier, had orchestrated the disgrace of the once powerful Star Weaver family. Carson allowed himself an inner smile at the irony, maintaining his expression of righteous indignation. That is why I have summoned you, he continued, his commanding presence filling the hall. We need to show our united strength. Each allied family must contribute their best tamers to form a front that will make our supposed allies reconsider their actions. Show our power to those ungrateful neighbors. Throughout the following day, from various families inhabiting the third part of Yano's territory, nearly 100 of the best tamers arrived at the Goldcrest fortress. The minimum requirement was to possess silver 2 level beasts or higher, though the majority boasted silver 3 levels, with a few even at gold 1. Together they formed an intimidating force, capable of confronting any faction that dared challenge them. In his private chambers, Carson consulted with his closest advisors. The room was lit by crystalline lamps that cast a golden hue over ancient maps and strategic documents. The incident with Cashin has been opportune, commented one of them, an elderly man with a cunning gaze. It has provided us with the perfect pretext to mobilize our forces and gauge the military response of the old woman and Dragarian's children. We must only ensure it doesn't change the opinion of our allied nobles, responded Carson, observing the map spread before him. His fingers traced territorial boundaries with possessive intent. As long as our allies believe we are the oppressed, they will fight with fervor for our cause if the need arises. The counselor nodded. And what about the boy? The one who neutralized the energy. Carson's expression darkened, his lion briefly manifesting with greater intensity. An unexpected factor, we must observe his development. After completing the shipment paperwork and carefully storing the receipt confirming the transaction, Ren bid farewell to Madame Alicia with a respectful bow. It has been a pleasure doing business with you, young patenter, the woman responded with a genuine smile. I will communicate the delivery confirmation through Miss Ashenway. I hope we can collaborate again in the future. Upon leaving Pegasus, Min separated from the group at the first major intersection. My house is about 20 minutes in that direction, he explained, pointing eastward with enthusiasm. I'll take advantage of our free time to make a quick visit. I'll see you at the meeting point with Lynn to return to the academy. Larissa then took the reins of the group, assuming the role of guide with the naturalness of one born to lead. Now that Ren's affairs are settled, I propose we celebrate with a proper meal, she announced, leading the way toward the city center. I know the perfect place to cleanse our palates of the iron-rank food we've been suffering through. The restaurant turned out to be an elegant yet cozy establishment, with polished wooden tables and suspended light crystals creating a warm atmosphere. The menu offered dishes that Ren had never seen, much less tasted. The air was perfumed with exotic spices and magic-enhanced ingredients that made his mouth water. When the food arrived, his mushrooms pulsed with appreciation at the aromas. Each bite was an explosion of perfectly balanced flavors, culinary techniques that elevated the ingredients to a superior level. It was, objectively, the best food he had tasted in his life. And yet. Don't you like it? Larissa asked, noticing his thoughtful expression. Her mineral fairy briefly making her hair shine, reflecting her vexation. It's excellent, Ren responded sincerely. But it's missing something, that home flavor, I guess. As he savored a dessert of crystallized fruits, Ren found himself thinking about his parents and what they could achieve with ingredients and techniques like these. The image made him smile. With the crystals I can gather over these years, I could help them start a business like this, where they can use quality ingredients, he thought. I'm sure my father would love to try these meats, and my mother would enjoy making these confections. After the meal, Leora and Larissa guided them through the most interesting points of the city. They stopped before a street performance where tamers with elemental beasts created impressive color patterns in the air, mixtures that drew exclamations of wonder from the audience. They bought magical treats at a stall, candies that changed flavor with each bite and other sweets similar to chocolates with granulated mana crystals that produced small explosions on the tongue. Matilda seemed particularly enthusiastic about the latter, storing several for later, her eyes sparkling and showing a normally hidden childish joy. The vertical gardens adorning some weird buildings especially captured Ren's attention. Enormous structures where high-level plant beasts maintained intensive crops that produced food year-round, regardless of the season. They climbed skyward like verdant towers. Incredible efficiency, Ren murmured, his mushrooms pulsing as he analyzed the growth patterns and the beasts in charge. A single tamer with a silver rank beast can feed hundreds of people. Not far from there, they visited the productive cages, an industrialized slaughterhouse that served as a zoo for a dual purpose. Here, beasts destined for consumption were raised in large cages fed by mana crystals. The systematic approach to raising creatures for food was both fascinating and somewhat disturbing. Ren immediately recognized the different species, the elemental earth four-horned cows, the wind balloon boars that floated slightly above the ground, and the water-fat birds, all meat-producing beasts sacrificed upon reaching bronze 1 rank. Observing the creatures in their cages, passively feeding on the crystals, Ren felt a pang of compassion. In his eyes could be seen a certain empathy and melancholy, his mushrooms dimming slightly. "It's them or us, I suppose," he murmured to himself, as the group continued their tour. The last stop was a magical fabric shop, where Leora insisted they should enter. To Ren and Taro's surprise, the girls spent almost an hour trying on different mantles and capes with shimmering fabrics, the kind that were forbidden at the academy for being too flashy and distracting for studies. "Do you think Luna would look better in sky blue or turquoise?" Larissa asked, holding up 2 resplendent fabrics that seemed to glow with their own inner light. Ren and Taro, sitting patiently in a corner, exchanged looks of resignation. "Is there a difference?" Taro murmured, causing Ren to stifle a laugh, the mushrooms in his hair briefly brightening with amusement. When they finally returned to Lin, they also found Min and Lu waiting. Min was animatedly recounting his showy visit home, while Lu listened with patience. Other students who had gone out were returning in small groups, enthusiastically commenting on their experiences in the city. At the entrance, one of the assistant professors reminded them of the next day's program, checking names off a list as students filed past. "Remember that this is like the welcome ceremony day, but mid-semester. Instead of a formal ceremony, you had your rest day. Tomorrow you will begin the next semester directly with the same teachers but with the next level of subjects. Here is the curriculum for your grade." As they walked toward their dormitories, Ren felt both satisfaction for what he had accomplished and anticipation for what was to come. "This semester will be different," he thought. "I have a clear plan: evolve my fungus to bronze 2, my hydra to bronze 1, write all the method books I can, survive Lin's training, and secure the more than 4 million necessary to reach the silver rank of my world mushroom, and with it, my 3rd beast." The academy lights illuminated around them as night fell, casting long shadows across the courtyards and gardens. With each step he took, Ren felt that this was merely the second page of a much larger story. This was just the beginning. The first gold ring stretched before Zhao like a landscape of intermingled dreams and nightmares. Undulating hills covered in luminescent vegetation contrasted with abrupt cliffs where creatures of enormous power made their homes. The air shimmered with concentrated mana, dense enough to be visible even to the untrained eye. Zhao advanced with caution, his mist owl fused with him, granting the ability to move through the air with stealth. His camouflage raptor remained materialized at his side, ready to conceal him further from immediate threats. "This route is much riskier than the previous one," he thought, remembering the relatively safe path he had followed on his prior visit. Every step here required constant vigilance, a moment's lapse could mean death. According to Victor's predictions, King Dragarian should be in his resting place after another exhausting battle against the dragon tree. After prolonged incursions into the Platinum Ring, even the monarch needed to recover from the accumulated excess mana. Of course, his Qilin and Azure Dragon were beasts especially gifted for mana purification, but even these legendary creatures had their limits. And if Victor's calculations were correct, Dragarian would now be in the final phase of his recovery. The problem was the territory Zhao had to cross to reach him. Zhao stopped at the edge of a clearing, observing carefully. The trees ahead were formed of several, impossibly thin for their height, trunks grouped together. But they weren't really trees at all. "Golden noses," he murmured to himself, studying the vertical forms that remained disturbingly motionless. His mist owl's enhanced vision allowed him to discern details that would be invisible to others. Strange creatures with 15 legs arranged in a circle that, when joined together, mimicked the appearance of an odd trunk. A very fluffy one. Their furry, elongated bodies rose dozens of meters, culminating in two long golden protrusions, one pointing up and the other down, hence their name. The upper one was a horn and the lower one a long snout of which only a small part was the mouth and everything else was what gave it its name, which was actually an olfactory organ of extraordinary sensitivity. They weren't particularly aggressive by nature, preferring to form small patches of hundreds of individuals and remain still like small forests absorbing mana from the environment, which explained why Dragarian liked to rest with them around him. Their mouths, though elongated, were found only at the end of the proboscis and were small, incapable of penetrating the king's armor while he rested. Their legs, though extraordinarily hard and long, were also soft and covered with abundant hair, designed more to withstand great weight together than to attack. They were harmless creatures for Dragarian, but ultimately, they were Gold 1 rank. What made them truly dangerous for someone like Zhao, who didn't have armor that completely negated their attacks, was their ability to detect intruders. His stealth, perfected over years and improved with the new creature that Ren had suggested, was practically useless against these creatures' sense of smell. Being crushed by hundreds of legs and bitten by dozens of small mouths tearing at his skin wasn't something Zhao was eager to experience. They weren't the strongest creatures in the area, on the contrary, they were quite weak in comparison to other creatures of the same rank. To make matters worse, their anatomy didn't allow them to use their horn, their best weapon, below their heads. But when they felt threatened. Zhao had heard Victor's explanation, and even Ren's curiously more detailed one. A herd of golden noses could form a defensive dome with their horns, creating a virtually impenetrable pointed fortress from which they could impale any of the enormous predatory beasts in the area with their horns. Time to apply Ren's trick, he murmured with certain resignation. The mushroom boy had explained a method for dealing with these creatures when Zhao had asked him about them. A technique so simple that it was humiliating for someone of his experience, but effective nonetheless. Zhao removed a small flask containing a yellowish liquid with a particularly unpleasant odor from his backpack. "I can't believe I'm going to do this," he complained while uncapping the flask. The stench immediately assaulted his nostrils, making his eyes water. The mixture contained territorial marking fluid from the giant cat bears, mixed with certain fungi that grew exclusively in their excrement. The result was an aroma that would confuse the creatures, making them think the bearer was the natural predator and would make them enter dome mode, paralyzing any movement below their horns. "The boy and his tactics," sighed Zhao as he applied the mixture to himself. His raptor edged away, its scales shifting to a sickly green. The effect was immediate and nauseating. Zhao had to fight against his own gag reflex as the stench invaded his nostrils. His raptor emitted a growl of disgust. I know," murmured Zhao, wiping excess liquid from his hands onto the grass. "It's repulsive, but necessary." With each breath, the smell seemed to intensify. Zhao waited a few minutes for the liquid to dry, carefully observing the golden noses. Their collective stillness was more eerie than reassuring, like a forest frozen in time. Finally, he prepared for the most difficult part, locating the king in the haystack. "Stay close," he instructed his beast, which nodded with understanding, maintaining a prudent distance to avoid dying from disgust at receiving its owner's new bouquet. Zhao took the first step, holding his breath. Then another. And another. The nearest golden noses tensed even more, alert, searching for the predator that had fouled the air to the point of rendering their noses useless. To Zhao's relief, the beasts reacted exactly as Ren said they would. Their horns shifted slightly upward, forming the beginnings of their defensive dome, but they remained otherwise immobile. It worked, he thought, allowing himself a small smile. That boy never ceases to amaze me. He continued advancing cautiously, maintaining a constant and deliberately slow pace. Any sudden movement could frighten and activate the creatures despite the smell. A while later, now with greater confidence, Zhao entered another patch of golden noses. Occasionally one would relax for a moment, but none showed signs of aggression. Their golden horns gleamed in the strange light of the gold ring, creating an almost beautiful pattern against the sky. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity, Zhao found a clue in the center of a patch, a big mineral rock with a wide cave opening. It appeared this could have been the king's resting place. He allowed himself a brief pause upon entering to catch his breath and calm his nerves. The smell still clung to him like a second skin, but he had grown somewhat accustomed to it. His mist owl's enhanced senses shifted focus from danger detection to exploration, scanning the dark interior of the cave. "The next time I see that boy," murmured Zhao, "I'll have to thank him properly. Though I'm not sure I can forgive him for making me smell like this." Zhao analyzed the space. The massive depression in the cave floor, surrounded by scorched rock that bore the unmistakable pattern, confirmed his suspicions. Without doubt, this was the king's resting place. But the king, who should have been recovering, wasn't here. "Haven't been for a long time." "He hasn't been here for at least several weeks," murmured Zhao, kneeling to examine the floor more closely. His fingers traced the dust patterns and cold ash remains. The owl feathers on his skin pulsed with mana as he enhanced his senses to detect any lingering traces of the king's presence. He rose slowly, a knot forming in his stomach. Victor had assured him that the stubborn king had only one resting place. If Dragarian wasn't here, there was only one possible explanation: he hadn't returned from the Platinum Ring. The implication sent a cold shiver down Zhao's spine. Trouble in battle, he wondered aloud, his voice echoing hollowly in the empty cave. The decision he now faced was difficult. Waiting indefinitely in territory dominated by Gold 1 creatures wasn't a comfortable situation, even with the ointment trick and his two beasts. The golden noses outside might be temporarily fooled, but the effect wouldn't last forever. And they were far from being the only danger lurking in these lands. The alternative was even riskier, venturing into the Platinum Ring to search for the king. A silver 3 Tamer in the depths of the Platinum Ring, Zhao reflected, mentally assessing his chances. Even as a double Tamer. Almost suicide. The Platinum Ring was territory of terrible creatures. At his current level, he couldn't defend against a single hit from one of them, much less against several. If they found him, it would all be over. His mission, his life, everything he'd worked for, gone in an instant. However, the mission was too important to abandon. The fate of too many depended on it. If the king is in trouble. But even if he decided to risk it, the journey itself presented monumental challenges. Reaching the Platinum Ring would take days flying through Gold Rings 2 and 3, and that wasn't the most concerning part. The real problem was the 3 Platinum Rings, a vast territory, twice as extensive as the Gold Rings, with hundreds of kilometers of unknown terrain. The maps Victor had provided were useful but insufficiently detailed for such dangerous territory. He knew the theoretical location of the wood element mana point, finding it was basic geometry, and he could see the enormous crystal mountain when close, but, could he really get there? The landscape would be alien, the dangers unknown, and the margin for error non-existent. And then there was the mana problem. In the Gold Ring, he already needed to consume a potion every 3 days to counteract the effects of the concentration. In the Platinum One, he would need many more, and his supply was limited. The dense mana atmosphere would crush him if he wasn't careful. "Will my improved hiding abilities be enough?" he whispered. The camouflage raptor contracted its pupils, a gesture Zhao interpreted as doubt. Even with its mimicry ability and the owl's natural stealth, staying hidden in territory where beasts had supernatural senses would be extremely difficult. The slightest mistake and he would be discovered. Zhao closed his eyes, considering all variables. His self-preservation instinct advised him to return, report the situation, and let Victor, of higher rank and power, decide a new course of action. The logical, prudent choice. But something else, something deeper, urged him forward. A sense of duty that transcended mere self-interest. "If I don't deliver this message in time," he murmured, thinking of the city's political situation. The delicate balance between factions, the growing tensions, the possibility of conflict. And if the king is truly in danger? His decision hung like suspended in the air, while the sun began to descend on the horizon, casting long shadows across the strange landscape. The luminescent vegetation glowed more intensely as darkness approached, creating an eerie, yet beautiful tableau. Returning meant abandoning his mission, continuing could mean never returning at all. Night had fallen over the academy when the Greywing boys gathered in their room. The first semester officially concluded, the free day used to its fullest, and now all that remained was preparing for what would come next. Min dramatically collapsed onto his bed, his water snake and invisible amphibian materializing to settle beside him. The serpent coiled lazily while the amphibian, barely visible as a transparent outline, perched next to his shoulder. "You won't believe what happened when I got home," he exclaimed, a mischievous smile spreading across his face. His excitement was palpable, the water snake briefly pulsing in response to his emotions. "Let me guess," Taro responded, meticulously organizing his books for the new semester. "You showed off that you're a double tamer." "Exactly." Min sat up, enthusiastic. "At first they didn't believe me, of course. My uncle Firion, the high noble who's always bothering me for being clumsy and unserious, looked at me as if I'd told him a stone lurker could fly." Lou smiled, already anticipating the outcome. "What did you do?" "A complete show." Min jumped from the bed, gesturing widely. "First I summoned my snake, normal up to that point. Then, while everyone was nodding condescendingly, boom. I manifested my amphibian." He imitated his family's expressions of surprise, exaggeratedly opening his eyes and mouth. His water snake mimicked the movements, creating a comedic mirror of his antics. "But that wasn't all," he continued, his enthusiasm growing. "I showed them my complex water figures. For the grand finale, I became completely invisible. I silently slipped around the room and appeared behind my dear Uncle Firion." Min burst out laughing at the memory, wiping away tears of mirth. "You should have seen his face when I whispered in his ear. He jumped so hard he fell backward, spilling his entire cup of wine on himself. His shiny silk robe ruined. Everyone laughed at the mental image of the pompous uncle covered in wine. Even Ren's usually reserved demeanor cracked into genuine amusement. "What about you, Lou?" Taro asked, setting aside the last of his books. "How did your family react?" Lou smiled discreetly, his more reserved attitude contrasting with Min's exuberance. "It was quieter, but equally gratifying," he explained, a soft warmth entering his voice. "My father always had realistic expectations about my bat, so when I showed them my second contract and explained the advantages of the combination." His expression softened as he recalled the moment, his eyes distant with the memory. "I'd never seen my father so proud, much less crying a little. My mother cried much more, and my younger brothers now look at me as if I were some kind of legendary hero." Ren observed his friends with joy and longing. "Someday I'll be able to do the same," he murmured, more to himself than to the others. His companions fell silent, understanding the weight of those words. They all knew that Ren had sent all his savings to his parents. If anyone had changed their sad destiny more in this room, it was him. "You will," Taro affirmed with conviction. "And when that moment comes, it will be even more impressive than all of ours combined." Ren nodded, recovering his usual pragmatism. He moved to his desk and unfolded several scrolls with detailed annotations. The mushrooms in his hair brightened as he focused, casting a soft glow over the diagrams and notes. "We have 180 days ahead," he declared, his tone shifting to that of a living library. "And each of you has clear objectives." The three approached, intrigued by the precision with which Ren had planned their evolutions. "Taro," he began, pointing to a cultivation diagram, "your living tunnel should reach Bronze 2 just before the 3rd month. Your hunter bug will also reach Bronze 2 by the end of the semester." "Will I really achieve it that quickly?" asked Taro. "With the right resources and methods, yes," Ren confirmed, tracing the path with his finger. "But the tunnel can't reach silver. Don't you have one of those extra fast methods?" Taro asked hopefully. Your tunnel's evolution is already particularly efficient since we started it early. Silver needs double the energy but also materials. Be grateful it's not a year like they believe in traditional methods, Ren explained, his tone matter-of-fact but not unkind. He turned to Min and Lu, their faces eager in the soft mushroom light. You two also have enough time to bring both beasts to Bronze 2 near the end of the semester. Min whistled, happy to be able to catch up with Taro soon. Is Silver 1 really just 200 exact days with your method? Lu asked. Yes, that's the limit I know for now, Ren explained. Taro won't be able to reach Silver this year because from Bronze 2 to Silver 1 it's double the days. He'll be halfway there. And you? Do you have some quick and tricky method with tentacles and such? Min asked, noticing that Ren hadn't mentioned his own beasts. I'll need to use those tricks to maintain the same speed in the first place. I'll also fall short, Ren admitted. I'll bring my fungus to Bronze 2 and my Hydra as well, but I'll need a few months of the second year to reach Silver rank. Despite these limitations, the atmosphere in the room was optimistic. The projected evolutions represented extraordinary progress for first-year students. The girls will also rise to Bronze 1 with the manuals I gave them, Ren mentioned, adjusting a diagram that showed multiple cultivation paths. You're even preparing Luna? Min asked with a mischievous smile. If she decides to follow the method, yes, though I sense she already had significant cultivation progress. She might reach Bronze 2 with us, Ren responded, oblivious to the insinuation. A knock on the door interrupted the conversation. When Taro opened it, he found Lin with an expression too cheerful to be reassuring. Good evening, young champions, she greeted, handing them a thick stack of papers. I bring you the updated schedule of our exercises for the new semester. The four approached to examine the document. As they turned the pages, their expressions shifted from curiosity to horror. The paper trembled slightly in Taro's hands. How many repetitions? Taro murmured, turning pale. How many kilometers daily? Min stammered. Simulated combat against you with additional weights? Lu seemed about to faint. His night bat vanished in shock. Ren simply stared at the last page, where Lin had added a personal note, especially for you, my favorite student, additional magical resistance routine. You'll love it. The mushrooms in his hair dimmed noticeably. Success brings responsibilities, Lin sang with a radiant smile. I've already arranged things with Wei, so I expect you all at dawn tomorrow. And with a cheerful farewell gesture, she disappeared down the hallway, leaving behind four completely demoralized young men. The sound of her retreating footsteps seemed to echo their doom. I think I'd prefer to face the abyssal abomination again, Ren murmured, collapsing onto his bed with a groan of anticipated defeat. The mushrooms in his hair flickered weakly, as if sharing his despair. But beneath the momentary dramatics, they all knew that these sacrifices were just more steps in their ascent to levels that, months ago, they wouldn't have even dared to dream of. The sunset painted the sky in coppery hues when Fern and Reed Patender returned home after another day in the restaurant kitchens. Their bodies, tired but satisfied from a job well done, moved with the synchronicity that only decades together could achieve. The gentle breeze carried the familiar sense of the outskirts, wild herbs, freshly turned earth, and the aroma of cooking fires. Another new dish that was a success, Reed commented, a note of pride in his weary voice. It could become a permanent specialty. Fern nodded, a small smile illuminating her face. They turned the last corner toward their modest home, conversation flowing naturally between memories and plans for the next day. But something interrupted their habitual routine. In front of their door waited a cart, guarded by three men with the Pegasus Messenger Service emblem on their uniforms. The vehicle was larger than they'd expected to see around here, piled high with small sacks in the back, secured under a tightly drawn tarpaulin. They stopped abruptly, fear instantly seizing their hearts. The world seemed to narrow around them, focusing only on that cart and its possible meaning. Reed. Fern whispered, her voice breaking as her hand sought her husband's. Her fingers clutched his with desperate strength. "Stay calm," he responded, though his own heart hammered against his chest. It could be something else. But they both knew that terrible clause in the school contract, that dreadful paragraph they had read with trembling hands more than a year ago: in case of a fatal accident, the academy will return double the enrollment fee to the immediate family. Terrible images crossed their minds. Stories of neighbors who were given large quantities of crystals as compensation for children who would never return from collection expeditions, excavations, or combat practices. Conversations held in hushed tones, the inconsolable grief that no amount of crystals could ease. School in this world, like many other things, was dangerous. Fern remained motionless, unable to advance, terror freezing every muscle in her body. Reed, as the man of the house, had to be strong and move forward when his wife could not. He gathered all his willpower to take one step forward, then another. They had to know, even if the truth shattered their world. "Good afternoon," he greeted the messengers with a trembling voice. His eyes, already moist, struggled to focus on the men's faces. "We are the patenters. Is it about our son?" The messengers exchanged a confused look, their expressions shifting as understanding dawned. "Indeed, sir," responded one, consulting a scroll. "We have a delivery from Ren Patenter for you." "From Ren?" Reed's voice broke, hope cautiously rising. "Not about him?" Finally comprehending the fear in the man's eyes, the messenger hurried to clarify. "Oh, no, sir. We're not that type of service. Those deliveries don't use carts, they're made with large denominations of crystals and with official academy representatives." He pointed to the emblem on his uniform. "We are Pegasus, a private package and messaging service." The relief was so intense that Reed's knees almost gave way. He signaled Fern with a "good news" gesture that only they knew, and she ran over, tears of fear still glistening on her cheeks. "It's all right, Fern," Reed said, embracing her, his voice thick with emotion. "Ren is fine. It's a shipment from him, not about him." Fern brought a hand to her chest, breathing brokenly. "Thank the gods," she whispered, her plant's leaves unfurling slightly as her fear receded. The messenger first handed them a sealed envelope. "The letter from young Patenter," he explained. "And then, well, this delivery is quite substantial." While Reed carefully opened the letter, Fern watched in amazement as the messengers began unloading small sacks from the cart. Many sacks. The pile grew rapidly, forming a small mountain of wealth on their humble doorstep. "Reed," she murmured, tugging at her husband's sleeve. "What is all this?" Reed had gone pale as he read, his hands visibly trembling. "According to this," he said in a barely audible voice, "there's 600,000 crystals." 600, what? Fern took the letter, certain she had misheard. The world seemed to spin around her as she focused on the paper. Ren's handwriting, orderly and clear as always, thanks to his quasi-inherited taste for Reed's drawing, covered both sides of the rough paper. As she read, her expression shifted from confusion to amazement and then to disbelief. "Dear parents, I hope this letter finds you well. I've wanted to communicate for some time, but only now have I found a means to do so before my return. First, I want to tell you that I am perfectly fine. My weak spore has turned out to be much more than anyone expected. I've discovered cultivation methods never before documented. The first of these methods has already been officially validated by the Academy. My friend Taro's digger beetle evolved exactly as I predicted, becoming a living tunnel instead of a great excavator. This discovery has earned me recognition, and it seems they will give me a generous reward. I've also become a double tamer and have cultivated my own hydra, a second beast that perfectly complements my spore. Yes, I can read your expression of surprise, Dad. I am a double tamer, something extremely rare even at the best academy. I won the first-year tournament, both in the individual category and as a team alongside my friends from Greywing. The ritual I taught you before leaving is not a fantasy of mine. It works. If you have followed it faithfully, you should already be noticing slight changes in your plants. The crystals I'm sending are so you can stop working in the kitchens if you wish, or to recover the house, or simply to live without worries while completing the ritual. They are the fruit of my discoveries, material sales, tournament prizes, and other rewards. This is just the beginning. I promise that when I return from my first break, I will give you everything as you gave to me, and another enormous surprise. I miss you every day. Everything I do thinking of you. With love, Ren. P.S. The ritual must continue without fail. At the end of the 1,000 days, you will need 2 vitality runes to complete it. I've already obtained them and will keep them for you. P.P.S. If I sound a bit formal, it's because Miss Alicia helped me draft this letter. Fern finished reading, silent tears sliding down her cheeks. Reed stared fixedly at the sacks that the messengers continued unloading, his expression a mixture of disbelief and overwhelming pride. It can't be true, Fern murmured, her voice trembling with emotion. Double Tamer? Tournament winner? Revolutionary cultivation methods? Reed shook his head, equally incredulous. And this amount of crystals, it's more than we would earn in several years. They turned toward the messengers, who had finished unloading the cart and were waiting patiently. No, no. This must be a joke, or there must be a mistake, Fern said with a trembling voice, her plant vines briefly contracting. Are you sure this is for us? The messenger consulted his scroll again, running a finger down the ornate script. Fern and Reed Patender, residents in the Twisted Black Oak area, Outer District 15. There's no mistake, ma'am. But, 600,000 crystals, Reed insisted, his mature plant's leaves rustling slightly. Our Wren used to collect and save rain crystals, but it's an impossible fortune for a first-year child to gather in just 6 months. The messenger shrugged, his professional demeanor unruffled by their disbelief. We only deliver, sir. But if it helps, the sender spoke directly with the business owner. That's not something just anyone can do. They spent the next few minutes bombarding the patient messengers with questions, most of which they couldn't answer. What should we do with this? Fern whispered, as if speaking too loudly might make the moment disappear or change reality. Her fingers nervously smoothed the letter, tracing the now more weirdly confident strokes of Wren's handwriting. Reed reread the letter, his eyes lingering on each extraordinary line. If all this is true, if our Wren has really accomplished all this. Fern nodded slowly. They looked at each other, and in their eyes saw the same decision. With care, Reed drafted the response, the quill gliding over the paper as Fern nodded at each word. The first day of the new semester began with the usual frantic activity. Students rushed through corridors, comparing schedules and still exchanging stories of their brief day of freedom. Ren, after completing the brutal morning routine imposed by Lin, was returning to his dormitory to change before classes when a small white canary intercepted him in the hallway. The bird carried an envelope with the Pegasus seal. Ren took it, intrigued, and the canary departed with a cheerful trill that seemed to hang in the air longer than natural sound should. What's that? Asked Taro, who accompanied him, dragging his feet and Min's lifeless body by one foot, together with Lu, who was pulling Min by the other foot after their exhausting training. I don't know, Ren responded, breaking the seal. Inside he found 2 notes. The first, brief and formal, was from Alicia. Esteemed young Patender. I regret to inform you that your shipment has been returned by express request of the recipients. The funds have been redeposited into your account at the Academy. I attach a letter from your parents explaining the situation. Always at your service, Alicia Pegasus. Ren felt a void in his stomach. They had returned it? Why? With trembling fingers, he unfolded the second letter, immediately recognizing his father's rustic but tidy calligraphy. Our dear Ren. Your letter and the extraordinary shipment that accompanied it have left us speechless. Reading about your achievements, your double contract, your tournament victory, and your discoveries has filled us with such big pride that it cannot fit in these pages. However, after your much reflection, we have decided to return the crystals. Not because we doubt you or your words, though I confess they seem too fantastic to be true, but because we firmly believe these resources should remain with you. If everything you tell us is true, these crystals will be much more useful financing your cultivation and studies than accumulating in this modest home. What would we do with 600,000 crystals? Our needs are simple, and although the idea of recovering the house is tempting, it's not something we really need. What we truly desire is to see you grow, to see you reach your full potential. And for that, you must have all possible resources at your disposal. Don't worry about us. We're perfectly fine. The work in the kitchens, far from being a burden, is something we enjoy. We cook with love, and each dish we create reminds us of you. As for the ritual you taught us, we haven't missed a single day. And though you may know it, we've noticed changes. Small, subtle, but undeniable. We don't know if it's because of the ritual or simply because the hope of your success keeps us young, but your father can now lift pots that previously required great effort, and your mother's hands no longer ache at night. Use those crystals wisely, son. Cultivate your beasts, develop your gifts, and when your break comes in 6 months, tell us your whole story in person. We'll be waiting with open arms and a sweet root stew ready for you. With all our love, Mom and Dad. P.S. Your mother insists that not telling us what the surprise is cruel, but I think it's fair. We await it eagerly. The letter slipped between Ren's fingers as tears clouded his vision. Hearing their words made him realize how much he missed them. A sob escaped his throat before he could contain it, and then silently, he was crying in the middle of the hallway. Min revived and stood up alarmed, approaching quickly. Ren. What's happening? Bad news? Lu and Taro also asked, their faces showing genuine concern. But Ren couldn't speak. His parents' words resonated in his mind, each phrase imbued with such pure and selfless love that it physically hurt, constricting his throat. They had returned the crystals, not out of distrust, but out of concern for him. They preferred to continue working hard rather than deprive him of any amount of resources useful for his future. And despite everything, they had also given him the greatest gift, they believed in him. In his achievements, in his spore, in the ritual. They had even noticed changes, which meant the process was working exactly as he had predicted. The tears wouldn't stop flowing, but gradually his face transformed. A smile forced its way onto his face, and the mushrooms in his hair began to pulse with a brighter glow than ever before. Their tears of happiness, he finally managed to explain to Taro, Lu, and Min, who watched him with growing concern. My parents, they. He couldn't complete the sentence, but it wasn't necessary. His friends nodded, understanding without needing words. Taro placed a comforting hand on his shoulder in a gesture of silent support. Ren carefully folded the letter and kept it close to his heart. Later that day, Luna carefully folded the letter, wiping away a treacherous tear before it could fully travel down her cheek. She stored it in the same pocket where she had carried the previous one, her fingers lingering briefly on the paper. Don't you get tired of reading those cursed words? Mayo asked from the doorway of the room, observing her with a touch of exasperation. The maid leaned against the frame, her arms crossed over her uniform. Luna shot her such a penetrating look that Mayo raised her hands in surrender, taking a small step back. It was a joke, the maid quickly clarified, her tone softening. Although I don't understand why they keep trying to maintain the faction's image like this. Her tone changed to a more serious one. It's already a pretty sad image since the extreme horde ravaged us. Maybe it wouldn't hurt to. Luna visibly tensed. Her shadow wolf briefly flared around her, the darkness deepening. With deliberately slow movements, she approached Mayo so closely that the maid had to suppress the urge to retreat. Leaning in, Luna whispered directly into her ear. Although I hate it, my father has his reasons. Her tone allowed no argument, the intensity making Mayo swallow nervously. And since we lost my mother, I understand them perfectly. After a brief silence charged with emotion. Despite everything, it's necessary. She pulled away, studying Mayo's reaction before turning to walk toward the window. The shadow wolf receded beneath her skin. The maid slightly shook her head when Luna wasn't looking at her, but hurried to nod when the young star weaver looked back again. Luna approached the window of her room, observing the academy grounds. Her fingers played distractedly with the earrings Larissa had given her, simple artifacts but remarkably useful. The help from Leora's family is also good, she reflected aloud, her gaze distant. But I would prefer to solve things with my own power. Like beating Ren? Mayo inquired with a touch of mischief. Luna ignored the comment, her gaze lost on the horizon. I need to be stronger, she continued, her voice taking on a steel edge. Only then will I recover my faction on my own, without depending on the families of Leora and Larissa to defend me from those who want to use my dumb inherited right. Her hand closed tightly. The secret of the legendary upper door of the underground tower of the main vein. Mayo recited, deliberately dramatizing the moment. At least, we're lucky that the 3 rings aren't in the hands of a single person yet. Luna nodded gravely, her expression solemn as she contemplated the weight of these words. Do you think your father will be able to continue guarding the 2nd ring? Mayo asked, her voice tinged with concern. Even though it's yours by right, it won't be easy to keep the Goldcrests or the Ashenway heir on the sidelines forever. Selphra treats my father as if she wasn't interested, Luna responded, a small smile forming on her lips. Her shadow wolf's eyes gleamed with a knowing light. But my mother once told me that many forget he was her favorite disciple for some time, when he was young. She turned to look directly at Mayo, an unusual confidence shining in her eyes. If things get serious, I'm sure she won't leave him alone. Her voice acquired a tone of absolute certainty. And together, no one who isn't the king can defeat them. The sun was setting behind the mountains when the Goldcrest entourage arrived at the academy's boundaries. Golden banners fluttered in the evening breeze, bearing the proud emblem of the lion family. Carson Goldcrest rode at the front, his imposing figure enhanced by the golden light as he led his men. Behind him, in perfect formation, advanced 100 elite warriors. Each was a silver 2-level tamer or higher, their beasts partially manifested creating an intimidating spectacle of power. Scales, claws, horns, and wings merged with their bearers in a display meticulously planned to inspire fear. At the academy gates, a smaller but no less impressive group awaited their arrival. Julius, Selphra, Victor, Arturo, Ignatius and Sirius stood in the front line, backed by several dozen warriors from their respective factions. Carson absorbed his lion mount mere meters from the gate, silently evaluating his opponents. His eyes, the color of pure amber, swept over each face with deliberate slowness. Selphra, he finally pronounced, inclining his head slightly in a gesture that seemed more mockery than respect. It's been some time since our last encounter. Carson, she responded with a perfectly controlled voice. I see you still confuse quantity with quality. A tense smile appeared on the Goldcrest patriarch's face. And you still confuse custom with power. Victor stepped forward. His normally composed features hardened as he spoke. Enough false courtesies. Your son used abyssal energy. That violates every acceptable level of conduct. Serious accusations, and ridiculous ones, Carson responded with apparent calm, though a dangerous gleam flickered in his eyes. Where are my sons? Under observation, Sirius intervened, his voice devoid of inflection. Where they cannot cause harm while we determine their degree of contamination. Carson's eyes narrowed dangerously. The golden patterns beneath his skin intensified, spreading further across his visible flesh. My sons are not contaminated. I demand their immediate release. Your son, Selphra stepped forward, her presence suddenly seeming to expand, administered a potion with abyssal energy to his brother. That was the statement from your other son. A Goldcrest. Do you deny these facts? A tense silence descended over the group. The air itself seemed to grow heavier, charged with the potential for violence. The warriors on both sides tensed, their beasts manifesting more prominently in anticipation. "I propose," Carson finally said, his voice deceptively soft, "that we continue this discussion in a more private environment." His gaze swept over the soldiers present. "Unless you prefer to resolve this misunderstanding in another way." The implicit threat hung in the air like a storm cloud, dark and ominous. "Of course," Julius agreed, recovering his diplomatic composure upon seeing that the Goldcrest leader was kindly relinquishing his numerical advantage. "The Academy has prepared a hall for negotiations." "Negotiations," Carson repeated, a leonine smile forming on his lips. "Interesting word." He gestured to his men, who remained in formation as he advanced alone toward the gate. Despite appearing to come unarmed into enemy territory, his confidence never wavered. "After you," he indicated with false courtesy, sweeping his arm in an exaggerated gesture. As the group headed inside, Victor exchanged a significant look with Arturo. Both Dravenholm brothers discreetly positioned themselves on the sides, forming a barely perceptible defensive triangle. Selphora walked with the calm grace of one who fears no confrontation, while Sirius and Ignatius closed the march, their eyes never leaving Carson's figure. The academy doors closed behind them, leaving the warriors of both sides in a tense state of waiting. The sunset painted everything in blood-red hues. The Academy's negotiation hall that Ignatius had prepared was a circular room with a chair in the center that resembled an interrogation setting more than a diplomatic venue. Ancient tapestries decorated the walls, showing scenes of the city's foundation and the construction of the first cultivation school. Carson Goldcrest settled into the central chair without waiting for an invitation, his golden aura reflecting the light from the crystals suspended in the ceiling. His posture was relaxed, almost indolent, but his eyes remained alert, evaluating every movement of those present. "Well," he began in a casual tone, "could you show me these supposed proofs of abyssal energy?" Julius, who had taken a seat in one of the chairs surrounding the central one, interlaced his fingers. "Don't play the fool, Carson," he responded in a controlled voice. "You know perfectly well that abyssal energy cannot be detected with an ordinary crystal like normal mana. And if an abyssal beast isn't manifested, then it cannot be perceived." Carson arched an eyebrow, the perfect image of offended innocence. "Then what is, exactly, my son's abyssal beast?" he asked, extending his hands in a gesture of openness. "What is it like? If you sensed it, you should have seen it under that assumption, shouldn't you?" Victor and Arturo exchanged uneasy glances. Doubt began to seep into the atmosphere, exactly as Carson intended. "I see the confusion on your faces," the Goldcrest patriarch continued, a condescending smile drawing on his lips. "The problem here is simple, you don't really understand abyssal energy, so you label everything unknown under that tag. An unusual power, a strange mana flow, you immediately jump to the most drastic conclusion and—" Selphora, who had been observing the exchange with an impassive expression, straightened slightly. "I was there at the beginnings of the discovery," she said, each word laden with a weight that made even Carson imperceptibly tense. "When the enormous kilometer-long crystalline stone of that giant crater was still a small rock. I know how that energy that corrupts natural mana manifests. I know some of the adaptation steps it requires." Her eyes, ancient and burdened with knowledge, bored into Carson's. "Don't play clever with me standing before you, Carson. Not with me." A dense silence followed her words. For an instant, the Goldcrest patriarch seemed genuinely uncomfortable. Then, regaining his composure, he let out a theatrical sigh. "Frankly, this is boring," he declared, reclining in his chair. "But hypothetically, what would you do if it were really the case that my family has an interest in the extra power offered by the Abyssals?" "Don't play the fool," Sirius immediately replied, his normally flat tone edged with contempt. "You're not bored. You've simply run out of arguments." Carson let out an abrupt laugh, his eyes hardening. "Speaking of arguments," he said, abruptly changing the subject as he turned to face the Dravenholm brothers. I'm curious about the three princes of the first queen. A subtle emphasis on first that didn't go unnoticed. Is your authority so low that everything here must be managed by an old woman? Selphora showed no reaction to the insult, but Victor visibly clenched his fists. I wonder, Carson continued, enjoying the effect of his words, his voice dripping with false concern, if your half-brothers from the other two queens aren't taking advantage of you wasting time on these minor matters to take away that throne of sand you pretend to manage. Victor's face reddened. Arturo, surprisingly, let out a soft laugh. Julius, always the most diplomatic, stepped forward before his brothers could respond. Our brothers are busy managing that platinum throne you mention, he responded with enviable calm. It's a family task that we're not afraid to share, especially when some of us must deal with important matters. A calculated pause, his eyes never leaving Carson's. Matters such as stripping political rights as punishment from a mischievous lion for playing with forbidden forces. Carson's smile widened, but it didn't reach his eyes, which remained cold as ice. I am not willing to lose anything, he declared, rising to his feet. His full height and presence seemed to dominate the room suddenly. I will win everything, my eldest son's freedom, this useless negotiation, the freedom to explore the power of our neighbors, and whatever else I want. His gaze deliberately shifted to Sirius's hand where the second ring rested. Sirius narrowed his eyes, understanding the implication. Are you ready to die in a 5-against-1, Carson? He asked, his voice devoid of all emotion. Carson laughed again, the sound resonating off the walls of the hall. His amber eyes gleamed with predatory amusement as he surveyed the room. With today's poor response, you've shown me that I truly have my territory better organized, he declared with arrogance. The golden patterns beneath his skin pulsed with smug satisfaction. Numerical advantage from the beginning. 100 elite warriors against, how many? 3 dozens. Don't confuse numbers with power, Selphora responded, her voice cool and steady despite the tension. Your troops don't surpass ours in quality. In a prolonged conflict, in the end, we also have more numbers. Our 3 united families exceed your faction 2-1. It is you who is confused, dear Selphora, Carson answered, leaning forward. Don't believe you're speaking against just the third part of all Yeno. His voice took on a darker tone. It's not 2-1 against me, but against you. It's 2 against for the moment you dare to touch me. His eyes swept over each person present, lingering with menace. And the way things are going, soon it will be 2 against 8. Julius tensed, comprehending the true threat behind the words. Are you suggesting that you've already filled your body with that disgusting unnatural energy? He asked, attempting to maintain a neutral tone. Carson simply smiled, the implicit answer more disturbing than any verbal confirmation. You have 2 options, he continued, turning slowly to address each of them. Release my sons immediately, forget this incident, and maintain the fragile peace we've enjoyed for a while longer, or start a civil war that will make the conflict with the sporadic abyssals of our neighbors seem like a simple first-year training exercise. Victor jumped to his feet, instinctively manifesting his Qilin. The mythical beast's energy coursed over him in waves of pearlescent light, its antlers forming a crown above his head. How dare you threaten us, he exclaimed, his voice rising with indignation. Right here we could. Victor. Selphora's voice cut through the air like a whip. Sit down. Reluctantly, Victor listened, but his eyes remained fixed on Carson with contained hatred. His Qilin receded, though its light continued to pulse beneath his skin, reflecting his agitation. Your threats don't impress us, she declared, also rising to her feet. But for the sake of stability against our neighbors, we are willing to discuss the terms of a peaceful resolution. There are no terms to discuss, Carson responded with unsettling tranquility. My sons will be released today, or my 100 warriors will be just the first move in a game that none of you is prepared to play. Responses like this, Julius intervened, his diplomatic mask slipping to reveal genuine disappointment, are precisely why Father never allowed you access to the knowledge of the higher rings, Carson. You were always too impulsive, too hungry for immediate power to understand the damage you do to the world balance. For the first time, a glimpse of genuine anger crossed the Goldcrest Patriarch's face. The time of the Guardians of Knowledge has ended, he spat, looking at Selphra. The world is changing, and those who cling to the past will be dragged away by the current of progress. You call abyssal corruption progress? Asked Sirius, finally breaking his silence. Interesting choice of words. Carson arched an eyebrow, his smile transforming into a predatory sneer. The temperature in the room seemed to drop several degrees as he leaned forward. Do you want to see why I call it progress? His voice acquired a metallic quality, as if something inhuman spoke through his throat. Allow me to show you. The air in the hall instantly thickened. The mana pressure increased so abruptly that the light crystals flickered, some bursting into fragments that fell like rain to the floor. Carson's body began to change. His golden lion manifested first, covering his skin with brilliant fur that resembled metal. But it didn't stop there. A dark aura, almost viscous, emanated from his back, materializing into enormous feathered wings that didn't belong to his lion. His Simurgh, murmured Julius, recognizing the Goldcrest's second beast. The mythical bird of legend, known for its wisdom, now twisted into something unrecognizable. Something was terribly wrong. The feathers, which should shine with iridescent colors, pulsed with a sickly purple tone. Black veins ran through each one, as if they were infected by something consuming them from within. A corrupted Simurgh. The transformation continued, the abyssal energy detaching from his body in visible waves that seemed to make the very foundations of the hall tremble. In instant response, the 5 leaders activated their own manifestations. Sirius was the first, his body enveloped in white light as his celestial white tiger emerged, covering his skin with luminous markings. His human features sharpened, acquiring feline characteristics while the irises of his eyes turned white. Selphra wasn't far behind. Her black turtle emerged like armor covering her body. Her skin acquired a dark tone with bright geometric patterns, while her eyes transformed into completely black orbs with tiny stars within them. Ignatius invoked his phoenix to resist the pressure, golden and scarlet flames enveloping his figure while igneous feathers replaced parts of his skin. The 3 Dravenholm brothers simultaneously activated their cheilants, surrounding themselves with purifying light that pushed back against the darkness emanating from Carson. The secondary beasts of all, except Ignatius who did not possess one, remained in a latent state, ready to be invoked if the situation required it. But there was no danger. Even with the corrupt double transformation, they had a strong numerical advantage. Carson observed the transformations with disdain. A guttural laugh, distorted by his less anthropocentric change, reverberated off the walls of the hall. The sound seemed to come from everywhere at once, as if the room itself had become part of his manifestation. Is this all you can offer? He asked with a voice that no longer sounded entirely human. I can feel your mana levels. My combined transformation emits at least twice as much as any of you. The winged lion transformation had already turned Carson into something barely recognizable as human, but the horror didn't end there. From his lower back emerged a scorpion's tail, long and segmented, ending in a stinger that dripped a black liquid. His mouth stretched, teeth transforming into irregular fangs, while more eyes appeared on the sides of his forehead. This is true evolution, he declared, his voice now completely distorted, as if several throats spoke simultaneously. Each gold rank beast I possess provides me the ability to integrate 2 silver rank abyssals. More appendages began to emerge from his body, chitinous legs, muscular tentacles, even what appeared to be small secondary mouths. All these strange elements integrated, transforming into a biomechanical armor that covered every inch of Carson. The mana pressure from Carson was now much stronger. My power is now 4 times greater than any of yours, declared the creature that Carson had become. The voice seemed to come from multiple mouths, overlapping into a chorus of menace. Do you still want to argue about how bad corruption is? Genuine alarm crossed the faces of the 3 brothers, temporary leaders. Even Ignatius, normally imperturbable, took a step back before the monstrous manifestation. His phoenix fire dimmed slightly, as if even its eternal flames were threatened by this perversion of nature. But Sirius and Selphira exchanged a look and, without words, advanced together. Their beasts' energies seemed to harmonize, the white tiger's purifying light and the black turtle's cosmic stability creating a resonance that pushed back against the corrupted mana filling the room. Sirius concentrated for an instant. A dark aura intertwined with the white light of his tiger. He wasn't combining the physical characteristics of his beasts as Carson did, but rather fusing their essential abilities. His black serpent, normally invisible in his shadow, contributed its dark essence, doubling the power emanating from him. Selphira followed a similar path. The energy of her white serpent integrated with her black turtle as a perfect harmonization of opposing energies. Her aura intensified, also doubling her power. The geometric patterns on her skin began to shift and flow, symbols rearranging themselves into new configurations of power. Carson observed these transformations with contempt. Impressive, he conceded with sarcasm, his distorted voice echoing strangely in the chamber. But I still surpass you by a factor of 2. Sirius didn't respond with words. Instead, he slowly raised his right hand, revealing the ring with markings that seemed to constantly change shape. With a deliberate movement, he extended his arm and touched Selphira's shoulder. The effect was immediate and spectacular. The energies of both fused in a whirlwind of light and darkness. Selphira's aura expanded dramatically, pushing outward like a cosmic tide. The characteristics of the black turtle and white serpent combined in a way entirely different from Carson's grotesque fusion. What emerged was a mythical creature few had seen, a lesser Genbu, the harmonious combination of turtle and serpent. Selphira's armor acquired more complex patterns, while an ethereal white serpent coiled around her body, forming a kind of living crown above her head. The mana pressure emanating from her almost perfectly matched Carson's. Two immense forces pushing against each other in perfect opposition. For the first time, the Goldcrest Patriarch's arrogance faltered. His abnormal eyes narrowed, and a click of irritation escaped from between his deformed teeth. The power demonstration lasted barely a second more. Carson, recognizing the stalemate, began to retract his abyssal manifestations. The plates melted back into his skin, the appendages withdrew, and gradually he returned to a mostly human appearance, though his eyes retained that disturbing purple tone. "You still have more old tricks than I thought," he commented brazenly, adjusting his clothing as if nothing extraordinary had happened. "But my progress remains superior. It can be applied to dozens, hundreds of combatants." He looked at Victor and Ignatius. "I already have some of the friends who caused you problems. How many rings like that exist, Sirius?" 3. 2. Sirius didn't answer, but the ring on his hand briefly glowed before apparently powering down. Selphira also returned to her normal form, though the process seemed to cost her more effort than it did Carson. Small beads of sweat purled on her forehead, and her breathing was slightly irregular. The Genbu's power, while formidable, clearly extracted a price from its wielder. "This demonstration has been enlightening," said Carson, breaking the tense silence. His voice had regained its human quality, though an echo of something else lingered beneath the surface. "But it doesn't change my position." He headed toward the door, pausing briefly before exiting. His shadow on the wall momentarily appeared larger than it should have been, with protrusions that didn't match his human form. "You have until dawn," he reminded them. "After that, I'll consider your silence as a declaration of war. And now that you've seen what you might face, I hope you choose wisely." The door closed behind him with a thud that sounded like the seal of an inevitable fate. In the silence that followed, the 5 leaders looked at each other, the gravity of the situation weighing on them like a stone slab. The air in the room still felt tainted, the memory of abyssal energy lingering like a foul odor. "He's more advanced than we feared," murmured Ignatius, his phoenix's embers dimmed slightly, responding to his unease. "Those weren't simple experiments. They've achieved the integration of 6 beasts in a single body. We're on the brink of a conflict for which we aren't prepared," concluded Julius. His Chelan's antlers briefly flickered with anxiety. He knows our power almost perfectly, but there's another factor we must consider, said Sirius, staring fixedly at the door. Not knowing how many altered soldiers they already have. They can't be enough or they would have attacked already. Do you think he'll really dare to sacrifice himself so Yino can destroy us? Asked Arturo, verbalizing the concern they all shared. It doesn't matter whether he will or not, responded Julius, his face serious. We cannot yield to threats of this kind, or we'll be establishing a dangerous precedent. And the boys? Inquired Victor. We don't know if Klein is still contaminated. It's probable that Cashin already is as well. Selphora remained silent for a moment, her eyes fixed on the door through which Carson had left. Was that the usual way the lion Carson spoke? Was there something strange about the corruption? Or were her old ideas already outdated? But she couldn't shake the feeling. It seems that power makes some more immature. Carson Goldcrest withdrew along with his men to a temporary tent they had erected at the academy's boundaries. His stride was firm, his posture erect, the perfect image of a victorious leader returning from a successful negotiation. Golden light still emanated from him, though it seemed dimmer than before, as if struggling against an unseen darkness. Only the most observant would have noticed the slight irregularity in his breathing, the subtle tremor in his hands, which he kept firmly clenched at his sides. How did it go, my lord? Asked his chief advisor as soon as Carson crossed the tent's entrance. The interior was illuminated with crystals of dim light, revealing 5 of his closest allies, figures from noble families who had staked their futures on backing the Goldcrest patriarch. Exactly as we expected, Carson responded, his voice carefully measured. Empty threats, moral posturing, the same outdated rhetoric. Have they agreed to release your son? Inquired another noble with a sharp face and calculating eyes. They will before dawn, if they know what's good for them, Carson assured, unfastening the upper clasps of his clothing to relieve an invisible pressure. His fingers fumbled slightly with the fastenings, betraying his deteriorating control. He made a gesture and the servants abandoned the tent, leaving him alone with his closest allies. With a choked gasp, Carson dropped to one knee. His face, previously impassive, contorted into a grimace of pain. Beneath his skin, something moved, shifting, crawling, seeking escape. My lord. One hurried to his side, but Carson stopped him with a brusque gesture. Don't approach, he ordered through gritted teeth. His skin briefly acquired a purplish tone, black veins pulsing beneath the surface like writhing worms. The complete manifestation. Murmured others, maintaining a prudent distance. It's silence, Carson snapped. With evident effort, he controlled his breathing, forcing the abyssal entities to retreat completely. I just need a moment. The others observed in tense silence. After a moment, natural color returned to his skin, and the tension in his body slightly relaxed. Insufficient, growled Carson, pouring a cup of thick, dark liquid from a sealed flask. He drank it in one gulp, visibly shuddering. In another sector of the academy, Klein Goldcrest found himself in a room that, despite the surveillance, was far from a cell. His quarters had a comfortable bed, a table with food, and even some books to distract himself. They didn't really have him locked up, just watched, while they observed if he manifested any side effects from the abyssal energy. But since that irritating Renpatender had shot that light beam at him, he had felt completely normal. Bored and somewhat restless, Klein approached the door intending to ask for more food, though in reality he just wanted to take a look outside. To his surprise, upon slightly opening the door, he discovered there was no one on guard. Strange, he thought, frowning. The surveillance had been constant since his arrival. It was then that he felt it, a wave of powerful energy, distant but unmistakable. A shiver ran down his spine. Klein hesitated only for an instant before making his decision. With no guard in sight and everyone apparently distracted by whatever was happening, it was the perfect moment to satisfy his curiosity and slight resentment. He remembered perfectly where they had taken Cashin on the day of his own confinement. Unlike his comfortable quarters, the cell he had glimpsed for his older brother more closely resembled a crystal prison, guarded by 2 elite guards. The contrast hadn't escaped his notice, at least it wasn't another example of the preferential treatment Cashin always seemed to receive. Perhaps they would allow him to shout him a few things to understand the reason for the betrayal and then vent a little by yelling at him about how idiotic he had been. In the worst case, they wouldn't let him, but he could ask them for food while shouting anyway. The thought brought a small, vindictive smile to his face. He advanced stealthily through the deserted hallways, pressing himself against the walls. The area seemed strangely empty, as if much of the personnel had gathered elsewhere. The usual sounds of the academy, footsteps, distant conversations, the hum of mana in the walls, were eerily absent, creating an atmosphere of tense anticipation. When he finally reached the corridor leading to Cashin's cell, he was surprised to see that there was only 1 guard instead of 2. And as he watched from the shadows, something even more unusual occurred. The distant energy he had felt earlier suddenly intensified, doubling in power. The guard, visibly alarmed, abandoned his post and ran in the direction of the emanation's origin. What's happening? Klein wondered, cautiously advancing toward the now unprotected door. The powers continued fluctuating, multiplying in intensity until reaching levels that Klein had never experienced. For him to be able to feel them at such a distance, they must belong to extraordinarily powerful individuals. Father, he thought instantly. When the power presences finally stopped growing, Klein was already in front of Cashin's cell door. It was taller than he remembered, with a small slot at eye level to allow surveillance. Driven by curiosity, Klein gave a small jump to reach the opening. What he saw on the other side left him perplexed. Cashin sat in the center of the cell, eyes closed and an expression of intense concentration on his face. His fingers moved quickly and intricately, as if manipulating invisible threads. Klein blinked, focusing his vision, and suddenly he could see them, faint purple lines connecting to his brother's fingertips, extending toward somewhere beyond the walls, only to vanish seconds after forming. Klein watched, fascinated, for several minutes. What was Cashin doing? Some kind of secret game? The purple thread seemed almost alive, writhing with a purpose he couldn't comprehend. But indignation began to bubble inside him. While he suffered the consequences, turned into a pawn in his brother's game, Cashin was just playing on his own, not even experiencing real punishment. Traitor. The word escaped Klein's lips before he could contain himself, laden with bitterness and resentment. You used me as a guinea pig and now you're wasting time. Do you know how many questions they asked me? Cashin's eyes snapped open, surprise quickly transforming into irritation at seeing his younger brother's face in the slot. The purple threads vanished instantly, though a faint glow lingered around his fingertips. Idiot, you're breaking my concentration, he hissed, jumping to his feet in one fluid motion. You could have ruined everything. Klein was about to reply when he noticed Cashin's expression changing again. A smile spread across his face, not warm or brotherly, but calculating, triumphant. Although there was enough time, he continued, approaching the door. It seems we'll soon be released. Released? I'm already outside. Klein hesitated, confused. Wait, they'll let you out. How can you know that? I have my ways, Cashin responded enigmatically. Father has come for us, and he won't leave empty-handed. Klein narrowed his eyes, distrust evident in his gaze. Perhaps his father would only take Cashin if given a choice. His trauma resurfacing as pessimism, his golden lion's core seemed to coil protectively around his heart. What were you really doing? He asked, pointing at his brother's fingers. I saw those purplish threads. What are they? For an instant, something like surprise crossed Cashin's face. His controlled facade momentarily slipped, revealing genuine astonishment. You can see them? His tone changed. Interesting. Perhaps you lost the energy, but the transformation was deeper than we thought. Stop speaking in riddles, Klein demanded, his patience wearing thin. What did you really do to me with that disgusting potion? Carson studied his younger brother with an evaluative gaze, as if seeing him in a new light. I gave you a gift, little Klein, he finally responded. One that you perhaps wasted with your impatience. He moved even closer to the door, his eyes shining with disturbing enthusiasm. In the dim light, they seemed to reflect purple rather than their natural color. When we get out of here, I'll show you the true extent of what you could have gained, he promised. And you'll understand why I did what I did. Klein couldn't stop thinking about the purple threads and Carson's strange calmness. The entire situation felt wrong, as if he was watching a play where everyone knew their lines except him. So he was preparing to leave, but Carson called him with an urgent whisper. Wait. Look for the door's runic key, he ordered, pointing toward the hallway. No, Klein answered, his voice cold and cutting. What? Carson blinked, genuinely surprised by the direct refusal. For a moment, he looked as if he couldn't comprehend the concept of Klein saying no to him. I said no, Klein repeated, a bitter smile forming on his lips. I'm not going to help you escape. I don't want to be free because I don't feel locked up here, and I'm not going to do anything as stupid as helping you. He pulled himself toward the slot, his face now inches from his brother's. I will fulfill my duty first. Carson slapped his forehead with his palm, a gesture of frustration so dramatic that in other circumstances it would have been comical. You're a complete idiot, he growled, looking at Klein as if he were a lost cause. I truly don't understand how you can be my brother. The words ignited even more of the anger that Klein had been containing. The memory of the betrayal, of realizing there was a strange energy corrupting his body, of being the pawn in a game he didn't understand, it all crystallized in that moment. I'm the idiot, he shouted, voice rising despite his earlier stealthy approach. It would be much more idiotic if I trusted you again. You used me as a lab rat. You gave me that thing without my knowledge. And now you expect me to help you now? Listen to me, Carson insisted, his voice acquiring a tone of urgency. Your task is obviously no longer possible. Forget about the catching the Star Weaver plan. We have to leave the academy and prepare for a much longer and more delicate conflict. No, Klein responded, obstinate. I'm not going anywhere. I'm staying. Stop making up nonsense. Klein pulled away and stepped back from the door, looking at his brother through the slot with contempt and pity. Always inventing conspiracies and absurd plans is what damaged your brain and put you in there, to do what you did to me. Carson observed his younger brother in silence for several seconds. His eyes, once so similar to Klein's, now seemed somehow different, colder, with that strange purple undertone that hadn't been there before. Finally, he let out a sigh of resignation. There's no way to win against an idiot, he murmured, returning to the center of his cell. When everything explodes, remember that I tried to warn you and keep you safe. Your warnings matter to me as much as the planes matter to a dragon, Klein spat, beginning to move away. The distant sound of approaching footsteps hastened his decision even more. The steady rhythm of boots against stone signaled the return of the guards. Enjoy your confinement, brother. Carson didn't respond, simply closing his eyes and resuming his meditation posture. His fingers began to move again in those strange patterns, weaving invisible threads of purple energy. Klein didn't stay, unwilling to be drawn back into his brother's web of manipulations. As he snuck back to his room, he felt a contradictory blend of emotions. The satisfaction of having denied help to the one who had betrayed him intermingled with a growing uneasiness at Carson's words. What if there really was something bigger at stake? What if his brother, despite his questionable methods, was trying to prepare him for something inevitable as he claimed? The thought sent a chill down his spine. He shook his head, expelling those doubts from his mind. Carson had always been manipulative, he had realized that already. This appeared to be no different. No more, he murmured to himself as he silently closed the door of his room. This time, I'll play by my own rules. The wave of power that emanated from the confrontation between Carson and the Academy leaders had spread like an invisible storm, penetrating walls and barriers, touching to a greater or lesser extent all the inhabitants of the enclosure. Most students only experienced a momentary sensation of heaviness, an inexplicable shiver, or restless sleep. But for some, the experience was much more profound or disturbing. Those with greater sensitivity to mana fluctuations found themselves suddenly alert. Han was alone in a corner of the back courtyard, seated on a stone bench partially hidden by shrubs. Between his hands he held an unrolled scroll, its content covered with symbols impossible to decipher for untrained eyes. It was his report, the fourth he had attempted to write this week. And like the previous ones, it remained incomplete, vague, full of irrelevant information disguised as valuable intelligence. The warning letter he had received that morning weighed in his pocket like a stone. The quality of your reports has diminished considerably. Precise and relevant information is required immediately. Remember that your sister's well-being depends directly on your performance. Don't force us to take unpleasant measures. Han closed his eyes, the internal conflict tearing him apart once more. Each passing day, the decision between faithfully serving Yino or protecting lives in Yano became more unbearable. His training since childhood had been harsh and had taught him that feelings were weaknesses, dangerous distractions. An effective agent should remain emotionally distant, objective, calculating. The mantras had been drilled into him until they became second nature. But it seemed that nothing prepared you for when you saw people you were beginning to care about die. The reality of loss had struck him with a force no training could withstand. The face of Ivan, the guard who called Ren Lucky Shroom, appeared in his mind. His expansive laughter, his stories about his childhood in the outskirts, his genuine kindness even with someone like Han, whom he barely knew. Han had started to approach him with the sole purpose of extracting information. A routine task for a spy. But the walks with Ren in the depths had affected Han. He had softened, and with each conversation with Ivan, each shared joke, each small gesture of genuine camaraderie, something inside Han had begun to change. And then came the ambush. The attack that no one had anticipated. Han had lowered his guard even further since Ren's battle against the abomination. Finding out that his actions had a part in those kinds of consequences. That day something had broken inside him. The mask of indifference, so carefully constructed over years of training, had begun to crack. Why did it have to be him specifically? Han murmured to himself, the words escaping before he could contain them. He returned to his room to throw himself on the bed and surrender to stop thinking for a few hours. It was at that precise moment when the power wave hit him. A presence that made his secret beast writhe inside him. Han jumped to his feet. His senses perceived the nature of the energy with a clarity that only one other child in the academy could match. Abyssal energy, he whispered, recognizing the unmistakable signature. And on a massive scale. His first reaction was one of absolute concern. His training reasserted itself momentarily, his mind analyzing potential threats and responses. Another abyssal incursion within the academy? Had the barriers failed? Was it the prelude to a larger invasion? But as he analyzed the energy waves, he began to discern their source. The gold crests, he deduced, remembering the rumors that had reached his ears about the incident with Klein. The pieces fell into place with disturbing clarity. The realization brought with it a wave of nausea. If the gold crests were openly attacking with abyssal energy at this level, the implications were catastrophic. The scroll in his bag seemed to call to him, reminding him of his duty. This information was exactly what his superiors in Yino had been waiting for. Important information that could change the course of their strategy. With a detailed report on what he had just felt, he could ensure his sister's well-being for months. The thought of her pulled at him with visceral force. But it could also trigger a conflict again that would cost countless lives. The dilemma paralyzed him on the spot, while the abyssal presence grew and then met with another force, equally powerful but of a different nature. Two titans clashing, invisible but perceptible to those with the right senses. What's happening, Han? Jin's voice startled him. Did you feel it too? Han turned to see his two roommates getting up, Jin with his usual restless energy and Kai with an expression of caution that didn't quite hide his curiosity. Having to share the room with Jin and Kai continued to be a major annoyance for Han. But for another 6 months, he had no choice. Feel what? He responded automatically, recovering his facade. Don't play dumb, it was very intense, Jin insisted. That thing. Like someone was crushing the air. Han shrugged, the gesture calibrated to convey casual dismissal. Probably some professor conducting an experiment. An experiment? Kai narrowed his eyes. That was more than a simple experiment. It was tense, aggressive. Shall we investigate? Jin proposed, practically bouncing with anticipation. It could be something interesting. Fine. Let's do that, Han responded, accompanying his answer with a smile as false as it was perfectly executed. You two go ahead. I'll put something away and catch up with you. The two ex-bullies, much less arrogant since their flash defeats by Ren but still impulsive, nodded and headed toward the perceived origin of the disturbance. Han watched them leave. The small scroll in his bag seemed to weigh a ton. His sister's life against his emerging conscience. His duty against what he was beginning to recognize as right. In the Greywing room, Ren sat up abruptly in his bed. The mushrooms in his hair pulsed with an urgent rhythm. What's happening? Murmured Taro, in response to his friend's sudden movement. Ren didn't respond immediately. His senses, sharpened by the combination of his beasts and the relic, captured something that went beyond the physical. A presence, a combination of energies he had never experienced before. Unlike Han, whose perception was limited to identifying the type of energy, Ren could discern much more. The specific energy signatures, the unique characteristics of the beasts involved, even the interactions between the different layers of power. A golden lion of unknown level, he murmured, his eyes distant as he analyzed the sensations. And something else, a Simurgh. But corrupted by. His mushrooms continued processing the complex information flowing through his enhanced senses. Against, a black turtle and a white serpent, fused in a different way. And there's more, Cheelance. 3 of them, a tiger and a phoenix. What are you talking about? Asked Min, rubbing his eyes. Ren blinked, slowly returning to immediate reality. The mushrooms in his hair dimmed slightly as he refocused on his friends. There's a confrontation in the academy. It feels like a demonstration of powers, most far superior to Gold One. He rose, approaching the window. In the distance, barely visible, he could distinguish a gathering of figures near the main gates. The night air carried faint traces of the energies clashing there, like the scent before a lightning storm. I think the Goldcrests are here, he continued, his voice strangely anxious. And they're not alone or friendly. The Goldcrests, repeated Lu. You mean Klein's family? Ren nodded. They must have come for Carson and Klein after what happened in the tournament, he deduced. But there's something else. The abyssal energy I purified from Klein during our combat, it's present in another individual, but much stronger, more integrated. Min and Taro exchanged concerned looks. Should we do something? Asked Taro, his voice low and worried. I don't think I can purify it all, Ren turned and responded frankly. This is far beyond our level. If the academy leaders are involved, the best we can do is stay away so as not to be a hindrance. But as he spoke these words, a new wave of power flooded his senses. It was different now, more harmonious than the first that had competed against the abyssal energy, before it had been overwhelmed, but now it was equally powerful. The energy signature of the black turtle had suddenly evolved into something Ren didn't yet recognize in his library, reaching a level that matched the corrupt energy. He could feel the subtle difference in the signatures. An external object, ancient and powerful, was amplifying the power of who may be Selphra by process of elimination, considering the main beast and its level. It seems our side has evened out, he murmured with relief. Yet suddenly, something unexpected occurred. His small fungus, which normally remained fused with him and silent, began to stir restlessly. The mushrooms in his hair vibrated with unusual intensity, their glow brightening and dimming in an erratic pattern. Before Ren could react, the creature completely liberated itself, jumping from his hair directly toward the open window. "No! Wait!" shouted Ren, turning to the window again and extending a hand an instant too late. The small chubby being, luminescent in the darkness, bounced against the floor and continued its frantic race toward the courtyard, completely ignoring its tamer's calls. Without thinking twice, Ren manifested the Hydra in his body and launched himself after it. In a fluid movement, he jumped toward the window, determined to quickly catch his mischievous beast. What he didn't expect was the hand that caught him by the ankle in mid-flight. "Where do you think you're going, my favorite student?" Lin's voice was deceptively sweet, but her grip had the strength of a hydraulic press. Her crane's feathers rippled along her forearm as she effortlessly held him suspended. With an expert pull, the professor dragged Ren back into the room. Her face, usually cheerful and teasing, now showed an uncharacteristic seriousness. "Professor Lin," exclaimed Ren, trying to free himself. "It's escaping, I have to." "I don't want any excuses," she responded firmly. "Not at this moment." "But..." "Listen," Lin interrupted him, lowering her voice. "Many students are leaving their dormitories, attracted by the mana fluctuations. The professors are busy trying to maintain order and prevent them from getting too close to the situation. The last thing I need is for our tournament champion to take advantage of the chaos to end up getting into trouble as always." "I don't want to get into trouble," protested Ren, pointing toward the window. "It's my fungus. It freed itself on its own. It had already done this twice before and hasn't been subtle." Lin narrowed her eyes, evaluating the sincerity in Ren's face. "Your beast separated voluntarily?" "Without your consent?" she asked, her tone changing slightly. "Yes." Ren pulled at his hair, where the missing mushrooms made him feel a strange discomfort and uncertainty. When the turtle's energy changed, it just jumped and ran away. Lin looked out the window, where the small luminous figure of the fungus was moving further and further away, bouncing between bushes and jumping over small obstacles with surprising speed for such a tiny being. "It's unusual," she admitted, frowning. "Beasts rarely act against their tamer's wishes, especially low-ranking ones." Ren nodded vigorously, the light veins beneath his armor pulsing fast with anxiety. "Still, I can't allow you to go out now," she declared firmly. "Not with what's happening." Ren looked at her desperately. "But my fungus is going to return at some point," Lin assured, though without complete conviction. "Beasts always return to their tamers eventually, they can't die. But you can." Taro, Min, and Lu observed the exchange with expressions ranging from concern to confusion. Finally, Taro stepped forward. "Professor," he began respectfully, "what exactly is happening?" "We felt those energies and then..." Lin sighed, not releasing her grip on Ren. "Adult business," she responded dryly. "Things that don't concern first-year students, however impressive their recent achievements might be." She looked meaningfully at Ren as she said this last part, her gaze leaving no room for argument. "But..." Ren insisted, looking out the window where his fungus had already disappeared into the shadows. The absence of the mushrooms from his hair left him feeling strangely incomplete, like missing a limb. "No buts," Lin declared, her tone final. "You'll stay here until the situation normalizes." Ren looked directly into Lin's eyes, abandoning any pretense of submission. "Professor, you don't understand," he said seriously. "My beast is heading straight toward the source of that power we just felt." Lin's eyes narrowed. The feathers of her crane briefly rippled with concern. "What do you mean?" "My fungus." Ren paused, considering how to explain something he himself didn't fully comprehend. "It has an affinity for certain objects of power. What it just felt, that sudden increase in the black turtle's energy, I believe was caused by an artifact." Lin visibly worried. How do you know that? I could feel its intention before it left, Ren explained as he recalled the sensation. And now my fungus is going directly toward it. If it reaches them. And the worst thing is that some of those present know the fungus is mine. If it starts acting strange near them. Lin cursed under her breath and hesitated for a moment, her professional duty warring with her personal concern for her favorite student. But. Even so, she said firmly, I can't let you out. It's too dangerous. The shadows of the room stirred, momentarily condensing before Luna emerged from them as if passing through an invisible veil. Larissa and Leora barely got startled, already accustomed to their cousin's sudden appearances. Maria merely nodded in acknowledgement. Did you feel it? Luna asked without preamble, her eyes brighter than usual, an effect of the partial activation of her beast's senses. Her shadow wolf and light cat had heightened her perception, making the world around her sharper, more intense. How could we not feel it? Leora responded, who was by the window with Maria at her side. Her will-o-wisp briefly flared around her. It was as if someone had thrown a huge rock into a small pool of mana. Larissa approached the window, drawing the curtain slightly aside to better observe the outside. Since what happened with Klein, I knew the politics of how to deal with this would be complicated, she commented, her tone reflecting the concern of someone who understands the political game better than her years would suggest. Julius mentioned that the Goldcrests wouldn't sit idle. Do you think they've come for Klein and Carson? Asked Maria, maintaining her usual respectful tone but unable to hide her curiosity. It's most likely, Larissa confirmed. The question is what they're willing to do to recover them. Luna joined them at the window, her sharpened senses tracking the energy fluctuations in the air. The combination of her shadow wolf and light cat granted her perception superior even to that of her cousins. There's something strange about that energy, she murmured, her brow furrowing. It's not like anything I've felt before. It's corrupted. A worried silence descended over the group as they observed the signs of activity in the distance. Figures moving, occasional lights, but everything too far away to distinguish clearly. It was Leora who broke the silence. Is that? A small luminescent point was moving across the courtyard, bouncing between bushes and zigzagging as if following an invisible path. It's Ren's fungus, Larissa confirmed, immediately recognizing the characteristic pulsing light. What is it doing alone? I've only seen it separated from him once before. Luna leaned further toward the window, her pupils dilating as she activated the enhanced vision of her light cat. The image of the small fungus cleared as if it were closer in broad daylight, every detail becoming crisp and distinct. It was a chubby creature that glowed with its own light, jumping with surprising agility for something so small. Its inflated cheeks bounced with each hop, and its round body swayed as it advanced toward the source of the energy disturbance. It's perfect, thought Luna, feeling a sudden and irrational impulse to reach it, to hold that creature in her hands. There was something about its appearance, about its determination, that awakened a protective instinct she normally kept well buried under layers of self-control. The fungus made a particularly high jump, its small arms extended as if celebrating its own feat, and Luna felt her heart racing. How could something be so adorable? And why did she feel this enormous urge to hug it? Before she could process these confusing emotions, the door to the room burst open. Two guards entered hurriedly, their faces tense with the urgency of their mission. Hana and Hikari, their beasts partially manifested in preparation for potential resistance. Your Highnesses, one of them began, her voice slightly trembling. We have strict orders. Under no circumstances are you to leave this room until further notice. The other guard nodded, adding, and please, don't even think about playing spy or investigating the situation. It's more dangerous than it seems. Leora and Larissa exchanged glances. Simultaneously, both jumped, activating their displacement abilities, their beast's energy flaring around them. But they appeared in the center of the room. After the jump, a substance similar to vines emerged from the floor and Hikari blinded them with a flash, effectively trapping them. Venus antenna, Hannah's plant, had anticipated their intentions. "I'm sorry, princesses," said the guard with evident discomfort. "But we have direct orders from Lady Ashenway and His Highness Victor. No one leaves until the situation is resolved." What none of them had noticed was that Luna hadn't attempted to use her shadow jump. Instead, while everyone's attention was on her cousins, Luna had made an impulsive decision somewhat uncharacteristic of her. With an agile and silent movement, she launched herself directly out the window. Her body twisted in the air with the feline grace of her second contract, landing perfectly on the grass several meters below. Without losing a second, she ran off in the direction she had seen the fungus go. But for the first time in a long time, Luna Starweaver wasn't acting according to a well-thought-out plan. She wasn't thinking about her faction, her father, academy politics, or the situation. At that moment, only one idea occupied her mind: finding that small bright creature and hugging it with all her might. The compulsion was overwhelming, drowning out the rational part of her mind. Behind her, from the window, she could hear her cousin's exclamations and the guard's curses. But she was already too far away, too fast for them to stop her, and too absorbed in her objective to worry about the consequences. Ren's fungus had become, at least for tonight, the center of her universe. In the hall, the atmosphere had become suffocating after Carson's departure. The 5 leaders remained seated around the table, evaluating their options with the gravity of those who bear the fate of millions upon their shoulders. Lingering traces of corrupted energy still clung to the air. "We cannot hand over the boys," Selphora affirmed, breaking the tense silence. "If we yield to this first demand, we'll be accepting our political surrender. The next request will be worse, and it won't be the last. But if we refuse," Arturo Dravenholm intervened, his Chelan's antlers still manifested above his head, "we risk starting a war in which we would find ourselves at a clear numerical disadvantage. A 2-to-1 ratio, based on the now blatant alliance between Yino and the Goldcrests." He stood and began creating figures in the air with differently colored minerals, forming a 3-dimensional diagram in the center of the room. "Yano has 1 million inhabitants," he explained, pointing to a circular pie chart divided into sections. "Of these, almost 90% are horde fighters but not war combatants with a rank not higher than Bronze 2. In this group, we invest 10 billion units of crystals from the main vein and what's obtained from external or different sources. The sphere divided, showing a dominant section and other much smaller ones. Then we have another 4 or 5% at Silver 1, who consume another 5 billion units of mana. At Silver 2 is 2 or 3%, absorbing another 5 billion. Julius nodded, recognizing the figures they regularly handled in Economic Council meetings. "And finally," Arturo continued, "around 1%, approximately 10,000 people, reach Silver 3 or higher, consuming about 10 billion for their cultivation just at that level." Sirius observed the diagram with an impassive expression, but his fingers lightly caressed the ring on his hand, a signal that only Selpha recognized as unease. "Of those 10,000, Arturo added, barely 5% reach Gold 1 or higher rank, having invested more than 10 additional billion crystals in them just for their personal cultivations." A small bright light appeared at the pyramid's apex, representing the culmination of single investment and cultivation. And at the top, our king, whose individual cultivation represents an investment of more than 500 million by itself. Our special weapon, that cannot be harmed by silver-rank tamers. He paused briefly while creating another separate section next to the first. The mineral particles rearranged themselves, forming a comparative model of the neighboring kingdom. "And do you know how Yino compares?" Arturo adjusted the diagram, looking primarily at Victor and Ignatius, creating a second pyramid. "Yino has a similar distribution in terms of total population, approximately 1 million inhabitants, and access to a similar amount of mana. The main difference, besides lacking a king of our level, is their distribution of ranks." The second pyramid reconfigured itself, expanding in the middle and narrowing at the top. The visual contrast between the two power structures was immediately apparent. There, bronze ranks occupy 60%, while low silver 1 represents 35%. This comes at the expense of their higher levels, of course, but it gives them a broader base of decent combatants. To that, we must add the situation with the gold crests, added Ignatius, connecting the pieces. If they fight against us, the balance would tilt drastically. Arturo nodded, expanding his diagram. The mineral particles shifted, creating a new configuration that illustrated the potential alliance. Exactly. If the approximately 300,000 inhabitants of the territories under Goldcrest influence change sides, we would be talking about going from a battle between equivalent forces, 1 million against 1 million, to a significant imbalance. The numbers floated, reorganizing themselves into a stark visual representation of the potential conflict. More than 1.3 million against less than 0.7 million. Basically, a 1 against 2. Arturo paused, letting the gravity of the situation settle. And if the abyssal corruption continues expanding at the rate Carson implied, we could be facing a 1 against 3 in beast numbers and power. Julius rose abruptly, shaking his head. His Chilan manifested more fully. Your demographic branch calculations are impressive, brother, but they leave aside a crucial factor, the quality of our higher lines. He pointed to the apex of Yano's pyramid. This is, without a doubt, our advantage. If it were really a 3 against 1 as you suggest, they would have attacked already. He approached the diagram, adjusting it. I think Carson came precisely to measure strengths, to correctly understand the real gap between our capabilities. A tense smile appeared on his face. What he saw probably confirmed to him that they don't have such an overwhelming advantage as they would like to believe. Arturo frowned, reconsidering his analysis. Then you suggest that if we count the 3 main families of Yano against the 3 of Yano, and one of ours goes to the opposite side, we're not really in a 2 against 4. Exactly, Julius confirmed. Calculating quality and not just quantity, we're probably in a 2.5 against 4, where the Goldcrests only count as 1 on that scale and without father here. Which would mean. Arturo began, as the implications became clear. It would mean that we would quickly crush the Goldcrests and then lose the real war but also with enormous losses for Yano, Julius concluded. So it's logical to expect that the Goldcrests wouldn't rise alone or be the first to attack. Victor, who had remained silent but attentive, intervened then. So basically it's a 5 against 7 or 8, if we don't want to talk about fractions. He traced lines connecting the different forces. We're worth 5, the Goldcrests are worth 2, and Yano is worth between 5 and 6, depending on how many abyssal warriors they've managed to integrate. Selphora nodded, her eyes reflecting wisdom accumulated over many decades. I agree with Julius's assessment. Carson may be immature and greedy, but he's not a fool, he wouldn't initiate a conflict unless he was sure of his victory. He probably aspires to create a scenario of 5 against 9 or even 10, before launching a direct attack. Which gives us time, concluded Sirius, speaking for the first time since the beginning of this discussion. Time that we must use wisely. The tension in the room was palpable as each processed the strategic implications. A power balance so delicate meant that any decision, even something seemingly minor like the release of 2 students, could tip the scales toward a devastating conflict. So, what is the best response to Carson? Ignatius finally asked, verbalizing the question that weighed on everyone. A prolonged silence followed Ignatius's question. Each of the leaders weighed the terrible consequences of any decision they might make. If Carson truly realized that his corrupt power isn't as strong as he initially thought. Julius reflected, perhaps we can prevent him from doing something stupid and sacrificing his faction just to give Yano the perfect moment to attack. Sirius, who had remained mostly silent, looked up. His eyes, normally cold and expressionless, showed a flash of inspiration. What if we give him just one of his sons, he suggested, his voice low but firm. Everyone turned to him, surprised by the proposal. Just one? Asked Victor, frowning. Which one? Klein, Sirius responded without hesitation. The younger one. Cashin's experiment failed thanks to that mushroom kid's intervention, and Klein seems largely purified. But we shouldn't free the aggressor, we know what the younger brother said is true. Selphira nodded slowly, considering the proposal. A middle ground, she murmured. We don't yield completely, but we don't refuse outright either. We would keep Carson for investigation and as proof that we don't tolerate abyssal experimentation, added Arturo. But we would return one son to Carson as a show of political respect. And more importantly, observed Julius, we would avoid giving the impression of total surrender. The five reflected in silence for several minutes, evaluating the pros and cons of this intermediate approach. And if he rejects the option? Sirius asked what no one wanted to consider. If he rejects this option, Ignatius finally said, I'm afraid you would have to consider another alternative. Consider a definitive solution. The words hung suspended in the air, but their meaning was crystal clear to everyone present. Eliminate his entire faction, Victor verbalized with raw frankness. In the quickest and most efficient way possible. If we do something like that, there would be a very high risk of provoking an immediate response from Yino, Arturo warned. We would need to gather enough power to take down his 100 combatants simultaneously, without giving them time to flee or even communicate to call for reinforcements. A most complicated situation as we are right now, sighed Selphira. And with a non-existent margin of error. Julius stood up, walking to the window that faced the Goldcrest's temporary camp. His Chilan faded, leaving him looking strangely vulnerable against the backdrop of the night sky. For the moment, we must make preparations for both options, he declared. But clearly, negotiation is the preferable path. He turned back to the others, his face somber. I regret that Zhao is taking so long to send a report after surpassing the second silver ring, he confessed. Unfortunately, communication birds cannot escape the level of the creatures of Ring 3 and beyond. Don't worry, Selphira reassured him, a sardonic smile appearing on her lips. Although I'm old, I can still keep the bully at bay for you while the idiot king arrives. The comment momentarily lightened the atmosphere, eliciting tense smiles from the Dravenholm brothers. But Sirius instinctively touched the ring on his hand, a gesture that didn't go unnoticed by Selphira. She knew that the Starweaver family's protector was worried. Selphira was strong, without a doubt, but the burden of confronting a corrupted Carson empowered by abyssal energy was immense, even for someone of her level. So, are we in agreement? Asked Ignatius, returning to the main thread of the discussion. We'll offer Klein as a gesture of goodwill, but keep Carson in custody as an unequivocal message against abyssal experimentation. One by one, the leaders nodded. Ring. 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 The small fungus's consciousness flowed in ways few beings could comprehend. It didn't think with words, but with sensations, purposes, and an instinctive understanding of the energies surrounding it. Normally it remained dormant within the human to whom it was bonded, simply facilitating access to information and processing the light of the ring they had already incorporated. A peaceful, symbiotic existence, where its true nature remained in a state of constant hibernation. But that changed when it felt it. It was as if its stomach jolted it awake suddenly, although it wasn't really a stomach, its body functioned more like an interconnected network without defined organs. However, this would be the simplest explanation for its immature Tamer if he ever needed to understand it. The call was irresistible. Another main ring. Another fragment of that which constituted its existential purpose. With a determination that surprised even Ren, the small fruiting body separated from the Tamer, jumping toward the window. It knew its Tamer would try to stop it. The human would never understand the importance of certain imperatives. Always worried about inconsequential things like consequences and permissions. Such limited perspectives, when the true nature of reality was so much more complex. The small fungus bounced across the courtyard, its chubby little body contrasting with the surprising agility of its movements. With each hop, its perception sharpened, locating with greater precision the source of that energy that called to it, growing ever closer. Close. 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 Its receptor roots detected a change in the environment. A new presence was approaching from another direction. Not its tamer, but a different yet familiar energy. The girl with the wolf and the cat. The one carrying a genetic key that, though interesting, was immature, not yet useful to it. Why does everyone have to interfere? Would be the translation, if its thoughts were formulated in words. Can't a poor primordia be left in peace to fulfill its purpose? The small fungus accelerated, determined to reach the ring before anything else could stop it. It could almost feel it now, that delicious energy that would perfectly complement what it had already begun with the first ring. The resonance called to it, promising completion of a cycle begun ages ago. It made a particularly high jump, extending its tiny arms to gain momentum, when suddenly its trajectory was interrupted. Two hands caught it in midair. No. 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 Before it could process what was happening, it found itself wrapped in an embrace so tight that it felt as if its quasi-fruiting body would disappear, compressed into non-existence back to its tamer. Its consciousness staggered, momentarily disoriented by the pressure. When the embrace finally loosened, the wolf-cat girl held it in front of her face, studying it with enormous, bright eyes. Luna. That was her name in human language. Its receptors captured waves of an emotion it couldn't fully classify. Admiration. Adoration. Some strange human ritual it was unfamiliar with. The intensity of her emotional emanations was almost painful to its sensitive receptors. Luna rubbed her cheek against it, and the fungus experienced sensations for which its existence had not prepared it. Its spongy texture compressed with each rub, while the girl murmured incomprehensible words. The intense physical contact sent chaotic signals through its network, disrupting its usual patterns of thought. Then, Luna held it away again, holding it with both hands, observing it as if it were the most precious treasure in the world. With surprising gentleness, she pressed its small inflated cheeks with her index fingers and thumbs. Kaya! Luna exclaimed with a high-pitched sound that made the fungus's receptors vibrate as its cheeks were pulled. It's so adorable. So squishy and perfect. The small being shuddered, genuinely frightened. Its experiences since birth included nothing remotely similar to this situation. What human ritual was this? Was it perhaps some unknown form of torture? Luna's face began moving closer and closer, her enormous eyes fixed on it with a disturbing intensity. Confusion and fear finally overcame its limitations, and the fungus did something it had rarely done since its conception: speak. "Leave me alone," it squeaked in a high-pitched, nasal voice. "What kind of torture ritual is this? If you're going to torture me, at least ask me some questions first. I should have rights as a cognitive symbiotic creature." Luna froze mid-movement, her eyes opening even wider if that was possible. The astonishment on her face was so palpable that even the fungus, with its limited understanding of human expressions, could interpret it. "You can talk?" Luna asked, her voice barely a whisper. The fungus considered returning to its habitual silence, but it was already too late to pretend. "Obviously I can talk," it replied in an irritated tone. "I just don't have anything interesting to say to humans. Occupied with your insignificant problems." Instead of releasing it, as the fungus expected, Luna emitted another high-pitched squeal, this one even more intense than the previous one. "It's even more perfect," she exclaimed, bringing it close to her face again. "Your little voice is so adorable I could listen to it all day. Talk more. Say something else." Panic seized the small being. This was worse than being chased, worse than being stopped. If it had had a heart, it would be frantically beating. "Help!" it shouted with all its might, hoping its tamer or any other rational creature might hear it. "Help! I'm being kidnapped. I just wanted to absorb a simple ring. I don't deserve this suffering." Luna let out a delighted giggle, as if the fungus's desperate cries were the most delicious thing she had ever heard. "You're the most adorable little creature in the world," she declared with absolute conviction. "And now you're my friend." "I'm not adorable," the fungus protested, trying to wriggle between her fingers. I am an arcane entity with complex and existential purposes. And I am enormous. Let me go, wolf cat girl. The ring is calling me. I'll call you Mashido, Luna continued, completely oblivious to her captive's protests. Horror seized the fungus as it realized its suffering had only just begun. You four. What are you doing outside your rooms at this hour? Lin's voice resonated through the hallway as she pointed accusingly at a group of students who had ventured out to investigate the source of the energy disturbance. The boys, from another section of the Greywing, shrank under the intensity of her gaze. Professor Lin, one of them stammered, we just wanted to see what was happening. We felt that strange energy and... Silence. Lin cut him off. Students must remain in their rooms for their own safety, go inside now. While Lin continued her scolding, Min discreetly approached Ren, placing a hand on his shoulder. It's now or never, he whispered, activating his aquatic amphibian. Borrow its invisibility. Ren felt the translucent creature separate from Min and adhere to his shoulder, extending its effect over him. His body began to vanish, gradually becoming transparent. The sensation was peculiar, like being immersed in cool water that somehow passed through his skin rather than around it. Lu positioned himself strategically behind Lin, combining with his bat and making a subtle gesture with his hands. The sound around Ren seemed to fade, dampening any noise he might make. Taro, understanding the plan without needing words, deliberately advanced toward Lin. But Lin sensed Taro's footsteps and turned around, narrowing her eyes suspiciously. And, where is Ren? Taro averted his gaze and began to sweat. He needed a moment. In the bathroom. Said he'd be right back. While Lin divided her attention between Taro and the troublesome students, Ren had already taken advantage to slip through the window, moving with the utmost caution. Thanks to Min's invisibility and Lu's sound suppression, he managed to reach the windowsill without being detected. The cool night air brushed against his invisible form, a strange sensation when he couldn't see his own body. Sorry, Lin, he thought as he jumped to the exterior. But I need to recover my mischievous beast. From the courtyard, still invisible thanks to the borrowed amphibian, he could hear Lin's furious exclamation when she finally realized she had been deceived, promising retribution that made Ren wince in sympathy for his friends. I'll remember your sacrifice, guys, Ren murmured to himself as he hurried away. Once I find my fungus I'll pay you in full. However, the task proved more complicated than he had anticipated. The absence of his main beast deprived him of much of his enhanced perception. He felt partially blind, trying to navigate a world that suddenly seemed more opaque and confusing. Ren attempted to establish contact through the mana bond he shared with his fungus, a connection that normally allowed a tamer to synchronize even at a distance. But for some reason, the connection seemed blocked, as if his small beast was deliberately ignoring his calls with immense strength. Ren felt like he was trying to pull a giant tree with roots hundreds of kilometers long. What suddenly happened to you? He murmured worriedly as he moved cautiously between bushes and trees, avoiding the professors and auxiliaries patrolling the grounds, returning curious students to their dormitories. The invisibility borrowed from Min's amphibian gave him a significant advantage, allowing him to go unnoticed even when he nearly stumbled upon a group of professors discussing in low voices near the building. Their hushed tones carried fragments of concern about Goldcrest demands and potential conflict. Rounding a particularly dense hedge, Ren heard familiar voices. Jean and Kai were being escorted back to their dormitory by a visibly irritated auxiliary teacher. Unacceptable behavior, the professor was saying. Especially during a sensitive situation like this. We just wanted to see what was happening, Jean protested with his usual arrogance, though considerably diminished in the face of authority. How are we supposed to learn if they keep us away from everything interesting? Ren crouched behind some bushes, waiting for them to pass. It was then that he noticed another figure moving stealthily several meters behind the group. It was Han, who had been following his roommates at a prudent distance and used them as bait. His movements were precise, fast, nothing like the casual wandering of a curious student. While the professor continued reprimanding Jean and Kai, Han suddenly stopped. His head turned, as if he had perceived something, and to Ren's surprise, looked directly at the bushes where he was hiding. With quick and natural movements, as soon as the professor and the others disappeared from view, Han approached the bushes, his posture alert but outwardly casual. "Ren," he whispered, so low it was barely audible. "I know you're around here." Ren remained motionless, impressed by Han's perceptive ability. Despite the invisibility, he had somehow detected his presence. Carefully, Ren approached Han, the amphibian still attached to his shoulder, maintaining his invisibility. "Don't make noise," Ren whispered near Han's ear, who gave a small start despite having been the one to initiate contact. "Ren." Han turned his head, his eyes searching the empty air. "It is you, right?" "Yes," Ren confirmed in a barely audible whisper. "I'm using Min's invisibility." Han nodded, maintaining a neutral expression. His eyes continued to scan the area, the practiced vigilance of someone accustomed to surveillance. "It's dangerous to be here," Han warned in a low voice. "What's happening isn't something you should explore as you always do. You should return to your room." "I appreciate your concern," Ren responded. "But I'm not here out of curiosity. My fungus escaped." Han blinked, genuinely surprised. For a moment, his carefully maintained composure slipped. "Your fungus escaped? How is that possible?" "I don't know," Ren admitted, frustration evident in his whispered voice. "It had done something like this once before, but I can't control it. We were in the room, felt those waves of power, and suddenly it jumped out the window and ran off." Han frowned, processing the information. Something about this didn't align with his understanding of beast behavior. "But nothing will happen, right? Beasts always return, you should go back to your room and—" "Han," Ren whispered, "if it's so dangerous to be outside, why are you here?" A tense silence followed the question. Han hesitated, clearly uncomfortable. The warning words in the last letter he had received resonated in his mind, along with the implicit threat against his sister if his reports continued to be useless. His training urged caution, silence, deflection, but something else pushed against those instincts. Seeing that Han wasn't responding, Ren decided to press a little more. "I understand if you have your own reasons," he said softly. "I have mine too." When Ren made a move to continue advancing, Han extended his arm, blocking the path although he couldn't exactly see where his invisible friend was. "Wait, please," Han requested, his voice barely audible. The strain of indecision was evident in the tight line of his mouth. He considered using his spider thread to stop him, but knew that Ren was exceptionally agile and quick. Although at that moment Ren faced perceptive difficulties without his fungus as the main beast in his body and probably couldn't detect his invisible threads, Han didn't know this. After a moment of inner indecision, Han made a decision he would never have considered possible weeks ago. "I can sense abyssal energy," he confessed, carefully choosing his words. "What's happening now? It seems the Goldcrests are preparing for a confrontation with Yano's main families. The probability of conflict is—" He paused, "high." "How do you know that?" Ren asked, feigning ignorance although he had actually perceived the same situation thanks to his fungus before it escaped. "It's an ability of my spider," Han responded automatically, masterfully adding the lie to the truth. There was a silence charged with tension. "If you're going to tell me lies," Ren said with surprising coldness, "I prefer you don't tell me anything. I'll continue alone." Han felt as if an invisible fist was squeezing his chest. Ren knew something, or at least suspected enough to detect his falsehood. Indecision paralyzed him momentarily. All his training as an agent screamed at him to maintain his cover, to invent another, more credible explanation. But something deeper, something that had begun to change since he met Ren and the others, since he stood in front to save, to protect him, urged Han to do the unthinkable. "Wait," he called again, perhaps making the most important decision of his life. "I'll trust you." And to his own surprise, Han bowed until his forehead touched the ground, a gesture of absolute humility. I'm a spy, he confessed, his voice barely a whisper. From Yino. My sister is being held there as a guarantee of my loyalty. If I don't fulfill my assignments, she would suffer the consequences. Ren remained silent, allowing Han to continue. You're special, Ren, Han continued, still with his forehead to the ground. I've known it for some time. And I know you have the third ring. These last words made Ren tense. You must not approach the Goldcrest Patriarch, Han warned urgently. If they somehow discover the ring is with you, they would realize that neither the king nor the most powerful families have it at hand. That revelation could unleash war, as it would eliminate one of the main uncertainties about the balance of power between Yano and Yino. How do you know so much about the ring and politics? Ren asked, genuinely surprised. I don't even know exactly what this third ring is exactly. Han finally raised his face, looking toward where he supposed Ren was. Yino also possesses 2 rings identical to Yano's, except for the third one that you hide, he explained, his voice barely a whisper. The second allows synergizing the powers of 2 Tamers into one. Ren realized that was exactly what he had sensed between Sirius and Selphra. And the first helps manifest beasts at a high level without the dangers of abyssal corruption. Han lowered his voice even further, the words barely carrying through the night air. But nobody knows exactly what the third one does. Yino's remains trapped in crystal and will stay that way for almost 10 more years. And Yano's third, somehow, you've kept it safe. Ren absorbed this information, connecting it with what he already knew thanks to his world mushroom. The resulting picture became increasingly clear and more concerning with each passing moment. Since Harold failed in his mission, Han continued, glancing around to ensure they remained unobserved, Yino suspects that Julius, Selphra, or Sirius, or perhaps all 3 together, hid the ring to set a trap for the Goldcrests. It seems that's why they believe they're being provoked with the Klein and Carson situation. But then why is Carson here? If he thinks they'll set a trap for him. Ren stopped, trying to comprehend the complete strategy. On the surface, it doesn't make sense, Han nodded, his eyes scanning the darkness. But in reality, all it means is that Yino is already supporting him, at this very moment, waiting for Yano to show its hand. The Goldcrest Patriarch has mobilized many of his followers and has hidden several triple Tamers among them. There are more waiting beneath the surface, beyond the perceptive reach of anyone. I received orders to monitor the situation and report on movements and power differences. Surely the same order was given to other spies. But with the enormous power increase, perhaps they're already on their way. Ren murmured, the implications making his blood run cold. That was just a measurement of forces. Han made a significant pause. But if a battle breaks out, they'll know instantly from the manner of power release. So they haven't yet decided to fight, Ren understood. Exactly. And from what I perceived, they're quite evenly matched. Han looked directly to where he believed Ren was standing. That's why you can't risk them discovering the ring is in your hands. You should give it to Selphra or Julius to put Yano in a better position and avoid war for. If we are lucky, 10 more years. Ren remained motionless, processing the enormity of what he had just heard. He was, unknowingly, the reason, the thin line separating the cities from total war. The color drained from his face, though Han couldn't see it due to the invisibility. I can't hand it over, Ren finally said. The ring. I don't fully understand how it works. And it seems to be integrated with my fungus. Han's eyes widened with surprise. Then, Ren continued with new determination, we have to find that idiotic fungus as soon as possible. If it reaches the conflict site and somehow they realize it absorbed the ring, everything could fall apart. Han nodded, understanding the gravity of the situation. 2 cities, 2 million lives, balanced on the actions of a small luminescent being running freely through the academy grounds. Let's go, he whispered, rising to his feet. There's no time to lose. In which direction did it go? Toward the source of the energy, Ren responded. And thank you for telling me the truth, Ren added, genuinely relieved. Although technically you had already done so with your actions that day. The small fungus rested on Luna's outstretched hands, who contemplated it as if she had found a legendary creature whose existence the world barely suspected. Her eyes, large and bright, didn't stray from the tiny luminescent being. So, can you talk to all people or just me? Luna asked, tilting her head slightly with genuine curiosity. The fungus, which minutes before had been desperately screaming for help, had discovered something fascinating. When Luna calmed down enough to not only enjoy the high-pitched sound of its voice but to pay true attention to its words, she began to take them as if they were divine revelations. This presented an unexpected opportunity. I only speak to special people, the fungus responded, deliberately modulating its voice to make it sound more adorable, a task for which it wasn't naturally equipped, but was learning with surprising speed. People who can see beyond the ordinary. Luna let out a small squeal of delight. I knew you were special. From the first time I saw you, I thought there was something more than magical about you. And you too, since we have a connection, the fungus added with a mysterious tone, its light pulsing rhythmically. The deep bond between beings who are destined to meet each other. Luna nodded solemnly, as if she had just heard the answer to one of the great mysteries of the universe. It's exactly what I felt when I saw you, she confessed, gently bringing the fungus closer to her face. As if we were destined to be friends. Luna visibly blushed, a reaction that the fungus filed away as an indication of success in its communicative strategy. In just a few minutes, it had gone from being a prisoner to having its captor completely enchanted. Friends, the fungus repeated, vibrating slightly to increase its luminescence in a way it knew would be charming. I would like that. I've never had a friend like you. Luna smiled, and the fungus knew it had practically won the battle. Luna, it said, using her name for the first time, there's something I must show you. Something wonderful that only someone with your special abilities could fully appreciate. What is it? She asked, leaning forward with anticipation. It's difficult to explain, the fungus responded with feigned shyness, its mushroom cap dimming slightly as if embarrassed. I would have to show you, but first I need something that's, in that direction. One of its tiny arms pointed toward where it sensed the ring's presence, the pull as irresistible as ever but now channeled through a new strategy. Over there. Luna looked in the indicated direction, where the lights of the administrative building shone in the distance. But there are many professors and guards. That's why destiny chose you, the fungus explained, its voice descending to a conspiratorial whisper. With your talent for shadows, you could take us there without anyone seeing us. I want to share that secret only with you. Imagine how special that would be. The fungus swayed slightly, letting its chubby body move in the way it had noticed provoked that melted expression on Luna's face. It worked to perfection. The doubt that had begun to appear on the young Starweaver's face dissolved like snow under the sun. All right, Luna decided, cradling the fungus against her chest as if it were the most precious treasure in the world. I'll take you there. We're friends now, and friends help each other. Selphra and Sirius advanced down the main corridor of the administrative building. They had just separated from Julius and his brothers, who would remain monitoring the Goldcrest camp while they took charge of bringing in the problematic heirs. Their footsteps echoed softly in the empty hallway. Leaving the boys with such little surveillance isn't the best decision, Sirius commented, his voice barely audible. Not with Carson so close and determined to recover them. Allowing him to succeed would be accepting the enemy's superiority, Selphra responded, nodding. But don't worry, I can clearly sense their energies, they're still in their rooms. They had barely left the meeting hall behind when Sirius abruptly stopped, his body tensing slightly. Selphra perceived it instantly too, her sharpened senses detecting the strangely poorly executed jump of a familiar presence. It seems we have company, Selphra murmured, directing a meaningful look toward a particularly dark corner of the hallway. Sirius appeared visibly uncomfortable, avoiding looking directly at the shadows. Selphra observed him with curiosity before releasing a sigh of resignation. Luna, she called in a firm but not hostile voice. Come out from there. You shouldn't be outside your dormitory, especially tonight. There was a moment of silence, followed by a slight movement in the shadows. Gradually, Luna Starweaver's figure emerged from the darkness, her head bowed and her hands hidden behind her back in an unusually shy gesture for her. Selphira glanced sideways at Sirius, who maintained an impenetrable expression, though his clenched fists revealed his inner tension. The ancient Ashenway sighed again, this time with a hint of exasperation. What do you need, little one? Selphira asked, her tone softening slightly. This is no time for nocturnal explorations or mischief. Luna visibly trembled, a behavior so atypical for her that it immediately captured the complete attention of both adults. For an instant, she seemed to be waging an internal battle. Finally, she took a deep breath and, with a quick and determined movement, extended her hands forward. Resting on her palms, illuminated by its own pulsing glow, was Ren's small fungus. The extremely small energy emitted by the fungus began to grow. The reaction was instantaneous and completely unexpected. Both Sirius and Selphira felt an abrupt change in their beasts, as if an electric current had activated them without their permission. It was an unknown sensation for them, both had been the undisputed conductors of their beasts their entire lives. Selphira's black turtle and Sirius's celestial white tiger resonated involuntarily, partially manifesting in their bodies without having been summoned. Hardened parts of shell appeared on Selphira's skin, while luminous white patterns covered Sirius's arms. The power of their beasts surged forth unbidden, responding to a call they couldn't resist. The fungus, capturing this reaction, opened its small chubby mouth and began to absorb. The energy of Sirius's celestial white tiger, instead of expanding outward as was usual, began to flow toward the fungus like water into a drain. The imposing presence of the celestial predator, instead of resisting, seemed to surrender voluntarily, transforming as it was consumed. It became purer, closer to the true nature of the tiger, speed, freedom, and the wind element that controlled the skies. Simultaneously, Selphira's black turtle experienced the same phenomenon. Its energy of adaptability, resistance, and control over water flowed toward the small creature, purifying itself until only its primordial essence remained. For a brief instant, before the eyes of the two elders, the tiny fungus seemed to grow, transforming into something majestic and enormous, like an existence that had witnessed the birth of the world itself. An ancestral wisdom observed them through those disproportionately large eyes. Sirius took a step back, his normally expressionless face showing genuine surprise when his beast reacted not with aggression, as would have been natural when facing an unknown presence, but with something that could only be described as reverence. The white tiger, a creature of unparalleled pride and power, bowed to this small fungus as if recognizing a long-lost sovereign. The fungus's body now glowed with new lines of energy that interwove in complex patterns within its structure. The enhancements to its capabilities were being born there, though almost no one could perceive them, 15% more in water control, courtesy of Selphira's turtle. Also 15% in air control, coming from Sirius's tiger. The elemental controls of fire and earth obtained from the Qilin and Phoenix also increased to 15%. But there was something more, an additional 10% increase in light and darkness and a 5% that seemed to strengthen its entire structure. Perhaps an unexpected genetic resonance of 5%, coming not from Sirius's tiger, but from a distant connection with the ancestral line of Luna's father. Or perhaps what would have been the lost metal element, present in the tiger's evolutionary line, found an echo in the small being. While Sirius and Selphira remained paralyzed by surprise, unable to fully comprehend what they had just witnessed, the small fungus directed its attention to Sirius's hand. Its eyes lit up with immeasurable intensity as it fixed its gaze on the ring that the Starweaver patriarch wore. It was the moment it had been waiting for. The ring, so close, practically calling to it. With its newly enhanced capabilities, it was ready to make the decisive leap. This could be its best opportunity. Luna, completely oblivious to what was really happening, observed the scene with childish fascination. Were they unable to withstand so much cuteness? She thought enthusiastically. I knew he was special. My little friend Moshido is wonderful. Selphora was the first to recover part of her composure and realize who the small beast belonged to. Luna, she said in a tense voice, where did you find this, creature? Before Luna could respond, Sirius raised the hand that bore the ring, an instinctive and strange gesture to touch the small fungus. The eyes of the tiny creature shone with anticipation, its small appendages tensing for the leap that would take it toward its objective. Its entire being focused on the ring, every receptor aligned with singular purpose. Just one moment more, and the ring would be its. In the Goldcrest's temporary tent, Carson suddenly sat up from his resting bed. His body had not yet fully recovered from the effort of the abyssal manifestation, but his senses remained sharpened, especially for detecting fluctuations in the surrounding mana. Do you feel it? He asked the guard at his side. The Starweaver and Ashenway leaders? Carson nodded, his face contracting with a grimace of disgust. Selphora and Sirius are manifesting their beasts again. His eyes narrowed, the purple tinge in them becoming more pronounced. But there's something else, something strange. Perhaps the third ring was with the old woman after all. He extended his perception, trying to identify that unknown presence that intertwined with the familiar energies. It was small, incredibly strange, and also, disagreeable in some way. The sensation made him nauseous. It's unpleasant, he murmured, bringing a hand to his chest where the abyssal corruption pulsed rhythmically. As if something were, threatening my energy. The guard frowned, unable to perceive what his leader detected. Should we be concerned? Carson considered the question for a moment before making a decision. Send Neith, he ordered, referring to one of Yino's best spies who had accompanied his entourage. Have him observe from a distance and report what he sees. The guard nodded, silently disappearing to fulfill the order. Carson remained motionless, contemplating the implications of this new variable in an already complex equation. What were the old guardians plotting now? The small fungus could not contain its excitement. The second ring was there, just centimeters away, glowing with an energy that only it could fully appreciate. Its small mouth opened and closed involuntarily, a thread of luminescent drool dripping from its lower lip while its eyes remained fixed on its objective. Mine. 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 With a tenacity that would have been comical in any other circumstance, the fungus tensed its tiny limbs and jumped from Luna's hands, tracing a perfect arc toward Sirius's hand. Its entire being focused on that singular purpose, every receptor aligned with the goal of reaching the ring. Time seemed to slow as it soared through the air. Yet everything happened in fractions of a second. An almost invisible thread cut through the air, tangling around the small body of the fungus in mid-flight. With an almost expert pull, the trajectory was abruptly interrupted, sending the fungus backward like a yo-yo at the end of its string. Simultaneously, a figure partially materialized in the hallway, his hand extended to catch the small fugitive. Got you, exclaimed Ren, capturing the fungus in mid-air and firmly squeezing it between his fingers. The fungus writhed, trying to free itself, but the pressure was too much for its small body. With one last gesture of rebellion, it looked toward the ring with longing before being forced to merge again with its tamer. Inside his body, the small beast tried to escape again, but Ren was no longer distracted like the first time. He forced it to stay inside with the help of the Hydra and pure willpower. Calm down, you mischievous little demon, you're going to start a war. Ren felt the wave of knowledge and perception returning to his mind like a flood, along with the enhancements the fungus had acquired. His understanding of the surrounding energies instantly sharpened, allowing him to perceive details that had remained hidden during their brief separation. The small fungus also connected with the new information that Ren had from Han and seemed to calm down a bit, though still reluctant. Ren was also surprised by the improvements, but he had no time to process this new information. Sirius, recovering from the trance into which the fungus's presence had plunged him, reacted instinctively. A flash of light emanated from his body, an expansive wave to reveal any hidden presence. The invisibility covering Ren and Han dissipated like fog under the sun, leaving them completely exposed. The amphibian on Ren's shoulder retreated scared into his tamer. Luna, finally processing what had just happened, blushed intensely upon realizing the situation. Her gaze briefly crossed Ren's before she averted it, mortified by her role in this entire debacle. Sirius narrowed his eyes, his gaze passing from Luna to the newly revealed Ren with an expression that oscillated between surprise and clear aversion. His face hardened upon noticing the blush on his daughter's cheeks. An almost palpable tension emanated from him as his powers subtly increased. "You," he pronounced, his voice cold as ice. "I should have imagined you would be involved in all this." His attention briefly diverted to Han, whom he didn't immediately recognize, before returning to Ren. Understanding illuminated his features as he connected the dots. "The creature is yours," he stated, not a question but a confirmation. "And we just..." Selphira, who had remained observing the situation with her usual calmness, nodded slightly. "I suspected as much," she murmured, her gaze evaluating Ren with a stronger interest. But then, from the corner of her eye, Selphira detected movement in the shadows farther down the hallway. A presence watching them, motionless but attentive. Yino's spy was already in position. With a deliberately slow movement, Selphira placed her hand on Sirius's shoulder. "Remember where we are, we have visitors," she murmured, her voice barely audible. "They're just small, mischievous children. Let me deal with them." Her eyes subtly shifted toward the shadows where the observer was hiding. The message was clear, they were being watched, and caution was essential. Sirius caught the message instantly. His expression softened marginally, though the tension in his jaw revealed the effort it cost him to contain himself. The shadow at his feet momentarily lengthened, his black snake disappearing from it as if his shadow were breaking in two. "I'll take care of the Goldcrest boys as well, then," he declared in a perfectly controlled voice. "Take them to their rooms." Selphira nodded, turning to the three young people with a severe but not hostile expression. "Luna, Ren, and Han, correct?" she said, pointing to the opposite hallway with an elegant gesture. "Please accompany me. We have matters to discuss in private." Her tone left no room for discussion, though the slight inclination of her head suggested that she wasn't as angry as her official attitude wanted her to appear. As they followed Selphira down the corridor, moving away from Sirius, Luna remained flushed, avoiding looking directly at Ren. Han maintained a neutral expression, though the tension in his shoulders revealed his concern about the possible consequences of having been discovered. Ren, for his part, was too busy processing the avalanche of information that his fungus was transmitting, not only the new capability enhancements, but something much more significant related to the ring it had just tried to steal and its connection to the ancient powers that seemed to be gradually awakening within him. From the shadows of the hallway, Neith, Yino's spy, observed the scene carefully, memorizing every detail for his subsequent report. There was something about the mushroom boy that he found disturbing. But he hadn't noticed the shadow behind him. Neith remained motionless, like part of the corridor shadows themselves. His years of training had perfected him in the art of invisibility, not mere visual concealment, but the complete suppression of his presence. His breathing, so slow that it barely disturbed the surrounding air. His scent, so light that the best beast olfactory senses would take several minutes to perceive. And his mana, hidden so deep within his core that it didn't stand out even in the city's almost null mana environment. He observed the three young people and the elderly Ashenway walking away down the opposite hallway. It was time to return and complete his mission. He would withdraw to inform Carson of what he had witnessed. The information about the strange glowing creature would be of particular interest to his masters. It was then that he felt it. A subtle change in the density of the shadows behind him. An almost imperceptible shift in the texture of darkness. A stealth as good as his own. The black snake launched itself behind him, its shadow attack unfurling like a wave of ink in the night. But Neith was no ordinary spy. His dark trickster spirit, a silver 3-rank beast with natural affinity for shadows, responded instantly. The snake's attack was cancelled against an equally dense shadow barrier, each strand of darkness counteracted. With a fluid movement, Neith reversed the dynamics of attack and defense. His trickster extended shadow tentacles that coiled around the snake. The shadow tendrils wrapped around the serpent, restricting its movement. They've discovered me, he thought, maintaining calm despite the situation. The decision was made in a fraction of a second. Priority, immediate withdrawal. He began to melt into the shadows of the floor, his body rapidly vanishing. It was a technique he had used and perfected over decades, an infallible escape even against higher-level tamers. The cage would only last an instant against the trapped silver 3-rank snake, but it should give him the precious milliseconds he needed to completely disappear. But something changed much faster than expected. The captured snake seemed to dissolve. The chains imprisoning it broke instantly to Neith's surprise. A flash of light, so intense it seemed to tear the very fabric of darkness, burst from the snake's core. Where the snake had been, now stood Sirius Starweaver. And just before Neith could escape, Sirius's hand closed around his throat, ripping him from the shadows and lifting him off the ground with surprising strength. "Spy from Yino or the Goldcrests?" Sirius pronounced, his voice as cold as ice. "Did you think we wouldn't notice your presence?" Neith was genuinely astonished. His concealment technique was legendary among Yino agents, capable of deceiving even several beasts specialized in detection. He hadn't expected to be discovered with such ease, much less caught with such precision. Suicide or forced escape? But he hadn't survived so many years in his profession by surrendering to the first complication. With a calm born of countless life-or-death situations, he made a quick decision. He activated his trump card. If he used it, he would reveal the use of abyssal power among Carson's troops, but the leader had already used it himself, so it should have little significance to use a bit more for a second. His second beast, hidden until that moment, emerged to the surface. The Abyssal Dark Coyote, a synthetic creature specialized in escape and information gathering, a perfect complement to his trickster. His body combined and expanded, altering the structure of his cells to make them more malleable. The corrupt synergy between both beasts transformed his body. His shadows mixed with the abyssal corruption, converting his humanoid form into something black and more fluid. Sirius squeezed, but his fingers sank into a mass that was no longer completely solid. Despite this, thanks to his shadow control, he didn't let go. However, Neith's neck had transformed, shifting laterally while his arm took its place in the grip. A distorted and cacophonous laugh, a mix of the coyote's howls and the trickster's cackles, resonated in the hallway. Neith opened a mouth that had expanded far beyond natural limits, revealing rows of sharp teeth that glowed with a sickly purple tone. With a brutal movement, he sank these fangs into his own arm, cleanly severing it from Sirius's grip. The separated limb lost its shadows and became normal in Sirius' hand while Neith plunged into the floor again at a vertiginous speed. "I've made it," thought Neith, feeling the freedom of the shadow jump. The between space welcomed him, a realm of pure darkness where he was faster than anyone. Not even a gold tamer can. His thought was abruptly interrupted when he felt a presence behind him. Impossible. No one could follow him inside his own shadow jump. It was supposed to be an absolute domain, an inviolable sanctuary. And yet, there was Sirius, sliding through the darkness as if it were the domain's sovereign. Starweaver's face had transformed. His eyes, normally cold and expressionless, now burned with fury. The irritation initially directed at Ren had turned into pure anger, fueled by the abyssal presence he had detected in the spy. "Don't underestimate a guardian," Sirius growled, his voice distorted by the Shadow Realm's properties. A strange light spun around him, interwoven with shadows in a perfect and impossible balance. The pure white of his celestial tiger merged with the absolute blackness of his serpent. With a movement that defied all logic, Sirius extended his hands toward the very edges of the dimensional tunnel through which they were traveling. His fingers seemed to grab the fabric of shadows and, with a brutal pull, tore the bridge. The world around them fragmented. Neith felt how he was violently expelled from the intermediate space, his body forcibly materialized in the hallway. The transition was so abrupt, so contrary to the natural laws of the shadow jump, that his body suffered the equivalent of a dimensional whiplash. Pain beyond description tore through him as his physical form was wrenched back into reality. Before he could recover, Sirius emerged beside him. But this was no longer the same Sirius who had initiated the pursuit. Sirius had fused the power of his beasts, reaching a state that few tamers in the world could even conceive. With a speed that contradicted his apparent calm, Sirius lunged at Neith. His hands, now wrapped in that strange combination of light and darkness, pierced through the spy's shadow armor as if it were wet paper. Neith felt how his last defense and his mutations were vanishing. The coyote and the trickster tried to reform the protective shell, but Sirius's mixed energy neutralized their efforts. The corruption that had been his strength now writhed in agony, unable to withstand the light of the tiger combined with the darkness of the snake. Sirius's hand closed again around his throat, this time with an inflexible firmness. Neith tried to transform once more, but discovered with horror that his control over his own form had been nullified. "Yino," Sirius pronounced, his voice resonating with power. The fingers began to squeeze, gradually increasing the pressure. Neith felt how his trachea began to yield under the relentless force. "Abyssal corruption," Sirius continued, "is not a power that should be mastered. It is a plague that must be exterminated." The first crack was soft, almost inaudible. Cartilage yielding under pressure. Neith tried to speak, negotiate, beg, but no sound could escape from his compressed throat. Sirius's eyes, now two orbs of intermingled light and darkness, showed no mercy whatsoever. The shadow of the coming war, the threat to his family, to his, everything was symbolically concentrated in this act of elimination. The second crack was more audible, the hyoid bone fracturing under inexorable pressure. Neith's eyes opened wide, absolute terror reflected in them as life began to leave his body. The Yino spy, who had survived countless impossible missions, who had outwitted the best security systems and many powerful tamers, met his end in a dark hallway, at the hands of a power he had fatally underestimated. The last thing he saw before darkness claimed him was Sirius's face, not with the satisfaction of victory, but with the somber resolution of one who knows that this is probably only the first death of many to come. The final crack resonated in the empty hallway, followed by the soft sound of a lifeless body sliding to the shadows on the floor. Silence enveloped the small group as they walked through the quiet corridors. Selphra led the way, while the three young people followed at a respectful distance, none daring to break the silence. It was a quick wave of power, emanating from where they had left Sirius, that finally altered the atmosphere. A brief but intense pulsation that made the youngsters momentarily stop in their tracks. Selphra showed no visible reaction, but her eyes narrowed slightly before turning toward the young people. "Ren," she finally said, her voice lacking the accusatory tone the youngsters had anticipated, "why did you let your creature go out alone?" Before Ren could respond, she looked at Luna. "And you, little star weaver, why did you bring it to us?" Luna lowered her gaze to the floor, her cheeks burning with an intense blush. Her fingers intertwined nervously as she seemed to search for words that wouldn't come. Ren, understanding it was better if he spoke first, stepped forward. "I didn't let it out," he responded honestly. "It acted on its own. It escaped from me." Selphra remained silent, studying the young man as if trying to decipher a particularly enigmatic text. "It acted on its own," she finally repeated. "Interesting." She paused, her eyes never leaving Ren's face. "Can you control it now?" Ren nodded with confidence. "Yes, completely." "What changed?" Ren hesitated a moment, uncertain of the real importance of his answer. The mushrooms in his hair dimmed slightly, reflecting his caution. "I think it learned about worse consequences if it didn't surrender its intentions for now," he explained, carefully choosing his words. "And I'm cautious not to let it control the mana flow to manifest itself on its own again." Selphra's expression remained inscrutable, but something in her eyes changed, a flash of recognition or perhaps, remembrance. "Long ago," she began, her voice acquiring a softer tone, almost nostalgic. It seems there existed a person about whom there were legends that are no longer told. The three young people leaned slightly forward, drawn by the change in her tone. According to that legend, this person had cultivated a real dragon. This was when the ruins were not yet ruins. Selphora made a vague gesture with her hand, the movement leaving a brief trail of energy in the air. That dragon was incredibly powerful and apparently difficult to control as a beast. Ren couldn't contain his curiosity. And what happened to him? Nothing. It only helped him discover many things about the flow of mana, Selphora continued with a smile. And supposedly, to build gates and keys. Why don't they ever tell us anything about this in the official histories? Asked Ren, his mind connecting this information with what he already knew about the ruins and the rings. Selphora smiled slightly again, but the expression didn't reach her eyes. It's incomplete information, coming from very damaged and fragile archives of my family, she explained. Besides, there are more important things there that we don't want to make public. She shrugged. It doesn't really matter. It's just that your mention of your beast's free will reminded me of that old story. The elderly woman leaned slightly toward Ren, her voice dropping to a barely audible whisper. Perhaps your beast is stronger and more difficult to control than everyone believes. Ren gave a nervous laugh, but couldn't hide the tension in his shoulders. The mushrooms in his hair dimmed further. However, Selphora continued, straightening again, stealing is wrong, and your beast is your responsibility. The current situation doesn't lend itself to losing more power on our side. Her expression softened slightly, the ancient authority giving way to genuine curiosity. Though I would be interested in you teaching me about that ray that seemed to purify your companion Klein during your combat. Ren nodded, surprised by the request but willing to try to fulfill it. Though it would be hard to explain, the purifying energy had channeled almost by instinct. First I'll take you all to your rooms, Selphora decided. Afterward, you and I will talk privately. You will answer about today too, Miss Luna. Han and Luna, who had been listening attentively to the conversation, let out twin sighs of disappointment. As they turned at the next corridor, they found themselves face to face with Lin. She seemed visibly annoyed, but her expression changed instantly upon recognizing Selphora. Her back straightened and her face adopted a mask of formal respect. Lady Ashenway, she greeted with a precise bow. Lin, Selphora responded with a slight nod. It seems your pupil is quite difficult to contain. You should keep him better watched in situations like this. Lin directed a sharp look at Ren, who had the decency to appear remorseful. My sincerest apologies, Lin responded, bowing again, her crane momentarily shrinking in shared embarrassment. It won't happen again. Selphora sighed, an expression of resignation briefly crossing her face. Although, to be fair, she added with a hint of entertainment in her voice, this young man in particular seems to have a special talent for escaping surveillance. Luna and Han nodded in unison, silently confirming this assessment. Still, Selphora continued, in times like these, we need particular attention with exceptional students. Their actions can have considerable unforeseen consequences. Lin nodded, understanding the underlying message. I will personally ensure that these three young people return to their dormitories immediately, Lin assured. And I'll make sure they remain there until further notice. Excellent, Selphora approved. As for you, Ren, I'll send someone to fetch you when things calm down a bit, for our conversation. As Lin took over, guiding the three students toward their respective rooms, Selphora watched them go. Klein paced back and forth in his room, unable to keep still. Every few steps he stopped by the window, looked outside, and then continued his circular route, like a caged animal. The initial adrenaline of having defied Carson began to dilute, giving way to growing anxiety. With each passing minute, regret settled more deeply into his consciousness. Idiot, he muttered to himself. Why did I have to provoke him? If Carson somehow managed to escape, or worse yet, if he was released. Klein knew perfectly well that his brother was not someone who easily forgot offenses. He would collect on them, and with interest. Maybe I should try to reconcile, he briefly thought, before dismissing the idea with a shake of his head. No, it's too late for that. Besides, he used me as an experimental pawn. I don't owe him anything. 3 sharp knocks on the door interrupted his thoughts, startling him. His heart skipped a beat. The first image that crossed his mind was that of his brother, somehow free and smiling with that expression that always preceded a particularly unpleasant lesson. "Who is it?" he asked, hating the slight tremor in his voice. There was no immediate response, only the metallic sound of a key turning in the lock. The door opened slowly, revealing the imposing figure of Sirius Starweaver. The tension in Klein's shoulders visibly loosened. It wasn't his brother. Anyone was better than Carson at this moment, even someone as intimidating as the Starweaver patriarch. "Lord Starweaver," Klein greeted, bowing his head with the respect that his noble training had instilled in him. "I wasn't expecting your visit." Sirius observed him with an inscrutable expression. There was something in his gaze that Klein couldn't fully decipher, an intensity that was uncomfortable but not openly hostile. "Klein Goldcrest," Sirius finally responded, his voice as cold as ever. "Come with me." It wasn't a request, but a clear and direct order. Even so, despite his training to obey authority figures, Klein hesitated. Where are we going, if I may ask?" He mustered his courage, fearing the answer but needing to know. Sirius's expression didn't change, but something in his eyes hardened slightly. "To get Carson," he answered simply. Klein felt his stomach contract. Were they releasing Carson after all? Would they bring him to confront his brother? The possibilities, each worse than the previous one, paraded through his mind. "Is something wrong?" Sirius asked, though his tone suggested he didn't really care about the answer. Klein swallowed, forcing himself to regain his composure. He was a Goldcrest, and Goldcrests didn't show fear, especially not before other noble families. "No, of course not," he responded, straightening his posture. "I'm ready." Sirius nodded curtly, turning around without checking if Klein was following. The message was clear, immediate obedience was expected. As they walked down the hallway, Klein maintained a prudent distance behind Sirius. The corridor seemed longer than he remembered, each step taking him closer to a confrontation he'd hoped to avoid. Klein couldn't help wondering what all this meant. Were they being gathered with Carson to be handed over together? Or was there another reason? "Lord Starweaver," Klein finally dared to ask, Are we being released?" Sirius didn't stop or turn around, but his response came clearly in the somber atmosphere of the passage. "That depends," he said, "on many things that are beyond your control, young Goldcrest." It wasn't the answer Klein expected, but it wasn't completely discouraging either. At least it seemed they hadn't decided their fate yet. There was still room for hope, or for fear. At the end of the passage, a door reinforced with glowing runes blocked the way. Sirius placed his hand on one of the central runes, and all of them pulsed in unison before going dark. "Come with us," Sirius ordered as he opened the door. Inside, illuminated by the same bluish light of the passage, Carson was rising to his feet. His expression revealed nothing as he regarded his brother, though a spark of something, perhaps triumph, perhaps simple acknowledgement, flickered in his eyes. Carson remained seated in his tent, observing the map spread before him. The territories of the city of Yano were meticulously delineated, each sector marked with symbols indicating its strengths and vulnerabilities. His fingers occasionally moved over the paper, tracing potential routes, calculating times and resources. The guard posted at the entrance respectfully cleared his throat. "My lord, we have news from the observer." Carson looked up, his eyes gleaming in the dim lighting of the tent. "Speak." "He hasn't sent his sporadic report, sir. We believe he has been captured or eliminated." Carson's expression didn't change, but his fingers tensed slightly on the map, imperceptibly wrinkling the paper under his pressure. The corrupted energy within him stirred, sensing his displeasure. "The idiots from Yano failed another mission," he murmured, his voice a harsh whisper in the stillness of the tent. Is it really a good idea to keep myself on the side of such inconsistent fools? The guard remained silent, knowing the question wasn't directed at him. Carson sighed deeply, leaning back in his seat. In reality, he had no choice. His fate was too intertwined with Yano's, had been since that fateful day when Yano's king had denied his father what was rightfully his by divine right. The memory, though blurred by time, remained painful. His father, kneeling before the throne, requesting access. A right that belonged to him by his lineage, by the promises made to his ancestors. And the king, with his condescending smile, denying it without further explanation than a "you're not ready." No, there was no turning back. He had to seize the power of the main vein, whatever it was, before anyone else and by any means necessary. Only then would there be justice. The corrupted energy within him resonated with his determination, feeding on his righteous anger. Justice, he repeated to himself. A subconscious and less mature voice whispered. Vengeance. His reflections were interrupted when the guard approached again, this time with a small message in his hands. Another message, my lord. Carson took the message, his eyes scanning the contents quickly. A slow smile spread across his face, the expression made more unsettling by the faint purple undertone in his eyes. They want to negotiate, he murmured, more to himself than to the guard. The two invaders who had been wounded during the last attack on the school had returned, healed, and not alone. They were accompanied by two new triples. Gold one who had completed their transformation. 4 new triples in total. The latest technology, from Yano, perfected thanks to his own shared experiments, and the resources that only they had on the other side. Prepare my ceremonial attire, he ordered the guard. And inform the newcomers that I want them in my tent immediately. The guard nodded, withdrawing quickly to carry out the orders. His basilisk briefly manifested in relief as he departed, grateful to be away from the corruption's presence. Alone in the tent, Carson allowed a genuine smile to illuminate his face. Perhaps this new negotiation would be more entertaining than the previous one. With 4 new triples at his disposal, the balance of power had changed significantly. The negotiation tent had been erected precisely at the midpoint between the Goldcrest camp and the academy. A temporary but elegant structure, with neutral standards. Around it, soldiers from both sides formed perfectly symmetrical concentric circles, maintaining identical distances as a demonstration of mutual respect. A diplomatic dance as old as the cities themselves, the farce of equality between powers that considered themselves superior to the other. During the hours that had passed since the incident with the spy, reinforcements had arrived on both sides. An additional detachment from the city of Yano had reached the academy, balancing the numbers that initially favored the Goldcrests. The tension was almost palpable, each soldier evaluating their counterparts with cautious glances, measuring strengths, anticipating possible aggressions. Inside the tent, the discussion was already advanced. A circular table, another symbol of fictitious equality, perfectly divided the delegations. On one side, Carson and his 4 newcomers, on the other, Julius, Sirius, Selphra, Ignatius, and Arturo. Victor had remained at the academy, supervising the detained and maintaining an additional line of defense. Let me see if I've understood correctly, said Carson, resting both hands on the table with feigned calm. You intend to return only one of them to me? Julius and Sirius nodded simultaneously, maintaining impassive expressions. The younger one, clarified Selphra, her voice soft but firm. The one who seems to bear no guilt in this entire matter. Carson, on the other hand, has explicitly broken the rules that all families agreed upon before the start of our king's journey. Carson narrowed his eyes, the contempt barely contained in his gaze. The corrupted energy beneath his surface stirred, responding to his emotions. Klein is barely a small child. Carson is my first heir and carries much more political weight. For that very reason, responded Julius, leaning slightly forward. His Qilin briefly manifested, its antlers forming something akin to a crown of light. An heir should better know the consequences of experimenting with abyssal energy on one of the members of an academic precinct. The implications of it being his own relative are concerning, to say the least. Concerning? Carson let out a dry laugh, the sound harsh in the tense atmosphere. What I find concerning is the ease of mind with which you try to interfere in my family matters. My eldest son must return to me to complete his training. His training, repeated Sulfura, or his transformation. The tension in the tent increased. In the main building of the academy, specifically in the room where the first negotiation had taken place hours earlier, Klein and Carson awaited their fate. A group of guards led by Victor remained stationed outside the room. Klein observed his older brother with a bit of both, nervousness and confusion. Since they had been placed together in that room, Carson had barely acknowledged his presence. Instead, he concentrated on manipulating those strange purple threads that now Klein could see, moving them between his fingers in seemingly significant patterns. At least he's not trying to get revenge for what I said to him, thought Klein, watching the hypnotic movements of the threads. His golden lion remained curled protectively within him. I prefer being ignored to him, teaching me a lesson. As if he had captured his thoughts, Carson abruptly stopped, his expression transforming into a grimace of frustration. The abyssal energy briefly surged, manifesting as darker patches on his skin. TCH, he clicked his tongue, letting his hands fall to his sides. Carson stood up, turning toward Klein with an intensity that made the younger one instinctively tense. You're lucky, little brother, he declared, his voice strangely distant, as if part of him were elsewhere. But unfortunately, I cannot allow your luck to dictate the future of this situation. Klein frowned, trying to decipher the meaning behind the cryptic words. I need to be free, continued Carson, walking slowly around the room. The purple threads followed his movements. I have things to do in the territory. Coming to see you was only possible thanks to an unexpected waiting period after Harold's failure. He looked at his hands, where the purple threads had begun to pulsate with an irregular rhythm. The abyssal energy seemed to flow through them, connecting Carson to something beyond the room. I can no longer stay here if I want to finish adapting to the new technology, he murmured, more to himself than to Klein. Carson made a sudden movement with his fingers, intertwining the threads in a complex pattern that Klein couldn't follow. For an instant, the threads seemed to pulse before Carson released them with a decisive gesture. It will have to be the hard way, he declared, a cold smile forming on his lips. Back in the negotiation tent, one of Carson's companions, a man of athletic build whose face partially hidden under a hood showed slight distortions in the skin, suddenly tensed. His eyes, which alternated between a normal tone and a sickly purple, turned nervously for an instant before leaning toward Carson, whispering something in his ear. The Goldcrest patriarch closed his eyes momentarily. When he opened them again, something had changed in his expression. The diplomatic mask had cracked, revealing a much more sinister determination. He stood up abruptly, and with that simple movement, the abyssal energy began to manifest around him. It wasn't a display as intense as the one he had shown during their first encounter, but threatening enough for everyone present to react. Sirius and Sulfura rose almost in unison, immediately followed by Julius, Ignatius, and Arturo. Their beasts manifested partially, responding to the threat. The council members from both sides instinctively stepped back, aware they were witnessing the prelude to something potentially catastrophic. I suggest you calm down, Lord Goldcrest, warned Sulfura, her voice calm but charged with authority. This behavior benefits no one. The 4 new recruits accompanying Carson also prepared, positioning themselves defensively around their temporary leader. The abyssal energy they emanated, though controlled, resonated with Carson's in a disturbing pattern. You will give me Carson, Carson declared. I will not negotiate anything different. Unless you prefer a war you are not prepared to face. Lord Goldcrest, Julius tried to reason, his Qilin manifesting more fully around him. Surely you understand why Carson cannot be released by us. Klein can return with you today, maintaining your name and political respect. We can discuss comfortable terms for Carson that, some years later. You have 1 week, interrupted Carson, completely ignoring the mediation attempt. 1 week for my eldest son to be in my territory. His eyes, now with a more intense tint from the abyssal influence, scanned the face of each of Yano's representatives. If you want to prevent war from beginning at dawn following the 7th day, you already know what to do. Without waiting for a response, Carson turned around and left the tent, followed by his entourage. The 4 new recruits were the last to leave, their gazes fixed on Yano's leaders until the last moment, like predators evaluating their prey. The silence that followed Carson's departure was as heavy as the threat he had left behind. Julius was the first to break it, placing a hand over his face with evident concern. We could hand Carson over to him and keep Klein, he suggested, his voice betraying his exhaustion. It wouldn't be ideal, but it would avoid an immediate conflict. Giving them the guilty party would be too obvious a defeat, responded Sirius, his tone cold as ice. It would make the situation worse more quickly. We would be showing weakness, and Yano never respects weakness. Besides, added Arturo, if Carson has truly been experimenting with abyssal corruption, releasing him now would be giving them precisely what they need to accelerate whatever they're planning. Selphira, who had remained silent since Carson's departure, sighed deeply. I will speak with Carson, she finally decided. Perhaps there is something more we can discover before making a final decision. The 3 men nodded, recognizing the wisdom of this approach. If anyone could extract useful information from the Goldcrest heir, it was Selphira Ashenway. As they exited the tent, Selphira looked toward the sky, where the sun had begun its descent toward the horizon. The countdown had begun. With the temporary withdrawal of the Goldcrests and their men. Classes had resumed at the academy, but the atmosphere was far from normal. Although most students didn't know the exact details of what was happening with the Goldcrests, the tension could be felt in every corner. The usual laughter and casual conversations in the corridors had been replaced by hushed whispers and wary glances. The professors, aware of the gravity of the situation, involuntarily transmitted their concern through furtive looks and conversations that abruptly ended when a student approached too closely. For Ren, who knew the truth thanks to Han, the situation felt even more oppressive. Not only did he have to deal with the weight of knowing that his ring, or more precisely, the ring absorbed by his fungus, was one of the central factors in the crisis, but now he had a constant feeling of being under surveillance worse than usual. In Wei's class, Luna and Han couldn't stop observing him with an intensity far superior to the usual. Since the incident the previous night, they hadn't had a chance to talk. Lin had escorted them directly to their respective rooms and, as additional punishment, had given them exercises upon exercises. The physical strain had been deliberate, too exhausted to scheme, they had collapsed into sleep instead of planning further mischief. On the other side of the classroom, Larissa and Leora were leaning over their desks, whispering among themselves and Luna while occasionally casting glances in his direction. Luna had apparently already told them enough to awaken their curiosity. Wei massaged his temples, making an evident effort to ignore the high noble's whispers. Han, on the other hand, received a severe warning look when he tried to turn toward Ren for the 10th consecutive time. Do you think this will get out of control? Murmured Taro, taking advantage of a moment when Wei was distracted with another student. For the umpteenth time. Ren sighed, his mushrooms pulsing with an irregular rhythm that reflected his unease. I don't know, he responded honestly, keeping his voice low. I've told you many times already. I really don't know. He tried to concentrate on the paper before him. He was working on a cultivation book for Sora's deer, one of multiple projects that would generate steady income for him gradually as results came in. He had already advanced to the silver-level methods, but the writing refused to flow today. His mind constantly jumped between concerns. The anomalous behavior of his fungus last night. The imminent conversation with Selphira. His parents returning the money he had sent them. The threat of war looming over everyone. And, of course, the avalanche of questions he would have to face if Luna, Han and the others cornered him. Finally, Ren surrendered. The mushrooms in his hair drooped slightly in defeat. It was useless to pretend that he could concentrate on writing a well-organized and detailed cultivation method for silver level under these circumstances. He rose discreetly and approached Wei's desk, his steps measured to avoid drawing attention. "Professor," he murmured, "I need to go to the bathroom." Wei looked at him, his expression skeptical but not hostile. "And I suppose that bathroom is quite far away," he commented, pointing to the half-completed scroll that Ren was handing him. "Could you let me rest for today?" asked Ren, not bothering to maintain the pretense. "I can't concentrate properly." Wei took the scroll, examining it briefly before storing it in one of the drawers of his desk. His eyes narrowed slightly as he assessed Ren's condition. "We both know this class doesn't contribute much to you," he conceded, his voice low enough that only Ren could hear him. "But take care of that brain of yours, Patenter. If all your methods are correct, you have an invaluable treasure for our city on your shoulders." Ren nodded, grateful for the professor's understanding, and headed for the exit before anyone could try to go to the bathroom, too, in order to intercept him. Once in the hallway, he put his hands in his pockets, feeling the familiar crinkle of paper and remembering. He took out the envelope and examined it. It was the monthly report of his earnings, still sealed, along with the Pegasus deposit receipts he hadn't had time to deliver. The bank. Perfect. A place where he could be busy for a while, though he couldn't help feeling the melancholy. He didn't know how much he had received, nor did he care too much. Since his parents rejected the support, his interest in the crystals had diminished considerably. The financial success that had once seemed so crucial now felt strangely hollow. Perhaps when the time came to rise to silver, he would care again, but for now, it felt empty. Still, it was best to save whatever he had to avoid more problems than he already had. His practical nature reasserted itself, urging him to maintain his important resources for cultivation regardless of his current emotional detachment from them. "I have to do it anyway," murmured Ren. Although Finch. The mere idea of facing the banker's dramatic theater felt exhausting in his current state. "Maybe I can use the other window," he thought. Upon arriving, he discovered that his idea hadn't been so original. The alternative window was crowded with sixth-year students, all apparently free today, submitting papers and performing similar procedures. With a sigh of resignation, Ren turned around and headed toward the other bank office. At least Theodore, with his silent efficiency, would partially compensate for the inevitable spectacle that Finch would mount upon seeing him. Just go in, ignore Finch, hand in the papers, and leave, he told himself as he approached the door. Simple and quick. And then I'll think about what to do with everything else. His mushrooms pulsed with renewed determination as he opened the door, mentally preparing himself for the tsunami of exuberance that was Finch on a normal day. Finch was leaning over his desk, counting crystals while whistling an off-key melody that Theodore imitated with small squeaks. The bank office was delightfully empty, as was customary at this hour. "Look at that, Theodore," Finch whispered, observing how his performances kept most clients away. "Just 2 windows open, dozens of students waiting at the other window, and here we are, alone, peaceful, and happy." The mouse nodded enthusiastically, his whiskers twitching as he reviewed an account book with his tiny paws. His small eyes sparkled with intelligence as he calculated interest rates at speeds that would baffle most human accountants. Finch smiled bitterly, thinking about what others said about Theodore. A weak little mouse, useless in combat, barely capable of scratching a baby. What fools! The real utility of his companion, the way Theodore could calculate complex interest rates, detect inconsistencies in transactions, or memorize behavior patterns. His beast may have been bronze rank, but his mind was pure platinum. "Core size isn't everything, is it, friend?" Finch murmured, stroking the mouse's small head. "Though I suppose that's something only true geniuses understand." He looked up upon hearing approaching footsteps. His eyes lit up with recognition when he saw Ren approaching. Not many people came to his window, only the very patient and tolerant, or, sadly, some lunatics who enjoyed his performances. Ren was one of the tolerant ones, but today he looked different than other times. The boy was one of the few who tolerated his shenanigans, though there was something different about him today. The way he walked, his shoulders slightly slumped, the dim light in his recognizable luminous mushrooms. Theodore advanced over the counter, sniffing the air with his nose and sensitive mana whiskers before shaking his head toward Finch. The banker understood the message immediately, his mustache twitched as he recognized the signals. "Ah, my favorite client has returned." Finch began his usual routine, but with a notably less theatrical tone. "What brings the luminous mushroom magnate to the bank today?" "More inexplicable riches. Financial secrets that even Theodore can't decipher. The Emperor of Crystals, the Sultan of Student Finances, the—" Ren barely reacted to his usual performance, simply taking some documents from his pocket with lifeless movements. "Not today, thanks. I just need to make a deposit," the boy sighed, sliding the papers across the counter without even looking up. Finch reached for the documents, curious despite himself, but Theodore shook his head again with more emphasis. The banker restrained his instinct to open the envelope and instead leaned over the counter, moving a bit closer to Ren. "Ah. Finch raised a finger. "1 second. Theodore is doing his emotion detection routine. He's quite good at it, you know. Almost as good as I am at detecting interesting clients." The mouse performed an elaborate gesture of placing a paw over his heart, then pointed toward Ren with the other. "So my friend Theodore says there's something heavy in your heart," Finch leaned conspiratorially. "My joy therapy isn't working. Is it because people keep saying silly things about your mushrooms?" Ren just sighed again, the sound heavy with unspoken burdens. "You know what, young friend? Your beast is great," Finch said with sincerity, adjusting his glasses. "Don't let the haters make you sad. I've been in this bank for 15 years and I've seen everything. People always underestimate the extraordinary when it doesn't fit in their little boxes." Ren looked up for the first time, an expression of weariness crossing his youthful face. "It's not about my mushroom," he shook his head. "Well, it kinda is. But it's much more, it's mostly my parents really." Finch blinked, momentarily puzzled. He didn't expect the boy to share something personal. His mustache twitched with surprise. "Parents? Are yours in trouble? Do you need a loan to get them out of jail? Or maybe to buy them nobility crowns? I can help you choose, I've seen everything." "No. I sent them money, remember? More money than I ever thought I could send," Ren sighed deeply. "And they returned it. They said they preferred I use it." Ren told him a bit about where they lived and their initial situation, his voice growing quieter with each detail shared. "Ah," Finch nodded slowly, his theatrical expression softening into something more genuine. "A case of truly noble parents. And here I thought they only existed in legends. Theodore, did you hear that? Parents who reject wealth. I understand now." Theodore performed an elaborate pantomime of fainting, which drew a weak smile from Ren. The mouse's performance was so detailed that he even clutched his tiny chest before dramatically slumping. "Really?" Ren sounded skeptical, but his light veins brightened slightly with amusement. "Look," Finch leaned forward even more, adopting a conspiratorial air. "Well, I don't have family now," he admitted, cleaning his glasses while Theodore climbed onto his shoulder. "But I had one once. My mother was legendary, similar to yours it seems. And let me tell you, those women have a logic that defies all known accounting. Stubborn as a rock, obstinate as a phoenix." He let out a nostalgic laugh. "It's frustrating, isn't it? Not being able to give them what you think they need from you." Theodore gently touched Finch's face with his small paw, as if consoling him. "But sometimes what we want to give isn't what they need," Finch continued, his voice softer than usual. "Once I bought her a very good bed with my first savings. She always complained about her back. You know what she did? She sold it and bought me an accounting book. What a disappointment. But look at us now, Theodore and I, masters of finance. Theodore nodded vigorously, pulling out a small account book and pretending to read it with great seriousness. Look, youngster, you're a promising boy. Very promising. Continuing to work hard will make them much happier when the time comes for you to see them. And believe me, that moment will come. Ren nodded slowly, his shoulders not as slumped as before. You know what? Finch clapped dramatically, recovering part of his usual energy. Let's open those envelopes and see if the magnate has established a new record. Maybe you can buy a house far from the Goldcrest Outer Territory where they are. I've heard rumors about tensions with them lately. Ren smiled slightly at seeing Finch return to his exaggerated, usual personality. It wasn't that annoying after all. Go ahead, I don't know the final result either. Finch tore open the first envelope with an exaggerated flourish, his eyes quickly scanning the numbers while Theodore climbed onto his hand to get a better view. The mouse's tiny paws gripped the edge of the envelope as he leaned forward. His fake smile disappeared, replaced by an expression of genuine surprise. This might be an error, he stammered, adjusting his glasses. His hands trembled slightly as he held the document. What's wrong? Ren asked, leaning forward. You not only brought back your previous withdrawal, but although you've recovered all of that from this Pegasus company, Finch stammered, his finger following the lines of numbers. This other envelope. This number in the report's total duplication makes the withdrawal look like child's play. There are deposits. Many deposits. Theodore squeaked excitedly, running across the counter and back to verify the calculations himself. From Selphora, millions. Duplicated. Finch's eyes were the size of saucers behind his lenses. And here, several hundred thousands duplicated by the school from Hyde sales. A percentage of 20 of your companion's sales. And these. Discoveries. Multiple payments of 100,000 each. His hands shook as he held the document, his mouth opening and closing like a fish out of water. Theodore had paused in his calculations, equally stunned by the numbers. Theodore, Finch whispered, are you seeing this? The magnate now has. The mouse had been calculating furiously, and now held up a small sheet with a number scrawled at the end that said, new record, and waved it triumphantly. More than 5 million. Finch almost fell from his chair, clutching the edge of the counter to maintain balance. His mustache quivered with excitement. 5 million crystals. Young sir, you could buy a small house in the outermost part of the inner city for real. Ren seemed genuinely surprised. That much? That much? Finch stood abruptly, gesticulating dramatically. It's more than 5 million in the first semester. It's much more than that much. First-year students shouldn't be able to obtain those numbers. Theodore jumped excitedly on his shoulder, waving his small notebook of new records. But. Ren looked at the papers with uncertainty, it's still not enough for what I need. Finch stopped in the middle of his histrionic celebration. Pardon? To reach Silver 1, I need 4 million. And that will double for Silver 2, just for my mushroom. The Hydra will need a bit more. And then there's going to be a. Ren sighed, rubbing the back of his neck. Actually, it's not that much. The banker dropped into his chair, removing his glasses to clean them nervously. Young man, are you telling me you plan to reach silver rank with your mushroom? The creature that's supposedly unable to evolve and whose evolution is supposedly a huge waste of effort. Yes. And then evolve a Hydra, a second beast. Yes. And then, there's still more. Ren nodded as if discussing the obvious. Finch turned to Theodore, who was equally astonished. Theodore, I think we're witnessing the birth of a true genius. Or complete madness. The mouse considered this for a moment before nodding enthusiastically, showing his complete support for the idea. Great fortunes are always created in interesting times. And these, well, let's say there are whispers in the air. Movements. Opportunities. Finch adjusted his glasses again, winking at him. And a certain magnate with a mushroom seems to have the habit of being in the right place at the right time. Almost as if the very forces of destiny conspired to put him where he can, let's say, influence events. Theodore nodded knowingly, as if understanding cosmic forces. The mouse's expression was surprisingly sage for such a small creature. But hey, Finch returned to his light tone, what do I know? I'm just a humble banker. Though. He added theatrically, Theodore and I have noticed an interesting pattern in financial movements lately. The old family's moving, new players appearing. He stamped the official seals on the documents with flourish. All I'm saying is that sometimes the universe gives you resources just when you're going to need them. As if it knew there's an important role to play. He handed the papers to Ren with an exaggerated bow. And between us, magnate, when history needs a hero with deep pockets, it's good to be prepared. Theodore jumped to salute militarily while Ren stored his documents, a new light shining in his eyes and his mushrooms pulsing with renewed energy. The dim glow had transformed into a steady radiance. Come back soon. Finch shouted as Ren walked away. Theodore and I will anxiously await the next update of The Adventures of the Magnate Who Built an Empire Starting with a Single Mushroom. When Ren withdrew, oddly enough, he no longer felt so worried. The crystal categorization and collection class had gained followers after Professor Song's sacrifice, but in Ren's opinion, it had lost its magic without Zhao's presence as its heir. The substitute auxiliary professor was competent, certainly, but he lacked that special warmth that characterized Song. And for now, gone were those cunning survival lessons that Zhao had sporadically delivered when he wasn't on mission. Deciding his time would be better spent elsewhere than in an optional theory class, Ren headed toward the library. 3 pending projects awaited him that wouldn't correct themselves, and the library's silence was perfect for concentrated work. Thanks to Finch and Theodore and their dramatic words, and performances, of encouragement, the knot in his chest had loosened considerably. He still felt responsible for the potential chaos his stolen ring might cause, or his parents' situation, but it no longer weighed on him as heavily. Something about hearing a sincere, "You're a promising boy," or, "continuing to work hard will make them much happier when the time comes for you to see them," from that pair of jokesters was strangely comforting. Ren wanted to trust in that, and believe me, that moment will come. It somehow calmed his negativity considerably. The academy library was his sanctuary since he'd started working with Wei. He navigated familiar aisles, passing through popular sections where students typically clustered, until reaching his favorite corner, a table hidden in shadows behind 3 massive columns of books on mana manipulation theories, and pre-gold ring crystalline patterns. It was ironic that this section, considered useless by most, sat right next to the collection of popular cultivation methods, a situation Ren found amusing when correcting errors in current, popular books. He pulled out his 3 manuscripts and spread them on the table. The first, a cultivation method for darkness marsh frog written by some expert, who clearly had never seen one outside a drawing. The author claimed the frogs needed fire mana exposure to evolve, which was so incorrect that Ren had to read the passage 3 times to ensure he wasn't dreaming. The second, his own book on Sora's deer evolution, now halfway on silver levels. This was his original work, detailing methods he himself knew. The complexity of absorption and processing methods increased considerably at higher levels, and he was struggling to keep his explanations clear yet complete. The third, a popular and revolutionary method for different plants that contained so many errors and extra useless steps. Ren suspected the author had been sampling their hallucinogenic products instead of studying the beasts. The mushrooms in his hair provided perfect lighting as he worked, automatically adjusting to what his eyes needed. It was a minor benefit of his contract, but one he'd learned to deeply appreciate. Luna walked through empty corridors, her steps echoing softly in the morning silence. Most students were in class, and she was avoiding her cousins. Leora and Larissa had been insufferable since last night's incident, asking uncomfortable questions and smiling mischievously whenever they mentioned Ren or his adorable beast. As if he Her cheeks heated remembering the small mushroom and its enormous eyes. The way it had spoken with that high-pitched voice and then, the way he had. "Why am I feeling like this?" she murmured to herself, shaking her head vigorously. The wolf in the shadows at her feet wagged its tail, as if finding her dilemma amusing. She decided to find Ren. Not to talk about what had happened. Just to clarify things. Yes. That was all. The search proved more difficult than Luna had anticipated. First she checked the crystal processing class. Ren wasn't there. She discreetly asked some students in the hallway if they'd seen him. Min looked at her curiously before mentioning that sometimes Ren skipped classes he already mastered since birth, to work on his own projects. Where does he work on those projects? Luna had asked, forcing herself to sound casual. Oh, the boy smiled knowingly, he's usually in the library. Has a secret spot in the old book section. Says nobody bothers him there. Luna nodded stiffly and continued her search, feeling increasingly like a stalker. But she couldn't leave things unresolved. Last night's misunderstanding needed resolving before her great-aunt Selphra interrogated her. The library felt like a different country after the hallway's bustle. She navigated aisles she'd never explored before, passing sections with titles she couldn't even pronounce. It was in the obsolete theories section where she finally found him. His back to her, bent over what appeared to be several manuscripts. The mushrooms in his hair glowed with a soft but steady light, creating an ethereal halo around his focused figure. Luna stopped, uncertain. Part of her wanted to retreat and pretend she'd never looked for him. But the other part, the part that had spent all morning feeling strange and confused, pushed her forward. She dragged a chair as silently as possible, but in the library's absolute silence, the sound seemed to echo like thunder. She sat across from him, hands flat on the table, preparing for whatever she was about to say. Ren looked up, marking his place in the manuscript. Luna, he greeted neutrally. The silence stretched between them, heavy. Luna could feel her cheeks warming, but couldn't meet his eyes. Her gaze found a fascinating point on the bookshelf behind his left shoulder. How long had they been like this? A minute? 5? To Luna, each second seemed to stretch endlessly. Is something wrong? Ren's voice finally broke the silence. Did you need something? Luna opened her mouth, closed it, then opened it again. Finally, words rushed out, did you tell Moshido to trick me? Ren blinked, clearly puzzled. Moshido? Your mushroom, Luna clarified, feeling her ears burn. I named him that. Oh. Luna could hear the suppressed chuckle in his voice. No, I didn't tell him anything. My beast is a bit mischievous and does what it wants sometimes. Especially when it detects certain power traces. But I apologize if he did something bad to you. Luna shook her head abruptly. Then it was my fault. Don't worry. Another silence descended, more awkward than before. Ren scratched his cheek, a nervous habit Luna had noticed he had. He seemed to be searching for something to say. She looks very uncomfortable and stressed. It's not like I'm going to hit her or anything, but can I help her calm down? What do women like? Ren thought frantically. What makes women happy? Mother always smiles when father. And suddenly, without fully thinking it through, Ren reached across the table and took Luna's hands in his. Look, he began, trying to imitate the comforting tone his father used when his mother was upset, everything's fine. You don't have to feel bad or embarrassed. The effect was instantaneous and catastrophic. Luna's eyes widened to impossible sizes, her face cycling through various shades of red in rapid succession. She froze completely, like a deer before a torchlight. Ren, too focused on trying to comfort her, didn't notice his initial impact. What are you doing? Luna asked, her voice impossibly high note and low volume at once. My father always holds my mother's hands when she's sad, and she says it helps her a lot, so I thought. He stopped when he finally registered the absolute shock on Luna's face. His hands were still holding hers, and suddenly he realized what he'd just done. I didn't mean to. He yanked his hands back as if burned. Luna was trembling slightly, still staring fixedly at where their hands had been intertwined. Her lips opened and closed without making sound. I'm so sorry, Ren hastened to say. I wasn't thinking about. I didn't mean to make you more uncomfortable. It was just, mother and father always, and I thought maybe. The more he spoke, the more tangled he became. Luna remained in absolute shock, and every word from his mouth seemed to worsen the situation. Maybe we should forget this happened. Ren finally declared, burying his face in his hands while the mushrooms in his hair flickered erratically, reflecting his embarrassment. Before Luna could recover enough to respond, a familiar presence filled the space between shelves. Selphira Ashenway emerged like an apparition, her eyes taking in the scene with supernatural speed. Young Ren, her voice cut through the air like a sharpened blade. It seems our scheduled meeting for tonight will be earlier than expected. Ren jumped to his feet, absurdly grateful for the interruption. Lady Ashenway. Selphira's eyes rested on Luna for a moment, noting the color in her cheeks and how she avoided all direct gazes. Something gleamed in her eyes, understanding, perhaps, or maybe amusement. Leora will fall behind if I let this continue much longer, thought Selphira. I was planning to interrogate them together to save time, but... Luna, dear, she said with a smile that didn't quite reach kindness, I believe Leora and Larissa are looking for you. Something about a joint training session. I'll speak with you separately about last night afterward. Luna's expression was a comedy of relief, confusion and disapproval. She stood so quickly her chair nearly tipped, nodded stiffly to both, and practically fled the library. Interesting, Selphira murmured, watching her retreat with narrowed eyes. Then she turned to Ren, who was hastily gathering his manuscripts. Come, we have important matters to discuss. Selphira led Ren through the corridors, moving away from the usual student traffic until they reached a small private meeting room. The space was furnished with a dark wooden table, 2 high-backed chairs, and an unlit fireplace whose embers had long grown cold. The walls were covered with intricate runic patterns that Ren understood through his mana flow, sophisticated privacy enchantments that would ensure their conversation remained completely confidential. Take a seat, Selphira ordered, her voice maintaining the formality Ren had expected, though he detected an undercurrent of something else. Perhaps curiosity. Concern. Once they were settled, the elderly Ashenway went straight to the point, surprising Ren with her first question. Can you purify anyone who's gone abyssal? Her eyes gleamed as she studied him. For example, if I were corrupted by such energy, could you cleanse me? Ren blinked, momentarily thrown off guard by the serious topic. Weren't they going to talk about his mushroom escaping? About what happened last night? But he quickly focused on the pressing question she'd posed, sensing its importance. No, he responded honestly, shaking his head. I couldn't. Selphira leaned slightly forward. Explain. Ren organized his thoughts carefully before continuing, remembering the sensations he'd experienced during his encounters with abyssal corruption. The abyssal energy, from what I've been able to observe, I believe it behaves like a parasite to mana. It attaches to it, uses it to amplify its own potency. Someone with more mana naturally seems to have a higher aggregate power when they somehow accept abyssal energy into their body. The mushrooms in his hair pulsed softly as he worked through the logic of information he'd gathered when confronting it those few times. I believe I could eliminate abyssal energy from someone in the silver rank if I used all my power, but someone like you? He looked up at her with genuine concern. It would be absolutely impossible right now. Selphira sighed, her expression becoming more thoughtful as she processed this limitation. Her eyes seemed to age another decade with the weight of whatever possibilities had just closed before her. Then, can you teach me the technique? Ren hesitated, struggling with how to explain something he barely understood himself. The words felt inadequate for the complexity of the process. It's something instinctive. I'm not sure I could replicate it in a system different from my own. The elder arched an eyebrow, a flash of something shrewd gleaming in her eyes as she leaned back in her chair. I too have a ring at my disposal. I can cast light similar to yours. I know you're using the third ring and its power in some unique way. Ren's heart accelerated, but remembering his confession to Han and the trust that moment had built between them, he decided to be honest here as well since they seemed to have already discovered his secret. My mushroom, it ate the ring without my permission, he admitted, noticing how Selphira tensed slightly. The form of my mushroom, which is actually more like a giant network, is what helps me configure the light ray. I use the absorbed ring's power, but I have absolutely no idea how to translate it to mana flow for you, or how to recover it from inside my beast even if we wanted to. The atmosphere in the room shifted abruptly. Ren felt a subtle but threatening change in Selphira's energy, like an invisible storm had entered the chamber. Every hair on his body stood on end. His survival instincts kicked in immediately, but before he could react, Selphira's white serpent materialized instantaneously, coiling around him before he could even blink. You shouldn't trust people so easily, Selphira murmured, approaching him while the serpent held him immobile with surprising gentleness despite its firm grip. Her hand extended toward his abdomen, her movements direct yet somehow apologetic. Panic exploded through Ren. What? I didn't. The touch was subtle but deeply invasive. He felt Selphira's mana flow into his body, a torrent of powerful, controlled energy that swept through his internal systems like a tsunami. It wasn't exactly painful, but the sensation of being probed by such overwhelming power left him breathless and vulnerable in a way he'd never experienced. Selphira's mana navigated through him, searching, analyzing, mapping him in a way that made Ren feel completely exposed. Fascinating, Selphira murmured, her voice slightly distant as if she were concentrating on something beyond the visible. Truly unique and enormous. The mushrooms in his hair began pulsing erratically, responding to the invasive flow of external energy. The serpent tightened slightly, not painfully, but enough to keep Ren exactly where Selphira wanted him. The elder continued her exploration, her fingers pressing different points on his abdomen with the precision of a master surgeon, each touch sending new waves of mana through his system. The mana penetrated deeper into Ren's system, navigating through energy lines so intricately interwoven they seemed to form a three-dimensional labyrinth. The complexity was overwhelming, even for someone of her considerable experience. She'd examined countless tamers, studied numerous beasts, but nothing had prepared her for this. A thin trickle of blood began to stream from Selphira's nose as her eyes opened even wider, straining to comprehend the impossible structure she was investigating. Impossible, she muttered, her pupils dilating as she tried to follow the patterns. More blood flowed from her eyes, crimson tears running down her weathered cheeks as she forced her perception further. The pressure mounted until a red trickle began to escape from her ears, her body protesting the strain she was putting it under. But Selphira Ashenway hadn't survived decades as one of the city's most powerful tamers by surrendering to complication. Her black turtle manifested more fully, channeling healing water energy through her system while she clung to the mana filaments within Ren, refusing to let go even as her body paid the price. Almost, she whispered, feeling she was finally approaching the core where the ring resided. Ren swallowed with difficulty, feeling completely vulnerable under her scrutiny. The penetration of Selphira's mana painfully reminded him that, despite all his special knowledge and discoveries, he was still just a first-year student facing perhaps the most powerful tamer in the city. So here it is, she said finally, her tone suggesting she'd found what she'd been searching for. The ring, completely integrated. Not simply consumed, but fused into the very structure of your creature. Her voice carried a note of awe that was rare for her. At that precise moment, something changed dramatically. Inside Ren's body, a presence awakened. The mushroom, until now a passive observer of this intrusion, suddenly expanded its consciousness. What Selphra perceived left her breathless and shaken. Where earlier outside Ren's body she had seen a small and simple creature, she now beheld an impossible form, a majestic being that seemed to extend infinitely in all directions. It was as if she were looking at an ancient dragon, but one composed entirely of fungal structures interwoven in patterns that defied comprehension. "What are you?" Selphra gasped, a moment before the entity expelled her mana from Ren's body. The force wasn't violent, but it was utterly unstoppable. Like a tide that gently yet firmly rejects an intruder, the mushroom's presence pushed Selphra's mana out of Ren's body. Selphra collapsed to her knees, the mental exhaustion hitting her like a hammer. Her serpent instantly loosened its grip on Ren while she struggled to catch her breath. Blood continued to drip from her face, staining the polished floor. The ancient Ashenway, who had faced abyssal horrors, who had stood in the presence of the king in his full splendor, who had survived battles that would have destroyed most beings, trembled slightly as she gathered herself. "I'm sorry. Forgive me for frightening you," she finally said, her voice unsteady as she wiped away the blood with hands that used the water control of her turtle beast. "I wanted to give you an important lesson. You're keeping secrets that could determine our city's fate, and I thought you needed to understand the gravity of telling just anyone." She leaned on her serpent for support, rising slowly as it left Ren's side to provide balance. The creature wrapped around her, its scales shimmering with healing light. Gradually, she regained her composure, though the weariness remained evident in the slight slump of her shoulders. "But it seems I've received a lesson as well." A wry smile crossed her blood-stained lips. How something that appears small, can be so vast in reality. Selphra shook her head in genuine amazement, her eyes reflecting newfound respect. "There's no way to extract the ring from your beast. Not me, and I'm certain not even with Sirius's help could we manage it. The attempt would likely injure us severely, and perhaps you as well." She approached Ren, who was still recovering from the shock of the invasion. "But that won't stop someone with dark intentions from trying." Her tone grew grave, her eyes boring into his with an intensity that conveyed the seriousness of her warning. "Your luck has been remarkable so far, but I'll repeat it, trusting indiscriminately could be your downfall. Not everyone who smiles means you well, and not everyone who seems interested in your gifts has benign intentions." Ren nodded slowly, the lesson clearly received. The mushrooms in his hair dimmed slightly as he processed her words. "I understand, Lady Ashenway. And I accept your apology." Selphra smiled, a genuine gesture that momentarily erased years from her weathered features. "I now understand why it would be nearly impossible to describe the purification process. The complexity of what I witnessed." She paused, searching for adequate words to convey the incomprehensible. "It's like trying to explain the ocean in exquisite detail to someone who has only ever seen a glass of water. It will be impossible to replicate or use as an ultimate weapon, especially if your reach is limited to silver rank," she continued, her mind already calculating possibilities and limitations. "But the fact that you can purify anything at all, that in itself is extraordinary." She settled into the chair opposite him, fatigue still visible in her features. "Cultivate your abilities, Ren. You should know that I've made a deposit in your name for Leora's debt. As long as you remain by her side, or under her protection, you have my support." Her eyes gleamed with renewed determination, a fire kindling behind them. "And listen carefully, I will do whatever necessary to prevent this war. Our city needs time for talents like yours to grow. The future cannot afford to lose what we've barely begun to understand." In her mind, the decision was made. War must be avoided for a few more years at least, even at the cost of bowing their heads and damaging their honor. This boy, with his seemingly divine mushroom and impossible secrets, represented something they couldn't afford to lose. Whatever Ren truly harbored, Selphra had felt its immense energy, a power transcending the ordinary that, fortunately, was pure and required protection until it could fully manifest. "Now go," she said finally, gesturing toward the door with elegant finality. "And remember what you've learned today. Trust is a precious gift. Don't waste it on those who haven't earned it. Selphora strode through the corridors with purposeful steps, her mind processing what she had just witnessed. We cannot let it advance too quickly, she thought while heading toward Wei's office. If war erupts now, we'll lose the boy's enormous potential. Wei was reviewing documents when Selphora entered without announcement. The professor looked up, surprised but not offended. Few people in the academy had the privilege of bursting into others' offices without ceremony. His expression shifted quickly from mild annoyance to attentive respect when he recognized his visitor. Lady Ashenway, he greeted, standing immediately. To what do I owe this honor? Patenter, Selphora replied without preamble, her tone making it clear this was no casual inquiry. I need to know everything you've documented about him. Wei blinked, visibly disconcerted by the direct request. May I ask why? The city's survival might depend on it. Those words were sufficient. Wei nodded gravely and extracted numerous notebooks from his bookshelf. The pages were filled with meticulous annotations, diagrams, and comparative analyses, months of careful documentation that had initially begun as skeptical record-keeping but had evolved into something approaching reverence. We've been documenting all his knowledge. Well, he says it comes from his spore, Wei explained while turning pages covered in his precise handwriting. Cultivation methods that defy established understanding, accelerated evolution timelines, combinations we would never have considered. And he claims we haven't even recorded 1% yet. Selphora examined the pages with growing amazement. The detail was extraordinary, precise measurements, careful observations, even systematic testing protocols from Wei. Has all this been verified? Very little, Wei admitted with some reluctance, his fate clearly wrestling with his scientific integrity. The problem is that most of his methods, while faster than traditional ones, still require time. Exactly 100 days. Who's involved in these tests? Selphora asked, her eyes scanning the names in the annotations. She recognized some students from prominent families, a few faculty members, and several family names from the outer districts. Mainly his companions and some poor folks from the outskirts, Wei replied. Most people distrust unproven methods, especially those people with an already assured, decent potential. An ironic snort escaped Selphora's lips. The privileged, rejecting what might elevate them even further, clinging to traditions that limited their growth while those with nothing to lose embraced innovation. If I may ask, Lady Ashenway, Wei nervously adjusted his robes, why this sudden bigger interest in Patenter? Selphora closed the notebook with a sharp thud that made Wei flinch slightly. Because he might be exactly what we need in our leader's absence. Do you know where the director is? The meeting room featured the enormous three-dimensional map of the city at its center, glowing with arcane energy that highlighted territorial boundaries and power distributions. The three Dravenholm brothers, Julius, Victor, and Arturo, were already present when Selphora and Ignatius arrived. Sirius waited in a corner, his usual unreadable expression masking whatever thoughts churned behind his cold eyes. You called this meeting with urgency, Julius noted, his diplomatic training evident in his measured tone. We assume you have new information. I have a change in strategy to propose, Selphora announced, stepping directly into the map's illumination. We must surrender Cashin to the Goldcrests. The silence that followed was so absolute that one could hear the gradually accelerating breathing of those present. Victor was the one who finally broke it. Have you lost your mind? He exploded, his Qilin partially manifesting with his agitation. Give up the guilty party. Show such weakness before Carson and our low and mid-ranking nobles. It's not weakness if we present it correctly, Selphora responded calmly, unperturbed by his outburst. We'll keep Klein and Mark Cashin with a formal house arrest. Arturo shook his head vigorously, his mind already calculating the political ramifications. Our political honor and influence would plummet. We'd lose credibility among our allies and vassals. And more factions would join the Goldcrests, added Sirius from his corner. Opportunists always follow whoever appears strongest. We'd be creating momentum against ourselves. And what alternative do you propose? Selphora asked. She swept her hand over the glowing map, causing ripples of light that highlighted vulnerable territories. Start a war that we're practically certain to lose. A war that would destroy our families and might even end what we don't yet understand. The ancient Ashenway proceeded to explain about Ren's current limitations in purification but his future potential, about his almost unexplored capabilities, about how his methods could radically transform the city's combat readiness, if only they had time. She deliberately withheld certain important or sensitive details for herself alone, for now. If Yaino were so certain of their victory, she concluded, they would have attacked already. The fact that they wait, that they maneuver politically, suggests they harbor doubts. We can use the time these doubts give us to observe the first results. The brothers exchanged glances, uncertainty visible in their features. A house arrest won't be sufficient to appease public opinion, Julius insisted, his diplomatic instincts surfacing. The people will see weakness, not justice. The nobles will whisper of cowardice, and the common folk will question our resolve against Yaino's ways. Not if we execute the plan correctly and reclaim that public opinion in our favor, Selphora smiled faintly. I have an idea that could keep our political image intact while buying the time we need. What plan? Asked Sirius, finally showing interest as he stepped away from his corner toward the illuminated map. A plan that requires Ren Patender's participation, Selphora responded. And one that will transform the narrative of this crisis. All present, except Sirius, leaned forward, intrigued by what the ancient Ashenway was about to reveal. In the depths of his mansion, Carson closed his eyes, letting his consciousness slide through the bond he shared with one of the three most prominent family leaders of Yaino, Ravenspire. The imposing figure of the three-legged Majinogi raven materialized before him, its black plumage absorbing light like a hole in reality itself. Its 3 legs, symbols of its superior nature, anchored firmly to the ground, defying natural laws with their very existence. The situation has become complicated, Carson began without preamble, his hands clenching and unclenching at his sides. We need to act now. The voice that emerged from the raven's beak was an animal, but deeply human, though tinged with a strange accent that seemed to echo across vast distances. Why should we relinquish the advantage we currently possess? Have you already assured yourself they don't have Yaino's third ring? The raven tilted its head, its eyes gleaming with supernatural intelligence as it studied Carson's increasingly agitated state. Simply waiting would give us more and more advantage with the new triples. Even you yourself have experienced that up to 4 extra monsters can be obtained if the bearer was already a powerful double. In just 4 more years. Carson roared, his patience visibly evaporating like morning mist under a harsh sun. They have me trapped. Trapped, nothing can be done. His fists clenched with such force that his nails dug into his palms. You know perfectly well that Yaino needs my genetic key if we want to advance to the next phase. Ravenspire's feathers bristled, creating a crown of darkness around its head. Just as the Star Weavers have our second ring. The genetic key your family stole so many generations ago shouldn't be with you in the first place, it responded with poorly disguised disdain, its voice dropping to a dangerous whisper. They rightfully belong to the king of Yaino. Are you going to start with that nonsense again? Don't you have ours too from that dumb exchange? Carson took a threatening step toward the raven. Do you want me to cancel everything then? The raven opened its beak but took several seconds to respond. Finally, it cleared its throat in an almost human manner, the sound incongruous coming from an avian form. We can apply pressure for his release, it conceded, but it was foolish to allow capture in the first place. It was your fault, exclaimed Carson, pointing accusingly at the raven, his finger trembling with fury. You and your cursed potion. You assured me there would be no visible or perceptible effect and that it would ensure cultivation. His voice dropped to a threatening growl that seemed to vibrate the very air. You'd better hurry before the old woman or the dark old man do something stupid. Ravenspire stepped back, its 3 legs moving with unnatural grace across the marble floor. Are you certain you want to separate your entire faction from the city and turn them hostile so soon? Its tone suggested genuine concern, though it was difficult to differentiate from manipulation. The costs would be. You don't need to play stupid, just do what I told you. We've always had the Yang's tail anyway, Carson interrupted bitterly, pacing with the restless energy of a caged predator. We've never received our rightful share of the city. A contemptuous smile spread across his face, briefly revealing teeth that seemed too sharp, too numerous. Our own city in the outskirts will be powerful. After all, buildings are cheap, can be constructed in days with our Earth Tamers. And we have enough space, which is what truly matters, to reorganize all our soldiers. The Raven remained silent for a long moment, its head tilted as if evaluating Carson's words. Finally, its wings extended slowly, spanning an impossible width that seemed to stretch beyond the chamber's dimensions. So be it then, Ravenspire conceded, its 3 legs shifting subtly in what might have been discomfort. But remember, each step you take leads you further from the path of return. There has never been a path of return, Carson responded with cold determination, his eyes briefly flashing with that disturbing purple hue. Only advancement, or destruction. 3 days later, the sentries reported increased activity across the Great Rift. Yino was reinforcing its defenses, mobilizing additional troops that materialized like dark specks against the horizon. In response, Yano had done the same and additionally closed the entrance to the giant stone bridge, the only connection point between both cities. What was truly alarming, however, was the passivity of the Goldcrest border section. While the rest of Yano prepared for a possible war against Yino, the territory under Carson's control was conspicuously lacking additional defenses. Instead, the Golden Lion House's border soldiers had been redirected to establish internal divisions, creating physical barriers between their third of the city's territory and the rest. What the hell are they doing, muttered Victor, observing the movement in the Goldcrest districts from the sky. His eagle carried him effortlessly on currents of wind, allowing him a comprehensive aerial view of the disturbing developments below. Preparing for secession, Arturo responded, his expression somber as he directed his brother's attention with a pointed finger. Look there. He indicated a residential zone where several noble mansions were being systematically dismantled. This wasn't normal demolition, entire teams with earth elemental affinity were carefully extracting the most valuable minerals, magical crystals, rare metals, mana-reinforced stones. Approximately 20% of the nobility with residences in the city are already in motion, he continued. And another 10% are preparing to follow them. Mainly opportunists and families with commercial connections in Yino. Already 30%. The situation deteriorates faster than anticipated, Victor declared. We must accelerate the negotiations to save face. The negotiation tent had been expanded for this final meeting, its canvas walls now reinforced with subtle protective enchantments that shimmered faintly. Inside, the room felt both more spacious and more oppressive, with additional guards lining the perimeter. Tension was high as both delegations took their seats. We have considered your request, Julius began with a carefully measured diplomatic tone. Cassian will be released into your custody. Carson raised an eyebrow, clearly surprised by the swift capitulation. His fingers, adorned with heavy golden crystal rings bearing his family's crest, drummed momentarily against the polished surface of the table before falling still. However, Julius continued, maintaining eye contact, Klein will remain under our protection as collateral until he reaches adulthood. And Cassian must remain under house arrest, that's as far as we can bend for crimes of this nature. Carson remained silent for a moment, studying the expressions of Yano's delegation with intensity. Then, slowly, a mocking smile spread across his face, revealing teeth that seemed unnaturally sharp. Well, he finally said, leaning back in his seat with brazen arrogance. It seems you're quite afraid of war. I didn't expect you would acquiesce so easily. Victor visibly tensed, his hand gripping the arm of his chair with such force that it cracked. The Qilin within him flared, antlers of light briefly manifesting above his head before he brought himself under control with visible effort. Perhaps, Carson continued, savoring each word like a fine delicacy, I should simply take everything at once while you stand by, trembling with fear. Sirius stepped forward, the shadows at his feet undulating dangerously, taking forms that resembled serpentine creatures poised to strike. But before he could speak, Selphira rose from her seat, her presence suddenly dominating the room with an authority that seemed to compress the very air around them. "If you want to give everything to Yino by starting a war, you're welcome to try," she declared, her voice as cold and unyielding as glacial ice. The black turtle patterns momentarily surfaced on her skin. "Without our king here, you will definitely win." Carson began to laugh, a harsh sound filled with mock, but Selphira cut him off with a gesture that seemed to part the air itself. "But I promise you," she continued, "that in such a case, it is 100% certain that your head will adorn my spear from the very beginning, when I personally eliminate your entire family and half of Yino's." The temperature in the tent seemed to drop several degrees. Carson's laughter died on his lips as he contemplated the elderly Ashenway, seeing something in her ancient eyes that gave even his corrupted courage pause. He spat on the ground, a deliberately offensive gesture that left a dark stain on the ornate carpet separating the delegations. "Deliver my eldest son to me by tomorrow at the latest," he finally growled, the abyssal energy momentarily surging more visibly beneath his skin. "Then I'll grant you a few more years to surrender Luna with Yino's second ring and to say your goodbyes." His eyes swept across the delegation with undisguised contempt, lingering momentarily on Sirius with particular malice. "Don't fool yourselves that some miracle will save you." Sirius stepped forward abruptly. The white tiger briefly manifested around him from his barely contained rage. Selphira attempted to discreetly call him to a stop, but Carson had already turned toward him, anticipation gleaming in his eyes. "If you want to face me, I accept the challenge," the Goldcrest declared with a ferocious smile that showed too many teeth. "One against one, if that's what you desire. You can use Yino's second ring that the dumb king entrusted to your care as support." His eyes flashed with malice, the purple undertone becoming more pronounced. "But don't imagine that because that foolish king entrusted you with making the stupidest exchange with Yino some years ago, you're superior to me. Not convinced yet? Fine, if you want, use the third ring for support as well." A tense silence fell over the tent. Counselors from both sides exchanged worried glances. "We don't have the third ring," Selphira interjected calmly. "And ensuring peace for the kingdom's innocent people isn't foolish," added Julius, his voice regaining some of its diplomatic firmness as he rose to stand beside Selphira. Sirius, after a moment of visible struggle with his emotions, finally stepped back, though his eyes never left Carson's face. The Goldcrest Patriarch studied the delegation once more, his gaze calculating and cold, before releasing a contemptuous snort. "Tomorrow," he repeated, striding toward the exit with the confident gait of someone who believes victory is already theirs. "Don't make me wait." In the days that followed Goldcrest's victory on technological abyssal progress, the changes in the city became impossible to ignore. Entire caravans abandoned the eastern districts, heading toward Goldcrest territories in the outskirts. The barriers and internal divisions within Yino grew in height and complexity. And most worrying of all, Yino's positions across the rift continued to strengthen, with new fortifications rising daily. The logistics of an inevitable war seemed to be slowly favoring the Yino neighbors. 1 week after the negotiation and liberation of Cashin, Arturo and Julius met with Selphira in one of the observation towers that dotted the city's perimeter. From this vantage point, they could see the partially empty districts left behind after the Goldcrest migration. "The first lower-ranked noble families are already being relocated," Arturo reported, pointing toward several locations where construction teams worked diligently, their earth and wood beasts creating new structures with impressive speed. "But re-inhabiting the vacant districts will take time. Time we may not have," Julius added with concern, his fingers tracing the border markings on the map spread before them. The parchment showed various strategic points highlighted. "The plan must work." Selphira observed the city in silence for a long moment, her ancient eyes reflecting the setting sun. Finally, she turned toward the brothers, her expression resolute and unyielding. "It will work," she affirmed, her voice carrying the weight of certainty. Because we have no alternative. Her gaze drifted toward the horizon, where Goldcrest territories expanded like a dark stain on the white city, their golden banners now visible even at this distance, flaunting their separation. Julius and Arturo exchanged glances, uncertainty still shadowing their eyes. But faced with Selphra's determination, they could only nod in agreement. If too many powerful people changed sides and the Goldcrests gained more power, Yaino would finally have the perfect opportunity to strike. With another 20 or 25% more to reach 45 or 50% of the total nobles switching allegiance, the situation would become truly catastrophic for Yaino. But the Goldcrest campaign wasn't having as clear a path as they had hoped. Julius and Arturo had initiated meticulous propaganda about abyssal energy and its negative effects. The campaign contained about as much scientific basis as the last 500 years of cultivation methods, very little. Nevertheless, it was working to influence general opinion, creating a climate of suspicion around the Goldcrest faction. Whispers spread through markets and taverns, of corrupted beasts and tamers who lost control of their bodies, of horrific transformations and monstrous appetites to eat your own children. But such unfounded disgust, as the Goldcrests faction called it, wouldn't last long among common people facing an increasingly evident threat of war and death. Fear of the unknown would eventually give way to fear of the immediate. Survival trumping principles as it always had throughout history. The true long-term strategy, however, was much bolder, giving lower-level people, who constituted 90% of the population, a free and infallible method to cultivate to the next rank. Are you completely certain about this? Victor asked Selphra as they reviewed the final details of the plan in the strategy room. This would double the cost of the lower link, added Arturo, manipulating figures in the air to illustrate his point, highlighting the economic implications. The 10 billion we've spent until now would become 20 billion. He shook his head worriedly. 20 billion that we don't have easy or quick access to. An investment that would further damage the opinion of powerful nobles against us. Wei, Selphra called, her voice calm but firm. Explain the calculations with the new method. The professor stepped forward, adjusting his clothes with a nervous gesture. He had spent the last few days meticulously breaking down every aspect of Ren's methods, verifying calculations and projections until he was certain of their accuracy. You see, he began, drawing a visual diagram, all common cultivation methods, without exception, waste a surprising amount of mana crystals. Between 60 and 80% extra because they take longer than 100 days. The Dravenholm brothers exchanged looks of astonishment. But that's not all, Wei continued with growing enthusiasm, his hands moving more animatedly as he warmed to his subject. The materials most people use for processing are completely useless additives that make the methods much more expensive than they should be. Another significant percentage would be saved there, as you would have to purchase fewer subsidized materials. He paused, his expression becoming more serious. And, finally, a large part of the population couldn't use it because their cultivations are already ruined. Sirius, who had remained silent until now, stepped forward. The shadows at his feet seemed to fluctuate subtly, reflecting his unease. Then how would it help us if most people don't care or can't benefit? His voice carried the cutting edge that had become more pronounced since the confrontation with Carson. Selphra smiled. It was the smile of someone who has lived long enough to understand the true nature of social change. It will benefit their children, she explained with patient wisdom. That's what will change the opinion of the vast majority. We'll be helping their little ones, ensuring a better future for the next generation. Wei nodded vigorously. In economic terms, we estimate the cost would be only 1 or 2 billion, and distributed over time. Many will wait to see results before committing to do it themselves. And you truly believe this will stop the migration toward Goldcrest territories? Julius asked, his diplomatic skepticism evident in his carefully measured tone. It's already working with a simple announcement, Selphra responded with confidence as she gestured toward the map's illuminated indicators. What had reached a 30% advantage for the Goldcrests and was gradually approaching that catastrophic 45%. She paused dramatically, has now returned to 28% and maintains a downward trend. Those present remained silent for a moment. A subtle shift from desperate planning to tentative hope. The plan is working, Selfra confirmed again, satisfaction evident in the slight upward curve on one side of her lips. Wei cleared his throat, drawing attention once more. Of course, the real momentum will come when the first actual results become visible. When common families see their children evolving their beasts in record time. And at a subsidized cost they can afford, added Arturo, beginning to understand the brilliance of the plan. His fingers traced simple but multiple equations in the air, running calculations that confirmed the economic viability. Exactly, Selfra nodded. The Goldcrests offer vague promises of power and protection. We will offer something tangible. Time skip. 6 months had passed since the situation began to deteriorate. The once unified city now stood fragmented, divided by checkpoints and patrols that transformed the simple act of going to work into a daily odyssey. New barriers rose weekly, some physical, others bureaucratic, all designed to separate and control. Reed observed through the window, his face haggard from months of accumulated worries. His clothes, cheap but always impeccable in the past, now hung loosely from his thinner frame. The opaque mature plant on his hair appeared more vivid than they were against his pallor, like green vines against a whitewashed wall. Not far away, Fern prepared soup with the few ingredients they had left. Her movements, though precise as always, lacked the energy that had once characterized her cooking. The leaves of her mature plant moved gently as she worked, duller than before. The sun set over the suburbs, bathing the deteriorated houses with a deceptively warm golden light that belied the hardship within their walls. Goldcrest border patrollers marched through the streets in their impeccable uniforms with their beasts partially manifested, displaying the new reality of the divided city. Day 360, Reed murmured, observing the small calendar where they had been meticulously marking each morning, days of completed ritual. When Ren arrives, at least. The 1,000-day mark remained distant, and the ritual had become both a comfort and a burden. They had already been forced to choose between buying food or keeping the processed materials for the ritual stored safely. They always chose the ritual. Their son's promise, however improbable it seemed, was the only thing they could cling to in these increasingly desperate times. Fern stirred the soup, adding the last tiny herbs growing in their window box, scraggly remnants of what had once been a vibrant kitchen garden. "Any secure job prospects for today?" she asked, keeping her voice steady despite the gnawing anxiety. Reed shook his head, his shoulders slumping slightly. "They say they're not hiring." His voice betrayed the weariness of someone who has received too many rejections. "And the position at the bakery, well, when they saw our current address, they simply said they would call later. The silence that followed was laden with unspoken words. They didn't need to express what both knew, living on this side of the new border as iron ranks was a tremendous strike against them. The Goldcrests had been effective in dividing the poor zones and spreading distrust among neighbors who were now enemies, as part of the border vicinity. A few weeks earlier, the patenters stopped a few meters from the checkpoint, watching how the guards meticulously examined each person attempting to cross. The scanning for contraband, the scrutiny of documentation, the occasional, random, power assessment. The queue extended, serpentine, composed of hungry workers who only wanted to complete another day of labor on the other side. Some were rejected, sent back with increasingly arbitrary excuses. Work permit expired. Insufficient documentation. Weekly quota reached. With a sigh of resignation, they joined the line. This had been their daily routine for the past months, since the new border had solidified. Each day, rising before dawn to cross when the queues were shorter, working all day, and then enduring this ordeal to return home. Until one day, 3 months ago, they could not pass. Next, barked the guard when it was finally their turn, 2 hours later. The morning sun had climbed high. Reed presented their case with the rehearsed humility he had learned to adopt. Showing pride or irritation only resulted in additional delays or, worse still, rejection. The guard, a young man with tiger markings glowing beneath his skin, examined him with disdain. Patenter? From District 15. Yes, sir, Reed responded, keeping his eyes downcast, though decades of cooking with pride made the posture feel a bit unnatural. Work? Cook. The guard exchanged a glance with his companion. District 8 now belongs to Enemy Zone Level 3. You need endorsement from a silver-rank Goldcrest resident to work there. Reed felt the ground vanish beneath his feet. But, we've worked there for decades. We have a valid contract. Previous contracts are subject to review, the guard responded with a smile that never reached his eyes. Security policy. Reed wanted to protest, to explain how important that job was, how they depended on it, but the words caught in his throat. He had seen what happened to those who challenged the guards: confiscation of permits, marking in the registry, or even temporary detention. I understand, he finally murmured. Thank you for your time. That night, they had arrived home with empty hands and heavy hearts. The following day, they had been rejected again. And the next day. And the next. On the 7th day, they managed to cross. But at the restaurant they were told, we regret to inform you that, due to current circumstances, we cannot maintain your position. Back in the present. Reed sat at the small table that served as desk, dining table, and workstation. The scarred surface bore witness to years of family meals. But although there's no work today, not all news is bad. Mr. Huang from the District 19 market said he might need help next week, he commented, trying to inject optimism into his worn voice. And Mrs. Lang's bakery mentioned she might consider hiring temporary assistants for the increased consumption during the students' vacation week. Fern nodded while stirring what could generously be called soup in the small pot they had left. The aroma was thin, lacking the rich complexity that had once filled their home. That sounds promising, she responded, although they both knew it wasn't. They looked at each other, a flicker of hope illuminating their tired faces. But reality imposed itself again when Fern returned to her watery soup. The real food reserves had been depleted long ago. The landlord had threatened to evict them if they didn't pay the overdue rent soon. And they could only eat the last sweet roots until tonight for Ren's visit. They had saved them for him with an iron will against any level of hunger. We can't let him worry about us, Fern had insisted weeks earlier, her normally soft voice firm with maternal determination. He's achieving so much at the academy. He doesn't need to worry about us. They had agreed to maintain a facade of normalcy. Carefully saved the few presentable clothes they had left. Preserved ingredients to prepare the sweet root stew that Ren liked so much, at the cost of eating barely 3 days a week. Cleaned and arranged the small house as best they could. But hungry bodies don't lie. Do you think he'll notice? Asked Reed, looking at his own hands. They were calloused and thin, the skin stretched tight over knuckles that had become more prominent. He's a clever boy, Fern responded with a dejected smile. Of course he'll notice. Reed sighed, running a hand through his hair, now with more gray than 6 months ago. I'm sorry, Fern. I should have been a better provider. I should have foreseen all this. Fern left the pot and sat beside her husband, taking his hands in hers. Her eyes, though tired, shone with the same determination that had characterized her entire life. We've been very proud parents, she said firmly. Perhaps accepting a little help from Ren would have reduced the shock he'll get. Reed covered his wife's hands with his own. It's too late for that, isn't it? He murmured. At least we can learn from the mistake and apologize. Yes. He'll understand, Fern assured him. Our son has always been very understanding. Discrimination had worsened with each passing week. Residents on the loyal side looked at them with suspicion, as if not having a high rank to support the Goldcrests automatically made them traitors. The patrols had become more aggressive, implementing curfews and random searches in houses that seemed specifically directed at families like theirs. 2 days earlier, an elderly woman had been beaten for resisting during one of these searches. Her crime, trying to protect a medallion from her late husband that a guard wanted to confiscate as contraband material from the other side. It was in this atmosphere of tension and fear that Reed and Fern tried to keep hope alive. A knock on the door interrupted their thoughts. They looked at each other, alarmed. Ren wouldn't arrive until evening as he was 8 hours away. The landlord had threatened to come today to collect payment, but he usually shouted from outside before knocking. Another knock, more insistent. Could it be some of the guards? Fern whispered, fear evident in her voice. The searches had become more common lately. Reed stood up, protectively positioning himself in front of Fern. Stay back, he murmured, though they both knew he could do little if they were indeed the silver-rank guards. A third knock. Reed approached the door. His hand tightened slightly as he reached for the knob. Fern stood beside him, refusing to let him face whatever it was alone. Together, as they had been for decades, as they had raised their son, as they had faced every obstacle in their lives, they opened the door. The bronze emblem with 2 gleaming lines shone on Ren's uniform as he observed the landscape through the carriage window. It was a beautiful day, the kind that made even ordinary scenery seem somehow enchanted. Normally, he would be traveling home at night, but Luna, Larissa, and Leora had convinced Julius, Sirius, and Selphra to grant an exception, allowing him to leave early, skipping the closing ceremony, where they would have bestowed the honor upon him before everyone. Ignatius had been irritated at having to present the prestigious best's honor in such an unceremonious and hurried manner, but the pressure from the 3 young nobles had been substantial. The old director had muttered something about protocol and tradition before reluctantly yielding to the combined forces of Ashenway, Dravenholm and a bit of Starweaver influence. A full year had passed since Ren first crossed the academy's gates, a skinny boy with a supposedly useless mushroom on his head. How ridiculously distant that day seemed now. Counting crystals mentally. Lynn's teasing voice interrupted his thoughts. She sat across from him. Those outings were indeed productive. The prodigy boy couldn't leave without guards now. Selphra and Julius had arranged for Lynn, Wei, and Yang to accompany him. Lynn had been delighted with the well-paid assignment, but the other 2 hadn't exactly loved sacrificing their vacation time for escort duty. I would have preferred more outings with Professor Zhao, Ren responded distractedly. Lin snorted, feigning indignation. You missed the strict, boring old man instead of enjoying my charming company. You hurt my feelings. She placed a hand dramatically over her heart before breaking into a smile. He'll return without doubt, don't worry. Better go back to counting your money. Lin was indeed a charming lady. Her extreme exercise routines, on the other hand. The carriage advanced along the road toward the city's outer zones, but from the window, one could see the enormous gap on the horizon where the kingdom's second most important school once stood. Now only a scar remained on the landscape, another effect of the fracture the city had suffered. The kingdom's second school, built decades ago on the site of the second ring and the vein that no longer served a real purpose, had been relocated. Walls and all, stone by stone, the Goldcrests had created their own city, with their own old reputable school, in the most literal sense. Ren closed his eyes, letting his mind wander to the battle week that had just concluded. For the second consecutive time, he had swept the competition, though this time the victory had been much more difficult. His opponents had prepared specifically to counter his known abilities, forcing him to reveal new techniques he'd been saving. What are you thinking about with that silly smile? Asked Lin, gently nudging his shoulder. Her eyes held the warmth of a mentor who had come to genuinely care for her student, despite her persistent teasing. About how Min almost wet himself when my Hydra lifted him 5 meters in the air, Ren replied, the memory bringing fresh amusement. Lin burst into laughter, the sound filling the carriage. And Lu's face when your light armor cancelled his sound attack. He looked like he'd seen a ghost. Mana cancellations always surprise, Ren conceded with false modesty. The Hydra had been his greatest advantage in combat. Upon evolving from iron to bronze too, the creature had developed more than just a bigger body and a long neck, but a more complete and resistant crystalline armor that reflected and amplified the light control Ren possessed. Each of his hands could now manifest a small, concentrated ray, though never as powerful as the one he generated from his chest in combination with his ring and mushroom. The versatility this granted him in battle had proven decisive in several close matches. "I still can't believe everyone in Greywing has reached at least Bronze 2, commented Lin, shaking her head in amazement. The improvement rate was unprecedented, no dormitory in academy history had achieved such collective advancement in a single year. "The power of knowledge," Ren responded, his smile growing. "And of having a good friend. Are you getting more arrogant, little pupil? How about we start today's exercise while we wait to arrive?" Ren pretended not to hear and looked at the horizon, continuing his reminiscence of the semester just past. 4 months earlier. The room was silent except for the held breaths of more than 20 people. Taro, Min, Lu, Leora and Larissa's group, Luna's group, the guard girls, Han's group, Roran's group, Lin, Wei, and Ren all watched Ren's small mushroom floating centimeters above the table like a tiny illuminated creature. "Are you sure it worked?" Taro asked nervously. "It looks so, small to be a Bronze 2 evolution." Ren nodded with absolute confidence. "Each creature has its own pattern. Large beasts aren't necessarily more powerful, and today marks the 100th day." "Yes, but they normally grow somewhat larger," Min insisted. "Your mushroom is still the same size, the size of my fist." The small creature pulsed rhythmically, its body emanating waves of light that seemed to momentarily bend reality around it. "It's doing something," exclaimed Leora, stepping closer for a better view. The others held their breath as the light increased in intensity until it became almost blinding. The room filled with a soft hum, like the distant song of crystal glasses. When the light finally faded, everyone eagerly leaned forward to see the result. "It's exactly the same," Lu finally said, breaking the silence. No, corrected Min, squinting. "I think it grew from 5 to 6 centimeters. The laughter began with a snort from Taro, which quickly turned into uncontrollable guffaws. Min joined in, holding his stomach as he doubled over with laughter. Even the normally serious Lu was wiping tears from his eyes. 100 days of that dangerous and intensive cultivation. Min gasped between laughs. Tons of expensive and rare fungi. All to grow just 1 ridiculous centimeter. "It's like planting a tree and getting a blade of grass," added Taro, prompting another round of laughter. Ren's mushroom observed them, its face impassive. Only Luna noticed how the mushroom cap in its head began to pulse with a strange rhythm, as if irritated. "Guys, maybe you should." Larissa began, but it was too late. A flash of soft light illuminated the room. When it dissipated, Min, Taro, Lu, and everyone else except the girls whose names began with L found themselves frozen mid-laugh. "Why did you stop?" Min asked Taro, but then noticed everyone staring at him fixedly. "What? Do I have something on my face?" Leora covered her mouth, trying to contain her own laughter. "Not exactly on your face." On each boy's head had appeared a small luminescent mushroom, exactly like Ren's but twice as large. They glowed with a smug radiance, their tiny faces bearing expressions that could only be described as self-satisfied. "What the hell?" shouted Min, pulling at the mushroom. But he quickly withdrew his hands with a yelp of pain. "Ouch! It's attached to my skin." "This isn't funny, Ren," growled Lu, trying to remove his own mushroom, only to wince in pain as the connection punished his attempt. "Oh, I don't know," Ren responded with an innocent smile. "I think it's quite amusing, considering how much you were laughing at it a moment ago." Ren's mushroom let out a humph from its mouth, made a face, and crossed its tiny arms before disappearing into Ren's body. The small mushrooms remained on their heads for a full week, resisting all removal attempts. Min tried covering his with a hat, but the mushroom simply glowed through the fabric. Taro tried ointments, and Lu even consulted Professor Wei, only to receive a confused look and the suggestion that perhaps it's an allergy. No one ever mocked the size of Ren's mushroom again after that. Luna was the only one who didn't laugh at all at the little. What does she call it? Mosquito? Ren felt his cheeks warming at the memory. Larissa had told him. She said Luna thought it was good that it didn't lose its charm by staying small. Though Mayo had told everyone that Larissa and Leora thought exactly the same thing. The complexities of noble girls' opinions remained more mysterious to him than the most arcane abyssal cultivation techniques. The girls turned so red when they were exposed, they looked cute, Ren murmured, gazing out the window to hide his own blush. Yang laughed when he noticed Ren's discomfort, his stone behemoth patterns briefly manifesting around his arms. Remembering something pleasant? Ren choked on his own saliva, and Lin rescued him from further teasing by smoothly changing the subject. So, how much have you raised this semester with your unorthodox methods? She asked, her tone casual but her eyes sharp with genuine curiosity. Ren couldn't help smiling when thinking about his bank account. The Academy had officially recognized another 20 of his proven methods for Bronze 1 and 15 for Bronze 2, paying him 100,000 and 200,000 crystals respectively for each one. At Selfra's insistence, these payments had been doubled, resulting in a total of 10 million. It could have been more. But Ren hadn't yet given all his iron rank knowledge. Many beasts he knew were very rare in Yano or weren't found in random eggs, and some specific beasts he disliked and would have to wait a bit longer. Of course, Jin's group stayed out of the experiments of their own accord, and nobles belonging to the Goldcrest faction had even left the school, so it wasn't 100% his fault that the full potential hadn't been realized. Also, writing books fast while doing other stuff was hard, but enough for now, Ren responded, his fingers unconsciously making calculation gestures in the air. I used almost 4 million, it was reduced somewhat between what you and Zhao gifted me, but that went almost entirely to the Hydra, 3.8 million for my main cultivation to Silver 1, of which I only have 70 days left. I'll need to use around 8 million for Silver 2. Collection expeditions with Ren always resulted in record harvests. While other groups returned with half-filled backpacks of common ingredients, the Greywing group came back with huge sacks overflowing with rare materials and valuable monster parts. Their reputation had grown to the point where other students would often try to follow along, hoping to benefit from what some had begun calling the patenter luck. In the school mines, he had also standardized his team. Ren's method was simple but effective, using tunnels coated by Taro's greater living tunnel to access resource-rich areas that others couldn't reach. Another deep assassin head. Min had exclaimed, holding the trophy high. That's the third today. Spears made with deep assassin tips had become a bit popular among students. Lightweight, deadly sharp, and capable of absorbing a bit of mana to increase their potency, they were perfect for medium-distance combat. And Ren's group was the main supplier. The group normally functioned perfectly, but lately Leora and Larissa had been acting strange. The kids were growing. Larissa had always been precocious, and although they were about to turn 11, the reality was that many already had them. Age was counted from the beginning of the year for everyone already born equally, so all children had birthdays during the holidays, but the actual birth date obviously varied. Leora lately approached Ren less and was less insistent in her boyish contact. Her once constant hits had become sporadic, and when they did interact, a new awkwardness had emerged. And then there was Luna. Ren shook his head, trying not to think about the way she had looked at him during his last combat, her blue eyes wide with an emotion he couldn't quite name, or how she had brought him an unnecessary healing potion with concern for the small bite wound from her wolf afterwards, or how her fingers had brushed against his wen. No, it's all because she likes mosquito. He reminded himself firmly. Earth to Ren. Min waved a hand in front of his face, pulling him back to the present moment. Are you daydreaming again? Just thinking about collection strategies, Ren lied quickly, straightening in his seat. Sure, strategies, Min mocked with a knowing smile. Do these strategies have blue hair and a shadow wolf? Ren shot him a look that promised luminous mushrooms in uncomfortable places, and Min raised his hands in surrender, though his smile remained firmly in place. 20,475,000 crystals. Finch's voice had resonated in the small bank office, causing Theodore to nearly fall from his shoulder due to the force of the exclamation. The small mouse quickly recovered and pulled out a tiny flag that said, "New record," in minute but impeccable lettering. He waved it enthusiastically, his whiskers trembling with excitement. "The magnate continues his unstoppable ascent," declared Finch, cleaning his glasses that had fogged up from emotion. "Theodore and I have had to add a special page to our registry just to accommodate so many broken records." The mouse nodded vigorously, pulling out a miniature book where he had meticulously noted each deposit. The tiny ledger's pages were filled with numbers that grew progressively larger, charting Ren's meteoric financial rise. "This semester's sales exceeded all expectations," Ren told them. 37 deep assassin tips, 5,000 plus processed hides, heaps of superior purity crystals. And that's without counting the cultivation methods. Ren smiled at the exaggerated reaction, accustomed to the banker's overflowing enthusiasm. "How much more do I need to complete my Silver 3 cultivation fund if we don't count the 10 million for that small house?" Finch and Theodore exchanged conspiratorial looks before the banker leaned over the counter, his voice dropping to a theatrical whisper. "Exactly 14,725,000 crystals," he whispered as if sharing a state secret. "But with the pending deposits for the Silver 1 methods that are in final verification." Ren nodded, making mental calculations. If each Silver 1 method paid 300,000 crystals, and he had 12 in the verification process, that would be 3.6 million. With the doubling, he would reach exactly 7.2 million, almost half of what he needed to complete his Silver 3 fund. And without counting those yet to be written for Bronze 1 and 2. "Imagine," exclaimed Finch, suddenly straightening with arms extended in a theatrical gesture. "In just 1 year you've accumulated what most take decades to gather." Poor Leopold didn't know, the road to wealth is paved with luminous mushrooms. Finch lowered his voice and leaned forward. "Don't tell him I said that though." Theodore shocked its head and made a cross with its tiny arms. Ren couldn't help laughing. Life had undoubtedly taken an unexpected turn since that day when he received his apparently useless mushroom. Now it gave him increases of 30% in strength, intelligence, and vitality, provided knowledge up to Gold 2, and had granted him a new ability that he affectionately called the Mushroom's Revenge. His life was going extraordinarily well. Too well, perhaps. "And Silver 3, asked Lin, who knew Ren's relentless plan well. "That's 12 more, 24 in total, 20 to pay for, but I'll spend 10 first on another small project. I have 16 now so I need 14 million more, but they'll come. The Silver 1 methods are being tested now, and they should be verified well before I finish my cultivation to Silver 2. Lin shook her head in amazement. "I never thought I'd see a first-year student call 10 million a small project and have such a meticulous plan to reach Silver 3. Much less that I'd see it working. Most students struggle to maintain even their 10 times cheaper cultivation schedule, yet here was Ren, plotting a path to power with ease." "The plan is to go further than that," Ren said quietly. Lin looked at him with curiosity, questions forming on her lips, but the carriage suddenly jolted to a stop. "We've reached the border point," announced Wei, who was sitting next to the driver. His voice held a note of tension that instantly changed the atmosphere within the carriage. "The restaurant should be nearby." The carriage advanced along the irregular path that bordered the new territorial division. Wei could see Goldcrest patrols marching on the other side of the improvised frontier. Their black and golden uniforms gleamed in the sunlight, and their beasts prowled at their sides, a deliberate display of power meant to intimidate those crossing over. "I hope there won't be problems crossing, or I'll..." he commented, more to himself than to his companions. His fingers drummed a nervous rhythm against the windowsill. Lin, seated across from him, decided to ease his tension. "Push the guards aside." Did you work up an appetite for kicking backsides after winning the tournament again? Or is the visit making you angry nervous? I'm not nervous, Ren replied, though the mushrooms in his hair pulsed with a rhythm that suggested otherwise. Just thoughtful. Ren leaned toward the window, but Lin stopped him with a quick gesture, her hand shooting out to pull him back. Stay hidden, she ordered, her expression suddenly serious as she assumed a protective stance. According to what we learned from Carson before his release, he still maintained a certain interest in you and your purifying ability. Surveillance on the boy has been significantly reduced since the Goldcrest and Associates' desertion from the school, added Yang in a low voice. The remaining Goldcrest spies are very few in the school, but here the patrol might still try to detain you if they recognize you. I thought that Grandmother Selphra had made it clear. Ren began. Since when do you call her? Well, yes, confirmed Lin, a slight smile touching her lips despite the seriousness of the situation. She did severely threaten Carson when they handed over Carson. Lady Selphra's promise to directly attack the Goldcrest mansion upon any aggression should be sufficient deterrent. But seeking unnecessary trouble would be imprudent. Ren nodded, retreating into the shadows of the carriage interior. Through the small window, he observed how the dividing line extended in the distance, an artificial scar of rock created by earth elementals that split what was once a unified city into two parts. The barrier seemed to grow more imposing with each passing week, as if feeding on the division it created. During the last semester, he had maintained monthly correspondence with his parents. Their letters always assured him that everything was perfectly normal, but something had troubled him in recent months. A subtle shift in tone, perhaps, or the increasing brevity of their messages. He had wanted to arrive directly to surprise them, which is why he had specifically requested to be taken to pick them up from the restaurant as early as possible. We're arriving, it must be that one, announced Yang after a short time. He pointed toward a modest establishment nestled between larger buildings, its faded sign barely visible from the road. The carriage stopped in front of a modest establishment, the restaurant where his parents had worked since Ren could remember. The outdoor tables were partially occupied, customers with tired expressions enjoying their meals in the warm afternoon sun. This is it, said Ren, adjusting his bronze 2 emblem and his honors. The polished metals caught the light, symbols of how far he had come. I'll be back in a moment. Be careful, warned Lin. Her hand briefly touched his shoulder, a rare gesture of physical reassurance from the usually brusque instructor. We'll wait for you here outside, don't take too long. Upon entering the restaurant, Ren noticed how gazes turned toward his academy uniform and emblems. The contrast between his clearly expensive attire and the modest atmosphere of the place didn't go unnoticed. Conversations hushed momentarily, then resumed in whispers as he made his way inside. A middle-aged man, probably the manager, hurried toward him with a servile smile. His clothes were neat but worn, and his hands bore the calluses of someone who spent time in the kitchen when needed. Welcome, young sir, he greeted with excessive enthusiasm. Table 4. Actually, Ren responded, maintaining a polite tone despite his growing impatience, I'm looking for Reed and Fern Patender. Could you call them, please? The manager's smile faltered, transforming into an expression of discomfort. His eyes darted away, unable to meet Ren's gaze. Reed and Fern. Ah, I'm very sorry, but they no longer work here. Ren felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him. The floor seemed to sway beneath his feet, and the restaurant's ambient noise faded into a distant buzz. What? Since when? The manager wrung his hands nervously. For some weeks now. The new border regulations, it was very difficult for them to get here, you understand. Many days they couldn't pass the checkpoints, and we needed consistent staff, so. His voice trailed off, evidently uncomfortable with his own explanation. I understand, said Ren mechanically, though in reality he understood nothing besides the firing. Do you know where they're working now? I think they would have moved to somewhere in District 15, on the opposite side where they live, replied the manager, avoiding his gaze. I don't have an exact address, I'm sorry. Ren nodded slowly, processing the information. His parents had lost their job weeks ago and hadn't told him anything. "Thank you for the information," he murmured, turning toward the exit. "Wait," called the manager. "If you find them, tell them we're sorry about how everything happened. They were excellent cooks, but the circumstances, you know, with the border and everything." Ren didn't respond. Upon exiting, the sun seemed too bright, almost mocking the darkness beginning to form within him. "What happened?" asked Lin upon seeing his expression. Her normally teasing demeanor had vanished, replaced by genuine concern. "My parents no longer work here," Ren replied, his voice unusually controlled. "And they never told me." Yang and Lin exchanged worried glances. "Do you know where they are now?" asked Yang, his deep voice also gentler than usual. "Maybe, with luck, they're at home." The words felt hollow even as he spoke them. Lin bit her lip, thoughtful. "It's not much, but it's a start. We can begin there." Her practical nature asserted itself, giving Ren something concrete to focus on. Ren nodded, climbing back into the carriage. The interior suddenly felt stifling, too small to contain the worries expanding within him. "Why didn't they tell me?" he murmured more to himself than to his companions, as the carriage began moving toward home. The mushrooms in his hair pulsed with an erratic rhythm. All the letters, all the assurances that everything was fine. Had they been lies? Had they lied to him for the first time? As the carriage moved away from the restaurant, Ren couldn't shake the feeling that the extraordinary good fortune he had enjoyed during the past year was about to find its counterweight. The passage through the border had been relatively easy when Wei and Yang looked at the guards with serious eyes and expelling some of their mana. The energy signature of Silver 2 and 3 against Silver 1 guards resulted in nervous laughter from the guards and a much easier passage than expected. The carriage advanced along the irregular road, approaching Ren's home. 2 hours of travel had passed. "We should be arriving soon," commented Yang, breaking the tense quiet. Ren looked anxiously out the window, trying to anticipate his first glimpse of the neighborhood where his parents lived. The houses became progressively more modest and deteriorated as they advanced, a sharp contrast to the luxurious buildings of the city. The streets narrowed, and the people they passed wore the weary expressions of those for whom daily survival was a constant struggle. It was then when he saw it, a column of black smoke rising in the distance, precisely in the direction toward which they were headed. "There's smoke," said Ren, his voice tightening. "Right where the house should be." His heart seemed to freeze in his chest, then resume beating at double speed. Wei whipped the 3 horned horses without needing to be asked, accelerating the carriage's pace. Ren clung to the window frame. "It might not be your house," said Lin, trying to reassure him. "But Ren." A few hours earlier, Reed and Fern opened the door to find 3 uniformed men from the patrols. The leader, a tall individual with silver tiger markings beneath his skin that betrayed his Silver 1 rank, evaluated them with a contemptuous look. "The Patender family?" the patrol leader asked without bothering to hide his disdain. Reed straightened slightly, positioning himself protectively in front of Fern. "What can we do for you?" The man sketched a smile that never reached his eyes. "It seems someone from the Goldcrests wants to speak with you," he explained with false cordiality. "We've taken long to find you because you live on the edge of the dump, and around here there are few houses that aren't hidden in the vegetation. You live like wild beasts." His eyes swept the place with evident repugnance, cataloging every worn surface, every patched piece of furniture. "We had to increase our search efforts on this side and only succeeded on the last day of our deadline," he continued, checking a timepiece on his wrist that showed they'd been searching since early morning. "Fortunately, you had left traces when passing the border, permission to enter." But it wasn't a question. Without waiting for a response, the talkative man pushed the door and entered, forcing Reed and Fern to back away. His 2 companions followed, closing the door behind them. The small space seemed to shrink even more with the presence of the 3 men. The leader toured the space with his gaze, examining every detail with invasive scrutiny. He spent long moments studying each corner, as if memorizing the layout for some nefarious purpose. "We're looking for information about your son and violations of rules such as following the false and long enemy rituals," he declared, stopping before the calendar where they meticulously marked the ritual days. His fingers traced the marks with interest. "Any relevant information in the house will need to be reviewed and taken if I deem it necessary." His companions began rummaging through the patenter's scarce possessions without the slightest respect. The search was methodical but destructive. They spent nearly an hour turning over every item, examining every document, opening every container. One of them even knocked over the small table, spilling the pot where Fern had been preparing their modest soup. The meager contents spread across the floor, a small tragedy in their already difficult circumstances. "Be careful," Reed exclaimed, taking a step forward before stopping when the leader shot him a warning look. The other two patrollers continued their extensive examination of the place, though their expressions showed they weren't impressed with what they found. One spent considerable time searching through an old trunk where he found a small sack with processed crystals, noting it in a small notebook. The other inspector searched under the bed, flipping it over too after long minutes of fruitless searching. The sun had shifted noticeably through the window by the time the leader finally spoke again. "Are you poor bastards truly Reed and Fern Patenter?" the leader asked, pulling out a crumpled paper from his pocket. He made a show of comparing their faces to some description on the document. "Parents of Ren Patenter, genius student of the academy." Reed and Fern exchanged a glance. For a moment, Reed considered lying, but knew it was useless with Fern here. Denying their identity would be denying their son, and although perhaps he could pretend for Fern's sake, Fern. "Yes," Reed finally answered just before Fern opened her mouth, his voice firm despite the fear. "We are his parents." The Tiger Man smiled, a gesture that transformed his face into a mask of malice. "Then it seems you're parents of someone who doesn't sit too well with our patrons." Reed clenched his fists. "Our son is just a student," he said, trying to maintain calm. "He's not involved in this stupid political war." The leader let out a laugh, the sound resonating in the small space like an omen of calamity. "Everyone is involved in this now," he responded, settling into a chair as if preparing for a long conversation. "Especially little geniuses who cheat to make the children of true leaders look bad." They spent another hour interrogating the couple about their son's activities, his recent achievements, and his connections. The questions were repetitive, designed to catch them in contradictions. One of the men approached his leader, holding several papers. "Found this among the mountain of dumb recipes," he said quietly. "It seems they indeed follow the cultivation ritual." The leader took the papers, his eyes narrowing as he examined the meticulous instructions, even more detailed than the official ones. "Interesting," he murmured after what felt like an eternity, a slow smile spreading across his face. "Very interesting. An illegal, unauthorized cultivation ritual. Do you know what this means?" Reed stepped forward, trying to maintain calm. The afternoon shadows were lengthening now, marking how much time had passed of this mental torture. "It's just a family relaxation method. Nothing illegal." "Nothing illegal?" The patroller released a harsh laugh. "Since the new division, any cultivation method from the other side is considered subversive. The new Goldcrest's territory laws are very clear about this." The other two men exchanged glances, evidently enjoying the moment. One of them, a burly man with lizard scales showing on his neck, pulled a thin whip from his belt. He tested it several times, the sound cracking through the air. "This infraction merits immediate punishment," declared the leader, storing the papers in his pocket with theatrical slowness. "Before taking you to formal interrogation." "But this is ridiculous," Reed protested. The leader gestured toward the man with the whip. 20 lashes. 10 for each." Reed placed himself between the patroller and his wife. "This is a mistake. We've done nothing wrong." "Resisting authority," responded the Tiger Man with a cruel smile. "That would be 10 more. 30 total. We'll start with the woman," he announced, pointing toward Fern. No. Reed planted himself firmly between them. His voice cracked with desperation born of hours of mounting tension. If there must be punishment, let me take it please. All the lashes. The tiger leader considered the proposal, amused by the situation. He pretended to think about it, drawing out the moment. How noble, he mocked. Very well. 30 lashes for the man. Reed turned to Fern, his eyes communicating more than words. She nodded slightly, contained tears gleaming in her eyes. They took them outside where they would have more space to use the long whip. The procession was slow, deliberate. The man with the whip unrolled his weapon, making it whistle in the air. He spent several minutes practicing his swings, building anticipation and fear. On your knees, ordered the man with the whip. With dignity, Reed knelt, keeping his back straight. The first lash fell cruelly, tearing through the thin fabric of his shirt. Reed clenched his teeth, determined not to give them the satisfaction of hearing him scream. The second lash. The third. Time seemed to slow, each strike carefully spaced to maximize suffering. By the fifth, his shirt was in tatters, and by the 10th, his back showed red lines beginning to bleed. The patrollers took their time between strikes, discussing technique and admiring their handiwork. Fern watched, her hands covering her mouth to contain her sobs. The shadows grew longer as the punishment continued, marking the passage of painful time. That's half, commented the leader with indifference, examining his nails. I must admit he has endurance, the old man. Reed breathed heavily, sweat mixing with blood on his back. He trembled from the effort of staying upright, but refused to fall. Each lash was preceded by a pause, a moment of anticipation that made the pain worse. When lash number 20 fell, the lizard man paused, flexing his wrist. This is getting boring, he commented. The woman should receive the remaining 10. That wasn't the agreement. Reed protested, his words coming out broken by pain. The leader shrugged. I changed my mind. Besides, disobeying a direct order merits readjustments in punishment. The third patroller, who until now had remained silent, grabbed Fern by the arms, dragging her forward. She struggled, but the man was much stronger. Something in Reed broke upon seeing his wife treated like this. Decades of obedience and resignation evaporated in an instant, replaced by a fury he hadn't felt since his youth. The plants on his arms glowed with unusual intensity. With strength that surprised even himself, Reed launched himself at the tiger leader. Momentum and surprise played in his favor, allowing him to reach the man's legs, making him stumble and fall. The impact sent both men sprawling in the dirt. Reed! Fern screamed, both horrified and amazed. The leader roared with indignation as his uniform became stained with mud, his tiger markings glowing furiously as he pushed Reed several meters away and stood up. You're going to pay for that, stupid old man. Attack him. The man with the whip dropped it, his hands rising as he invoked his red lizard beast's energy. A fireball materialized between his palms, growing rapidly. The fireball shot toward Reed. Fern, seeing the danger, managed to break free from fear's paralysis momentarily and control the ground vines, pulling Reed out of the way. The fire projectile continued straight and struck the small house's wall. The old wood, dried by years of sun exposure, ignited instantly. In seconds, flames began to spread, hungry and unstoppable. Idiots, roared the leader, kicking the lizard man. How can you miss a target at 5 meters? Reed tried to stand, but the third patroller knocked him down with a brutal kick to the ribs. The man expelled spider silk from his hands, the strands gleaming in the firelight. In seconds, Reed and Fern were bound with the resistant material, unable to move while the fire continued spreading behind them. Some neighborhood people had begun to peek from afar, maintaining a prudent distance upon seeing the patrollers' uniforms. Word would spread about what happened to those who defied the new order. We have witnesses now, growled the leader, cleaning off some mud from his fall. The fire had grown considerably, turning their modest home into a pyre. Should we leave or wait for their kid? I mean. We waited till today, right? His eyes fixed on Reed with a mixture of rage and cruel satisfaction. The dying light of day mixed with the growing glow of the fire, creating an apocalyptic scene. Their real intentions were now clear to Ren's parents. Well, first let's give everyone a lesson about what happens to detractors, he said, advancing toward Fern. Let's teach this woman what happens when her husband attacks an officer. 30 extra lashes. Reed struggled against his bindings, the spider silk cutting his skin with each movement. Don't touch her, he screamed, his voice breaking with desperation. The lizard man picked up the whip from the mud, preparing to strike. The burning house cast dancing shadows on his face, accentuating his merciless expression. The whip descended toward Fern with a vicious whistle. The blow never landed. A blade of pure light cut through the air. The weapon split cleanly, the front half falling uselessly to the ground. In the same instant, a luminous figure materialized beside the patroller who had threatened Fern. The speed was such that the air displacement was heard before the impact. Ren Patender, wrapped in his fused Hydra's crystalline armor, had propelled himself directly at the aggressor's head. Get away from. His voice was unrecognizable, distorted by the fury and power coursing through his veins. The lizard patroller, alerted by the shout and flash of light, turned toward the threat. His eyes widened in horror upon seeing the figure flying directly at him like a living meteor. Ren's claws cut through the air toward his neck with lethal intent. The patroller saved himself through pure luck and experience, ducking at the last second. The claws passed an instant late, cutting the air with a deadly whistle. But Ren, with reflexes enhanced by his augmented perception, adjusted his body mid-flight. His knee, now covered in a diamond-like layer formed by his combined power, impacted against the patroller's face with the force of a divine hammer. The impact against the patroller's face produced a sickening crunch, blood and teeth flying as the man fell unconscious. Surround him, roared the tiger leader, his authority cutting through the momentary shock. Ren's POV. In the distance, a column of black smoke rose toward the gray sky, and just as Ren saw it. No. The scream tore from his throat as he leaped from the moving carriage, not waiting for Wei to stop the horses. The wooden frame groaned under the force of his departure. The veins of light in his body blazed with blinding intensity, his hydra fusing instantaneously. His muscles tensed, the fibers merging with those of his beast in a symphony of power. Time seemed to slow as he finally managed to observe the situation clearly. Rage. A blade of pure light materialized from Ren's claws as he ran, cutting through the air with precision. The projectile reached the whip the fire lizard's tamer was attempting to strike against his mother's back, severing it cleanly in half before it could accomplish its purpose. But Ren didn't stop. His body glowed like a descended star, each step leaving heavy imprints in the ground. Crystalline claws extended from his knuckles as he leaped, his form blurring with speed. The man's instinct saved him from death but not from being brutally knocked out. The two remaining patrollers reacted with the speed of experienced warriors. The tiger channeled energy through his extremities, his claws growing to supernatural lengths. The Spider-Man began weaving threads at inhuman speed, creating a web in the air. Ren landed with feline grace, his eyes blazing with fury that transcended mere anger. With his now 250% enhanced strength pulsing through his transformed muscles, he launched himself directly at the tiger, the one closest to his parents. The patroller smiled at the child's apparent recklessness. His ghost claw ability with its 10-meter reach cut through the air. But his confidence evaporated when Ren not only dodged the attack but seemed to have anticipated the movement before it occurred. Ren's mana vision allowed him to see energy fluctuations before they materialized into physical attacks. To him, it also was as if the man moved in slow motion. The counterattack was brutal. An armor-reinforced punch impacted the tiger's solar plexus, expelling all air from his lungs with an audible whoosh. Before he could recover, Ren spun on himself, his elbow finding the man's jaw with insane precision. Bone cracked under the impact. "Leader," shouted the Spider-Man, ready to launch his thread web toward Ren. But a shadow fell over him. Lin appeared like black lightning, her bronze two-panther lizard manifesting in patterns across her legs. The combination with her crane granted her 240% speed and strength, transforming her into a blur of death. Her side kick connected with the Spider-Man's torso, the impact generating a horrible crack and a shockwave that rippled outward. The patroller shot away like a projectile, his body tracing an arc while spinning in the air, tangling in his own threads before crashing against the charred remains of a fence some 15 meters away. "Finish it," Lin conceded, positioning herself to intercept any interference. "I've got your back." Ren barely heard her. His attention was completely fixed on the tiger leader, who was attempting to rise from the ground. Fury clouded his vision, mixing with the image of his mother about to be struck, of his father bleeding on the ground. The world narrowed to a tunnel with only his target at the end. Ren launched his attack with speed and strength that no child his age should possess. But the fusion with the Hydra's flesh transformed the multipliers not into a child's increases, but into those of a monster. The patroller fought back desperately, but his own 120% increases in an adult body still weren't sufficient against Ren's combination of speed, strength, and perception. A knee to the stomach that lifted the man off his feet. A descending elbow to the back that drove him to his knees. A sweep that sent the man back to the ground with bone-jarring force. Each blow was precise, calculated to inflict maximum pain. The tiger man coughed blood, his broken ribs protesting with each labored breath. He attempted to summon one last burst of energy, desperation lending him strength, but Ren stomped on his wrist, the crack of bones indicating the limb had yielded. The crystalline claws extended again, positioning themselves over the exposed neck of the patrol leader who lay destroyed on the ground. "Run!" His mother's voice cut through the red haze clouding his mind. "Son, please." His father's broken voice joined the plea. "Not like this. You're too young." Ren blinked, looking at his parents. Yang and Wei had cut the spider bindings and were now helping them sit up. Their faces showed no moral judgment, this was that kind of world, but yet their weakness pushing their child to this filled them a deep sadness. "We know you'll have to do it someday," Fern continued, tears running down her cheeks. "In military service, at the border. But not today. Not for us. Don't let this steal these years of innocence from you." His father nodded, leaning heavily on Yang. His back was a map of pain, each movement sending fresh agony through him. "When the time comes, when the kingdom requires it, you'll be a soldier. You'll kill monsters and men alike. But today you're still our boy." The claws trembled. Ren looked at the man beneath him, reduced to a bloody mass barely breathing. Death would perhaps be a mercy after such a beating. Perhaps they were right, but... Reed's back was marked by deep lash wounds, blood soaking what remained of his shirt. Fern, though physically less injured, showed signs of shock, her hands trembling uncontrollably. Rage. The crystalline claws descended without hesitation. The sound was wet and final, cutting through flesh and bone with ease. Blood splattered Ren's face, warm against his skin. The tiger leader emitted one last gurgle before life abandoned his eyes. "I'm not a child anymore," Ren declared, his voice trembling slightly as he stood over the corpse. The mushrooms in his hair pulsed erratically, reflecting the turmoil within. His hands shook, but not from fear or regret, from the adrenaline finally beginning to ebb. His parents looked at him in silence. There was no horror on their faces, only profound sadness. They had understood. This wasn't Ren's first time. Reed and Fern had lived long enough to understand the realities of their world. Death wasn't something abstract or distant, it was part of the life cycle that everyone would eventually face. Every citizen served their military duty, everyone killed when the kingdom required it. It wasn't a question of morality, but of survival. But seeing their barely 11-year-old son standing over a corpse, blood dripping from his claws, that was different. The metallic smell filled Ren's nostrils. The sticky texture on his hands, the warmth still emanating from the body, the way the man's eyes stared without seeing, everything was too real, too immediate. His stomach revolted violently. When he had killed Harold with the light ray, it had been distant, almost impersonal. A flash of energy and then nothing. This was intimate, visceral, undeniable. He could still feel the resistance of flesh giving way beneath his claws, the subtle vibration as bone cracked. Ren fell to his knees and vomited, his stomach contracting forcefully as he expelled everything he had eaten that day. But he didn't cry. He wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, smearing himself further with the patroller's blood, and stood up. His legs trembled, but his posture was upright. The mushrooms in his hair flickered erratically, betraying the turmoil within. I had to do it, he said, more to himself than to his parents. He was going to. Reed observed the vomit on the ground, then his son desperately trying to maintain composure. He sighed deeply, the sound laden with the weight of a father seeing his child grow too fast. The lines on his face seemed to deepen, age showing through worry. You're still our boy, Reed said softly, his voice breaking slightly. Fern nodded, tears running freely down her cheeks. No matter what you've experienced, the adult things you've had to do, you'll always be our child. The words carried years of love and protection that couldn't shield his son from this moment. Reed stepped forward, ignoring the pain of his own wounds. Each movement sent fresh agony through his lacerated back, but parental love overrode physical suffering. I'm grateful you could protect your mother when I couldn't, his voice was firm but gentle. I would have never wished to see you lose your innocence so soon. Not for us. It was then that Ren finally broke. He looked at the patroller's body, blood forming a dark pool on the earth. His hands, his own hands, had done that. The tears began to fall, first slow, then in uncontrollable torrents. His body shook as wrenching sobs escaped his throat. Fern ran to him, ignoring the pain and the smell of death, wrapping her son in a fierce embrace. She didn't care that he was covered in blood, that he had just killed a man. He was her son, her baby, and he was suffering. Her tears mingled with his as she held him close. It's okay, my love, she whispered against his hair, feeling the small mushrooms pulse against her cheek. They glowed dimly, responding to their host's emotional state. It's okay to cry. It's okay to feel bad. Reed joined the embrace, his wounded but strong arms surrounding his family. You did what you had to do, he murmured. But that doesn't mean you have to carry the weight alone. They remained like that for several minutes, a family united amid chaos. The fire from their house, almost extinguished, continued crackling in the distance, the patroller's body lay motionless at their feet, but in that moment, nothing else mattered. Excuse me, a trembling voice interrupted the moment. An elderly man approached cautiously, leaning on a cane. He was one of their neighbors, someone Ren vaguely remembered from his few visits to local friends' homes. His weathered face showed both fear and determination. I saw everything, said the old man, his gaze moving nervously between them and the patrollers' bodies. We won't say anything when they come asking. These beasts have been terrorizing the border and the neighborhood for months. His voice grew stronger as he spoke, righteous anger replacing fear. Other neighbors began emerging from the shadows, their faces showing both fear and gratitude. Some nodded in agreement, others offered silent support with their presence. My house is 2 long streets from here, the elderly man continued. It's not much, but you have a roof for shelter. And my wife is a water elemental, she can tend to those wounds. His eyes lingered on Reed's bloodied back with concern. Reed looked at the man, recognition and gratitude crossing his face. Mr. Chen. I don't know what to say. The elderly man waved his hand dismissively. We're neighbors. And in these times, neighbors must care for each other. The simple statement carried profound meaning in their divided city. Yang and Lin approached. We should move, Yang suggested. Though we're far from the border zone, eventually someone will come to investigate. Old Chen is right, Lin added, assessing Reed's wounds. You need some healing and rest before deciding what to do next. Wei and I will bury the body and bring the knocked-out patrollers in a moment, Yang announced, using his stone behemoth to begin digging. Ren separated from the embrace, wiping away tears forcefully. His eyes were still red, but there was new resolution in them. It wasn't the look of an adult, but neither that of a completely innocent child. The house Fern murmured, her voice barely audible over the crackling of the last flames. Everything is lost. The memories, the years lived. She paused, her eyes moistening. The dinner I prepared for Ren. His favorite stew. Reed placed a comforting hand on her shoulder, and Ren stepped toward her, concern evident on their faces. Fern saw them, straightened her shoulders, breathed deeply, and wiped her tears with determination. No, she said firmly. What matters is that my family is well. Houses can be rebuilt. Memories live in us, not in walls. But not everything is lost, we should recover this, Reed murmured, approaching a patroller's body. He crouched beside the fire lizard Tamer and took the processed crystals from the ritual. The small pouch felt heavy with more than just its physical weight, it represented their dedication to their son's promise. Wei moved through the scene, assessing the situation with a critical eye. His hands traced small patterns in the air, using simple mana techniques to disperse footprints and evidence. I don't understand, he murmured while working. Ren's letters always mentioned this area was quiet. You assured that everything was normal. Elder Chen, who had been silently observing, let out a bitter laugh. Normal? These guys aren't the only ones who mistreat us. But of course, it's nothing new that nobody finds out because we're so few here in the outskirts that statistic collectors don't even bother to come. They simply guess random numbers for their reports. That's true, but that's not what they're talking about, neighbor, Reed clarified, wincing as a wave of pain washed over him. We pretended everything was fine to avoid worrying our son, and although we partly believed that the almost non-existent interest in the area would hide us. It was a mistake. Wei frowned, processing the information. I also thought you were well hidden precisely because Ren has a very obscure origin with a very uncommon surname in the records. But this. He gestured toward the knocked guards, this seems as if they were waiting for Ren to arrive. Cassian must have remained interested, Lin murmured, her eyes narrowing. He still wants information about the purifying ray. He must have put people to search for them and wait for Ren to appear, perhaps to use them and facilitate capture. Though again, he underestimated my student. Her last words carried a hint of pride despite the grim circumstances. It makes sense, Yang nodded. Wait until you visited your parents, perhaps he was already watching them for some time, to prevent them from escaping and to use them as bait. We should take your family to the city, Wei suggested, finishing concealing the last evidence. They'll be safer there. Elder Chen shook his head, pointing to the column of smoke still rising into the sky. With all due respect, that smoke has alerted every patrol for kilometers. Although I don't doubt your group's strength. Trying to cross the border now would be obvious and much more dangerous. There would be dozens of alert guards reinforcing the highly probable fight. What do you suggest then? Asked Yang. Wait, Chen responded with the wisdom of someone who has survived decades on the margins. In the morning, when workers cross en masse to their jobs, the guards will be busy processing hundreds of people. A small group could go unnoticed among the crowd until the end. Besides, he added with a shrewd smile that transformed his aged face, an elite group like yours wouldn't have problems with the few guards who would remain attentive tomorrow. Especially if they're distracted with the morning flow. Reed leaned heavily against Fern, the pain from the lashes finally overcoming his adrenaline. Perhaps Mr. Chen is right, Ren said, concern evident in his voice as he watched his father struggle to remain standing. Then it's decided, Lin declared. We'll rest at Mr. Chen's house, tend to the wounds, and cross with the workers at dawn. The carriage is very conspicuous. We can't simply leave it here, Wei observed. Ren looked toward the vehicle that had brought them, where the Pegasus driver waited nervously, his eyes scanning the horizon for signs of patrols. The carriage's ornate design and official insignia made it stand out starkly against the humble surroundings. "He's right," Wei agreed. "We must take our belongings and send the carriage back. An official vehicle with the Pegasus emblem should be able to leave the border easily after its business is completed." They headed toward the carriage at a quick pace. The driver startled upon seeing them approach, his hands tightening reflexively on the reins. "Is everything all right?" he asked, though the answer was evident in their blood-spattered appearances. "We need you to return to the city. I know you were supposed to be on a round trip, but you won't be able to wait for us. Go," Lin ordered. "It's not safe to remain here." "But Miss Alicia ordered me to wait and take you back," the driver protested weakly. Wei produced a small paper and signed it. "This certifies that we released you from your obligation for security reasons. Your boss will understand." While they discussed the details, Ren hurried to unload his belongings. His backpack, notably large and bulky as always. Then, with Yang's help, they unloaded a long case containing a bow and a quiver of finely crafted arrows. "Did you bring your entire arsenal?" asked the professor with a raised eyebrow as he watched Ren unsheath a spear and a silver-ranked dissection dagger. The weapons gleamed with the unmistakable quality of master craftsmanship. "I wanted to show some things to my parents," Ren replied, a slight blush coloring his cheeks. "So they could see my progress." "I see," Yang said quietly, his expression softening with understanding. The last pieces they unloaded were two medium-sized chests, sealed with complex symbols that glowed faintly in the darkness. When Fern asked about their contents, Ren simply replied, "Materials. For cultivation." "Materials. And crystals," he added with a smile. "Many crystals." As half the group moved away from the scene, preparing to follow Elder Chen, Ren looked back one last time at what remained of his childhood home. "Ready," said Yang when the carriage was empty. The driver nodded. With a snap of reins, the carriage began to move away, taking with it the last obvious connection to their presence. The sound of hooves faded gradually into the night. "Now then," murmured old Chen. "Let's go before the patrols reach here." As the group moved away from the scene, Ren walked between his parents, still processing everything that had occurred. The recovered crystals clinked softly in the bag his father now carried, a small consolation against the loss of what was once their home. Now they would have to pay for damages to the new owner. Elder Chen guided them through narrow paths between the vegetation, avoiding main routes. Other neighbors watched them from the shadows, some nodding in silent solidarity. The community's invisible network of support became tangible in these small gestures. "This way," Chen whispered, pointing to a modest house that seemed to blend into the landscape. Chen's house turned out to be more spacious than its modest facade suggested. Built partially against a gentle hill, it extended backward with several annexes added over decades. The architecture spoke of pragmatic expansion rather than aesthetic design. "My son expanded the house when he married," Chen explained as he guided them through a narrow hallway. "And then again when the grandchildren were born." Pride warmed his voice as he spoke of his family's growth. Turning a corner, they encountered a middle-aged man cutting vegetables in a rustic kitchen. Upon seeing them, especially noticing the injuries and blood, he dropped his knife with a clatter that seemed unnaturally loud in the quiet house. "Father? What does this mean?" "They're my guests, Liang," Chen responded calmly. "The patenters need temporary shelter." Before Liang could protest, two children burst into the kitchen, stopping abruptly at the sight of strangers. But their eyes widened enormously upon recognizing Ren, surprise replacing their initial wariness. "Ren," exclaimed the elder, a boy of about 12. "What are you doing here? We thought you were at that rich school." His excitement cut through the tension like sunlight through storm clouds. Ren blinked, surprised at being recognized. "Tao. Li." The familiar faces seemed to momentarily transport him back to simpler times. "You know them?" asked Lin, looking alternately at her pupil and the children. "We played together when there was no work in the fields," Ren explained. "Before the academy." The memory of those carefree days felt impossibly distant now. Chen smiled. "Kids have fun, even here in the outskirts. Now, Liang, we need the storehouse for our guests. And hot water to clean those wounds before Ma's healing." Liang's initial concern dissipated upon recognizing that the strangers accompanying their neighbors wore official school uniforms. "The storehouse is somewhat cluttered, but it has space," he conceded. While Liang prepared hot water, his mother washed her hands, and his wife searched for bandages and medicinal herbs. News of the visitors spread quickly among the relatively close neighboring children. "Did you hear about the patrollers?" asked an elderly woman from among the neighbors who had witnessed the confrontation. Her voice carried both fear and vindication. "What happened?" added a man, appearing behind her, his work clothes still dusty from the day's labor. Soon, the Chen household was filled with curious neighbors, each learning of the incident and promising not to betray their old neighbor. But almost all neighbors in the surrounding area were already informed. In the relative isolation of the outskirts, any out-of-the-ordinary event was cause for gathering and debate. "Please." Chen finally intervened, raising his hands. "Let our guests rest. Tomorrow there will be time for stories." With murmurs of disappointment but accepting the old man's logic, the neighbors began to disperse, not without first offering food, additional blankets, and in one case, homemade liquor, to calm the nerves. Each gift, however modest, represented a defiant gesture against the oppressive system that had divided their city. The storehouse turned out to be a spacious and relatively clean area. Orderly piles of wood occupied one wall, alongside sacks of grain and other basic supplies. Chen and Liang quickly cleared a section, while Liang's wife and her eldest daughter improvised beds with fresh straw covered by thick blankets. "It's not a grand city hotel," Chen joked, "but it's warm and dry." His attempt at humor eased some of the lingering tension. Chen's wife applied basic healing with her water elemental frog. The small creature's soft blue glow illuminated Reed's wounds as she worked, its gentle magic soothing the worst of the damage. Though not as effective as silver rank healing, it provided immediate relief from the searing pain. Once settled and first aid applied, the Chen family discreetly withdrew, leaving the visitors with enough privacy to rest. Fern, seated beside her husband, watched Ren arrange several of his things. The initial adrenaline had subsided, leaving behind a profound weariness that marked her face. Yet beneath the exhaustion, a spark of curiosity ignited as she observed her son's methodical organization. Lin and Yang took positions near the entrances, establishing a silent surveillance system. Their professional demeanor provided a sense of security that allowed the patenters to momentarily lower their guard. Amidst all this, Ren unpacked part of his backpack, and carefully extracting several objects from the boxes, placed them before his parents. "What is all this?" asked Reed, his curiosity momentarily overcoming the pain. "Things I wanted to give you," Ren responded. "Drinks for the nerves, you could say." "Something for the nerves." 2 crystal flasks containing a slightly luminescent liquid with a pearly glow. The containers themselves seemed almost ceremonial, etched with delicate runes. "This will help," Ren continued, offering a flask to each of his parents with a smile that attempted to be reassuring. His fingers trembled almost imperceptibly as he held them out. Fern looked at the potion with suspicion, studying the way it swirled within the glass. "What is it?" "A drink I brought you from the city," Ren responded with feigned casualness, though his eyes avoided direct contact. "It will help with fatigue and tension." Reed, too exhausted to question, gratefully accepted the flask. "At this point, I would even drink that homemade liquor that our neighbor brought." Lin exchanged a knowing look with Ren, a small smile forming at the corner of her lips reflecting her anticipation. "To being together again," Ren proposed, raising his hand in an imaginary toast. His parents nodded and drank the contents. The liquid descended down their throats with unexpected warmth, expanding through their bodies like a gentle but persistent fire. "It has a peculiar taste," Fern commented, wiping her lips. "Like mint and something else I don't recognize." "It gives warmth," Reed added, placing a hand over his chest where a small but pleasant heat seemed to radiate outward. "Nice." Ren nodded, watching them attentively. Anxiety and anticipation shone in his eyes as he returned to one of the boxes, this time to extract something wrapped in a cloth that resembled black silk. "I have something more for you," he said, unwrapping it with reverential care. His handling suggested something of huge value, both financial and personal. The cloth revealed 2 medium-sized eggs, completely black, with surfaces that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. Small blue markings ran across them, forming patterns reminiscent of constellations in a night sky. Even in the dim light of the storehouse, they seemed to possess an inner depth that made them appear larger than their physical dimensions. "Eggs?" asked Reed, confusion evident on his weathered face. "For what?" A laugh escaped from Lin, who quickly disguised it with a cough. Wei also smiled, but maintained a more appropriate composure. Their reactions only deepened Reed's confusion. "They're for you," Ren responded with patience. "They're obsidian turtle eggs." Fern gasped. Even in their relative isolation, that creature's name was known. It was the insignia beast of the Ashenway family, one of the most powerful and difficult to obtain in the kingdom. These weren't random expensive black eggs, they were even more costly specific eggs. The kind that noble families guarded jealously as part of their heritage. "But that's impossible," she murmured, her voice barely above a whisper. "Those beasts are only possessed by high-ranking Ashenway nobles. You couldn't even buy one if you're not from their family, even if you had." "Millions," Ren completed. "And you're right. Normally they're impossible to obtain. But I had a lot of luck and an alternative method." His tone carried the pride of someone who had accomplished the seemingly impossible. Carefully, he placed an egg in each of his parents' hands. The objects seemed to vibrate slightly, as if containing life impatient to emerge. "I obtained them from deep assassin cores that my group eliminated during our expeditions in the school mines," he explained, his voice adopting an academic tone reminiscent of his writings. "I reconfigured them with special acid and other components to transform them into the basic structure of obsidian turtles." Wei nodded with approval. The matriarch of the Ashenways, Selphra, was initially skeptical when Ren requested her permission to obtain 2 eggs of the species. She offered to get him a single egg for an exorbitant sum as a loan, warning him that extracting it from her family would be complicated even for her. It would legitimately cost the old woman quite a bit to obtain it, given the family politics involved. "But I explained that I had a more efficient method," Ren continued, his fingers tracing the blue constellations on one of the eggs. "One that didn't require the traditional egg cultivation process that takes decades." At first she doubted, but when I showed her the process with another egg, she gave permission and provided the necessary materials for the nests at minimal cost, Lin completed. "I've never seen Grandmother Ashenway so impressed." The memory brought a genuine smile to her face. "It could have been the Klein, but in the end the black turtle gives more vitality. Though Larissa got mad that week. I wonder why." Added Ren, but in a murmur for himself. Reed and Fern observed the eggs in their hands with amazement and growing confusion. But then, Fern began to feel something strange. The vines on her arms seemed to respond, shifting and rippling beneath her skin with renewed vigor. "Ren," she said, her voice trembling, "what was that drink really?" The young man exchanged a look with Lin, who smiled slightly. "It was a potion to become double tamers," Ren confessed. "To allow you to form a second contract." Absolute silence fell over the storehouse. Reed and Fern stared at their son with disbelief, slowly processing the magnitude of what he had just revealed. The eggs in their hands suddenly felt impossibly heavy with implications. "But, that's impossible," Reed whispered, his fingers instinctively tightening around the egg. "Only a few dozen people in all of history have managed to have 2 contracts. The kings, some legendary warriors. And now you, Ren responded with seriousness. If you accept the contract with the turtles, of course. His voice carried both certainty and hope, the most valuable gift he could offer, now placed in their hands. As if to emphasize his point, Lin approached. With a fluid gesture, she simultaneously manifested her two beasts. Her crane and panther lizard materialized. Ren gave me the potion last semester, Lin explained with a smile. It worked perfectly. My combat capacity doubled. Fern carefully set the egg aside and stood up, trembling slightly. This is too much. You can't simply spend something so exorbitantly expensive on us like this, without consulting us. Her voice wavered between gratitude and shock. There's no turning back, Wei said softly. The potion has already been consumed and completed the process. Rejecting the contract now would be useless. Useless? Reed's voice cracked. Have you just wasted a fortune that would secure your future on weak old people like us? The self-deprecation in his tone was painfully evident. Ren's face showed pain at the accusation, but he remained firm. I've given you an opportunity to live longer. To be stronger. To protect yourselves when I can't be there. Obsidian turtles, Yang intervened, who had remained silent until now, are specialists in vitality, resistance, and healing. They will significantly increase your longevity and health. And as an additional benefit, they will enhance the offensive power of your plants when they finally fully mature, Ren added. Reed and Fern exchanged looks of confusion at seeing the professors siding with Ren on something that might even cause problems with the castle people. The implications seemed to stretch beyond their small family drama into larger political dimensions. Seeing their indecision, Yang approached Reed, looking him directly in the eyes. The stone behemoth master's gaze held a challenge and personal wisdom. Let me ask you something, he said gravely. Would you die for your son? Reed blinked, disconcerted by the question. Of course. Without thinking. The answer came immediately, from the deepest core of his being. Then, Yang continued, why wouldn't you live for him? A silence laden with meaning filled the space between them. Reed furrowed his brow, slowly processing the words. Becoming stronger, taking care of your health, extending your life, Yang elaborated, his deep voice resonating with conviction. Doesn't that sound better than simply fleeing responsibility by dying for those who love you? What good would you do your family by sacrificing yourself, when you could be by their side, supporting them? The words settled heavily in Reed's heart. He gazed at his wife, then at his son, whose face showed a vulnerability that reminded him of the child he still was despite everything. Your words are wise, Reed finally admitted, a small smile forming on his lips. Being old, I thought I was wise, but one always learns new things. The humility in his voice was genuine, a master cook who recognized when someone else had crafted a better recipe. The choice is yours, Ren intervened. The eggs won't hatch if you don't accept them voluntarily. But think about what it would mean. No more discrimination because of your low-level mature beasts. Real freedom to choose where to live, where to work. Fern looked at the black egg she had set aside, its surface seeming to draw in the surrounding light. Could people like us really have another contract? People like us. Especially people like you, Ren affirmed with conviction. His parents looked at each other and smiled. Fern took the egg again, feeling its weight, its potential. She looked at her husband, a silent question in her eyes. He nodded slightly, a decision forming between them without the need for words, as had happened so many times during their decades together. We accept, Reed finally declared, his voice steady with newfound resolve. In that very instant, the eggs began to glow. The blue constellation patterns brightened first, then spread across the entire surface until the black shells became luminescent spheres. It's exactly like your first contract, Ren instructed, his voice taking on a teacher's confidence. Following his directions, they circulated their mana into the eggs. The light increased until it became blinding, forcing everyone to shield their eyes. When it finally faded, the eggs had vanished. In their place, obsidian turtles materialized before Reed and Fern. Their shells gleamed with the reflection of mana. Small white eyes observed the world with intelligence. Reed gasped, feeling a wave of energy course through his body. The pain from the lashes on his back diminished even more than with the first aid, replaced by a sensation of general well-being he hadn't experienced in decades. Beside him, Fern straightened, her eyes bright with new vitality. The vines of her mature plant seemed to respond to the turtle's presence, becoming more vibrant. "It's incredible," Reed murmured, flexing his hands with amazement. "I feel as if I were 30 years younger." The stiffness that had become such a familiar companion seemed to melt away. "The initial effect is intense," Ren explained, watching with undisguised satisfaction. "It will stabilize over time, but the benefits will remain." Fern approached Ren, tears shimmering in her eyes. "Why did you deceive us?" The question held no accusation, only a mother's seek for understanding of her child's motives. "Because I feared you would reject my help again if I gave you a choice," he responded honestly. "You've always been like that. Too willing to sacrifice yourselves for me." The admission carried years of watching his parents put his needs before their own, even at their own expense. Ren embraced them both. "Welcome to the Double Tamers Club," he murmured. Ren's surprises were far from over. He first showed his small official plaques. "My certification as a Bronze 2 student. I was also first in my class. These two are for winning the semester tournament. 2 consecutive times." Next came a collection of 6 small medals in a box, each representing a victory in different categories of academic competition. Ren explained each one, pride shone in his eyes as he thought about how much his parents had sacrificed so he could achieve these accomplishments. "And this," he finally said, pulling out a leather-bound book with his name engraved on the cover, "is my first officially published cultivation method. The Living Tunnel." He presented it with the pride of an author holding his first creation. Fern took the book with trembling hands. "You wrote this?" Her voice held wonder and disbelief in equal measure. "Completely," Ren nodded. "It's one of almost 50 I've written for Bronze 1, and I've written more than 15 for Bronze 2 that the Academy has verified." His casual tone belied the extraordinary achievement this represented for someone his age. Wei nodded to himself, a weird smile on his face. Reed reverently flipped through the pages, his eyes widening at the complex diagrams and detailed instructions. "We always knew you were special, but this..." Words failed him as he absorbed the magnitude of his son's accomplishment. "Each tested and verified method brings me at least 100,000 crystals," Ren continued. "With the doubling imposed by grandmother Selphora, that's at least 200,000 per method." He spoke of sums that would have seemed impossible to him just a year ago with the casual confidence of someone who had grown accustomed to their reality. Fern and Reed exchanged looks of astonishment. "How much have you earned?" Reed finally asked, his voice almost a whisper. "More than 20 million so far," Ren responded casually, as if it weren't a fortune larger than his parents had seen in their entire lives. "And I'll have more when they verify the silver rank methods." The future potential stretched beyond even these impressive numbers. "We thought you were exaggerating in your letters," Fern confessed, her hand unconsciously moving to touch the living vines that had become more vibrant with her second contract. "That you were trying to make us feel better." "I haven't lied to you in any letter," Ren replied, his expression darkening. "Although it seems you did to me." Reed lowered his gaze, ashamed. "We didn't want to worry you. We thought you already had enough with your studies and cultivation." "I needed to know," Ren insisted. "I could have helped you." "We know that now," intervened Fern, placing a hand on her son's arm. The touch conveyed more than words. "We won't hide anything from you again." The conversation continued, Ren sharing stories of his victories, his Greywing friends who had all now reached Bronze 2, and his plans to evolve to Gold by the 4th year. Each tale painted a picture of a world so different from the one his parents had known, one of possibilities rather than limitations. Reed and Fern listened attentively, marveling at their son's transformation. The boy who had departed with an apparently useless mushroom had become a self-confident young man, with achievements that the vast majority would envy. The knight was advancing amid laughter when Yang, positioned near the main entrance, visibly tensed. "Patrol," he whispered, his voice barely audible. The conversation ceased immediately. Lin moved like a shadow, extinguishing most of the lamps with fast movements. Through the thin walls, they could hear the sound of heavy boots approaching. Authoritative voices interrogated someone, probably Chen or Liang. The night's stillness amplified every word. "Fire in District 15, a harsh voice was saying. 3 patrollers missing. Have you seen anything suspicious?" The official tone carried an undercurrent of threat. "Just the smoke in the distance," Chen's calm voice responded. "We thought some drunk had knocked over a lamp. Any strangers around here today?" "None. We're few in this area, we all know each other." There was a moment of tense silence, as if the patroller was evaluating the truthfulness of the words. "Good," he finally said. "If you see anything, report immediately." "Of course, officer. Have a good night." Chen's voice remained steady, neither too eager nor too reluctant. The footsteps gradually receded. Only when Lin confirmed that the patrol was beyond auditory range did everyone exhale the breath they had been holding. "Old Chen is good," Yang commented, admiration evident in his voice. Not even a tremor in his words. "People like him have survived generations on the margins," Wei responded, his tone carrying respect for a different kind of knowledge than the academic wisdom he typically valued. Ren looked at his parents, noticing the concern they couldn't manage to conceal. The commotion caused by the patrol gradually dissipated, leaving an expectant silence in the storehouse. The shadows seemed to retreat as Lin relit some of the lamps, casting a warm glow across the gathered faces. Ren observed his parents, seeing new strength in them but also the lingering fear of those who had lived too long under the shadow of arbitrary power. "There's something else you should know," he began, sitting down in front of them. His expression held both excitement and nervousness, like someone about to reveal their final gift. "With part of the money I've earned, I bought a house." Reed and Fern exchanged looks of surprise. "A small house, within the city," Ren continued. "It's not very central, still about 5 hours from the academy, but the important thing is that it's outside Goldcrest territory. It's a start. So you can visit me mid-year and—" His voice carried pride but also uncertainty, the tone of someone who hoped their gift would be well received. "A house?" Fern blinked, still struggling to assimilate the news. "You've already bought a house?" The concept seemed almost surreal after months of worrying about making rent. Ren nodded, a small smile forming on his lips. "Finch, my favorite banker, convinced me not to spend everything on a more expensive house in the interior. He suggested starting with something modest that I could sell later, when I had more savings, and use that money as a foundation for something better." The practical wisdom of the approach reflected a maturity beyond his years, a stark contrast to the impulsive child who had once rushed into the mana forest with nothing but a bag of supplies and desperate hope. "Sounds sensible," commented Reed, impressed by the type of conversation they were having. His son, barely 11, discussing property investment as casually as other children might discuss toys or games. "Do bankers usually give good financial advice?" "In my experience they n.e." Wei began, but Lin elbowed him sharply in the ribs. "Never mind. This banker is special." He rubbed his side with a rueful expression, shooting Lin a reproachful glance. "At first I was determined to get something in the innermost districts," Ren admitted, a slight blush coloring his cheeks. "But the prices were much higher than I imagined. Practically triple for each hour saved. So I followed Finch's advice." The admission of his initial naivete made him seem more like the child he still was for his parents, despite his extraordinary achievements. "But do you want us to move now?" asked Fern, the turtle at her side seeming equally interested in the answer as it tilted its head attentively. And what about the rent and damages we now owe the current owner? Although I'm ashamed to admit it. We haven't been able to pay the last few months. Maybe. We can communicate with him through Pegasus later, Ren interrupted gently, not wanting his mother to dwell on their financial troubles. As for when. He paused, the mushrooms in his hair dimming slightly. If we could, we would leave right now, but I had planned to stay with you for 2 days, there's something I need to do here first. Wei, who had been listening silently, looked up sharply. You didn't say anything about that. It's very dangerous to operate in the vicinity, even waiting here in this situation is already a risk. I don't think you understand the enormous importance your documentation work has for the city and the future of. It's related to my cultivation, Ren explained, his eyes meeting those of his parents. I need to visit the forest where I escaped last time. The gravity in his voice suggested this wasn't merely a casual expedition. The forest? Reed tensed visibly, the turtle mirroring his unease. The same one where you nearly died a year ago? The memory of that night, the fear, the desperate search when they discovered Ren missing, was still painfully fresh. My level is much higher now, Ren assured them, his hydra briefly manifesting in a display of crystalline armor. It won't be a problem at all like it was then. I just need to avoid the patrols. The confidence in his voice was backed by physical evidence of his growth, but underlying tension remained. Wei approached, his brow furrowed with concern only slightly less than that of Ren's parents. His scholarly instincts warred with his protective impulses toward the exceptional student. It's part of my mushroom, Ren responded cautiously. Since it's unique, something only I can do, I haven't documented it in my writings. The implication hung in the air, this was something beyond even the extraordinary methods he had already revealed. But the danger of losing your invaluable head, Wei insisted, leaning forward with uncharacteristic emotion. I must insist that you're too important to the city to risk yourself. Ren looked at him directly, a flash of determination in his eyes. If I don't cultivate, I won't be able to write books for higher ranks. The simple statement carried Wei's bigger weakness. Wei opened his mouth to protest, but finally fell silent, acknowledging both his curiosity about the higher levels and recognizing the finality in the stubborn young man's words. The academic in him couldn't deny the value of such knowledge. I'll go with you, Lin declared, her tone brooking no discussion. Yang and Wei can stay to look after your parents while the situation calms down. Yang, who had been periodically checking the entrances with vigilance, approached the group. His massive frame seemed to fill the small space as he joined the conversation. What do we do with the 2 we brought? The spider one and the fire lizard are still unconscious, but they won't be for much longer and could make a commotion. Ren glanced toward the corner where the 2 patrollers lay bound and motionless. The tiger leader had been buried, but they had decided to bring the other 2 for interrogation. The cold practicality with which he assessed the situation spoke volumes about how much he had changed in a year. We could put them in a hole to reduce the noise as much as possible, he suggested. I don't think old Chen would mind if we make him a small improvised basement and then seal it. Lin nodded, a cold smile forming on her lips. When they wake up, interrogate them. If they make too much noise or pose a threat, dispose of them. The coldness with which they discussed the possible execution of the patrollers startled Fern slightly, her eyes widening as she unconsciously clutched Reed's hand. But Reed seemed to accept it with resignation, his weathered face revealing no particular moral qualms about the fate of men who had tortured him only hours before. I could go with you, suggested Reed, standing up straighter than he had in years, the turtle's influence already evident in his renewed vigor. The turtle at his side nodded, as if backing his offer. I feel much stronger now, and I know the forest route. No, Ren responded firmly. It's better that you stay with Mom and begin cultivating your turtle. He searched in his backpack and extracted a book bound in black leather, similar to the turtle's in appearance, and a box with crystals that emitted a soft glow. These crystals are already processed according to the exact specifications for obsidian turtles, he explained, handing them the book and box. The book contains all the details of the cultivation method, from iron to gold too. His tone carried the quiet pride of an author presenting his most cherished work. Reed leafed through the book with reverence, noting that it was handwritten, in his son's now neater and more orderly script. Each page was filled with precise diagrams and detailed instructions, the culmination of knowledge that most scholars would spend lifetimes pursuing. Although you're double tamers, your beasts are still iron rank, Ren continued. You don't yet have sufficient offensive capabilities to face silver rank opponents. Trust me on this, I'm small and fast, and Master Lin is even faster. His practical assessment left no room for argument, despite coming from a child. Though on second thought, maybe he was still a bit of the impulsive child who had once rushed into the forest. Fern stroked her son's head, wanting to say something but stopping herself and seemingly deciding on something else. Her fingers briefly tangled in his hair, feeling the small mushrooms pulse in response to her touch. When will you leave and how long will you be gone? The question restrained all her unspoken fears. I won't leave yet, I don't have Min's support, so not until things calm down a bit, Ren assured her, leaning slightly into her touch with the unconscious response of a child seeking comfort. But I need to be ready when the time comes. Without further preamble, Ren invoked his claws and headed toward the farthest corner of the storehouse. He began to dig in the softest spot. His control of the element was still low, but his beast was perfect for displacing earth with ease, and driven by his increased strength, it was even easier. Yang soon joined him, and between them, the hole grew rapidly. The stone behemoth master's earth manipulation accelerated the process, his massive hands moving dirt with supernatural efficiency. Ren, Wei called softly as they worked, his scholarly curiosity unable to remain silent. Are you sure this is necessary? Crossing the plain to reach the iron forest will be very difficult without being seen. It's absolutely necessary, and I don't care if they see us enter the forest, Ren responded without pausing in his work. The final part of my evolution to Silver 1 depends on it. What exactly are you looking for there? Wei persisted. Ren stopped for a moment. His eyes took on a distant quality, as if seeing beyond the storehouse walls to ancient mysteries that waited in the darkness. The same energy that helped me reach bronze, he finally revealed. There should be more fruiting bodies now, if not I'll cultivate them. Ancient golden mushrooms. Components that are fundamental to my particular method. Wei wanted to continue interrogating him to find some way to reduce or avoid the risk, but the resolution on Ren's face was immovable. Reed observed his son, the turtle mirroring his thoughtful posture. How much had Ren really changed in this year? Or had he always possessed this hardness, just waiting for circumstances to manifest it? Fern still struggled to process everything that had occurred in the last few hours. The loss of their home, the attack, the transformation into double tamers, and now her son, barely emerged from childhood, was planning to venture into the deadly outer forest. Are you sure you must do this? She asked, her voice betraying her fear. We've already lost so much today. Ren took his mother's hands between his own. His touch was gentle but firm, the contrast between his child-sized hands and his adult-like resolve making the moment more poignant. But I made sure you won much more, right? Trust me. I'm not the same frightened kid who ran away a year ago. Now it's not a desperate decision, now I have the power to protect myself. Fern searched her son's eyes for some trace of the child she remembered, but what she found was a determination that went beyond his years. You've become so strong, she murmured, both pride and sadness in her voice. So different. Her thumb traced small circles on his hand, a maternal gesture that felt both familiar and somehow out of place now. I'm still me, Ren responded with a smile that finally showed something of his former innocence, the expression momentarily transforming him back into the boy they remembered. I just know a bit more. Reed observed the exchange in silence, his mind processing an unsettling reality. His son no longer needed his protection. On the contrary, now Ren was the one protecting them. The role reversal was as natural as it was painful, a necessary evolution that nonetheless carried the sting of obsolescence. While Ren returned to the work of digging, Reed and Fern exchanged looks. Their lives had changed irrevocably, but what most disconcerted them was how easily they accepted all this. Was it an effect of the gifts? Or simply the natural consequence of seeing their son transformed into someone so strong and mature? No, it wasn't the gifts. It was the understanding that their world had changed, and they must change with it or be left behind. We must be strong for him, Fern whispered to her husband. He has done all this for us. Her eyes reflected determination to rise to this new challenge. Reed nodded, his hand finding hers, their fingers interlacing as they had countless times through decades of shared struggle. We can no longer protect him as before. But we can support him. The hole was almost finished when a sound. Footsteps. Many footsteps, approaching Chen's house. The distant rhythm carried the unmistakable cadence of military discipline. More patrols, Yang whispered, his enhanced perception of vibrations in the earth catching what the others were just beginning to notice. And more than before. Wei cautiously peered through a small crack in the wall. At least a dozen. And they seem more methodical this time. The hole, Ren indicated with urgency, his voice dropping to a tense whisper. Everyone inside. Now. There was no time to argue. Reed and Fern were the first to descend, gently pushed by Ren, followed by Wei and Lin. Ren and Yang lowered the unconscious bodies of the patrollers, then joined the group. The earth closed over them, leaving no outline to mark where the opening had been. The patrol's footsteps resonated through Chen's house, the measured tread creating a rhythm of impending danger. The commander, a burly man with troll leopard spots glowing on his skin, stared fixedly at the old man. I know you're hiding something, old man, he growled, moving closer until Chen could smell his breath, a mix of stale tobacco and the fresh blood on his nose. Nobody in this area lives completely disconnected from what happens. His eyes narrowed. Chen maintained his neutral expression, his hands patiently crossed in front of him. We're just a simple family, Commander. We don't get involved in trouble. His voice carried just the right note of deference. The attack happened less than 2 kilometers from here, the commander insisted. 3 of my best men. 1 dead, 2 missing. He paused, evaluating the old man's reaction, searching for any telltale sign of deception. Then, his tone changed to something almost friendly, the shift more menacing for its artificiality. You know, the Goldcrest government is generous with those who collaborate, he continued, pulling out a small bag that clinked promisingly. He let it dangle between them, the sound of crystals hitting one another creating a seductive melody. 10,000 crystals for information. 100,000 if you help capture those responsible. Chen looked at the bag, which would give him the equivalent of a few years' subsistence for a family in the outskirts. His eyes showed a flash of consideration, just for an instant, a calculated display to maintain credibility. I'm sorry, Commander, he finally replied, his voice carrying appropriate regret. I cannot help find what I haven't seen. The commander snorted with irritation. Search the entire property, he ordered his men, his frustration evident in the sharp gesture that accompanied the command. Every corner. While the patrollers ransacked the house, Tao and Li observed from a side hallway. At 11 years old, Chen's grandsons had developed a sense of when to stay out of adults' way, especially authorities. Do you think they're looking for Ren? Tao whispered, remembering seeing his friend before the adults had sent them to bed. Maybe, Li responded, his eyes wide as he watched the patrollers upend furniture and tear through cabinets. I heard he's important in the city now. Studies at that school for rich people. There was a note of wonder in their voice, still trying to reconcile this new image with the Ren they had once played with. Search the storehouse too, the commander ordered, pointing toward the back structure. The children exchanged looks. The storehouse was their favorite play area. They knew every corner, every possible hiding place, every loose board and creaky beam. If anyone was hidden there. The patrol methodically ransacked the storehouse, throwing sacks and moving piles of firewood. Dust motes danced in the slanting afternoon light as they worked, occasionally punctuated by the crack of wood being broken or the thud of heavy objects being overturned. Finally, the commander seemed convinced that there was nothing suspicious. His frustration was evident in the tightness around his eyes and the way his leopard spots had dimmed to a sullen glow. "Stay alert," he warned Chen before departing, his finger jabbing the air between them for emphasis. "And remember, the offer remains open. Those crystals could help a family like yours a great deal." The threat beneath the offer was thinly veiled, the implication clear. When the patrol finally moved away, the children waited several minutes before sneaking toward the storehouse. Curiosity burned too intensely to be ignored, their young minds filled with questions about their old playmate and the mysterious events unfolding around them. "Do you think he's really still hidden here?" Li asked, pushing open the storehouse door with exaggerated caution. The hinges creaked softly, the sound unnaturally loud in the tense silence. "I don't know, they searched for a good while," Tao responded, his eyes scanning the interior for any sign of disturbance beyond the patrol's destruction. The inside was a mess, with torn grain sacks and piles of firewood scattered everywhere. The children advanced cautiously, inspecting each corner. "There's nobody here," Li declared after a superficial search, disappointment evident in his slumped shoulders. "I told you he wouldn't be here, they must have left before." "But I saw grandfather bring them, and they didn't want to be seen outside," Tao insisted, pushing aside a larger pile of straw. "They have to be somewhere." They continued exploring, moving debris and checking behind the larger piles. Li walked directly over the center of the storehouse when he felt something grasp his ankle. The boy froze, color draining from his face. His mouth opened to scream, but before he could make any sound, the floor beneath him opened and swallowed him. A hand emerged to cover his mouth, stifling any potential outcry. "Shoo," Ren whispered, partially emerging from the hole while holding Li, "You're standing right on our exit and not letting us open it." Li's eyes widened like saucers upon recognizing his friend. Tao stood frozen, caught between fear and fascination, his mouth slightly agape. "Run!" Tao exclaimed in an excited whisper when Ren finally released Li and completely exited the hole. "You were hiding underground. Just like in the Wandering King stories." "What were you doing down there?" asked Li, recovering from his initial fright. He brushed dirt from his clothes with exaggerated motions, trying to appear unaffected by the surprise. "And why are the patrols looking for you? Are you a criminal now?" The last question carried a hint of admiration rather than judgment. Ren smiled while moving aside to allow Yang, Lin, Wei, and his parents to emerge from the narrow hiding place. "It's complicated," he responded, dusting off his clothes. "Let's just say we had a disagreement with some patrollers." The diplomatic phrasing sounded distinctly out of place in the rustic storehouse. "Whoa!" exclaimed Tao. "You look like those mercenaries from the stories." "You talk different too," observed Li, wrinkling his nose critically. "All fancy and stuck up." His expression conveyed the unfiltered judgment only children can deliver with complete innocence. Ren blinked, surprised by the comment. "Fancy? Me?" The idea seemed genuinely foreign to him, a blind spot in his self-perception. "Yeah, like, it's complicated," Li imitated with an exaggeratedly refined voice, straightening his posture and lifting his chin in a caricature of aristocratic bearing. "When you played with us, you would just say, 'It's a mess' or something like that." "And look at your clothes," added Tao, pointing at the academy uniform Ren still wore beneath his travel cloak. "All new and with those. What are they? Decorations?" "They're rank insignias," Ren explained, suddenly conscious of how much he had changed in just 1 year. His fingers unconsciously touched the bronze 2 emblem that had become a natural part of his identity. "Oh, rank insignias," Li sang mockingly, performing an exaggerated bow with flourishing hand movements. "The young master is very important now." Reed, observing the interaction from the side, couldn't help but smile. This was the Ren he remembered, a child among children, subject to friendly teasing, not the solemn young man who had killed someone hours before. We should finish expanding the hiding place, Yang suggested, but he made a subtle gesture to Reed, indicating they should let the children talk. Lin and Fern exchanged knowing looks too. It was comforting to see that beneath all that acquired maturity, Ren could still connect with children his own age. The rigid formality that had overtaken him since their reunion momentarily cracked, allowing glimpses of the boy they knew. "Hey," said Tao, suddenly remembering something. "Annuar was talking about you this morning. He said he had something to show off when he saw you." "Annuar?" Ren tilted his head, recalling the third member of their little friendship group. "What's become of him?" "He got a rare contract," Lee responded, rolling his eyes with exasperation. "While we got common plants like almost everyone in this area, he got something different." His tone suggested this was both unfair and frequently mentioned. "Won't stop bragging about it," added Tao with annoyance. "Though he's still as clumsy as ever." He pantomimed someone tripping over their own feet, eliciting a smile from Ren. "Life is that unfair," Lee sighed dramatically, placing the back of his hand against his forehead like a tragic actor. "Grandfather says the biggest idiots are always the ones who get all the happiness." Ren couldn't contain a burst of laughter at the philosophical observation, but quickly covered his mouth when he realized how loud it was and looked back. Reed and Yang, who had been pretending to work nearby, gave him a discreet thumbs up, encouraging him to continue the conversation while they sealed the secret entrance. Lin and Fern looked at each other, smiling at the scene. For a moment, on a day filled with violence and danger, they could see the child that Ren still was somewhere inside. Moving a bit away from the group of adults, Ren led his old friends toward a hidden corner of the storehouse. The three boys naturally fell into the huddled posture of children sharing secrets, their heads close together. "How's school here?" Ren asked, genuinely curious. His tone shifted subtly, losing some of its acquired formality as childhood rhythms reasserted themselves. "Boring," Lee responded immediately, slumping his shoulders. "Master Huang is old and slow. Spends more time dozing than teaching." He mimicked an old man nodding off, complete with exaggerated snoring sounds. "And beast training is a joke," added Tao. "We only practice twice a week, and the sessions don't even last an hour." "How is it at your fancy school?" asked Lee, once again imitating the refined accent with pursed lips and an aristocratic sniff. "Quite different," Ren admitted, unconsciously straightening his posture. "I train every day, sometimes more than 8 hours if you include exercise and practical sessions in caves or forests." The pride in his voice was unmistakable, despite his attempt at casual delivery. 8 hours? Tao whistled, impressed and horrified in equal measure. "Sounds awful. What about your exams?" Ren asked, eager to continue this glimpse into their life. "We have one final each year," explained Lee, shrugging his shoulders with casual indifference. "You just have to eliminate a dwarf troll bear of iron rank. They're tough but slow and clumsy. Even Tao could handle one alone." He elbowed his friend good-naturedly. "A dwarf troll bear?" Ren smiled. At the academy, these creatures weren't even considered basic training for beginners. The resistance of stone lurkers and their surprise attacks were much more useful for practice. "What?" Tao frowned at his reaction, crossing his arms defensively. "Is that too easy for you now, Mr. Fancy?" His expression held both challenge and a hint of hurt pride. No, that's not it," Ren hastened to clarify. "It's just, different." He searched for words that wouldn't sound condescending. "What do you fight against?" asked Lee, genuine curiosity overcoming his teasing attitude. "Depends on the level," Ren responded, trying to modulate his tone. "Beginners start with iron-rank stone lurkers." "Stone lurkers?" Tao exclaimed incredulously. "Those jumping rocks? Are you kidding?" His face was a picture of disbelief. "And that's just the beginning," Ren continued, unable to hide his pride completely. "For the first-year semester exam, we face one at Bronze 1 rank. The children looked at him with amazement and disbelief. "You're lying," Lee declared flatly. "Not even the adults here go near those things in the mines if they can avoid it. And most have elemental advantage." "It's true," Ren insisted. "And in team battles, we face very effective combinations, varied and with synergies." "Well, we have team battles too," Tao countered, unwilling to let their school seem completely inferior. His chin jutted out defiantly. "Last month, our team of 3 plants defeated 3 plants." Tao gradually lost momentum as he realized his argument was unsalvageable. "Impressive," Ren responded diplomatically, though mentally he was comparing that to the Tier 3 beasts of Bronze 1 and 2 rank he had recently faced at the academy. "You're not taking us seriously," observed Lee, crossing his arms with an offended expression. "You've become a stuck-up, Ren." No, it's not that," Ren protested, but even to his own ears it sounded weak. "It's just that the schools are different." "Different," Tao mocked with a nasal voice, placing his hands on his hips in exaggerated imitation. "Now you even talk like you have a stick up your butt." Ren couldn't help laughing at the crude but honest observation. These children, without filters or pretensions, were a vivid reminder of the life he had left behind. "Hey, do you still know how to play Cloud Hunters?" Tao asked, interrupting his reflections. "That game where we pretended to cultivate dragons?" Ren smiled at the memory. "Yes. Want to play? Grandfather has those long sticks we can use as spears." Tao was already bouncing on his toes. For a moment, Ren was tempted to leave behind the weight of his responsibilities, the expectations, the constant danger, and simply be a child again, chasing imaginary dragons. Maybe later, he finally responded, conscious of the adults' watching eyes. "Boring," Lee declared. "You've become as boring as Master Huang." "Boring," Tao chorused, making an exaggerated face with sagging cheeks and half-closed eyes. Ren tossed a handful of straw at them in retaliation, unleashing a small war that filled the storehouse with youthful laughter. The weight of the world lightened, and the boy with the mushroom was simply a child again. As they laughed, Ren gradually comprehended the magnitude of the sacrifice his parents had made. They hadn't merely sold everything to send him to the academy, they had purchased for him an entirely different life, filled with opportunities his friends would never know. The straw war ended when all 3 collapsed in laughter. For a moment, time seemed to rewind, as if Ren had never left the outskirts, as if he were still just one more among the district's children. But quickly he felt bad again. No, worse. Here in the outskirts, children grew up with modest expectations. Their basic beasts guaranteed them lives of manual labor, perhaps as miners or farmers if they were lucky. Military service would be their first and only contact with the developed part of the city. In contrast, his academy classmates, mostly children of nobles and wealthy merchants, were being prepared for positions of power and influence. Even those who began with seemingly mediocre beasts, like Taro, Lu, and Min had prospects these children couldn't imagine. "Hey," Tao suddenly said, sitting up and pointing directly at Ren's head, pulling him from his thoughts. "You haven't told us what those glowing things in your hair are." "Right," added Lee, moving closer to get a better look. "They look like mushrooms." The direct question took Ren by surprise. He had spent so much time among people who knew the general taxonomy that he had almost forgotten how strange it must appear to fresh eyes. "They don't just look like mushrooms," he responded, running a hand through his hair where the small mushrooms pulsed softly. "They are mushrooms. It's my main beast." The boys exchanged looks of confusion, their expressions almost mirror of each other. "Your beast is?" asked Tao, furrowing his brows so deeply his eyebrows nearly met. "Surely you've heard about it." Ren smiled at their confusion, finding their bewilderment oddly refreshing. "My beast is a mushroom. Or more specifically, a spore." The silence that followed was awkward. Tao and Lee's faces transitioned from confusion to amazement, and finally to an expression of utter disbelief. "A spore," repeatedly, as if the word were incorrect or he had misheard. You mean the weakest beast, Ren confirmed with a resigned smile. Yes, exactly that one. The admission carried none of the shame it once had, transformed by time and achievements into something approaching pride. Tao shook his head vigorously, sending bits of straw flying. But that can't be. Spores are the worst bad luck. A total failure. They only appear once every 10,000 invocations of the gray egg and I was that one, Ren replied. The mushrooms in his hair pulsed slightly brighter. But Li looked alternately at Ren and the adults expanding the storehouse, trying to reconcile this revelation with the stories of the prestigious academy. With everything you just told us about your achievements and your super special school, it can't be that you have the most useless beast and still show off insignias, right? Ren shrugged, a gesture that carried both nonchalance and quiet confidence. Let's see. Where should I begin? My beast gives 30% increases and... With a fluid movement, Ren extended his palm. A soft luminous flash appeared, and above his hand materialized a small figure, a mushroom barely 6 centimeters tall, with a bright cap and tiny but remarkably expressive eyes. The creature looked around with evident bad temper, especially when its gaze fell upon the children. Its tiny face scrunched into a scowl that seemed impossibly detailed for its size. Tao and Li burst into laughter, the sound explosive after the moment of shocked silence. It's tiny, exclaimed Tao between fits of laughter, clutching his sides. I thought spores were gray, withered clouds, or at least that's what the horror stories of the unfortunate say, but yours isn't a cloud at all and even looks angry. Look at its frowning face, added Li, pointing at the small mushroom. It looks like a grumpy baby. His laughter doubled him over, shoulders shaking with mirth. The mushroom, apparently offended by the mockery, puffed out its cheeks and its small cap as if holding its breath. The gesture only made the boys laugh harder, their faces reddening with the effort. He doesn't take it well when people laugh at him, Ren warned, though his own lips curved into a smile. Let us show you real beasts, declared Tao, standing up with exaggerated pride. He puffed out his chest and planted his feet wide. Behold and be amazed. With a gesture similar to Ren's but notably less refined, Tao invoked his beast. A greenish light enveloped the air in front of him, materializing into a plant approximately 50 centimeters tall. The creature resembled a collection of vines organized around a central stem, with 3 small roots functioning as feet. A weak iron seedling, announced Tao with disproportionate pride. Increases my vitality by 30%, everything else by 10%, and allows me to perceive and control plants a bit within 10 meters. Not wanting to be outdone, Li performed his own invocation. The light emanating from his hands was a bit more intense, forming a similar figure but notably larger, a plant almost a meter tall, with thicker and more abundant vines, a robust stem, and roots that firmly gripped the ground. Common bronze 1 seedling, proclaimed Li, inflating his chest. Vitality increased by 60%, everything else by 20%, and I can sense and control plants up to 15 meters. His smug expression dared Ren to be impressed. Oh. Well, they're the plants everyone has. I've seen my parents 1,000 times, and they're mature so they're bigger than these, but... How did you manage to bring it to bronze 1, asked Ren, interested in something intrinsic to the situation. The boys sighed upon seeing that Ren wasn't surprised in the slightest. He was right that they were very common though, and the new nomenclature was something he himself made. The government's new method, Li responded with resurging pride. Everyone's using it now. It's fast and guaranteed. Though it's a bit wild with crystal sizes. At first there were some problems with mana poisoning, but now they send tutors who have already mastered it, so everyone's fascinated and says that in the future, the iron labor force will be entirely bronze. His voice rose with excitement as he spoke of this revolutionary change. Even the schools that had complained now promote it, added Tao, nodding vigorously. The government pays for medicine if there are problems. Ren contained a smile, recognizing the description of his own method, adapted and distributed by Julius and Selphra as part of their strategy against the Goldcrests. The realization that his work had reached even this remote corner of the outskirts filled him with a quiet pride. The small mushroom in his hand observed the plants. Though Ren couldn't access all the details at the moment without fully merging with it, he could sense the evaluation his beast was performing: incorrect cultivation values. Around 200/1000. Its tiny eyes narrowed as it assessed the plants with professional disdain. "They sound impressive," commented Ren, slightly uncomfortable with the position he found himself in. "It's interesting how a new method has changed traditional cultivation so quickly." He carefully kept his tone neutral. "I'm already following it too, and one day mine will be just as big," assured Tao, looking enviously at Li's plant. His expression carried the universal longing of children to catch up with their peers. "You only have 800 left. If you keep adding silly steps, then no you won't," murmured Ren's mushroom, its tiny voice unexpectedly clear despite its size. The boys seemed not to believe what they had heard, their eyes widening at the talking mushroom. Ren intervened quickly to calm them and divert their attention from what appeared strange. But was it normal for some beasts to talk? The question reflected in their startled faces. "Don't worry. If you follow the new methods to the letter, you'll do well," Ren commented, steering the conversation away from his unusual beast. "It's a matter of 1,000 small actions that can ruin cultivation if done incorrectly. It's easy to mature the beast prematurely if you're not careful, so don't add extra stuff." He slipped naturally into the didactic tone he used when explaining methods to academy students. "You talk like Master Huang," complained Li, rolling his eyes dramatically. "All technical and boring." He mimed falling asleep, complete with exaggerated snoring. "But seriously," insisted Tao, returning to the original topic while pointing at the small mushroom. "How do you survive at that school with that?" His tone carried genuine curiosity beneath the teasing. The mushroom seemed to inflate even more with indignation, its cap swelling visibly. "Even as grumpy as it is, I've learned to care for it," explained Ren, looking at his small beast with affection. "Our relationship isn't perfect yet, but I try to interact more with him now, right?" The mushroom turned its face away with an audible snort despite its size, before vanishing in a flash and returning to Ren's body. "See?" Ren laughed. "He's temperamental." Yet the fondness in his voice was unmistakable, so different from how he might have spoken of his beast a year ago. "So it really is a spore?" asked Li, his voice dropping as if mentioning something taboo. "The weakest beast from the horror legends?" "Exactly," confirmed Ren. "But it's not as they portray it. I was lucky and discovered its true utility." "What utility?" asked Tao, evidently skeptical. His crossed arms and raised eyebrow challenged Ren to convince him. "Well, for starters, now at Bronze 2 it gives me 30% increases in strength, intelligence, and vitality," explained Ren, keeping his tone matter-of-fact. The children looked at each other before bursting into laughter again. "That's still terrible," exclaimed Li between laughs. "My plant gives me 60% in vitality already at Bronze 1. When it reaches Bronze 2, it'll be 90% plus your 30% but in all aspects." "Yes, the increases are terrible. And only in 3 categories," Ren pointed out. "But increases aren't the only good thing about my mushroom." "What else can something so small do?" challenged Tao, his hands on his hips in a defiant pose. In response, Ren activated a partial fusion. Then the light extended through his body, forming crystalline patterns that hardened into a translucent armor. He kept the glow to a minimum to avoid alerting distant patrols, but the effect was sufficient to leave his friends gaping in astonishment. "Whoa," whispered Tao, approaching to examine the armor. "Your tiny mushroom does that?" "Something like that. Let's say it's part of one of its abilities," confirmed Ren, flexing an arm to show how the armor moved with him. "Crystal protection, though the complete version of this power is much more impressive." "There's a complete version?" asked Li, suddenly much more interested. The mockery had vanished from his voice. Ren nodded, but didn't elaborate. His 3-meter-tall hydra was already too large to invoke in this confined space, and the glow would be visible from afar. "It's still tiny," insisted Tao. "But I guess it's cool that it can do that." The grudging admission was as close to approval as childhood pride would allow. "So you're famous at your school for having the weakest beast and still kicking butt," asked Lee, summarizing the situation in his own way. Ren smiled, deactivating the armor as the crystalline patterns receded back into his skin. "Something like that." The simple phrase carried the weight of a year's worth of struggles, victories, and transformations, a journey these children could scarcely imagine but might someday understand. While the children continued talking about beasts, Tao's face suddenly fell. "Will it be very bad if we stop using the new cultivation methods here? I hate that they're forbidden in Goldcrest territory." His voice dropped to a whisper, eyes darting nervously toward the door as if patrollers might materialize at the mere mention of forbidden techniques. "You stopped today's cultivation?" Ren asked. The casual conversation had suddenly veered into more serious territory. Tao and Lee exchanged nervous glances. "Technically the day isn't over yet, but yes," Lee admitted in a low voice. "We use them freely at school since it's on the other side of the new border, but not here. Master Huang told us not to bring any notes home," added Tao, leaning closer as if sharing a dangerous secret. "He says he doesn't know what the patrols might be using to detect if we're using them." The fear in his voice reflected the reality of their new divided world, where even children's cultivation methods had become political battlegrounds. Ren nodded thoughtfully, his expression serious as he considered their predicament. "Your teacher was right. I don't think those patrol idiots can distinguish whether you use the method or not, unless you bring written notes. But don't be afraid either, the cultivation method itself doesn't leave visible traces to ordinary eyes." His reassurance carried the confidence of someone who knew precisely what he was talking about. "Really?" asked Lee, visibly relieved. "Of course," Ren confirmed. "You should do your cultivation today. If you don't have crystals, I can get you some from my parents who've gathered quite a few. The method for plants is quite simple, after all. You just need to properly process the mana that falls in the rain, expose it to the sun for a specific number of hours, and seal the energy at the appropriate moments, so I can replenish some for you later." The technical details flowed naturally, his explanation precise and confident. The children looked at him with amazement, their eyes widening at his casual expertise. "How do you know the exact details of the new cultivation for plants?" asked Tao, his brow furrowing with suspicion. "You have a completely different beast." Ren shrugged, trying to appear casual. "I know it. At the academy, we have access to information about all types of beasts." "Well, we don't need crystals. We already have some processed ones saved," commented Lee, changing the subject from his friend's probing question. "But we stopped cultivation today for fear the patrols would discover it." "It's not good to interrupt the process once started," Ren warned with seriousness. "I'd recommend resuming it as soon as possible, right now if you can. One lost day can affect the entire sequence. I insist they won't discover you." The explanation seemed to momentarily satisfy the children, though Tao continued looking at him with certain suspicion. Yang and Wei had finished digging a considerably larger hole than the improvised previous hiding place. The earth walls had been reinforced with stone manipulation, creating a surprisingly stable structure. The unconscious patrollers lay at the bottom, securely bound with multiple restraints. "The hole is ready," announced Yang, wiping his hands with a cloth. "Deep and with enough air for us to survive a while even when sealed." Ren went down and illuminated the work area with his mushrooms, and it was then that he truly noticed the state of his parents in the clearer light of the storehouse. After all the rushed events of today, a relaxed look showed him what he had unconsciously ignored. They were considerably thinner than he remembered, their clothes hanging from their bodies in a way that suggested significant weight loss. "When was the last time you ate properly?" asked Ren, concern evident in his voice. Reed exchanged a look with Fern before responding. "We've been rationing," he finally admitted. "The difficulty in getting food in this area has increased considerably since the division." "Young," Ren called immediately, turning to the massive Tamer with urgency, "could we take out some of the provisions?" Young nodded, approaching his backpack to extract several sealed packages. "We have emergency rations. They're not gourmet, but they have good nutrients. Unfortunately, we can't cook them to show off your parents' talent that you've told us so much about," commented Lin, helping distribute the packages. Her usually stern face softened as she handed food to Reed and Fern. "But they'll serve to recover energy for now." Ren took several additional rations. "Could we give some to my friends too? And bring something to Mr. Chen?" His generosity was instinctive. The wealth he had accumulated was meaningless if it couldn't help those around him. "Of course, everything is at your disposal," responded Wei, nodding. While distributing the food, Ren approached his backpack and extracted a considerably heavy bag. "I want to give this to Mr. Chen," he declared, showing the bag. 10,000 in small crystals. His voice carried the casual confidence of someone for whom such sums have become commonplace. He opened it, revealing piles of small crystals, and also took out one the size of a fist that shone with the unmistakable bronze glow. His parents exchanged looks of astonishment. Fern began cautiously, "The change in small crystals is fine, but the bronze sphere, that's an enormous amount for these areas." "That bronze crystal will be difficult to exchange around here without attracting attention," added Reed, his expression mirroring his wife's. "People might come asking questions about where such wealth came from." "They've helped us a lot," insisted Ren, his determination unwavering. "And if I can, I'll do everything possible to take us all to the other side of the border, including them." Wei observed the scene with a thoughtful expression. Ren's innocence was touching but also inefficient. The boy seemed to believe that money could solve all problems, when reality was much more complex. It wasn't just the Chen family who suffered, but all poor people trapped near the new border, unable to abandon their properties. So many lives couldn't be changed simply with crystals. There weren't enough to go around. But Wei kept silent. There was no reason to break Ren's illusion for now, especially knowing that real change would come precisely from the boy's relative kindness, not from the crystals, but from the knowledge the young man was sharing with the world at a very reasonable price. His cultivation methods were already transforming lives on a larger scale than any monetary donation could achieve. A weak groan interrupted his thoughts. The patrollers were waking up. Lin and Yang immediately approached them, their expressions hardening. "Time for the interrogation," Lin murmured, her panther briefly surfacing beneath her skin as she prepared to extract information from their prisoners. "What were your exact orders?" Yang asked without preamble, his imposing frame casting a long shadow over the prisoners. The man with the spider, still dazed, blinked several times before responding. They just told us to take the old folks. We didn't know anything else." His voice wavered, a thin thread of desperation woven through his words. Ran, who had silently approached from behind, frowned. The mushrooms in his hair pulsed rhythmically, his eyes capturing the subtle fluctuations in the man's mana. "He's lying," he declared with certainty. Lin needed no further confirmation. Her hand moved with supernatural speed, connecting a precise slap that made the man's head violently jerk sideways. The sound echoed sharply in the confined space of the pit, a crisp crack. "Try again," she suggested with a smile that never reached her eyes. "And this time, remember that we have ways of knowing when you're lying." After a few minutes and several lies, the spider tamer man was thoroughly beaten. His face was a canvas of bruises, blood trickling from his split lip and swollen nose. Each falsehood had been met with swift punishment. The lizard tamer man, observing his companion's fate, hastened to speak. His words tumbled out in a desperate rush. "We were ordered to watch them. We were supposed to observe the parents and kidnap them if they strayed too far from the border." Sweat beaded on his forehead despite the coolness of the earthen chamber. And if they didn't stray? Young insisted, his massive arms crossed over his chest. If there seemed to be no movement in their house or it gave the impression they would move, we were to leave them alone, the lizard man continued in a nervous stream of words. At least until the boy appeared. His eyes darted to Ren, then quickly away, as if looking directly at him was somehow dangerous. Continue, Lin ordered, noticing how Ren tensed beside her. The orders were to capture the child along with his parents when he closed his first school year, the man confessed, his resolve crumbling under the combined pressure of Lin's menace and Yang's imposing presence. We were to make sure we had the parents as hostages in case he came accompanied. Each word seemed to diminish him further, shrinking under the weight of his own admission. Ren stepped forward, his eyes glowing with a disturbing intensity. Who asked you to do this? I don't know exactly, the Spider-Man responded, flinching as Ren approached. It came through the chain of command. But rumors said it came directly from the head of the Goldcrest family. His voice dropped to a near whisper at the mention of Carson, as if speaking the name might somehow summon him. Why did you act alone if you supposed he might come accompanied? Wei asked, his scholarly tone belying the sharpness of his question. His manticore patterns briefly surfaced, reflecting his analytical focus. The patrollers exchanged glances, a silent communication passing between them. The shared look held both blame and resignation. We saw an opportunity to earn a greater reward, the lizard man finally admitted. The boy was supposed to arrive by nightfall, and because of the leader's decision to act alone, we received no warnings from the border. The commander thought we could keep the payment just for ourselves if we captured them dying wrapped in threads, carrying them silently without alerting the other patrols. The naked greed in the explanation was almost pathetic in its transparency. They underestimated his level, Lin murmured, a slight smile playing on her lips. And my entourage, Ren added, the unexpected word choice making Lin smile despite the gravity of the situation. Since they haven't reported anything yet, the Goldcrests must have realized something went wrong, Yang reflected. They'll be more careful with their next attempt, and more thorough. Li and Tao had returned, bringing Elder Chen with them after Ren sent them with crystals and food. Carrying the bag Ren had sent, Chen's weathered hands trembled slightly under its unexpected weight. What is this, young man? He asked, his voice reflecting the caution of someone unaccustomed to sudden generosity. A small token of gratitude, Ren responded. For risking yourself to shelter us. The mushrooms in his hair pulsed with warmth, reflecting his genuine appreciation. Chen lifted the bag, feeling its substantial weight. This is too much, he murmured, attempting to return it. The weathered lines in his face deepened with concern. Such wealth brings its own dangers. It's only fair, Ren insisted. You've saved us, and put your family at risk for our sake. His resolution was evident in the set of his jaw, the stubborn tilt of his chin reminiscent of his father. The old man looked at the crystals, especially the gleaming bronze one, with amazement and concern. I don't know if I'll be able to exchange something like this around here without attracting attention. His practical concern reflected a lifetime of cautious survival. Save it for when things improve, Reed suggested, placing a hand on Chen's shoulder. His touch conveyed understanding between men who had weathered similar hardships. Or for when you need to leave this area. Chen nodded slowly, finally accepting the gift. His calloused fingers closed around the bag. The hours advanced without signs of additional patrols. The exterior silence, far from reassuring the group, only increased their unease. It's strange they haven't returned, Yang commented, observing through a small crack in the storehouse wall. It seems they've changed their strategy. They must have reinforced the border, Wei concluded. They're waiting for us to try crossing. Without a word, Wei extracted from his pocket a small cylindrical container. Upon opening it, a tiny bird with very dark bluish plumage emerged, impatiently flapping its wings. A night messenger, he explained upon noticing the curious looks from Reed and Fern. It can carry a message to the academy. The bird hopped along his finger, seemingly eager for its mission. With agile fingers, Wei wrote a tiny encrypted note on an almost transparent paper, securing it to the bird's leg. Do you think it will reach its destination? Ren asked, observing the small bird with fascination. Wei sighed, releasing the bird that immediately rose, exited the tunnel, and disappeared through a crack in the roof. I doubt they'll let it pass, he admitted. The Goldcrests have hawks and eagles watching the border. They capture and evaluate the few communications that cross. But it's worth trying. Then, Ren intervened, his voice determined, eyes shining with resolve. Wouldn't it be better if I left for the forest immediately? If you're right. The longer we wait, the harder it will be to return. It's too risky, Yang responded, shaking his head. They're surely watching the plains from multiple angles. You'll hardly pass without being seen now. I'm fast, Ren insisted. I can. No doubt you and Lin are very fast, but they surely have flyers, Wei interrupted. Even if you're faster on land, they can follow you from above and eventually catch up. Lin, who had been listening in silence, stepped forward. Everyone in this group is at least silver 2 or 3 in terms of combined power, she pointed out. Even I, with my combined beasts, reached that level of increases. We should be capable of forcing our way through. Wei shook his head, his expression grave. If we take too long, they'll surround us. Even if they're only silver ones, 6 of them would be enough to cause us serious problems. And if more teams arrive while we're trying to escape. Besides, Yang added, we're no longer thinking just about our safety, but also that of your parents. His eyes moved to Reed and Fern, acknowledging their presence in a way that made clear their vulnerability had changed the strategic calculus. A heavy silence fell over the group as they considered their limited options. I have a plan, Wei finally announced, his expression changing. It's not orthodox and completely safe as I like, but it might work. The imposing Goldcrest mansion rose like a monument to opulence and power. In his private study, Carson reviewed reports with growing irritation. A young assistant stood before him, visibly nervous, his posture rigid. Repeat that, Carson ordered, his voice dangerously low. The lion beneath his skin pulsed with rage, giving his features a predatory cast in the chamber's dim lighting. Sir, the assistant began, struggling to maintain his composure as sweat beaded on his forehead. It appears the child Cashin spoke of has escaped the first capture attempt. There was a problem with communication from the patrol assigned to the assault. There's a body that seems to be. The room's temperature seemed to drop several degrees with Carson's cold fury. His idiot son went and got himself killed at the worst possible moment. Is the Stralfang group already insubordinate? Yes, sir. They demand immediate retribution for the son of Patriarch Stralfang and his men, the assistant confirmed. Carson rose from his seat, moving slowly toward the window that offered a panoramic view of his territory. The idiots of the Tiger clan, he thought bitterly. For generations they had been rivals of the Lion clan, then after an internal war they had fallen under Goldcrest rule, and now that they had recovered numbers and power, they were relatively subordinate but increasingly independent allies. If they weren't such a numerous clan with so much prestige in our zone, he murmured, more to himself than to his assistant, I would never have entrusted this mission to young Stralfang's firstborn. The Patriarch had insisted. His son needed to start accumulating achievements to consolidate his position before the future succession. And Carson, thinking of future alliances and the power they would bring, had yielded. What do we know with certainty? He asked, turning toward the assistant. His eyes gleamed with purple predatory focus, the pupils contracting to slits in the room's dim lighting. Commander Stralfang is undoubtedly dead, sir. 2 of his closest men are missing. The assistant nervously consulted his notes, the parchment trembling slightly in his hands. They found his body near a burned house in District 15. The violence marks in his body suggest a prolonged attack before execution, possibly from someone of silver 2 or 3 rank with focus on strength increases. It must have been that cursed woman who trains the kid on behalf of the Ashenways. And now the information about the child with the concerning light might escape, Carson concluded, his frustration visible in his gesture. The assistant nodded. We've maximized surveillance at the border, sir. And we have observers on the plains. But if the perpetrators have already managed to contact the central government. He left the sentence hanging, unwilling to voice the full implications of such a failure. Carson struck the table forcefully, startling the assistant, who took an involuntary step backward. That damned Strawfang. Not only was he incompetent in life, but his death is causing even more problems. And it wasn't an exaggeration. The murder of a commander, and an important son, on the Goldcrest side had sent Patriarch Strawfang into a state of fury, dispatching all his assets to the border, which threatened the stability of both the frontier and Carson's alliances if he didn't do something about it. Simultaneously, Julius and Selfra's faction had responded to his increase of troops at the border by doing the same on the other side. Tension grew by the hour, and all because of a child and his supposed purification ability. A capability that, if real, threatened everything Carson had worked toward. The stalemate persisted because the people who had joined the Goldcrest side weren't increasing, on the contrary. In recent months, support had reached a historic low. The golden tide he had counted on was ebbing, leaving his plan stranded. All thanks to that trick of giving cultivation methods to poor people, Carson muttered with disdain. With barely 25% assured support on our side, we can't start the war with certainty of winning or pressure Yino to attack first. The 45% objective had been close at a maximum of 35%, but each week since they released the method seemed to take them further and further away. The central government strategy had been too effective, winning them numerous victories in the battle for public opinion. The new methods were indeed too effective and much cheaper than any of the conventional ones. Selfra and Julius had played an incredible card that was difficult to counter. Even stranger was that if one could believe the mostly ineffective child of the Goldcrests abandoned on the other side, the same child with the weird light was the creator of such methods. This was a preposterous story surely developed to hide the truth from the enemy by the cunning old woman. The very idea that a child could revolutionize cultivation methods that had stood for generations was absurd. We're in crisis. However, he continued, his voice turning more severe, allowing the escape of the child my son Cassian told me about, who by the smallest possibility might be the reason for our political defeat, would be a grave error. His ability could be effective against more than just bronze ranks. The assistant waited, knowing that Carson was reaching a decision. Despite the complications, he finally declared, we have no alternative. Send the Abyssals to the border and allow them to open communication. The assistant paled visibly, his complexion taking on an almost ghostly hue. Sir, if we give them freedom, the agreements with Yino could lose. I know perfectly well what might happen, Carson interrupted. But this is no longer just an internal matter. That ability affects them too, and the possibility of an enemy genius must be ruled out. The assistant bowed deeply, recognizing the gravity of the order he had just received. As you command, sir. When left alone, Carson contemplated the landscape through the window once more. The border extended like a scar visible even from this distance, an artificial dividing line that soon, he hoped, would cease to exist when the entire territory changed hands and what rightfully belonged to his family by divine right would be his again. A genius child with the ability to purify abyssal corruption, he murmured. If it's true. It would be ironic that he was born in the poorest part of my territory. Carson had barely sat down again when the door to his study burst open abruptly. An officer entered, his breathing agitated, suggesting he had run the entire way. My lord, he gasped, bowing hastily. Altercation in the poorest district on our side of the border. A group is trying to escape. Carson straightened. Have they crossed? No, we managed to stop them and are sending reinforcements. Don't let them escape, Carson ordered, his voice urgent, leaning forward over his desk. Surround them before the other side of the border finds out. If they cross into their territory, we could have a diplomatic incident that we don't want yet. The officer nodded sharply. The plain stretched out like a sea of silver grass under 7 moons. Two figures wrapped in black glided through it, barely visible against the dark horizon. Ren and Lin had strategically waited for the moment just before dawn, when there was still enough darkness for their travel but the night patrols would be at their most fatigued and the day patrols barely preparing to relieve them. However, the occasional glow of lanterns in the distance indicated that their movement hadn't gone completely unnoticed. Beams of light swept the plains in systematic patterns, searching for disturbances in the tall grass. But they were now facing the forest. The leafy trees stood silent and watchful, promising both danger and protection within their depths. "They've spotted us," Lin murmured, her hand gripping Ren's as she pulled him along. Her double-enhanced speed gave her a significant advantage, and Ren's light frame wasn't much of a burden. "The magic forest is close," Ren responded, his feet moving faster than they ever had before, yet his breathing remained controlled despite the exertion. "Once there, we'll have a greater advantage to lose the flyers." Lin nodded without slowing her pace. Her speed wasn't at maximum while pulling Ren, she also had to moderate her rhythm to avoid pushing him too hard. Even so, they moved considerably faster than any average pursuer could manage. Her crane and panther beast combination gave her extraordinary velocity. The edge of the magic forest finally appeared, a luminescent line beginning with the iron ring. Behind them, the sound of different horns indicated that the patrols were organizing to avoid losing them. "We've made it," Lin encouraged, giving Ren's hand one final tug as they crossed the invisible border between the normal forest and the beast-inhabited woods. The density of trees rapidly increased, and with it, their cover. The foliage blocked visibility, creating a maze of light and silhouettes. Shadows and light danced as the glowing trees swayed gently in the night breeze, creating a disorienting effect. "Now it's my turn to lead," Ren announced, releasing himself from Lin's grip to take the front position with no hesitation as he navigated the increasingly complex terrain. Although slower than her in open terrain, within the forest the situation changed dramatically. His perfect knowledge of the ecology allowed him to develop routes that no local expert could match. The mushrooms in his hair brightened slightly, illuminating the path immediately ahead while also enhancing his perception. "Step exactly where I step," he ordered, his eyes gleaming with the reflection of mana and his mushroom working double time. Lin obeyed without questioning, following Ren's footsteps precisely. She observed with amazement as the young man navigated the forest with impossible speed, moving through the dangerous undergrowth as confidently as if he were running across the plains. Natural traps, invisible to normal eyes, were evident to Ren. He could distinguish the subtle patterns in the ground that indicated the presence of a night excavator tunnel, or the slight variation in the intensity of the tree's glow that signaled the proximity of hypnotic frogs. "To the left," Ren murmured, veering abruptly. 3 long steps, then 2 short ones. His instructions were precise, passing just next to the danger, leaving no room for interpretation or error. Errors for their enemies to make. Far behind, the occasional sounds of pursuers falling into traps that they had so easily avoided were heard by the forest fauna. Startled cries echoed as some were hypnotized, followed by the unmistakable melodic croaking of hypnotic frogs. A dull thud when a tracker suddenly descended into a hidden hole. Each mishap bought them precious time and distance. "The flyers have already caught up to us, they must be following the approximate route they saw us take," Lin warned, catching the sound of wings beating above the treetops with her panther ears. "It doesn't matter, they'll just observe the escape route to the border in circles while they don't see us directly," Ren responded confidently, never breaking stride. Indeed, as they advanced through areas where the glowing trees interlaced their branches, forming an impenetrable canopy, the sounds of aerial pursuit gradually faded. In record time, they reached an area that Ren instantly recognized. The great dead tree, twisted like a claw emerging from the earth, marked the entrance to the underground tunnel, the site of his first encounter with the golden mushrooms that had helped change his life. Except it no longer appeared dead. "What is?" Lin stopped short behind Ren, who froze observing the transformation. The tree, previously dry and black, now overflowed with life. Its branches, once bare, were covered with golden moss that pulsed with its own light. The ground around the tree had also changed, converted into a living carpet of similar fungi. The entire clearing glowed with a warm, amber radiance that seemed to breathe in rhythm with some unseen heartbeat. "The golden spores have reached outside," Ren murmured, immediately recognizing the ancient organisms that had nearly consumed him a year earlier. "They've spread more than I expected." Fascination and caution warred in his expression as he surveyed the transformed landscape. Ren had thought that underground the fungi would have captured a few night excavators. But they hadn't just completely conquered the area around the tunnel, they appeared to be advancing toward the deeper rings of the forest. The fungi closest to the tunnel were small, some reaching the size of the first one Ren had obtained, while those at the periphery grew progressively larger as they approached the next ring. "It seems they're seeking greater mana concentration," Ren theorized, observing the growth pattern. "This area is too poor for them." The beating of wings interrupted his observations. Quickly, both hid under a nearby tree as a winged figure passed over the clearing dominated by the fungi. "It seems they're not just guarding the exit on the other side of the border, they followed our escape route quite deep. They've stopped directly above the clearing these fungi dominate," Lin whispered. "It appears these fungi caught their attention as much as mine." Ren rapidly evaluated his options. He needed to collect 10 small fungi for his silver evolution and if possible 100 for gold, but now he wasn't sure if it was worth risking collecting several small ones in this exposed clearing or venturing toward the bronze ring where the fungi would be larger and more potent. Before he could decide, another flyer joined the first, both circling with evident fascination above the bright clearing. It seems the first one notified others of its discovery. "The ground trackers have it more difficult, but the beasts here are weak for them, so despite altercations, they won't take long to reach us," Lin warned, her expression tense. Her eyes constantly scanned their surroundings, assessing escape routes. "We need to move now." Ren nodded, making his decision. "We'll go around the clearing. We'll head toward the bronze ring through the densest part of the forest to maintain our advantage and prevent the flyers from finding us." Just as they prepared to move, Ren's small mushroom, which until now had remained quietly in his body, suddenly separated. With a quick jump that neither of them expected, the creature disappeared into a small hole in the ground before them. The action was so swift and decisive that they barely registered it until the mushroom was gone. "What the hell?" Lin began, but Ren was already smacking his forehead with the palm of his hand, the gesture comically exasperated despite their precarious situation. "Of course this would happen," he muttered with resignation. "It always does whatever it wants." A sound of twigs breaking in the distance reminded them of their precarious situation. The trackers were closing in, their movements becoming less cautious as they gained confidence in their pursuit. "What now?" asked Lin, looking alternately between the hole and the surrounding forest. Ren sighed deeply. "We follow the little troublemaker." Without more viable options, both launched themselves toward what appeared to be the abandoned entrance of a night excavator tunnel. The hole was larger than it initially seemed, enough for them to slip inside without too much difficulty. Darkness enveloped them momentarily until Ren's armor and the light lines of the ring began to glow, even in the absence of his mischievous beast's mushrooms, providing sufficient illumination to see the tunnel stretching before them. "Tell me you know where this leads," Lin murmured as they advanced, her voice hushed. Her fingers brushed the tunnel wall, testing its stability. "I'm not entirely sure," Ren admitted, the crystalline light revealing his furrowed brow. "But when I had my mushroom on my head, I did know, and the memory of that will have to suffice for now." In the depths, barely visible in the tunnel's penumbra, a small luminous point moved rapidly, bobbing along like an errant firefly. The tunnel narrowed as they descended, forcing them to bend increasingly lower. The damp earth released an ancient aroma that Ren found strangely comforting, like a half-forgotten dream suddenly recalled. Unlike Lin, who observed the surroundings into which they had fallen with the caution of someone expecting an ambush around every bend, her eyes constantly scanning for threats, Ren allowed himself to be carried along with the familiarity of someone returning to a known place. "Shouldn't we be concerned about the tunnel's owner?" Lin whispered, her voice barely audible over the sound of their bodies sliding through the narrowing passage. It's an abandoned tunnel, Ren responded, recalling what he had analyzed moments before losing his beast. His fingers traced the smooth wall as he spoke. According to the marks, already smoothed by erosion. No recent activity. Excavators always maintain their trap tunnels. Lin didn't seem entirely convinced, but continued sliding behind him without attempting to halt their progress. The tunnel descended steeply, taking them further from their pursuers on the surface. The temperature decreased slightly with each meter, creating small clouds of vapor before their mouths. Soon, the light of luminescent mold growing on the walls caught their attention. They reached the tunnel's base and encountered the first mushroom, a delicate structure, no larger than Ren's fingers, with a fibrous stem and a small cap that shimmered with internal light. Ren stopped, studying it with interest. "These are what I need for my evolution," he murmured, more to himself than to Lin. "But this one is too small. I would need about 100 like this to reach silver." He crouched without touching it, observing the growth pattern in the moist soil. The ancient spores must have eliminated the excavators in this area, he theorized, noting the absence of traces of the creatures that would normally dominate these tunnels. Lin observed their surroundings with divided attention, alternating between watching for potential threats and studying the tunnel's strange ecology. "I suppose it's good that the fungi expanded outside," Ren continued, standing up. "If they only fed on iron-level excavators down here and remained this small, perhaps there wouldn't be enough for proper cultivation. I underestimated the nutrition that the bronze-level mantis gave them that day." "Aren't you going to take it?" asked Lin, pointing at the mushroom. Ren shook his head, taking a deliberate step back. "I can't without my mushrooms help to neutralize the absorption effect of the ancient spores. These structures are just the visible manifestation, the true spores are everywhere." He gestured encompassing the tunnel, his hand sweeping through the air. "If I touched them directly, they would begin to consume me worse than a shadow stalker's tentacles." A shiver ran through Lin at the casual description of such peril. "Are you sure you know what you're doing?" "Not entirely," Ren admitted with a twisted smile, "but I remember enough to move forward." The light of his wayward mushroom flickered in the distance, a tiny beacon guiding them deeper. They continued advancing, trying to catch up to it, but now with greater care about where they stepped, as golden mold began to appear with increasing frequency. "Be careful," Ren warned with unusual seriousness. "Don't touch or break them. Making the spores fly would be a terrible mistake." They advanced as quickly as they could while trying to reach the small light, the tunnel becoming wider but also more irregular. Suddenly, the light of the small mushroom completely disappeared, as if swallowed by the darkness ahead. "Damn it!" Ren cursed, accelerating his pace. They reached a chamber with multiple entrances, like an earthen star formed by tunnels extending in all directions. The walls were completely covered with luminescent mold, offering enough light to reveal the total absence of the fugitive mushroom. "What now?" asked Lin, turning slowly to evaluate each entrance. Ren closed his eyes, attempting to feel the connection with his beast. He slowed his breathing, focusing inward to find the subtle bond that linked them. A slight pull in his consciousness pointed him toward the tunnel on the right, like an invisible thread tugging gently but insistently. "That way," he indicated, setting off again. His steps were more confident now, guided by something beyond ordinary perception. The tunnel was notably straighter than the previous ones, an almost architectural corridor amid natural structures. With each step, Ren recognized more details, memories surfacing like bubbles in still water. "We're in the same tunnel I followed that day," he murmured. "When I escaped from home." The walls showed increasingly more colonies of mold and golden mushrooms. The density increased constantly, as if they were approaching the epicenter of an infestation. "My mushroom is heading to the chamber I found back then," Ren continued. "Where everything changed for me." Ren realized that soon he wouldn't be able to advance further through the thickening growth, so he decided to run at full speed despite his fear of stepping on one. He accelerated, dodging the mushrooms and mold patches covering the ground with feline agility. Lin followed, matching his rhythm but clearly less familiar with the terrain. Her movements, while precise, lacked the intuitive knowledge that guided Ren. Finally, he reached the small fugitive. It was advancing with surprising speed for its size, bouncing more than running on the uneven ground. But still slower than Ren. "Got you!" Ren exclaimed, launching into a final step that finally brought the creature within reach. His hand shot out, snatching the mushroom mid-bounce. The creature squirmed, attempting to free itself from his grasp. Its tiny limbs flailed. "Enough!" Ren scolded, raising it to eye level. "What do you think you're doing? Without your spores, I can't advance through this area. Do you understand the danger of me dying without you, silly one?" The small mushroom stopped struggling, its tiny bright eyes fixed on Ren with what could be interpreted as obstinacy. The standoff lasted several seconds, neither willing to yield. "Listen," Ren continued, his voice softening. "It's okay. I'll take you where you want to go, I promise. But stop running away like this. It's dangerous for everyone." To Lin's surprise, the mushroom seemed to consider the words. After a moment of apparent reflection, the creature nodded with its entire diminutive body and vanished in a flash, returning to Ren's body. Immediately, the mushrooms appeared back in his hair and shone with intensity. A grayish powder began to emanate from them, first covering Ren's hands and then spreading when he deliberately rubbed them together. "Here," he said, offering Lin a portion of the powder. "Spread it on your body. With this, the Ancient Ones will read us as part of the colony instead of as prey." Lin hesitated only for an instant before accepting the substance. She methodically applied it to her hands, arms, and face, feeling a slight tingling where it touched her skin. "Will this really work?" she asked, observing how the powder seemed to absorb into her skin, leaving a subtle silvery glow. "It did the last time," Ren responded with a smile that mixed confidence and madness in equal measure. Prepared with their improvised protection, Ren and Lin continued advancing through the tunnel. The density of mushrooms increased exponentially, until they were practically walking on a pulsating golden carpet. The air grew denser, charged with invisible spores that danced around them, recognizing, evaluating, but allowing them passage thanks to their disguise. Outside the tunnel, the searchers had deployed in a perimeter around the strange clearing of golden mushrooms, their confusion evident in the glances they exchanged. None dared approach too close to those pulsating structures that seemed to breathe collectively. "What the hell is this?" murmured a tracker. "There shouldn't be anything like this in this forest. The commander will want a detailed report of this anomaly when we mention it," responded another, his eyes never leaving the mushrooms. "But finding the fugitives has priority. After that, we can take samples." Among the two flyers who soared above the clearing, Kieran stood out not only for having been the first to arrive but also for the restlessness of his vulture fox. The silver two-ranked beast, a creature with brownish-black fur and membranous wings, allowed him to sniff the air, but also received evident agitation within its tamer's body with each mouthful. His eyes, reddish from the fusion, were fixed on the pattern formed by the mushrooms. The layout wasn't random. From above, Kieran could discern an unmistakable deliberate organization, as if the fungi were forming a directional sigil line across the forest floor. "I'm going to explore further," announced Kieran to his Silver One subordinate, adjusting the straps of his flight support equipment. "This doesn't seem natural. It appears to follow a very direct and specific direction." The subordinate, his second in command, frowned. "The perimeter where they should be by now isn't that large." "I know," Kieran responded, already rising. The powerful beat of his wings stirred the air around them. "But all this and the timing seems strange to me. Cover me to watch the crossing while I return. Keep your flying companions making rounds near the clearing and monitor the routes toward the border. I'll be back soon." Without waiting for a response, Kieran used his vulture fox's wings to ascend much higher in the air. From that height, the vision was revealing. The mushrooms formed a golden, luminous line that extended toward the interior of the bronze forest, following what appeared to be the direct route to the increase in mana concentration. Kieran beat his powerful wings, advancing at a speed that no land tracker could match. In minutes, he left behind the limits of the Iron Ring, venturing into Bronze Ring territory. The air grew denser here, charged with greater mana concentrations that made his vulture fox's fur stand on end. Here, the trees grew taller and more lush, their canopies forming almost impenetrable domes of vibrant lights. The golden mushrooms continued their advance, growing in size and brightness as they penetrated zones richer in mana. A golden carpet had replaced most of the vegetation in what appeared to be the highway of the new fungi. Native plants withered where the mushrooms spread, their vitality seemingly absorbed by the advancing golden tide. Incredible, Kieran murmured, descending slightly to better appreciate the phenomenon. They're eliminating everything in their path to reach the silver ring. In a few more minutes, he would reach the unmarked but universally recognized border of the silver ring. Kieran rose higher, halting his advance. He wasn't stupid, he knew the dangers lurking beyond. The common and superior mirror mantises of the Bronze 1 and 2 ring, though lethal, didn't represent an aerial threat. Neither did the ghost frogs, explosive larvae, or robust excavators. But the silver ring was another world, flash mantises capable of cutting the air with their scythes, explosive cicadas that could launch themselves in the air and embrace you with enormous strength from the ghost tree's canopies. A potentially deadly territory for someone even of his level, especially alone. He could handle one of those monsters, but not two simultaneously. Kieran rose near the limit until reaching a safe height. From there, using his vulture fox's exceptional vision, he observed the mushroom's behavior. The golden line seemed to stop abruptly at the silver ring's boundary, as if it had encountered an invisible barrier that even its extraordinary absorption capabilities couldn't immediately overcome. However, looking more carefully from different angles, Kieran detected something: mushrooms of considerable size growing on the enormous silver ghost trees, like parasites sickening their host in early stages. It seems that strange new species is gaining ground little by little, he murmured to himself, mentally documenting everything he saw for his report. Satisfied with his reconnaissance, Kieran decided to return, his duty to report this phenomenon now outweighing his curiosity. But during the return flight, something caught his attention. An irregular movement patched near the ground, in a clearing close to the mushroom carpet between the trees. The disturbance was subtle, the desperate thrashing of something large engaged in a life-or-death struggle. Kieran descended cautiously, maintaining a safe altitude but low enough to distinguish what was happening. It was a superior mirror mantis, one of the deadliest creatures in this Bronze Ring zone. But this one was clearly injured, moving erratically. Its exoskeleton, normally brilliant and reflective enough to confuse predators and prey alike, was partially covered by patches of those same golden mushrooms, as if the creature had been infected. "Poor bastard," whispered Kieran. "It seems they might use beasts as food and dispersal vehicles." The detached observation masked his growing unease at witnessing such an aggressive infection. But the infection was nowhere near the most intriguing characteristic of those mushrooms. What happened next surpassed any expectation, shattering Kieran's understanding of the forest's ecosystem. From a trap that appeared to belong to a robust excavator, a perfectly camouflaged hole with a lid that simulated the forest floor, emerged a creature that Kieran had never seen in books or expeditions in this area. His first thought was that it was a superior robust excavator about to evolve, but the reality was something much stranger. It was enormous, slightly larger than the size of a superior robust excavator. 3 meters in height, with a massive body that must have weighed close to 2 tons. Its skin was an impossible mix. Partially amphibian and slippery, partially covered with short, shiny fur that seemed to absorb rather than reflect light. But the most disconcerting feature was its eyes, 5 of them, asymmetrically distributed across its deformed head, each one shining with a different color. The creature's tongue, disproportionately long even for its monstrous size, shot out like a living whip. It caught the infected mantis, dragging it toward its enormous mouth in a fluid movement. Kieran observed, paralyzed by amazement, instinctive horror, and even more by the innate ability of the creature's hypnotic lights, how the monstrosity devoured the entire mantis, mushrooms included. The crushing sound of the mantis's exoskeleton reached him even at his altitude, followed by a series of wet noises. The creature's 5 eyes glowed simultaneously after the feast, emitting hypnotic patterns that further invaded Kieran's mind even at that distance. A slight paralysis began spreading through his extremities. Dangerous considering he was in mid-flight. With supreme effort, Kieran shook his head and flapped his wings vigorously, breaking visual contact with the aberration. The momentary struggle for control left him gasping, cold sweat beading on his forehead. The creature, apparently satisfied with its meal and not really aware of the observer in the air, returned to its subterranean hiding place. The forest floor rearranged itself, leaving no trace of the monstrous predator's existence. Kieran ascended rapidly, his heart hammering in his chest as he realized he could have kissed the ground, or worse, become another meal for the abomination below. The fungi weren't just gaining terrain, they were fundamentally altering the forest's ecology outside. A memory formed in his mind as he flew away, something he had seen in some of the new companions recently brought in as help from Yano's territories. The Abyssals, whispered Kieran, a shiver running down his spine. They're less combined than that. The ground trackers converged at the point where the fugitive's footprints abruptly ended. An excavator tunnel opened before them like the mouth of some primitive beast, exhaling dense, humid air that smelled of fertile earth and something else, something none could identify but which provoked an instinctive wariness. Are you certain they entered here? Asked the leader, his tiger markings subtly intensifying as he studied the suspicious opening. The lead tracker, a thin man with slight canine features, sniffed the air. Without doubt. Their trail is clear to the entrance, then disappears underground. He crouched. The 6 men exchanged uncomfortable glances. All were experienced hunters, all possessed beasts of bronze 2 rank or higher, but none seemed eager to enter that hole. Tunnels are excavator territory, murmured one of them. Even with our beasts being more powerful, we would be at a disadvantage in such confined spaces and in their domain. His practical assessment gave voice to their shared reluctance. The leader considered his options for a moment, weighing duty against caution. We'll send the beasts in first, he finally decided. Let them explore and fight first. We can't afford to lose the targets. His tone brooked no argument, though his own reluctance was evident in his face. Following his orders, the trackers continued advancing behind their bestial companions. Each summoned their contracted creatures, a varied collection of predatory beasts suited for tracking and combat. What none anticipated was the effect of the golden spores that subtly covered the tunnel floor. The beasts, focused on following the fugitive's trail, didn't show the same care that Ren had taken when stepping. Their paws raised small clouds of spores with each step, the small particles swirling in the disturbed air like golden dust motes. The first summoned beast began showing small signs of weakness barely 50 meters into the tunnel. The second and third soon exhibited similar symptoms. Something's not right, murmured the lead tracker, feeling discomfort through the bond they shared. The beasts are losing energy here. The leader advanced, cautiously observing his surroundings but saw nothing dangerous nor felt fluctuations in the mana, so they weren't under the effect of a distance ability. His own beast seemed less affected than the others, but even it moved with less vitality than usual. I can't understand what's happening. But we must continue or they might have a route to the other side of the border through here and we could lose them. His determination overrode his instinctive caution, the mission's importance outweighing the unexplained threat. The beasts carried with them tiny golden particles adhering to their fur. Other small particles floating gently in the air around them fell on the trackers without them noticing. They don't appear to have wounds, observed the leader, examining the beasts with growing confusion. They just look weakened. None of them perceived the minuscule golden spores already beginning to work on their bodies, imperceptibly absorbing small quantities of their mana and life energy. The tunnel narrowed until becoming a passage barely sufficient for an adult to pass through. Ren advanced without difficulty, while Lin followed with greater effort. We're almost there, announced Ren, pointing to what appeared to be a dead end. The chamber is right above. Are you sure it's safe? Asked Lin, her usual confidence slightly diminished by the supernatural environment surrounding them. "Last time it nearly killed me," Ren responded with alarming honesty, "but now we have protection and I understand better how it functions." The passage ended in a sloped wall that led upward. The last time, Ren had struggled desperately to ascend, his weakened body barely managing the climb. Now, with his strength multipliers increased, the ascent proved surprisingly simple. The chamber that opened before them resembled the core of a living organism. The walls, carpeted with enormous mana crystals and golden fungal structures, pulsed with a constant, uniform rhythm. The crystals, normally indestructible at that size, showed signs of degradation, as if being slowly digested by the surrounding fungi. Golden filaments, thin but resistant as tendons, crossed the space forming a complex network that converged at the chamber's center. There, where Ren had previously found the life-saving plant, now floated a sphere the size of a fist, suspended in the air. Its surface, semi-transparent, revealed an interior liquid that pulsed with the same rhythm as the walls. The golden filaments connected to it, feeding it. "What is this?" asked Lin, her voice reduced to an involuntary whisper before the spectacle. Ren shook his head, equally disconcerted. The mushrooms in his hair shone with unusual intensity, as if responding to the sphere's presence. And then, something unprecedented occurred. Instead of the usual direct information flow he received from his mushroom, a high-pitched, slightly whiny voice resonated directly in his mind. The sensation was entirely different from his normal communication with his beast. This was a fully formed voice with distinct personality and inflection. "Isn't it obvious? It's a processing core for us, silly." Ren froze, surprised by the sudden direct communication. The mushrooms in his hair brightened momentarily, as if pleased by his startled reaction. "You can talk in my head now," he thought in response, directing his mental voice toward the presence he felt. "I always could," responded the little voice with a tone suggesting that Ren was particularly obtuse for not having known this. There simply was no reason to do so before. The mental voice carried a distinct smugness that somehow perfectly matched the mushroom's usual expression. "And what changed?" "You said you'd bring me where I wanted to go and you did," responded the mushroom with what sounded suspiciously like poorly disguised shyness. "So, I guess I can talk to you directly as your species prefers. Not that I care much, though it's more inefficient." Despite the dismissive words, an unmistakable hint of affection colored the mental voice. Lin observed Ren with curiosity. His expression had gone blank. "Are you all right? You seem distant." Concern colored her voice as she placed a hand on his shoulder. "My mushroom is talking to me," explained Ren, pointing to the small mushrooms in his hair. "Directly. With its own voice. It's new." "What is it saying?" Lin's interest overrode her unease. Ren listened attentively as the voice continued, translating the complex concepts into words his human mind could grasp. "This organism is not part of the world's natural fauna," explained the mushroom. "I can feel it was created by people, much longer ago than recorded in your usual books. The humans like you from before." The mental voice carried the weight of ancient knowledge, as if reciting facts preserved through countless generations. "Humans created this?" Ren asked, incredulous. The concept seemed to challenge everything he understood about the natural order of their world. "I'm not 100% certain, but that seems to be the case," continued the little voice. "Both I and this organism are part of the same strategy. We were created to connect to the world's mana flow after the sky dragons attacked the invaders and brought the beginning of the final judgment. Or something like that. It says this organism was artificially created," Ren translated for Lin. "That both it and this thing are part of an ancient system designed by humans to connect them to something related to mana and the world, after a final judgment." His own words sounded fantastic to his ears, yet the evidence floated before them. Lin blinked, clearly struggling to process the information. "Ask it. What was this final judgment and what exactly was the purpose of creating them?" Ren transmitted the question mentally, feeling the strange sensation of directing thoughts toward the presence nestled in his consciousness. "I don't know for certain," admitted the mushroom, and for the first time Ren detected something resembling frustration in its tone. "My current size is insufficient to access all the original information. I only see fragments, and part is mere supposition. But seeing this core pulsing, I can infer and feel its purpose." "It says it doesn't know everything," Ren explained to Lin, disappointment creeping into his voice. "That it needs to grow more to access its complete knowledge. We need that liquid inside the sphere," continued the mushroom with unusual urgency. "It's exactly what I was looking for. This superorganism produces and defends it by design, but doesn't use it. It's like a valuable byproduct meant to be consumed by whoever awakens it. So us. The liquid inside the sphere is what we need for its roots to extend underground more easily, improve the connection with beasts, and overcome certain barriers." Ren translated the next part to Lin too. "But..." His enthusiasm dimmed slightly. "It says we can't simply take it. The organism would attack us, so there is a small risk." "Sit beside the core," ordered the mushroom, its mental voice taking on the tone of a patient instructor. "I'll guide you through the process to synchronize your mana with the superorganism's flow. If you do it correctly, it will accept your presence and you'll be able to touch the core without provoking a defensive response." Ren transmitted the instructions to Lin, who nodded with a serious expression. "Be careful," she warned. "I'll be ready to intervene and get us out of here if something goes wrong." With caution, Ren approached the suspended core. The sphere seemed to pulse more intensely as he drew near, as if aware of his presence. Following the mushroom's precise instructions, he sat in a meditation position, his palms facing upward on his knees. He closed his eyes and began adjusting his breathing to match the pulsating rhythm of the chamber. The synchronization felt natural yet profound, as if he were remembering rather than learning something entirely new. His heartbeat gradually aligned with the omnipresent pulse, creating a harmony that resonated through his bones. "Now, visualize your mana as a pulse," instructed the mushroom. "Don't try to control its rhythm. Simply let it join the greater source that surrounds us." The guidance came with a gentleness that surprised Ren. His mushroom felt typically more impatient and demanding when asking for cultivation materials and rings. Ren obeyed, feeling how his internal energy began to resonate with the omnipresent pulse. It was as if his entire body gradually synchronized with a primordial heartbeat, something as ancient as life itself. The sensation was both humbling and exhilarating, connecting him to forces far greater than his individual consciousness. "Good," approved the mushroom. "Now extend your hand toward the core." Slowly. With his eyes still closed, Ren raised his right hand toward the suspended sphere. He could sense it, not with his physical senses, but with something deeper, as if he formed part of a greater tapestry he was only beginning to understand. His fingers brushed the core's surface, which felt surprisingly soft and warm, like living skin. "Now," whispered the mushroom in his mind, "take it. With respect. Permit me to take a part of you," Ren murmured, the words arising instinctively from some deep understanding. "To complete what was begun." Ren pulled, and the entire organism trembled for a moment. Perhaps he had been too abrupt. The thought barely formed before the consequences manifested. Without warning, the entire chamber shuddered. An aggressive pulse radiated from the walls, and the fungal structures bristled like hair standing up in defense. The golden filaments connecting to the core tightened visibly, the chamber's bioluminescence shifting from warm gold to an alarming amber red. Lin instinctively stepped forward to grab Ren as she assessed potential threats and escape routes. But Ren was already reacting, his connection to the organism allowing him to sense the disturbance's source. In a fraction of a second, he deepened his breathing, intensified his synchronization with the omnipresent pulse. His mana flowed following the superorganism's rhythm, reassuring it that he belonged there. Higher up, in the excavator's empty tunnels, the golden spores adhering to the beasts and trackers reacted to the aggressive pulse that had traversed the entire fungal network. The mana organisms suddenly activated, responding to what they interpreted as a threat to their greater collective. The first beast convulsed violently, its howl resonating through the tunnel with primitive terror. The small patches of fungi on its fur expanded instantly, growing until forming visible structures that sprouted from its skin like small golden heads. "What's wrong with your beast?" shouted the lead tracker, watching his companion writhe in agony. The magical animal's powerful form contorted unnaturally, its muscles spasming as foreign organisms claimed territory within its body. The answer came when he felt the first sting of burning pain in his forearm. He looked down to find small mushrooms sprouting, breaking through his skin as if it were fertile soil. "It's the same mushrooms from outside," roared the leader, seeing the identical structures emerging on one of his men's neck. "That's why there are no excavators. The tunnel must be full of damned spores." Understanding dawned too late. The tracking beast collapsed, its breathing becoming agonized gasping as its body visibly deteriorated. Its manifestation flickered and faded as the mushrooms drained its vital mana. In seconds, the beast had completely disappeared, leaving only the echo of its final whimper. Out of the tunnel, howled the leader, but his men were already in panic, tearing the mushrooms from their skin with heartrending screams. Each removed fungus left a bleeding wound, but allowing them to grow meant slow death by absorption of vital energy and mana. But the choice between immediate pain and inevitable death was no choice at all. Blood painted the tunnel walls as desperate hands clawed at their own flesh, trying to remove the parasitic invaders before they could establish deeper roots. Some mushrooms had grown tendrils that extended beneath the skin, requiring increasingly violent removal. The trackers crawled toward the surface, their beasts disappearing one by one as the energy drain intensified. The man closest to the entrance managed to emerge first, his body covered with self-inflicted wounds where he had torn away the golden parasites. Above, the flyer who had remained in charge observed the clearing with growing curiosity. The surroundings had been motionless for the past hour, and the total absence of activity had led him to gradually descend, approaching the strange clearing's edge. One of the larger golden mushrooms in a tree's canopy pulsed with particularly hypnotic brightness. The flyer extended his hand, fascinated by the rhythmic pattern of bioluminescence, drawn by an attraction he couldn't quite explain. A heartrending scream stopped him centimeters from touching the deadly fungus when he turned to see what was happening. From the tunnel entrance emerged a bloodied figure, crawling on elbows and knees. The first tracker had managed to exit, his body marked by dozens of wounds where he had torn away the parasitic mushrooms. "The mushrooms," he managed to whisper when the flyer descended and ran toward him. "Don't touch the mushrooms." Each word was forced through gritted teeth. The flyer lifted the wounded man, quickly moving him away while observing with new horror the golden structures he had been about to touch. What happened down there? Where are the others? But the wounded tracker had lost consciousness, his labored breathing the only indication he still lived. His wounds continued bleeding, and some seemed to show small golden filaments at the edges, as if the mushrooms hadn't been completely eradicated. With desperate urgency, the flyer headed toward the nearest meeting point. The wounded man needed immediate medical attention. The trembling ceased, and the golden structures returned to their passive pulsating state. The chamber's bioluminescence shifted back to its warm, welcoming glow, the crisis having passed as quickly as it had arrived. At least for Lin and Ren. "There," confirmed the mushroom with something that sounded suspiciously like satisfaction. "Now withdraw your hand slowly and don't break synchronization until all the lines break free from the sphere." Ren obeyed, backing away with slow movements while maintaining his breathing in perfect harmony with the chamber's pulse. The sphere containing the golden liquid gleamed in his hands. "We did it," he whispered to Lin when he reached her position. "Now we can leave, exactly as we entered." Lin nodded, her eyes fixed on the small golden sphere. "That's all you needed. You brought that enormous backpack and it seems small." They had anticipated collecting dozens, perhaps hundreds of individual mushrooms. "Should I collect more?" Ren asked mentally, still holding the precious sphere carefully. "They're no longer necessary. This is more than enough for now," responded the mushroom in Ren's mind, with a tone suggesting that Lin's ignorance was perfectly understandable but also slightly amusing. Its potency isn't in its size but in its composition. One drop contains the essence of hundreds of beasts transformed into mushrooms and processed. It says it's extremely concentrated, Ren translated, marveling at the implications. Equivalent to hundreds of individual mushrooms. At least not for silver ranks. This should take you to silver 3 without problems. Collecting numerous individual mushrooms would be inefficient and more dangerous. This is enough to reach silver 3. Lin whistled softly, impressed despite her usual composure. Such a small amount of liquid mana. For 3 major evolutions. It's incomprehensible. As they prepared to withdraw from the chamber, the small mushroom materialized completely on Ren's head, jumping to position itself directly above the sphere in front of his face with its tiny arms placed on its hips in a demanding manner. "Give me the sphere," it ordered with its high-pitched voice audible to both Ren and Lin. "Right now?" asked Ren, confused by the sudden demand. "You can't consume it directly and if it breaks it would be dangerous," explained the mushroom with certain impatience. "The amount of energy is enormous. If you use it like this or drink it on your own, you could literally explode from within. Even I would have problems purifying so much mana at once from your body." The mushroom extended its tiny arms again, more insistent. The gesture was both endearing and commanding. "But this is already processed specifically to enter my root system. I'll be able to inject it into you gradually from there, in doses your body can handle." Ren hesitated for a moment before nodding and separating his hands to seat the mushroom in one of his palms. The creature felt surprisingly warm and solid despite its diminutive size. What followed was as unexpected as it was endearing. The small mushroom stretched its tiny arms and opened its mouth to absurdly large proportions, at least for its size, and placed the entire sphere in its mouth. Its cap expanded like a balloon as it sucked the liquid, the sound and image strangely reminiscent of a baby with a disproportionately large pacifier. Lin covered her mouth to contain a laugh. "It's adorable," she murmured, her usual stern demeanor melting at the sight. "I'm not adorable," protested the mushroom mentally, though its voice sounded slightly muffled from having its mouth full. "I'm a being of incomprehensible power. This is a technical process." The indignant protest only made the scene more endearing to Lin. The mushroom's cap began glowing with increasing intensity as it processed the liquid. The blue mana filaments that were normally invisible became golden and briefly visible, extending from its base toward Ren's scalp and outward like a delicate network of light. "Oh!" exclaimed the mushroom suddenly, its voice now charged with amazement. This is incredible." Ren felt a wave of energy flowing through his body, but controlled and measured rather than overwhelming. "My world's roots are strengthening," explained the mushroom with genuine excitement. I can connect to parts of the underground flow that were previously blocked and..." The explanation trailed off as new sensations overwhelmed its ability to articulate. The small being remained motionless for several minutes, its expression, as much as its tiny face could express anything, showing deep concentration. Ren, its mental voice had acquired a strange tone, mixing fascination and alarm. "I can sense beyond normal limits. The other side, what you call Yino." "What about Yino?" Ren asked aloud, causing Lin to approach with interest. The mention of their enemy territory immediately commanded her attention. "Before there was something alien that pushed against me, that blocked my perception," continued the mushroom, its tone becoming more serious. "But now I can pierce that barrier with greater clarity. And what I see? A significant part where there should be beasts, they're no longer there. Approximately 10% of the territory. Half of the first 3 rings of their forest is infected by something similar to the golden mushrooms, but..." Another pause, as if the mushroom were struggling to find the correct words. "It's like my opposite. It's familiar but inverted." The description carried an undercurrent of unease that made Ren's skin crawl. Ren felt a chill run down his spine. "Do you mean that you now think," you're similar to abyssal energy. In certain ways, responded the mushroom, its voice now laden with a gravity Ren had never heard before. But this time it's different. I thought it only mixed everything into an unintelligible mass, but now I see it. It's systematic. Organized. As if it were. We need to leave, they're still following us, Lin urged, interrupting the mental monologue. Ren nodded. You're right. Let's go back. The talk about mysteries would have to wait for another time. As they prepared to descend from the chamber, Ren cast one last look at the pulsating space. For an instant, he had the disturbing sensation that the organism was aware of their presence, that it was evaluating them in some primitive but profound way. The small mushroom returned to its usual position in Ren's hair, though now it glowed with a subtle but new intensity. Thank you for bringing me here. I'll try to listen to you more. I didn't do it for you, responded the mushroom, its mental voice suddenly defensive. I needed it for my own evolution. Don't get confused. Okay, Ren murmured with a smile that transformed his entire demeanor. But we're inseparable companions whether we like it or not, aren't we? I suppose so, responded the mushroom, though its tone suggested the admission cost considerable effort. But don't get used to me being so expressive. Despite the situation, Ren couldn't help smiling. Perhaps his relationship with the small being he hadn't treated well at the beginning of their partnership was improving after all, even if grudgingly on the mushroom's part. The flyer beat his wings with visible effort, the weight of the wounded tracker considerably slowing his flight. Carrying an adult person in full flight was an exhausting task even for a Silver 1 Tamer, especially when he didn't have strength-based main increases and was dealing with an emergency rescue requiring speed. When he spotted two figures moving among the trees ahead, his first reaction was relief. More reinforcements, finally. The sight of potential help energized him despite his growing fatigue. He descended quickly toward what appeared to be another search team, but as he approached, he noticed something strange about their uniforms. They didn't wear the black and gold colors of the gold crests, but white uniforms with insignia he didn't immediately recognize. Upon landing, he recognized the distinctive markings, Yino soldiers. His stomach tensed. The political situation was complicated, and Yino's allies in Goldcrest territory were a delicate subject. Although they officially supported the cause, everyone knew their true objective was to exploit Yano's destabilization for their own purposes. However, the tracker in his arms was rapidly losing blood, and there was no time for political dilemmas. Duty demanded action regardless of complications. I need help, he shouted to the two men. Serious injuries, active bleeding. The Yino soldiers approached, but stopped abruptly a few meters away. Both had strange expressions, as if struggling against something internal. Their faces showed a mixture of confusion and discomfort that set the flyer's instincts on edge. The taller of the two placed a hand on his chest. Something's not right, he murmured to his companion. My beast is agitated. The other nodded nervously. Mine too. It's as if something were repelling it. Their shared unease created a palpable tension in the clearing. What are you talking about? Asked the impatient flyer. This man is dying. We need to get him to a healer soon. His practical concerns overrode any curiosity about their strange behavior. The soldiers exchanged meaningful looks. Both could feel how their abyssal beasts, gifts from Hagen during his recent renewed visits to the depths, writhed with evident discomfort. The creatures that normally provided strength and power now seemed to rebel against some unseen force. It's him, whispered one, pointing to the wounded man. Whatever he has, our new energy doesn't want to be near it. But appearances had to be maintained. The friendship with the Goldcrests required certain sacrifices and demonstrations of support, regardless of personal comfort. All right, finally decided the tall one. I'll help you carry him. His reluctance was evident, but duty demanded action. He approached the wounded tracker, extending his arms to help with the weight. The moment his hands made contact with the unconscious body, the effect was instantaneous and devastating. His abyssal energy, which normally flowed like a constant current through his system, ignited as if he had touched pure fire. Searing pain radiated from his palms throughout his arm, and he could literally feel the connection to his power burning away. Simultaneously, the small golden filaments still sprouting from the tracker's wounds withered and fell like dry leaves upon contact with the abyssal energy. Both men screamed involuntarily, the Yino soldier from the pain coursing through his arm, the wounded and fainted tracker from some subconscious suffering as several parasitic mushrooms were torn from his system. The sound echoed through the forest clearing. "What happened?" exclaimed the flyer, watching both men writhe in apparent torment. The Yino soldier examined his arm, where the energy seemed to have partially vanished, as if erased by some invisible energy. The purple veins that normally pulsed with abyssal power had been burned away, leaving pale, empty channels beneath his skin. He could feel a strange void where his abyssal energy once flowed. But then, from the depths of his abdomen, he felt something stir. The abyssal scorpion that had been implanted weeks earlier activated, pumping new corruption to fill the void. The process was painful but efficient, purple veins beginning to regenerate slowly as the creature worked to restore its host's connection to dark power. "Seems to be side effects of fighting that thing," gasped the soldier, quickly inventing an explanation. "My beast had an aggressive reaction to save the soldier from whatever infected him." The lie came smoothly. His companion looked at him with understanding born of shared corrupted beast species, the same scorpion. "Can you continue?" "Yes," he responded, though his voice sounded strained as the scorpion's rebuilding process sent waves of discomfort through his system. "But now we have a report to make and more questions than answers." They turned toward the flyer, who continued holding the unconscious tracker but now appeared to be breathing more normally. The wounded man's complexion seemed to have improved a bit, color returning to his previously ashen cheeks. "The filaments have disappeared on this side," observed the flyer with amazement. "The left shoulder wounds no longer show those golden markings. It's as if something had cleansed them." The two Yino soldiers exchanged another meaningful look. "One of us should return with him," suggested the affected soldier, who still felt the stinging sensation of the abyssal scorpion reconstructing his connection. "To report this incident." "I'll go to the deep forest," offered his companion. "My beast wasn't affected. So I want to check the source of the problem." "You go and take advantage of being there to get that arm examined too." The division of responsibilities made sense while serving their intelligence-gathering mission. The other Yino soldier nodded, understanding the logic behind the decision. Whatever was in that place the wounded man came from, whatever had created those mushrooms aggressive against abyssal energy, could be related to reports about a child capable of using purifying light. "Take them to the nearest healers, but on the rift side, our Yino could help against that unknown parasite," he ordered his companion while helping transfer the tracker's weight. "And make sure the report mentions the purifying effects of whatever infected him." His companion nodded, understanding the implications perfectly. If they had found something capable of neutralizing abyssal energy, Yino needed to know immediately what they were dealing with. What kind of power could simply burn away abyssal energy on contact? The answers, he suspected, lay in the place where the fugitive's trail had ended. Ren and Lin finally emerged from the ruins' main tunnel, now in a more natural cave that was somewhat more spacious and without the dense golden spongy coating on its walls. But relief quickly transformed into horror when they encountered the remains of the trackers. They were barely recognizable as human. The bodies had been consumed almost to the bones, with only some equipment shreds indicating they had once been people. Golden mushrooms grew abundantly over the remains, forming small macabre gardens that pulsed with bioluminescence. "Dear dragon gods," whispered Lin, instinctively backing away. "Was this?" "I suppose they stepped on the mushrooms and stirred up the spores," Ren confirmed solemnly, his voice weirdly carrying a mental disconnection but also the weight of someone who understood the mechanism of such death. "Without proper protection, they were consumed from within. That's why the coating I gave you." Lin looked at the grayish dust still glowing dimly on her exposed skin, suddenly understanding that she had been walking on the razor's edge of horrible death throughout their entire underground expedition. "Your mushroom really is essential for entering down here," she murmured, with new appreciation for the small creature now manifested in Ren's hair. They headed toward the nearest surface entrance when Ren stopped abruptly. The mushrooms in his hair pulsed with a warning pattern. "Someone's watching us," he murmured, his eyes scanning the dense foliage in the distance. Abyssal. Strong. Moments before. From his position on a low hill, the Yino agent cursed the terrain's characteristics. The outer forest hadn't been designed for rapid military movement, and the numerous natural traps scattered across the ground forced him to considerably reduce his speed. If they had been released to the chase earlier. But that altercation at the border had distracted them and stolen important time. Partially ignoring precautions, he used his earth control to create temporary platforms over the most dangerous areas, risking some fatigue in exchange for speed. His beasts responded eagerly, manipulating the ground beneath his feet to provide safe passage across the treacherous terrain. When he finally reached a position with clear view of the mushroom area, he also perceived Lin's power that was no longer so far underground, and he saw them immediately when Ren emerged with his kinda obvious redhead visible above the surface. The child from the report. Small, apparently young, but with those characteristic mushrooms sprouting from his hair. It had to be him, the supposed possessor of the purifying ray, that worried Carson and therefore Carson and his own superiors in Yino. Now everything made sense. The mushrooms, the infection zone his abyssal energy instinctively avoided, the purification power. Perhaps it wasn't an ability of the child, but a weird, lucky symbiosis with this strange and new species of fungi. A more logical explanation for an apparently impossible phenomenon. Behind the child emerged an adult woman, moving with the predatory grace of someone accustomed to combat. Even at this distance, he could feel the power she radiated. Her posture, the way her eyes continuously swept the perimeter, the energy she emanated. She was highly likely responsible for murdering Patriarch Stralfang's commander son. The agent quickly evaluated the situation. His 2 silver 3-level beasts were more than double the strength of the killed boy. But would it be sufficient against an opponent with the energy signature of a silver 3 and her enigmatic small companion? The woman would be easy in a one-on-one encounter, but the child was difficult to evaluate. The energy he emanated fluctuated between relatively strong and weak but didn't feel particularly powerful, just repulsive, different. As if his mere presence were an affront to the abyssal nature of half his powers. He would prefer to face them with help just in case, or separately to carefully analyze that strange child, but he had a mission and couldn't let them escape. His employment, like most agents, wasn't optional. Risks came with the territory. The woman first, he decided. Eliminate the primary threat, then attempt to capture the child alive for a lengthy interrogation. He began to move, preparing his approach, when he realized something disturbing. Both were looking directly at him. Not just in his general direction, but specifically at him. The child had even raised a hand to point out his exact position. How the hell had they detected him? Abyssal Scorpion Silver 3, murmured Ren, his eyes closed in concentration while his enhanced and improved mushroom analyzed energy signatures he would have been unable to distinguish before. An Iraq Spirit Silver 3. A variation of the behemoth that has evolved toward extra durability instead of massive size. Both his beasts with defensive specialization. Lin whistled softly. Double. And both at Silver 3. That guy won't be easy to hurt. Ren could now understand abyssal beasts within his knowledge range despite their corruption. Can we run? Asked Lin, though her posture suggested she already knew the answer. His beast configuration suggests 480% total defensive increases, plus 240% in everything else. The problem is that includes speed. Ren continued with the detailed information Lin had learned to value more than simple muscle. With that velocity, he would catch us before we could gain significant ground, he concluded, his hands already moving toward his slightly improved dagger. He's alone, which is to our advantage. Do you think we can bring him down? Lin's question carried huge trust in Ren's analytical abilities. Ren nodded, though his expression remained serious. Between you and me, yes. Especially now that I know exactly what beasts he has and how they function, plus I saved some useful materials. Lin smiled, a fierce expression that completely transformed her face. Then let's welcome him properly. Her beast began to manifest, the panther lizard wrapping around her legs in dark patterns. The combined power of her buffs elevated her to speed levels comparable with their opponent. Ren activated his own strength, the ring manifesting in luminous lines running through his body while crystalline armor began forming over his skin. "Ready?" asked Lin, her voice carrying the calm certainty of a professional preparing for battle. "Ready," confirmed Ren, and together they launched toward the battle that would determine if they escaped this pursuit with their lives.